Chapter 181 Proposal. Come here. Where has this land carp gone? The middle-aged man shouted angrily. Back to your majesty. The sixth princess is taking Mr. Lu to your palace. A beautiful clam girl swam over and answered timidly. What? The middle-aged man was furious. My bedroom? Your majesty. Look, this is dragon blood wine. At this time, a beautiful woman in golden clothes floated out from the back hall, with a white jade wine jar in her hand. Hey! It seems that Romer is using the dragon blood wine to test Luli again. Dragon blood wine? That's terrible! When the middle-aged man heard this, his expression changed drastically, and he suddenly appeared in the palace. With a moment's notice, all the restraints in the secret training room were activated. Romer, come out quickly! This land carp is a human race, different from our shark race. He drank dragon blood wine, and the dragon blood entering his body will stimulate the wild animal nature in his body. The middle-aged man shouted quickly. However, no one answered. In the secret cultivation room, there is only a huge Hunyuan Yin-Yang black and white demonic light group, like a star, slowly rotating, swallowing the spiritual energy erupting from the surrounding springs. Swish, swish, swish. The beautiful woman in Jin Shang came immediately with Ji Jionyang and others. Your Majesty, are Ranger and Luli inside? The beautiful woman in golden clothes asked in surprise. Snort! The middle-aged man said with a cold face. I don't know what kind of conspiracy Luli used to trick Ronner into this secret training room. Queen, you get out of the way. I will directly break open this secret cultivation room and rescue Ronner. Your Majesty, you must not do this. The beautiful woman in Jin Shang quickly persuaded. This Luli seems to be breaking through the elixir formation now. If you forcefully break through the secret cultivation room, I'm afraid you will shock him and cause him to fail to form the elixir. This is absolutely impossible. He is Jionyang's savior. Wouldn't it be ungrateful for you to do this? Romer is the future queen of Mermaid Island. Is this the emperor just sitting back and ignoring her? The middle-aged man looked ugly. The beautiful woman in golden clothes frowned, not knowing what to do for a moment. Dad, if Mr. Lu is injured by you, I'm afraid I won't have the face to see Mr. Lu in the future. At this time, Ji Jionyang said weakly, You? When the middle-aged man heard this, his chest suddenly swelled with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, Humph. No wonder I hate that Luli dies so much when I see him. It turns out that this guy came here specifically to dig up the cabbage I raised, and he dug 2 at a time. Your Majesty, don't worry. Nothing will happen. The beautiful woman in golden clothes could only comfort her. Snort. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Perhaps all of this was designed by Lu Li. He was the one who secretly did it to deceive the ancestors. This is a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. That's right. That's definitely the case. This guy is Yiming, the chief disciple of the Ghost Sect. He has long known that Romer is the future queen of Mermaid Island, and he wants to win over our Mermaid Island, become one of the forces of the Yiming Ghost Sect, and help the Yiming Ghost Sect unify the Demon Sect. Your Majesty, you are thinking too much. This dragon blood wine was brought out by Romer herself. Alas, it is also the heart of a villain like us. The beautiful woman in golden clothes sighed helplessly. Hearing her words, the middle-aged man's face darkened. Do you think it was all caused by him? Then again, Father, if we had entertained Luli openly and thanked him for saving his life, and we didn't use so many tricks, we wouldn't have caused so many troubles. At this time, another mermaid said, The middle-aged man's face turned even more livid. Thinking about it this way, it seems that it is indeed his fault. Dad, let Mr. Lu make a breakthrough with peace of mind. If Mr. Lu fails to form the elixir, Jionyang will have a troubled conscience for the rest of her life. At this time, Ji Jionyang looked pleading and begged. Your Majesty, please promise Jionyang. If you forcefully break the secret cultivation room and cause the Luli to fail, Jionyang will probably blame you for the rest of his life. The beautiful woman in golden clothes next to her sent a message to persuade him. All right. The middle-aged man had a dark face and could only reluctantly agree. Thank you, Father! Ji Jionyang immediately beamed and was overjoyed. She crossed her hands in front of her and bowed deeply. Ruined. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man felt a chill in his heart. The cabbage he has raised for so many years may really be poached by Luli. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly a nascent soul old man fell from the sky. Your Majesty, Queen, the divine immortal lord of the 10,000 Islands Alliance. Master Qinlong, has led a group of immortal geniuses to visit our mermaid island. This is your greeting. The old man Yuaning handed over a gold-plated greeting card. Shinju, immortal lord? Isn't this old guy in seclusion? Why did he escape? The middle-aged man took a look at the invitation and frowned. Your Majesty, go and meet. After all, Shinju, immortal lord, is the nominal third leader of the 10,000 Islands Alliance. And he also brought a group of immortal Sect geniuses to visit. The beautiful woman in golden clothes said, Okay, I'm going to meet them. Queen, just take Jionyang and the others to guard here. If there is any movement, tell me immediately. The middle-aged man gave an order, glanced at the secret practice room, turned around and left. At this time, 3 huge spiritual ships swept across the sea of clouds and quickly approached Mermaid Island. The leader is a ship with shining treasure light and vast aura. It is a huge boat of Lingbao level. The Star Sea and Moonlight flag of the 10,000 Islands Alliance is hoisted on the boat, which is majestic. An old man in blue with flowing white hair and an extremely rosy face stood on the bow of the deck, looking at the sky and the earth, with his hands behind his hands. He has the image of an immortal and Taoist spirit. This person is one of the powerful gods of the 10,000 Islands Alliance, the immortal lord of divine Ju, whose cultivation reaches the heavens. It is said that he is cultivated to the perfection of God transformation, and is only one step away from entering the realm of refining the void. Behind him stood an old man in black, and a tall, elegant, and extremely handsome man in green. It was Hua Lu and his third uncle, Qin Longzhenren. Lu, you were reckless this time. At this moment, Shinju, immortal lord, suddenly sighed. Great-grandfather, I know I was wrong. Hua Lu showed a hint of guilt and bowed his hands. Everyone has a love for beauty, but you can't eat hot tofu if you are anxious. Based on your status, if you want to embrace a beautiful woman, there is no need to be in such a hurry. You can do it slowly, Shinju Xianjun said calmly. Although he didn't specify who the beauty was, Hua Lu and Master Qinlong beside him all knew it. Hua Lu was even more ashamed, and her head hung lower. At this time, Shinju, immortal lord, said again, You must have exposed this matter. But the Tianhe Sword Sect kept it secret. It just wanted to force the 10,000 Islands Alliance to hand over some islands and divide it into the territory of the Tianhe Sword Sect. That Tianhe Sword Sect, although the leader of the Sword Sect is a bit stupid in love, his appetite is not small. Great-grandfather, this time we come to Mermaid Island. Hua Lu asked with a frown. Of course, I will help you find an amulet. You are one of the most talented people among the many children of my Hua family. You cannot die. However, the Tianhe Sword Sect is not easy to mess with. So my great-grandfather brought you to Mermaid Island to ask for help. The Emperor of the Mermaid Kingdom proposes marriage. Once you become the Emperor of the Mermaid Kingdom, the real dragon behind Mermaid Island will be your backer. And the Tianhe Sword Sect cannot easily touch you. Shinju Xianjun smiled. Proposing for marriage? The Emperor of the Mermaid Kingdom? Could it be that my great-grandfather wanted me to marry the golden-tailed mermaid from the Mermaid Island? The future queen of the Mermaid Kingdom? Hua Lu was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. He had long heard that a mermaid appeared on Mermaid Island. Her tail was a rare golden color, and her appearance was extremely beautiful. According to rumors, this sixth princess is the next emperor of Mermaid Island. But, great-grandfather, will Mermaid Island agree to my marriage proposal? I heard that the Emperor of Mermaid Island is very protective of his daughters. Ordinary people who want to marry his daughter must pass the test of 99 and 81 tests. Until now, he has not been able to do so. People can survive those messy tests. Hua Lu suddenly thought of something and frowned. Don't worry. I'm 100% sure that I can bring you here. Just wait until you can hold this beauty back. The Divine Master smiled confidently. Hua Lu thanks my great-grandfather. Hearing this, Hua Lu looked happy on the spot. Her worries disappeared, and she bowed deeply to thank her. No need to be polite. Get up. Shinju Xianjun smiled slightly. Yes. Hua Lu straightened up and beamed with joy. However, he couldn't help but look back. On the deck of the giant boat on the left, the figure in purple stands proudly. Under the sunlight, it is still dazzlingly beautiful and makes people's hearts beat. That's it. There is gain and loss. When he becomes the Emperor of Mermaid Island, what will Ling Jianchuang mean to him if he has a harem of 3,000? Moreover, the sharks seem to be pretty good too. Seahorses and sea cucumbers will also work. Not good. Hua Lu immediately shook his head and suppress the strange thoughts that appeared in his mind. His face suddenly darkened, and murderous intent suddenly arose in his heart. This is all the fault of the land carp. Luli must fight to the death. Chapter 182, The Immortal Medicine. Sister Ling. Is Luli dead? On the deck of the giant boat, Fan Yinli was wearing a large white robe and lying on the jade railing along the ship's edge, with a sad face. On the side, Ling Jianchuang stood in the wind, as proud as a cold plum. When she heard Fan Yinli's muttering, she lowered her head slightly and asked, "Why do you ask so suddenly? I didn't sleep well last night." Fan Yinli stood up, took out a grilled fish from his large robe, and while chewing, he frowned and said, "Last night, I dreamed that Luli turned into a big python, chasing me desperately, trying to eat me. It was so scary. Moreover, he opened the python's mouth and spat out hundreds of babies, whining and screaming towards me, asking for milk. It was so scary. You were just having a nightmare." Ling Jianchuang stretched out her hand to rub her head and comforted her. No, Sister Ling. You don't know? At the end of my dream, the big python that Luli turned into spit out the letter and wrapped it around my feet. It scared me awake on the spot. I obviously took it with me despite all the magic weapons. I still can't sleep peacefully. So, I suspect that this guy Luli is dead and has turned into an extremely ferocious ghost, haunting me. As Fan Yinli spoke, he took out another roasted suckling pig and ate it in 3 bites. Only then did the fear on his face disappear a little. Foot? When Ling Jianchuang heard this word, her right foot seemed a little itchy. A complicated expression flashed across her face, and she snorted. Good people don't live long, and disasters last for thousands of years. Luli has a bad stomach. He won't die so quickly. How could that happen? Fan Yinli tilted her head, her face full of confusion. It was the same when I went to Skull Island a few days ago. Suddenly had a nightmare. Could it be that the land carp is nearby? Just as he was thinking about it, a snow-white figure floated over. She was a woman with a sleepy face, wearing a white shirt. She was about 27 or 80 years old, tall, with an oval face, and wore a pair of wooden clogs. Her hair was a little messy, and there were 2 dark circles under her eyes. She looked like an overworked woman who had just woken up. However, her aura is unfathomable, like the boundless sea and the vast starry sky, and is not at all inferior to the Shenjue Immortal Lord. It is a powerful and perfect god. Aunt Lan. Ling Jianchuang nodded towards the visitor and said Lo. Good afternoon. Aunt Lan. Do you want some pig's head? Fan Yinli also said Lo immediately and magically pulled out a roasted suckling pig head from his sleeve robe. Okay. I just woke up and haven't eaten yet. The woman in white clothes took it casually and bit down on the pig's ear. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the huge Lingbao boat shining with treasure in front of her. She taunted as she ate. TSK. Shenjue Immortal Lord really knows how to plan. Pan! You actually want to use marriage to save the life of his great-grandson, and also want to gain wealth and wealth? Hearing this, Ling Jianchuang's expression instantly turned cold. After returning from Skull Island, Hualu came to visit only once, and then left in a hurry. Obviously, Hualu probably guessed that she already knew all his machinations, and had a guilty conscience. Ling Jianchuang also enjoyed her leisure time. However, in order to avoid jumping over the wall in a hurry, she also directly invited a Supreme Elder to protect herself. By the way, I scared that Hualu and made him sleepless and uneasy. As expected, hearing that the Supreme Elder of the Tianhe Sword Sect was coming, Hualu was so frightened that he hid back home. Immediately afterwards, Shenju Xianjun came to the door and invited her, as well as Long Jing, Zhang Ruoxue, Ming Yuqiu and other geniuses to go to Mermaid Island. Ling Jianchuang originally didn't want to come, but after hearing that there was a supreme swordsmanship inheritance from the ancient sect on Mermaid Island, she reluctantly followed. Where are Aunt Lan, fellow Taoist Long, fellow Taoist Zhang, and fellow Taoist Ming? Ling Jianchuang asked with a frown. The 3 of them are studying how to kill land carp. They've almost lost all their hair from studying. Don't worry about them. The woman in white shirt pulled off the pig's tongue and chewed it several times, eating it with gusto. There is no demeanor of becoming a god or a powerful being at all. Ling Jianchuang was not surprised by this, and turned her head to look at the land emerging where the sky and the sea met in front of her. We've arrived at Mermaid Island. Hee hee. I heard the fried fish balls there are delicious. I want to eat to my fullest. Fan Yinli suddenly became excited. Yinli, can you do me a favor later? The woman in white shirt quickly ate the last piece of pig head meat in her hand and asked with a smile. No problem. Fan Yinli readily agreed, took out another roasted suckling pig and handed it out. Come on, Aunt Lan. I'll give this to you too. No, I'm not hungry. You can eat. The woman in white shirt smiled and waved her hands. Aunt Lan, you're welcome. As the saying goes, you are very hungry when you are poor. You are just like that little Nunyayu from Shuiyu Temple. You are so hungry that your chest and back are all the same. Eat more and supplement your nutrition. Fan Yinli generously handed over the roasted suckling pig. Dot! The woman in white shirt smile froze. At this moment, a clear drink came from the distant sky. Shinju Xianjun. Long time no see. Ha ha ha. The next moment, people arrive with the sound. A colorful bridge spans the sea and sky and falls in front of 3 treasure ships. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe, with boundless majesty and domination of the world, led 2 nascent soul elders, walked down from Hanxia Mountain, and saluted the Shinjua Immortal Lord. Ji Longjun, I haven't seen you for many years, and your cultivation has become even more unpredictable. Ha ha ha. The crane-haired and childlike-looking Shinjua Immortal Lord floated forward and returned the gift with his hands in hand. He is dressed in green clothes, elegant and pure, like a god in the sky descending to earth, showing his immortal demeanor. This emperor's cultivation is not worth mentioning in front of Shinjua Immortal Lord. Hey, could this be Fairy Lan from the Tianhe Sword Sect? The middle-aged man looked over. I don't dare to be a fairy. In the Tianhe Sword Sect, I am just a bastard sweeping the floor of the hidden sword tower. Mr. Long, just call me Taoist friend Lan. The woman in white shirt smiled and waved her hand. Modestly. Okay, fellow Taoist Lan. The Immortal Lord Shinju, you are here to welcome me. If you are far away from Mermaid Island, please welcome me. I have prepared fragrant tea spirit wine for you to apologize for your sins. A middle-aged man named Ji Longjun cupped his hand. Don't dare. Please. Shinjua Xianjun returned the favor with his hand. Immediately, with a moment of humility, the group of people flew into Mermaid Island and flew towards the crystal palace shrouded in seawater in the center of the giant island. After a while, everyone took their seats in a luxurious hall. One by one, beautiful women were holding various rare sea treasure spiritual fruits and various spiritual wines, and placed them on the jade table beside everyone. Sitting on the upper right is naturally the Shinju Immortal Lord, as well as several statues of the 10,000 Islands Alliance. They are all nascent soul cultivation base. Hua Lu sat at the bottom with him. As for his third uncle, Master Qinlong, he did not go to the island. On the other side, sitting on the upper left are Fairy Lan from the Tianhe Sword Sect and a star-robed man from the Star Hall. Then came Ling Jinshuang, Fan Yinli, Long Jing, Meng Yuqiu, Zhang Ruoxue and several other Immortal Sect geniuses. After some pleasantries, Ji Longjun was concerned about his daughter in the palace and said straight to the point. Everyone, I'm really sorry. Mermaid Island has not been very peaceful recently. We just found the lost ninth princess. As a result, our ancestors were not at peace again last night. All these things have to be blamed on me. If you have any questions, please tell me. If there is any negligence, please forgive me. Ji Long is still so straightforward. So I'll tell you the truth. I'm here to ask for something. Shinju Immortal Lord cupped his hands and said with a smile. Oh, please tell me. The 10,000 Islands Alliance helped save my ninth princess, and I am grateful before it is too late. If anything happens, I will do my best to help. Ji Longjun also bowed his hands in salute. That's good. Shinju Xianjun laughed, turned around and pointed at Hua Lu, who was at the bottom. Ji Longjun, do you still recognize him? Why don't you recognize him? Isn't this little friend your great-grandson? He is extremely talented. He formed an elixir at the age of 27 and is famous overseas. I also heard that he has a poem title, which is The Flower Falls with 3,000 petals and captures all the romance of the ages. Hualu is indeed a good name. Ji Longjun smiled. Thank you to Senior Longjun for your praise, but I don't dare to accept it. Hualu stood up and returned the favor. He has a gentle smile, a graceful demeanor, and a full demeanor, giving him the air of a noble man. Ji Longkuan, thank you very much. At this time, Shinju Immortal Lord laughed and said, It's a pity that although Hua Lu has good character, talent, and qualifications, he hasn't gotten married yet. It's just because he has always admired someone in his heart. As soon as these words came out, Ji Longjun raised his eyebrows. I felt a little foreboding. Is it possible that little friend Hua Lu admires? Ji Longjun asked in a serious voice. That's right. The person Hana Lu admires is none other than the sixth princess of Mermaid Island, Miss Ji Rongji. This time, I am shamelessly coming to propose marriage on his behalf. Shinjue Xianjun finally revealed the purpose of his visit. Besides, I also brought the betrothal gift. It's an elixir of immortality. Chapter 183. Fan Yinli is as wise as a fool. The moment the words proposing marriage came out of the mouth of Shinjue Xianjun, Ji Longjun's face suddenly turned ugly. Fairy Lan seemed to have expected it, and was not surprised at all. Ling Jianchuang had a cold expression on her face. Hua Lu lowered his head slightly, not daring to look at Ling Jianchuang. Long Jing, Meng Yuqiu, Zhang Ruoxue and others looked surprised. They had long seen that Hua Lu had been admiring Ling Jianchuang for a long time. But they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye they would go to Mermaid Island to propose marriage. It's easier to turn a page than to flip a book. As for Fan Yinli, she focused on eating and turned a deaf ear to other things. At this moment, Shinjue Xianjun spit out 4 words. The elixir of immortality. What? Ji Longjun, who was sitting on the coral jade couch, stood up in shock and his pupil shrank. Elixir of immortality? A huge sound, like thunder, resounded through the hall. Fan Yinli was so frightened that she almost dropped the fish cake in her hand. That's right. It's the elixir of immortality. At this moment, Shinjue Immortal Lord smiled slightly, raised his left palm, and with a snap, a flash of light flashed, and a long box of green ancient jade that was more than a foot long appeared. In an instant, a faint fragrance filled the hall. The aroma is extremely light, but it is like the fairy wine that has been buried in the ground for thousands of years. The moment the lid of the altar is suddenly opened, the mellow fragrance is emitted, which makes people feel refreshed. The aging body was rejuvenated at this moment. At this moment, Shinjue Xianjun opened the lid of the jade box. Suddenly the fragrance was strong and spread all around. A magical scene appeared. The 2 nascent soul old men standing next to Ji Longjun originally had gray hair on their temples. But at this moment, their gray hair turned into jet black. Feel like a child again. Swish, swish, swish. Looking at the long jade box, everyone's expressions were shocked. I saw a pure black elixir lying quietly in the jade box, with its roots wrapped around it. It was shaped like a 1,000-year-old polygonum multiflorum. It was pitch black, with clusters of colorful charm emanating from it, flickering on and off like the rhythm of breathing. This is the charm of the avenue. If you look closely, you can see that this magical plant has eyes, a nose, hands and feet, and it has grown into a human shape. Is it really the elixir of immortality? Ji Longjun said in disbelief. Fairy Lan, the big man from the Star Palace, and several nascent soul worshippers from the 10,000 Islands Alliance were all shocked. Aunt Lan, what is the elixir of immortality? Ling Jianchuang asked curiously. She didn't see any relevant records in the elixir classics. Fairy Lan frowned and said, theoretically speaking, a cultivator who cultivates the void will be immortal for 10,000 years. However, any monk who has practiced cultivating the void will more or less merge with the way of heaven. The more times of fusion, the easier it is for him to be contaminated by the way of heaven and lose his mind. The 5 degenerations of heaven and man. The lifespan is shortened. The immortal medicine is the supreme medicine that can prevent the monks from being polluted by heaven and live for 10,000 years. It is extremely rare. Hearing this, Ling Jianchuang, Long Jing, Meng Yuqiu and others were all stunned. This is the first time they have heard about the horror of heavenly pollution. How terrifying this heaven is. Even if you have cultivated to the realm of refining the void, you can't avoid it and resist the pollution of heaven? Will it also lead to mental loss, degeneration of heaven and man, and shortened lifespan? No wonder those powerful men of the Immortal Alliance all seem to have brain problems. It's actually the real elixir of immortality. At this time, the star-robed man from the Star Palace came to the jade box and took a deep sniff. His eyes were full of fiery color. Shinjue Immortal Lord, do you want to sell this immortal medicine? This is a priceless treasure. Sorry, I won't sell it. Shinjue Immortal Lord smiled slightly and shook his head, closing the jade cover. That's a shame. The star-robed man reluctantly returned to his seat. Ha ha. Lord Ji-long, this immortal medicine should allow your ancestor to see the light of day again and come out of the mountain again. I wonder if you are satisfied. The Shinju immortal lord sat down, casually placed the jade box on the table, and said with a smile, "This." Ji-long-jun took a look at the emerald jade box containing the elixir of immortality, and a look of interest appeared on his face. If that ancestor can come out of the mountain and be powerful enough to shock the world, I am afraid that no one will dare to offend Mermaid Island. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded. Humph! If it were me, I wouldn't want this elixir of immortality. The hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but turn to the person who made the noise. It's Fawn Yinli. Ah! Did I say what was on my mind again? I'm sorry. Fawn Yinli was concentrating on eating a steamed clam cake. She felt something strange in the main hall and couldn't help but raise her head, her face slightly red. It doesn't matter. This is Miss Fawn Yinlifeng, one of the 10 immortals. Right. I am very interested in what you say. So why don't you just tell me? Why don't you want this elixir of immortality? Ji-long-jun asked with a solemn expression. Well, Fawn Yinli turned to look at Fairy Lan. Fairy Lan nodded and said with a smile. Go ahead. Even if you say the wrong thing, everyone will think it's childish talk based on your IQ. So just say it. Then I said it. Seniors, don't be offended if you say something wrong. Fawn Yinli raised her hand to wipe her mouth, raised her hand and asked, Senior Ji, how is your ancestor doing now? Not very good. He is unconscious and often fakes corpses. Ji-long-jun shook his head. What is your ancestor's personality like? Is he a troublesome person? Fawn Yinli asked again. Quite tormenting. Ji-long-jun thought for a while and nodded. That's right. Cure your ancestor and let him come out. Why don't you let others suffer? It's better to let your ancestor continue to be confused, my mother said. Sometimes, fools crazy people are actually cuter than smart people, Fawn Yinli said crisply. Dot! After hearing this, Ji-long-jun fell into deep thought. Everyone was also slightly stunned. There is indeed some truth to this. However, when it came out of Fawn Yinli's mouth, it felt a bit unreasonable. Shinju Xianjun was also stunned. It was this little girl Fawn Yinli who came out to cause trouble? And it seems to be successful? Without hesitation, Shinju Immortal Lord smiled and said, Uh-huh. All the princesses of Lord Ji-long are the apples of their eyes, and their bodies are worth 1,000 pieces of gold. A mere 1,000-year-old elixir as a betrothal gift is definitely not enough. So I have prepared another one. A betrothal gift. Oh, and a betrothal gift? When Ji-long-jun heard this, he was slightly startled. Certainly. Shinju Xianjun pinched the magic formula and flicked it casually. Uh-huh. A green aura flew out of his sleeve, and a roll of map appeared in midair, slowly unfolding. In an instant, the sea area near Mermaid Island immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In everyone's surprised eyes, Shinju Xianju smiled slightly. I am willing to use the 7 sea areas near Mermaid Island, a total of 3,600 spiritual veins, as a betrothal gift. What? When Ji-long-jun heard this, he was shocked again. 7 nearby sea areas? 3,600 spiritual veins? Doesn't that mean that all the islands with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles belong to my Mermaid Island? The 2 nascent soul elders standing next to Ji-long-jun were shocked and speechless. In disbelief. This is a large sea area. If agreed, the sea area of Mermaid Island can be expanded at least 5 times. Hundreds of years later, maybe Mermaid Island can become one of the 4th largest overseas powers. Such a heavy betrothal gift is really unimaginable. Ji-long-jun was also very excited for a moment. At this moment, he saw Fawn Yinli curling her lips again with a look of disapproval. Miss Fawn, what do you think? Ji-long-jun cupped his hands and asked. I don't think you can ask for this betrothal gift, Fawn Yinli said crisply. Oh, why? Ji-long-jun looked like he was listening attentively. It's very simple. Can you manage a sea area as big as Mermaid Island? Aren't mermaids captured every day? My mother said that the most important thing for a person is to be self-aware. How many bowls of rice can you eat? How many bowls of rice can you eat? You have to know how many sheep you have. I know myself. With my IQ, I can herd 3 sheep. Fawn Yinli raised a hand and said proudly. Everyone. Dot. Miss Fong is right. Mermaid Island, cannot control these 7 sea areas. Ji-long-jun said with a relieved smile. Hearing this, A trace of displeasure flashed across the face of Shinju Xianjun, but it disappeared in an instant, and a smile appeared on his face. Ji Long, you don't have to be so anxious to refuse. I still have the last betrothal gift. Oh, please tell me. Ji Long Jun showed a hint of curiosity. That's him. Hanaru. Shinju Xianjun raised his hand and pointed at Hualu, and said with a smile, Ji Long Jun once said that he needs a supreme dragon body to be worthy of the sixth princess. It just so happens that Hualu is the legendary Tianshui divine body, and he once had the opportunity to take it. A piece of ambergris fruit condenses a supreme dragon soul golden elixir. Hualu is definitely the best match for the sixth princess. As a Taoist couple, they will definitely be able to cultivate to the state of becoming gods together. Dragon soul golden pill? When Ji Longjun heard this, he looked surprised. Is this true? Seriously? Hualu. Show me. Shinju Xianju said with a smile. It's embarrassing. Hualu took a step forward, stood in the hall, opened her mouth and spat out, and a golden elixir flew out of her mouth. It was as big as a goose egg, pure gold and immortal, and while it was spinning, there was a dragon-shaped soul surrounding it. Dragon soul golden pill. Ji Longjun fell into deep thought and turned his eyes to Fang Yinli. Miss Fang, what do you think? Everyone's eyes were immediately directed towards him. No. 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 My mother said that a man and a woman should marry in mutual love. And they are not breeding pigs. If they are suitable, they can have sex on the spot. This playboy has probably not even seen the sixth princess. Besides, if it is suitable, if so, there is someone more suitable. Fang Yinli said crisply. Hearing this, the faces of Shinju Xianjun and Hualu darkened. Oh, who is it? Ji Longjun asked curiously. Lulu. Fang Yinli said crisply. I saw it when I was rubbing Lulu's back. The 5 golden dragons on his back were big and mighty. If he formed a golden elixir, it would definitely be a supreme dragon elixir. As soon as these words came out, Ji Longjun's face darkened instantly. As if he was constipated, the faces of Shinju, Xianju and Hualu were ashen, so gloomy that they were almost dripping with water. Ling Jianchuang and others also looked strange and speechless. Did I say something wrong? Fang Yinli couldn't help but shrink his head when he saw everyone's expressions, and asked weakly, at this time, Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! 1, 2, 3. 6 mighty golden dragons soared into the sky from a distant hall, coiled around for 9 days, and covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, the storm rolled up. Spiritual energy riot. Chapter 184 failed to form the elixir? Boom! The golden dragon soars into the sky. The situation is changing. 100 miles in radius. Spiritual energy riot. What happened? Almost instantly, everyone in the palace sensed the riot of spiritual energy. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone flew out of the hall, looked up, and looked shocked. I saw 6,000-foot-thick golden dragons, mighty and fierce, swaying their bodies and swaying their tails, soaring above the blue sky, swallowing the spiritual energy from all directions. The flying dragon is in the sky. This is someone forming an elixir? Who is forming an elixir? How could it lead to such a strange phenomenon? Fairy Lan was surprised. Why does this golden dragon look familiar? Ling Jianchuang frowned slightly and murmured. Boom! At this moment, a vast, sacred, pure golden Buddha light shot straight into the sky, like a pillar supporting the sky, standing between heaven and earth. In everyone's surprised eyes, the golden Buddha's light shone brightly, and actually condensed into a 9-petal lotus golden throne in the sky, 1 acre in size. 9-petal lotus platform. Fairy Lan looked at the huge 9-petal golden lotus in the sky and was extremely surprised. Which ancient Buddhist temple is this Buddhist disciple? The Buddha's light is pure. The sky dragon blocks the sun, and it triggers hundreds of miles of spiritual energy to form a 9-petal lotus platform. As he spoke, he took out a cloud ring and tossed it casually. Buzz! The cloud ring flew up into the air, shot out a spiritual light, and condensed a huge water mirror in the air, reflecting the strange scene on the Mermaid Island Palace. Suddenly, lines of golden characters appeared. 9-petal lotus platform? Amitabha. Another Buddha? I am the Buddha. It seems that we have another Buddhism school in the West. How good it is. Hey, why do I look familiar to those golden dragons? Master Shuiyu, what do you think? According to Buddhist records, Those who form elixirs to induce the vision of a 9-petal lotus platform can achieve Buddhahood in 9 out of 10 cases. Buddha is a powerful being who transforms into gods. It's no wonder that the great Buddhist masters are overjoyed. Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! At this moment, 6 mighty golden dragons soaring into the sky suddenly swooped down, as fast as thunder from the 9 heavens, and suddenly rushed into the main hall that spewed out Buddha's light pillars, and disappeared. Boom! It was like a crisp crackling sound of a silver bottle falling to the ground, resounding throughout the world. That pillar of Buddha's light, together with the 9-petal golden lotus pedestal in the sky, shattered into pieces and turned into little golden lights, dissipating between heaven and earth. The rioting spiritual energy suddenly returned to calm. How is this going? Did the elixir formation fail? Everyone present, including the powerful Immortal Alliance, who watched through the cloud ring, couldn't help but be surprised. The next moment, the roar of the dragon shook the sky. Thousands of miles of wind and clouds swept through the 8 wastelands. The sea thousands of miles away stirred up huge waves. I saw 6 behemoth and mighty golden dragons soaring out of that golden palace again. However, this time they came out side by side, connected at the ends, with a 9-petal golden lotus seat as huge as a house on top. On top of the 9-petal golden lotus throne stands a 10-foot-tall powerful Vajra Arhat. His muscles are stretched all over his body. His eyes are blazing, and his fists are clenched and raised in front of his chest, as if he can strike out at any time to destroy all monsters and monsters. At first glance, it seems that this powerful Vajra Arhat has gathered all the power in the world and is invincible. 6 Dragon Rapho. As soon as this Arhat appeared, buzz buzz, buzz buzz, the golden body of Buddha enshrined by 3,000 Buddhist gates could not help but tremble. 10,000 Buddhas sing together. 10,000 Buddhas chirping together? It's actually 10,000 Buddhas singing together again? How is that possible? This is actually a Buddha coming to the world. Master Shuayu, come out and see the incarnate Buddha. All the great Buddhist masters completely lost their composure. On top of the water mirror, lines of gold characters were brushed out, occupying the entire water mirror. Just like that, under the shocked eyes of everyone, 6 golden dragons pulled the powerful Vajra Arhat to fly into the sky and stand in the west. Then, 6 5-clawed golden dragons soared into the sky, swooped down, and rushed into the hall. When everyone saw this, their pupils shrank. Could it be? The next moment, 6 golden dragons soared out again, their tails connected together, and a 9-petaled lotus golden throne was pulled out from the main hall. This time, on top of the 9-petal rosette is a great bodhisattva with white elephants on his feet, a golden dragon around his waist, and a demon-conquering pestle in his hand. This great bodhisattva has the same angry Vajra eyes as the powerful Vajra Arhat, but it is more powerful and frightens all demons. Buzz buzz, buzz buzz. The Buddha worshipped by 3,000 Buddhist gates in the west trembled even more. Another Buddha. Unbelievable. Hurry and go to Dalian Temple to ask Kong to see the divine monk. The Buddhist great master was very excited. The entire Buddhism suddenly became a commotion, and there was no trace of peace anymore. However, this is not over yet. 6 golden dragons pulled the mighty heavenly dragon bodhisattva to the side of the powerful Vajra Arhat and swooped down again. Then, another Buddha was pulled out. This is a 3-eyed Buddha, holding a colorful sacred mountain in one hand and a dragon and snake palace lantern in the other hand. It has a solemn appearance and angry Vajra eyes, showing a ferocious aura that suppresses 10,000 Buddhas. Sumeru Lamp King Buddha. As soon as the Buddha appeared, the Buddha enshrined in the Buddhist sect began to tremble violently, bursting out with rays of Buddha light, soaring into the sky, illuminating the entire Buddhist kingdom. Dot! At this moment, the 3,000 Buddhist disciples were shocked and numb. They could only stare blankly at the powerful Vajra Arhat, the mighty Tianlong Bodhisattva, and the great Sumeru Lamp King Buddha standing side by side in the water mirror in the sky. They were stunned and in disbelief. A Buddha's heart is in shock and collapsed due to a huge impact. How can this be? The appearance of 3 Buddhas is almost like the birth of Buddha into the world. Who on earth can actually condense such a vision of elixir formation? Fairy Lan, Immortal Shinju and others who were present at the scene were also extremely shocked. With such visions, is it possible that Buddhism is going to produce a supreme world-honored one? Ji Longjun. Who is this person who formed the pill? The immortal Lord Shinju finally couldn't help but be curious and asked aloud. Well, Ji Longjun's face looked a little strange. It was like going home and bumping into Wu Daolong, who was disheveled and jumped out of the window to escape. At this moment, 6 golden dragons flew down and pulled out another Buddha. Great Amitabha Buddha. Then, another Buddha was pulled out. Great Formless Buddha. 5 Buddhas stand in the west, blooming with vast Buddha light. And 6 mighty 5-clawed golden dragons soar in the sky, lingering among the 5 Buddhas. Witnessing this scene, everyone present, including the powerful Immortal Alliance, couldn't help but feel a little thump in their hearts. A name comes to mind. Land. Carp. Ruined. Fawn Yinli opened her mouth, and the chicken leg she was chewing fell to the ground with a clatter. And her face instantly turned pale. Sure enough, I guessed it right. Lu Li is on Mermaid Island, right in that golden palace. Moreover, this guy is about to form a pill so soon. Impossible. Meng Yuqiu, Zhang Ruoxue, and Long Jing were all in disbelief. Didn't Lu Li practice cultivation for just 1 year? Why did it become a pill? Moreover, the celestial phenomena caused by pill formation are still so terrifying? It's even scarier than the visions caused by their more than 20 years of practice. This makes it impossible for people to play. This guy really makes a fuss every time he appears. Ling Jianshuang bit her red lips with her silver teeth, her expression quite complicated. At this moment, there was a bang. Red flames erupted from the entire golden palace. The flames were so blazing that they burned up all the wasteland. The rolling heat waves swept across, forming a huge sea of fire, which actually forced the sea water shrouded in the palace directly away. This is the pure yang flame of Daogang, melting gold and iron, burning everything. Then, out of the sea of blazing red flames, a firebird flew out, with 3 legs, golden hair all over its body, and a phoenix crown as red as blood. It is one of the innate spirits, the 3-legged golden crow. This 3-legged golden crow was at first the size of a fist. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a size of thousands of feet. It soared 90,000 miles above the sky and soared in the sky. Its fire shone like another scorching sun. Every time he flutters his wings, he waves out pieces of gilded flames, which fall on the world and burn the rivers and boil the seas. Golden Crow Dharma, the ultimate pure yang Daogang flame? Ordinary spiritual fire and strange fire are not scary at all. This is probably a strange phenomenon caused by taking the supreme elixir Jinma 1. This can't be the illegitimate son of Master Fei Xian. Right. Master Xiantian. You stinky Taoist priest. Don't talk nonsense. I'm still a boy. If you talk nonsense again, I will smash your dog's head with a Taoist statue. Above the water mirror, the Taoist masters were shocked and sprayed each other. Boom. Just at this moment, a huge pillar of demonic energy rose into the sky and rolled away. In the blink of an eye, there was no bright sun in the sky, only dark demonic energy rolling like thunderclouds, covering the sky. They turned into night in an instant. Only the 5 Buddhas bloomed with vast sacred golden Buddha light, and together with the golden crow, like the scorching sun, they emitted blazing light and illuminated the heaven and earth. If you look carefully, you will see that there is a huge and terrifying monster hidden in this boundless and powerful demonic energy. Boom! Thunder explodes the world. The silver thunder python tears through the billowing demonic energy. A brilliant divine power, vast and boundless, shrouded down and suppressed everyone's hearts. Energy formation has officially begun. The golden elixir thunder tribulation has appeared. Everyone looked solemn. As expected, boom boom boom. Streams of silver thunder and lightning condensed from the infinitely high sky, carrying the power of thunder that destroyed all things, and struck down towards the golden palace on the earth. Golden elixir thunder. However, before it could come down, a huge and boundless black demonic whale suddenly jumped up from the billowing demonic energy. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed up all the sky thunders. Land carp. At this moment, everyone guessed it. This guy who formed elixirs on Mermaid Island and caused such shocking phenomena is Lu Li. Damn it! It's him again! Hua Lu couldn't help but clenched his fists, with a ferocious face and murderous intent. In another corner of Mermaid Island, Yang Su was also gritting his teeth, his face full of hatred and murderous intent. He relied on Taimao Sect's secret method of sensing to take back the 5 elements' death-destroying fan. But he never expected that Lu Li would form a pill at this time. Boom boom boom. Thunder surged. Thunder rolled down from the sky. Then, it was of no use. All the sky thunders were swallowed up by the 1,000-foot-long black whale. It took less than half an hour. That vast force of heaven disappeared without a trace. Luli has survived the thunder tribulation and is about to successfully form an elixir. As expected, as soon as the thunder disappears, all the demonic clouds close up and wrap around the 5 Buddhas, 6 golden dragons, and the 3-legged golden crow. They will fly down and merge into the golden palace. Go! At this moment, the Shinju Immortal Lord's eyes turned cold, and a gray light flew out of his sleeves and disappeared in a flash. Then, the magic cloud in the sky suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, an invisible gray gas spurted out from the void and suddenly merged into the demonic cloud. The demonic cloud didn't notice it, and tried to shrink again, and landed, trying to shrink back into the golden palace. Boom! The magic cloud exploded again. Shrink again. Explode again. Everyone looked shocked. Is this a failure to form the elixir? Chapter 185 10,000 Buddhas chasing the sect. In the sky, the magic cloud shrank 3 times. Then, explode 3 times. During this back and forth, Emoyin became extremely weak. Those 5 Buddhas also had dim light. The 6 mighty dragons began to show signs of fatigue, and they also looked a little weak while flying. The 3-legged golden crow, that looked like a scorching sun, was no longer radiant. How is this going? You have clearly survived the golden elixir thunder tribulation. Why can't you condense the elixir? It shouldn't be. It would be a pity if the pill formation fails. TSK. After all the fuss, it turns out he's just a silver-tongued guy. He's just good-looking. A series of surprises, regrets, and sneers suddenly sounded. Call. Hualu let out a long sigh of relief, and a gloating sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Once the elixir formation fails, it goes without saying that the foundation will be damaged. It will take at least 10 years of rest to make up for it. What's even more terrifying is the knot in the heart. The fear that the elixir formation will fail again will attract the prying eyes of the demons from outside the realm. Therefore, during the second elixir formation, the demons will invade, the inner demons will explode, and the elixir formation will fail again. There are 2 paths of immortals and demons, and those who succeed in forming elixirs for the second time will never survive. Those who succeed in forming pills for the 3rd time may not be able to produce one in hundreds of years. Now, if Luli fails to form a pill, his chances of succeeding in forming a pill for the 2nd time in the future are slim, and he is likely to continue to fail. In this way, Luli will most likely be abandoned by the Yinming sect, and turn from a world-famous peerless genius into a trash that everyone despises. Then, he was bullied and died in revenge. Thinking of this, Hualu couldn't help but feel a sense of joy at getting revenge, and almost laughed out loud. Sister Ling, can that guy Luli really fail to form the pill? Fan Yinli pulled Ling Jianchuang's sleeve and asked with a frown. This, Ling Jianchuang also frowned slightly, although she was teased several times by Luli. In this situation, she didn't want Luli to fail in forming the pill. How is this going? At this moment, the demonic clouds in the sky suddenly rotated, enveloping the Lotus Buddha, the Golden Crow, and the Golden Dragon. Luli is going to try forming pills again. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to him again, staring closely. Under the gaze of everyone, the 1-acre black demonic cloud rotated violently like a nebula, swallowing the spiritual energy of the world in all directions, and seemed to be gestating something. Hundreds of miles of spiritual energy were pulled wildly and merged into the magic cloud. A Category 16 hurricane rolled up and tore apart the remaining clouds. In the distance, huge waves surged up from the sea, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. After a cup of tea, call. A ray of breeze blows. The magic cloud dispersed, and a 3-leaf spirit flower, as big as a pond, appeared in front of everyone. Under the sunlight, everyone could clearly see that the 3-leaf spirit flower's 3-petal leaves were pure gold, black, and red. If you look closely, you will see a swastika floating on the golden leaves, spinning slowly, which is extremely sacred. The magic light shines on the black leaves, condensing into a picture of Tai Chi fish with flashing black and white light. The last red spiritual leaf was filled with water like firelight, forming a lifelike golden crow. This is to form a 3-flower gathering golden elixir, someone exclaimed. The next moment, this huge 3-color spiritual flower shrank and turned into a fist-sized flower bone. It was like a bud waiting to bloom. It slowly rotated and fell towards the golden palace in the distance. If you look closely, you will see that the outermost layer of this small 3-color flower is a golden swastika. The inner layer is a red golden crow, and the innermost layer is a black and white Tai Chi fish picture. Buddhism, Taoism and demons are perfectly blended together without a single flaw, as if they were made in heaven. It seems that the elixir formation was successful. Once this three-color flower that absorbs infinite spiritual energy returns to the Dantianzi mansion after the fusion of essence, energy and spirit, it will give birth to a supreme golden elixir. From now on, my destiny will be up to me. Everyone stared intently. Will it succeed this time? Soon, the three-color flower bones fell outside the golden palace and were about to shrink into the palace. There was a click. At this moment, an extremely subtle cracking sound was heard. A crack appeared on the three-color spiritual flower. Click, click, click. In the blink of an eye, the three-color spiritual flower shattered into pieces, and violent spiritual energy spurted out, sweeping in all directions like a sea explosion. Everyone felt as if an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy was rushing towards their faces, and their whole bodies were about to be blown away more than 10 miles away. Then, there were 3 bangs. The spirit flower was completely shattered. The 3 beams of light shot straight up into the sky, transforming back into the original demonic clouds, the Buddha on the lotus platform, and the 3-legged golden crow. The pill formation failed. Everyone squinted in the strong wind, looking at the extremely thin magic cloud, the dim light of the lotus Buddha, and the 3-legged golden crow, frowning slightly. Humph! The most evil genius in the demon sect? That's it? Walu couldn't help but sneer and mocked. Well done! The demon sect. Even the heavens cannot tolerate him. Humph! Lu Li is too arrogant and arrogant. Even God can't stand it, and won't form a pill for him. Evil will be rewarded with evil. Wherever he is, I will catch him and kill him on the spot. At this time, the nascent soul worshippers from the 10,000 Islands Alliance clapped their hands and said murderously. Hearing these words, Long Jing, Meng Yuqiu, and Zhang Ruoxue breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little regretful. The land carp put too much pressure on them. If Lu Li succeeds in forming a pill, I'm afraid they will have to live in Lu Li's shadow for the rest of their lives. Did he fail to form the elixir? On the side, Ling Jinchuang frowned slightly, but there was no trace of happiness on her face. There was still a hint of silence between his brows. Similarly, Fang Yinli beside him was also a little sad. Inside the Golden Palace, Ji Jionyang bit her lips lightly, her beautiful face full of worry. Mother! Is Master Lu really going to fail in forming the elixir? The beautiful woman in golden clothes couldn't think of words to comfort her for a moment. Do it all at once. Second time tired. Third time exhausted. The Mr. Lu inside has survived the Golden Core Thunder tribulation and has tried to condense the pill 4 times. But all of them have failed. It can be concluded that the pill formation this time has failed. Snort! At this moment, a cold snort sounded. The fairy Lan floated into the air, raised her hand, and with a splash, starlight burst out from her sleeves and washed out. Suddenly, everyone saw a horrifying scene. Above the 9 heavens, there is a huge blood-colored one-horned demon head as big as a mountain. Its face is covered with vertical blue eyes. It is densely packed together and is extremely scary. It is devouring the Buddha's light from the Buddha. At the same time, blood-colored tentacles stretched out, entangled in the 3-legged golden crow and the magic cloud, sucking in the Taoist flames and supreme demonic energy. You can almost see that with every suction. There is a big bulging bag, rushing back into the bloody one-horned demon along the tentacles. Horrifying. Suddenly, in the water mirror, lines of gold characters appeared. It turns out to be the one-horned, thousand-eyed demon that erodes magic among the extraterrestrial demons. No wonder the elixir formation failed. Huh? No. The one-horned thousand-eyed demon of Eclipse has always been cautious and cautious. He never appears in public. Why does he appear here? Ha ha. It seems someone has tampered with it. What a pity. The elixir formation has failed. Seeing the terrifying demon, everyone present suddenly realized. No wonder the elixir formation failed. It turns out that there is a demon secretly sabotaging it. Unfortunately, it was discovered too late. Seeing that the Buddha, the demon cloud, and the golden crow were about to be eaten completely by the demon. Just at this moment, bang, 5 Buddhas exploded. Boom. That golden crow also exploded. Everyone was stunned. What kind of operation is this? Is it self-destruction? The next moment, the demonic cloud rolled, wrapping the broken Buddha fragments and golden crow flames, and in the blink of an eye, It condensed into a huge demonic dragon of 100 feet. Just like that, the Baizhong demonic dragon actually started fighting directly with the one-horned and thousand-eyed demon of erosion. However, the one-horned demon is extremely powerful, and its bloody tentacles whip violently, wrapping around the demon dragon. Thousands of green eyes shoot out strange green light, corroding holes in the demon dragon. He took big bites, and the dragon was soon covered in bruises. Seeing that the demon dragon is about to be defeated, suddenly, another dragon roar came from the Golden Palace. A small golden-green dragon swam its body, flew into the sky, and joined the battle group. This little golden-green dragon swung its claws and swept its tail, looking extremely elegant. At first glance, she is female. Ronger. Ji Longjuan's face changed slightly. Everyone was also stunned. Who is this little golden dragon? Actually helping Lu Li? Just as he was thinking about it, the jet-black demon dragon and the golden-blue dragon assisted each other in offense and defense, and worked in tacit cooperation to withstand the attack of the one-horned and thousand-eyed magic-eating demon. But after a cup of tea, the magic dragon and the golden-green dragon were once again on the defensive, unable to attack. This one-horned devil is so fierce. It is much more advanced than the six-winged golden cicada demon and other small demons. If the six-winged golden cicada demon is a young monk at the first level of chi refining, then the one-horned eclipse demon is at least a perfect foundation builder. It can't be beaten at all. Seeing that Jinqing Xiaolong was also injured and was about to be defeated. At this moment, the jet-black demonic dragon suddenly wrapped around the golden-green dragon. The next moment, the two dragons entangled themselves together. Their momentum grew infinitely, and they unexpectedly burst out with astonishing innate yin and yang power. One mysterious move after another is immediately unleashed. Double dragons go to sea. Two dragons playing with pearls. The flying dragon is in the sky. Dragons fight in the wild. Sanjian gets water. Get fire from across the mountain. The dragon lurks in the abyss. Ho Yi shot the sun, the beggar cooked rice. The battle is shocking. The one-horned devil was beaten to the point of retreat. Turn around and run away. At this moment, the demon dragon opened its huge mouth to swallow the sky. And in one bite, it devoured the one-horned, thousand-eyed demon of the eclipse. The next moment, the demonic dragon and the golden-green dragon coiled together and violently rotated, bursting out with blazing black and white light, turning into a huge black and white ball of light and shadow, suspended above the 9 heavens. Boom! Suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rioted again. Hundreds of miles, thousands of miles of spiritual energy. It vibrated at this moment, sweeping like a tidal wave, rushing towards the black and white yin and yang sun ball. Above the 9 heavens, thousands of auspicious glows condensed into golden clouds and fell down. The rays of light shine across the sky and the earth. Almost at the same time, the Buddha worshipped by 3,000 Buddhist gates shot out golden light into the sky, condensed the Buddha's dharma, and bowed together in the direction of Mermaid Island. 10,000 Buddhas worship. Chapter 186 Wuji Dao Golden Pill. Buddha's light reaches the sky. 10,000 Buddhas worship. 3,000 Buddhists completely rioted at this moment. I don't know how many monks were so shocked when they looked at the scene in the sky that they couldn't help but chant the Buddha's name and join their hands in worship. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, Buddhist powers flew into the sky, and their extremely powerful thoughts spread throughout the Buddhist kingdom. 10,000 Buddhas Chizong. This is the birth of the Supreme Buddha. Welcome the reincarnation of Buddha today. My Buddha is greatly prosperous. Where is Master Shuiyu? I would like to go with you to welcome the Buddha. Charge the duck and snatch back the reincarnated Buddha. It's no wonder that these Buddhist masters are so out of sorts and excited. After all, over thousands of years, many Buddhists have become Buddhas. There are even a few Buddhas who have appeared in this world. However, the vision that can cause thousands of Buddhas to worship is just one in front of you. This is definitely a Buddhist event. It is urgent to take back the reincarnated Buddha and worship him. Dalian Temple. The 3 divine monks were floating in the air, looking at the sight of thousands of Buddhas worshipping in the sky, all with shocked expressions. There was a Buddha reincarnated before, and now there is a Buddha. The Buddha, should be reborn. Among them, the calmness of the white-browed divine monk who had practiced for many years disappeared at this moment, and an uncontrollable joy appeared between his brows. Amit Ba, this land carp is actually the reincarnated Buddha. It seems that we need to invite the Taoist instrument to welcome the Buddha back to the Western Buddhist kingdom. Another tall divine monk said solemnly. Wait a minute. At this time, the ugly-looking and short-statured monk had a deep look in his eyes and stopped him. Buddha's words and deeds have profound meanings. He was reincarnated in the mountain of 10,000 demons, and he must have considered everything and prepared to conquer the demons with his own body. I don't mess with the Buddha's arrangements if your knowledge is shallow. Senior brother air crash means. The white-browed divine monk's eyes lit up. Now! The magic circle of the Taima sect is about to be activated. When the time comes, all the demons will come and cause chaos in the world. This is the demonic tribulation. The Buddha came to the world in the demon gate and sacrificed himself to H.L. Probably just to suppress the demonic tribulation. So, we don't have to go to meet the Buddha. We just need to protect him secretly. The ugly monk clasped his hands together and said, That makes sense. Senior brother is right. It's so good. When the white-browed divine monk and the tall divine monk heard this, they all put their hands together and chanted the Buddha's name. Then, let me break the precepts. Weave some lies. Persuade fellow Buddhists. And at the same time, let the reincarnated Buddha's status in the demon sect be increased several times. If evil karma is added to me in the future, I am willing to bear it alone and fall into the endless H.L. Yes. Please, Lord Brahma, the ugly monk said, forming a supreme seal with his hands. Buzz. Golden light flashed. In his hand was a treasure ship studded with gold, silver, pearls, agate and bodhisattva. This is Brahma's treasure ship to cross the world. The supreme Taoist artifact enshrined in Dalian Temple. When an extremely clear bell rang from Brahma's treasure ship, resounding throughout the Buddhist kingdom and suppressing all sounds. Immediately afterwards, 3 divine monks appeared in the sky. The leader, wearing a bright red and gold cassock, is ugly and short in stature. He is the air disaster monk of Dalian Temple. He held the Buddha's seal in one hand and held the treasure ship of Brahma in the other hand, and uttered the Buddha's words. Comrades, Lord Brahma has seen through the past, present and future. This land carp is not the reincarnation of the Buddha, but a demon Buddha. He is recorded in the holy words of the Buddhist scriptures. He wears my Buddha's cassock and destroys my Buddhist skills. He has the name of Buddha, the big devil who practices evil ways. As soon as these words came out, all 3,000 Buddhist schools were shocked. Demon Buddha? Big devil? In the future, when Buddhist disciples encounter this demon, if they can subdue it, they will bring it back to Buddhism for transformation. If they cannot subdue it, they will retreat. The loud voice of the air crash god monk spread and shook the world. Suddenly, the sound of discussion started. It turns out to be a big demon. So insidious. We almost got hit. That's right. How could a mere pill formation cause such a huge phenomenon and make the whole world know about it? It turns out there is such a plan. Fortunately, there is Lord Brahma. Otherwise, if the big demon Luli is brought back, I am afraid that 3,000 will become 3,000 demon sects in a few hundred years. As a result, many Buddhist powers, who were extremely excited, returned to calm. The images of the 10,000 Buddhas in the sky quickly faded and disappeared. This also strengthened Buddhism's faith. Luli is the reincarnation of a demon Buddha. This news instantly spread to both immortals and demons, and reached Mermaid Island. Everyone believed it, because if Luli is the real reincarnation of the Buddha, and 3,000 Buddhists do not come to greet him, it would be a crime of great disrespect. In the future, the Buddhists will definitely be subjected to the boundless wrath of the Buddha, and his bad karma will be added to his body. Put it this way, this Luli is really a big devil. Big devil? How scary. No wonder I have nightmares every time I meet him. No, I have to eat a few more braised pig's feet to calm down the shock. In the sky above the palace, Fang Yinli's face was full of fear, and she started eating like crazy. Ling Jianchuan on the side frowned slightly. That guy don't even know he's a bit shameless. Despicable. And despicable. He doesn't look like a big devil in any way. Boom. At this moment, the ball of yin and yang black and white light suddenly rotated, wildly devouring thousands of miles of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy swept through, setting off a hurricane of more than 20 people. Huge waves roared in all directions. In just a few breaths, the black and white light ball of yin and yang expanded 1,000 times, 10,000 times, as if the heavenly dog was eclipsing the sun, and actually covered the bright sun in the 9 heavens. The sky immediately darkened. Tons. Then, accompanied by several earth-shattering explosions, the yin-yang black and white light ball suddenly shrank and turned into a round, lychee-sized golden elixir with a black and white yin-yang fish wrapped around it. It fell straight down towards where Luli was. That golden palace shot down. Above the golden elixir exudes the aura of the Supreme Avenue. This is a great golden elixir. The supreme golden elixir that surpasses the top-grade golden elixir. Surpasses the 5 elements golden elixir. Surpasses the dragon soul golden elixir. Surpasses the void-shattering golden elixir. And surpasses all golden elixirs. The road is up. Wan Dan surrenders. Almost instantly. Ling Jianshuang. Fan Yinli. Long Jing. Meng Yuqiu. Zhang Ruoxue. Hua Lu. Yang Su. As well as the golden elixir monks, who were thousands of miles above Mermaid Island, could not help but feel a sense of fear and awe in their hearts. The meaning of surrender. The whole person couldn't help but bow down to the falling golden elixir. Just like the ministers worshipping the emperor. The golden elixir of the Great Road. Is this the real golden elixir of the Great Tao? His. So terrifying. The demon sect is about to produce another void refining power. Sister Ling, what is the Great Tao golden pill? Can it be eaten? Fang Yinli asked curiously while chewing the pig's feet. Ling Jianshuang's expression was also quite shocked. Enya bit her lips and murmured, "A golden elixir is swallowed in the stomach, and my fate is up to me. I am the Tao. This is the golden elixir of the Great Tao." Golden elixir is the Great Road. For thousands of years, it is rumored that only Dao Mingming Master has cultivated a Dao golden elixir. Now, there's one more. Or her mortal enemy, Lu Li. How is this possible, that he actually succeeded in forming an elixir? And it's also a great golden elixir. While Lu's face was extremely ugly. From now on, if his golden elixir is suppressed in front of Lu Li, won't he be doomed? In the corner of Mermaid Island, Yang Su also had a gloomy face, with expressions of fear, shock, and apprehension appearing in his eyes in turn. In the end, everything turned into murderous intent. We can't let the land carp grow any longer. The land carp must die. Call out. At this moment, Dao Dao Jin Dan shrank suddenly and got into the golden palace. In the secret training room, Lu Li slowly opened his eyes. 2 rays of golden light immediately shot out from his eyes, and terrifying magic power immediately swept out of him. Vast as the sea. Boundless. Is this the power of the golden pill cultivator? Lu Li clenched his fist slightly. Instantly, in his body, boundless power spurted out from his flesh and blood, spreading to his limbs and bones. The power is rising rapidly. 250,000 caddies. 300,000 pounds. 370,000 pounds. 490,000 pounds. In the end, the strength stopped at 500,000 kilograms. In other words, with a single wave of his hand, he can destroy mountains and cities with 500,000 kilograms of physical strength. Powerful withdraw spell. Lu Li narrowed his eyes. Golden light flashed on the back of his palm, and he punched casually. Puff. With a muffled sound. The space around the blasted pale gold fist was directly distorted, and a fist-like mark was dented. 500,000 kilograms of strength. A 64-fold increase. That is a bombardment of 32 million kilograms. The power of 320 dragons. When struck with this punch, let alone a golden elixir, even a nascent soul lord would explode into a ball of blood mist on the spot. Feel the purple mansion in Dantian again. The golden elixir of the Great Tao turned around, and boundless magic power spurted out. The intensity of the mana is comparable to 12 Yangzus. 10 flower streams. 8 Ling Jianshuang. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the majestic spiritual energy all around him was instantly inhaled into his body. Once it was turned around in the Dao golden pill, it was transformed into the mana of 10 powerful scenes and blended into the golden pill. It seems like there is no limit. Unlimited storage of mana. This is the Wuji Dao golden pill. Invincible golden pill. The sharp light in the land carp's eyes soared into the sky, looking in all directions. With this invincible golden elixir, this invincible system, this demon gate, I will be destroyed. Chapter 187. Just because you want to kill me. The golden elixir of the Great Road. The king of 10,000 pills. Coupled with the automatic cultivation system of Kung Fu. The day he reaches the point of becoming invincible will be the time when he personally destroys the demon sect. Of course, the leader of the Dao Alliance cannot let go. Ahem. At this moment, a soft cough sounded next to him. Well, Lu. Mr. Lu. Can you put on your clothes first? Lu Li turned his head when he heard the sound. and saw a woman in the corner with her head tilted to one side, not daring to look at anyone. She was wearing a white dress, and her black hair was like clouds, like a gooseneck of frosty white snow, with a hint of crimson on her collarbone. A pair of exquisite jade feet, like pink lotus root and jade carvings, are really beautiful. Look at yourself again. Your clothes are in tatters. Thank you, Miss G, for helping me practice and break through the golden elixir. Luli looked solemn and bowed. Hearing this, the woman responded softly, her cheeks blushing. The sound fell into my ears, making me feel numb. Luli recalled everything that had just happened, and his heart trembled. He still had some unfinished thoughts, and said with a smile, Miss G, I have planted several spiritual roots in your body. It is not difficult for you to give birth to a nascent soul within a year. However, this is not safe. How about I plant a few more? You? You are shameless. When the woman heard this, she was stunned for a moment, and then she realized what she was doing. She turned around and scolded her with a shy and angry face. At this time, Luli also saw her appearance clearly. This is a stunning beauty, who is about 17 or 18 years old. Her face is like a hibiscus. Her eyes are bright and her teeth are white. Her skin is as white as agar-agar white jade. Her temperament is pure and refined, and she is full of fairy spirit. It feels like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. She is indeed the most beautiful among all the mermaid princesses. It was she who, in the critical moment just now, got entangled with him, blended her souls, enhanced her magic power, and relied on the burst of innate yin and yang power to suppress the 1,000-eyed heavenly demon and cultivate the golden elixir. So, please don't worry, madam. I will be responsible. Luli looked solemn and bowed. You? Hearing this, the woman's pretty face was filled with embarrassment. She stared at Luli bitterly, and with a flick of her hand, a piece of white gauze appeared on her face, covering her face. The voice also became extremely cold at this moment, without a trace of emotion. Master Lu, you are the peerless genius of the demon sect. I am just a little shark from Mermaid Island. You and I are not the same as each other. What happened today should be regarded as my gratitude for your life-saving grace to Jiao Nyang. In addition, and I hope you can forgive my father for being rude before. Luli raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Unexpectedly, the person who put on pants and didn't recognize anyone was actually the other person. This is really unexpected. I see. After a moment of silence, Luli smiled, and with a flash of inspiration, he put on a golden treasured garment. Also, I have a request. I hope that no third party will know about this matter. The woman in white clothes said softly. No problem. I'm always tight-lipped. Luli agreed immediately. The next moment, he appeared out of thin air in front of the woman in white clothes, and handed out a black heart-shaped stone. This is a blessing stone. It has been blessed. Miss G, please accept it, and treat it as if you and I are in love. Leave a souvenir. This is good. The woman in white clothes nodded lightly, flicked her hand, and took away the stone. The voice was still soft, and no trace of emotion could be heard. His face was also covered by a veil, and no trace of happiness or anger could be seen. However, her reddish earlobes revealed her inner unrest. By the way, I also have a request. Luli took a step forward and said with a gentle smile. Master Lu, please tell me. The woman in white clothes lightly brushed Dark Cloud's hair and took a step back. However, we have retreated to the edge of the wall, and there is no way to retreat. My request is, you can keep the heirloom I left for you if you can, and don't use magic to force it out. Luli smiled warmly. The woman in white clothes was stunned. Then he reacted, and his earlobes instantly turned red, as if they were dripping blood. Luli looked at it. His heart moved, and he reached out to take off the veil of the beauty in front of him and take another look. At this moment, a loud noise came in. Ji Long Jun, hand over Luli. Let me kill this demon. At this time, the hall was filled with murderous intent. Shinjua sat in the upper right position. His face changed from his previous immortal demeanor, and his face was full of majesty. The same is true for the several 10,000 Islands Alliance ministers sitting under him. Shinjua, I don't understand what you are saying. Luli is a monster from the demon sect. How can I accept him in my palace? On the coral jade couch in front, Ji Longjun in gold robe frowned. Then who was the person who broke through the golden elixir just now? Shinju Xianju asked in a deep voice. This is naturally the peerless genius of our mermaid island. To be honest, the person who made the breakthrough just now is the illegitimate son of my emperor, Ji Longjun said solemnly, although he hates Luli very much. Handing over Luli now would be truly ungrateful and goes against his Taoist conscience. He couldn't do it. Nonsense! Lord Ji Long, your ancestor was cursed by heaven, and the bloodline has been lost to your generation. All the children you gave birth to are daughters. Where are the illegitimate children? The expression of the Shinjue immortal lord became stern. Hearing this, Ji Longjun's expression changed drastically. This is the secret of Mermaid Island. How could Shinjue Xianjun know it? At this moment, the nascent soul worshippers from the 10,000 Islands Alliance also began to persuade them. Is Lord Ji Long afraid of the Evening Ghost Emperor? Is he threatened by the Demon Sect? There is no need to be afraid. With the 10,000 Islands Alliance and the Immortal Alliance here, they can definitely protect the Mermaid Island. Please hand over Luli as soon as possible. That's right. This son, Luli, is the reincarnation of a demon Buddha. He will bring misery to the world in the future and must be eliminated. He must be strangled in the cradle. Could it be that Lord Ji Long wants to go against our 10,000 Islands Alliance? Hearing these words, Ji Longjun looked quite ugly. Make friends? Unrighteous. Not making friends? Offend the 10,000 Islands Alliance. In the future, Mermaid Island may not be able to move forward in the 10,000 Islands Alliance. Fairy Lawn, Elder Chuanqing, you have just seen and heard that Lu Li is the reincarnated demon Buddha who is bringing trouble to the world. Please also advise Ji Longjun not to be stubborn. At this time, the Shinjue Immortal Lord was righteous and awe-inspiring, and he bowed his hands to the woman in white and the star-robed man sitting opposite. This is obviously an attempt to take advantage of the situation and force people to do so. Use the power of Tianhe Sword Sect, Xingchen Palace, and even the Immortal Alliance to force Lord Ji Long to hand over Lu Li. Let me be fair. Sitting on the upper left, Fairy Lawn crossed her legs and swung her wooden clogs under her feet. She said slowly, "This is the family matter of fellow Taoist Ji Longjun. Although I don't know whether it is true or not. I, the Tianhe Sword Sect, should not and cannot care about it. Let alone I don't want to care about it. Of course, if I see a land carp outside Mermaid Island, I will definitely take action." Hearing this, Ling Jianchuang and Fang Yinli looked at each other and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Shinjue Xianjue's face darkened, and he looked at the star-robed man. I'm just a stranger." After the star-robed man finished speaking, he turned to Fang Yinli and asked, "Little friend Fang, do you have pig intestine sashimi? I'm a little hungry." "Senior, you have a bit of a strong taste, but I don't have that," Fang Yinli said weakly. "That's really a pity. I'd better drink tea to fill my stomach." As he said that, the star-robed man concentrated on drinking tea and ignored what was going on outside the window. With this attitude, he obviously wanted to stay out of the situation. Shinjue Xianjue's face darkened again, and he turned his gaze to look at Ji Longjun. "Fellow Taoist Ji, could it be that you have surrendered to the demon sect?" "Shinjue Immortal Lord, what are you talking about?" Ji Longjun's eyes turned cold. "Humph. Then please hand over Lu Li. Now is the critical moment of the war between immortals and demons. Naturally, our 10,000 Islands Alliance must contribute to the Immortal Alliance to slay demons. If you, Taoist Ji, are unwilling to hand over Lu Li, then betray the 10,000 Islands Alliance and betray the Immortal Alliance. I can only ask the Alliance to ban you from Mermaid Island." The Immortal Lord Shinju said these words with murderous intent. What? When Lord Ji Long heard this, the Emperor became angry. "Old man, do you really think that I am easy to bully on Mermaid Island? Believe it or not, I will dig my ancestors out of their graves, throw them into your ancestral hall, and kill you all over. Dogs don't stay." He actually refused to give even an inch. Suddenly, there was a chill in the air. At this moment, Hualu stood up, bowed his hands, and said in a clear voice, "Senior Ji, why don't you let the peerless genius who just made a breakthrough come out and let everyone meet him? If he is not Lu Li, I will wait for you. If he is a land carp, I will give you the immortal medicine and the 7 sea areas of Mermaid Island. I will suppress him personally and kill him on the spot without bothering you." "How?" Everyone was shocked when they heard these words. What a big deal. He actually gave up the elixir of immortality and traveled hundreds of millions of miles of sea? When Ji Longjun heard this, he couldn't help but show a look of emotion on his face. At this moment, A faint voice with a hint of disdain sounded. Suppress and kill me? Just because you're such a loser? People come with the sound. A handsome young man in golden clothes appeared at the entrance of the hall. Against the golden sunlight, his figure was tall and tall, like the ancient god of war reborn. Chapter 188 Bet. The Elixir of Immortality. Land Carp. Seeing Luli appear, everyone present was stunned. How dare he take the lead on his own? Is this a way to die? Ling Jianchuang frowned slightly. On the other side, Hua Lu was ecstatic, and quickly turned to look at Shenjue Immortal Lord. How brave! How dare you show up in broad daylight? You demon sect monster? You're looking for death. The Shenjue Immortal Lord didn't say anything nonsense. He gave a sharp shout, and raised his big hand. Suddenly, a rolling wave washed out from the sleeves and rope, like a torrent like the Milky Way, and formed into a big blue wave hand, which it grabbed at Luli. The magic power is so powerful that it can move mountains and fill seas. Pick the stars. This is a powerful attack from the gods. No matter how strong Luli is, he must obey this big hand. No! Everyone's expression suddenly changed when they saw the faintly shattered void surrounding by Bo's big hand. This is not to arrest people, but to directly arrest Luli to death. A deadly move. Facing such a terrifying attack, Luli still stood proudly, not afraid at all. At this critical moment, the formation in the main hall shook violently. Presumptuous! The next moment, a majestic roar suddenly sounded in the hall, turning into a blue sound wave visible to the naked eye, sweeping across and hitting by Bo's big hand. Boom! The big blue wave hand exploded directly, exploding into balls of water droplets, then completely split and disintegrated into sound waves that echoed in the hall, and finally turned into dots of white aura and dissipated. The person who made the noise was actually Lord Jilong, who was sitting on the coral jade couch. Shenjue Immortal Lord, you dare to kill people in my palace on Mermaid Island. Do you really think that this emperor does not exist? Lord Jilong looked cold, angry and majestic. This boy is a demon from the demon sect. Lord Jilong, do you dare to protect this demon from the demon sect? The Shenjue Immortal Lord looked cold and said in a cold voice. The pressure of the transformed god, as vast as a star, exploded with all its strength, covering the world in all directions. So what? This Luli saved my daughter, and I invited him to be my guest on Mermaid Island. He is my honored guest. How can you allow you to touch a hair on his head? Jilong Jun, armed with a golden sword, showed no sign of weakness. In the same way, he exuded the power of becoming a god, and behind him was a large formation that connected the entire Mermaid Island. The momentum rose infinitely, like the boundless sky, suppressing the 8 wastelands. Jilong Jun, you are violating the interests of the entire 10,000 Islands Alliance. You are going against the 10,000 Islands Alliance. According to the Covenant, your Mermaid Island will be expelled from the 10,000 Islands Alliance from now on, and will no longer be protected by the 10,000 Islands Alliance. Do you want to cause your entire clan to be exterminated just for a demon sect monster? A sinister aura appeared on the face of the Shenjue Immortal Lord, and he sternly reprimanded. This is the threat of Chiguoguo. The entire clan was wiped out? Ji Longjuan's eyes turned cold, and he spoke word by word. My descendants are unfilial. Please invite me. My ancestors. The words fell. Boom. There was an explosion in the sky in the distance. A terrifying wave immediately emanated from the depths of Mermaid Island, and the powerful aura stirred up the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens. The divine power is like a mountain, suppressing everyone's soul, making people suffocating. This is the breath of the void refining level. The expression of the Shenjue Immortal Lord changed, and with a moment of awareness, he saw the sea parting in the depths of the Mermaid Island, and a golden coffin 100 feet long and wide rising slowly from the bottom of the sea. The coffin board was beating violently, causing the spiritual treasure chains on it to clang. Vaguely, through the gap between the upturned coffin boards, you can see inside the coffin what looks like a blood-eyed monster covered with tentacles, exuding all kinds of terrifying auras of filth, decay, chaos, and death, and is about to crawl out of the coffin and destroy it. World. The expression of Shenju Xianjun changed. Everyone was also extremely shocked. I never expected that Mermaid Island would hide such a terrifying ancestor. At this moment, Lu Li's faint voice sounded. Hua Lu, you just said you wanted to suppress and kill me on the spot. I'm right here. Why don't you dare to do it? Are you scared? Dot. Hua Lu's face darkened. Anger flashed in his eyes. But he didn't reply. He was indeed scared, because he sensed Lu Li's aura, which was so powerful that it was frightening, like a towering mountain reaching into the sky and into the clouds, the top of which cannot be seen, and like a deep blue and black sea, unfathomable. At this moment, he felt small and afraid. Similarly, Ling Jianchuan, Meng Yuqiu, Long Jing and others stared at Lu Li with extremely fearful expressions on their faces. Lu Li's magical aura after being promoted to golden elixir is too strong. The land carp is like a big python, and they, like a little white rabbit, can't help but want to retreat and escape far away. How terrible! How terrible! Fan Yinli jumped up and hid behind Fairy Lan. She tremblingly poked half of her head out, glanced at Lu Li, and then shrank back. Humph! Lu Li! Don't be arrogant! At this time, Hua Lu's expression changed, and he said righteously, You are just a monster from the demon sect. Like a rat crossing the street, everyone shouts to beat you, although you have cultivated the golden elixir. I, Hua Lu, am not afraid of you. Today, I want to kill you with my own hands and kill demons for the sake of immortality. Do you dare to accept the challenge? These words were spoken with great force and confidence. He looked like he was sure to win. Oh! Lu Li glanced at the Shenju immortal lord behind Hua Lu, and sneered. Is this the power of God transformation, your confidence? Do you want him to secretly attack me later? As soon as these words came out, Hua Lu's face changed slightly, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. His mind was red. He really wanted to repeat his old trick and ask his great-grandfather to secretly help him kill the land carp, although winning is somewhat shameful. However, once he wins, he becomes the most dazzling star in the 10,000 Islands Alliance. By then, fame and fortune will be achieved, and the world will be filled with beauties. Ha 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 ha! At this time, Lu Li smiled contemptuously and said, Your IQ is not even comparable to Fan Yinli over there. Your mother probably only gave you a skull when she gave birth to you, but not a brain. Right. Oh, that's right. Not necessarily. Maybe your mother has been buried for a long time, so she didn't breastfeed you and you lost your brain. Lu Li, you? When Hua Lu heard this, he could no longer calm down and became furious. Shenju Xianjun also had a dark expression. He felt everyone's eyes scanning over him, with a hint of contempt, bullying the small with the big, and preparing for a sneak attack? It's really shameful to have such great power in transforming gods. However, this Lu Li is worthy of being the disciple of Demon Master, and he curses people to the core. Humph. You have a low IQ. Only Fan Yinli was angry and muttered in dissatisfaction. Okay, stop talking nonsense. At this moment, Lu Li's expression turned cold. Hua Lu, if you want to die, just come. I will send you back to the west with one move of the great Amiibo Palm. If I use the second move, I will explode the golden elixir on the spot. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. One move. If he wants to use the great Amiibo Palm to hit the explosive stream. But if he can't do it, he will explode the golden elixir? What a loud tone. Houshing is so rampant. Lu Li, you actually despise me so much? Hua Lu's eyes turned cold. Trash like you is not worthy of my second move, Lu Li said calmly. You? Hua Lu gritted his teeth. Okay, I will fight you. If you use the second move, you will explode the golden elixir. Wait! There was a trace of disdain in Lu Li's eyes. I have made such a big bet, so you have to come up with something. What do you want? Hua Lu said coldly. It. Lu Li raised his eyes and looked at the long jade box on the table next to Shenjue Immortal Lord. The elixir of immortality. Hua Lu's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but look at Shenju Xianjun. A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of Shenjue Immortal Lord, and he nodded. Good. Hua Lu had a sullen face and immediately agreed. I will use this elixir of immortality to fight you. Snort. You're dead this time. Hearing this, Lu Li smiled disdainfully, turned around and floated out, appearing high in the sky, looking down from a high position. When he turned his big hand, a handful of yellow paper money appeared in his palm. Then, he looked proudly and said 6 words coldly. Hua Lu, come and die. Chapter 189 Gods and Buddhas in the sky will beat you to pieces. Uh-huh. Without any hesitation, Hua Lu rushed out of the hall and flew into the air. Swish, swish, swish. The divine immortal lord, and the nascent soul consecration of the 10,000 Islands Alliance shot out of the hall immediately. Then came Fairy Lan, the Star-Robed Man, Ling Jianshuang and others. Finally, there is Ji Longjun. In the Golden Palace in the distance, a beautiful woman in golden clothes floated up with a group of mermaids, looking towards the midair where Lu Li was. A buzzing sound. In the sky, a huge water mirror emerged, reflecting the entire palace. Lines of gold characters were immediately printed out. This kid is still so arrogant and arrogant. Humph. If I cultivate the golden elixir of the great Tao, I will be more arrogant and arrogant than him. Hey, if my grandson can cultivate the golden elixir of the great Tao, I am willing to run naked around 3,000 gates. Come on. Come on. I place my bet. I'll buy it and leave. Lu Li will accompany you. And Hua Lu will pay you 1.2. Small gambling makes you happy, but big gambling hurts your health. I just casually bet 3,000 high-grade spiritual stones and win with ease. Amitabha. As a member of the Buddhist sect, how can I participate in gambling and commit the precept of greed? Therefore, I will buy a spiritual treasure and win over Lu Li. At this moment, all the golden characters disappeared. Only 2 lines of gold characters with murderous intent appeared on the water mirror. The cloud ring I asked the Immortal Alliance to create was not for you to gamble on spiritual stones. If you dare to mess around again, I will knock off all 3 of your legs. Everyone looked solemn. It's the leader of the Tao Alliance. The leader of the Tao Alliance is also watching. It seems that great-grandfather can no longer take action secretly. But there are still many treasures. So I don't believe I can't win. Hua Lu gritted his teeth and flicked his hands. Immediately, 4 treasures appeared in front of him. Namely a copper umbrella, a 5-colored lopa, a 3-legged golden toad and black tripod, and a cyan bell. All are top-grade magic weapons. Boom. The next moment, Walyo's magic power spurted out and poured into 4 high-grade magic weapons. The copper umbrella immediately rotated, emitted a bright yellow light, and grew to the size of a century-old tree crown, covering the top of the head. The colorful lopa then flew up, shining with colorful light, and turned into a group of colorful clouds, stacked under the copper umbrella, flowing like water. Then, the 3-legged golden toad and black cauldron buzzed, and the lid of the cauldron opened, and golden copper coins flew out. When connected, they turned into a copper coin ball cover to protect the flower flow inside. Finally, there is the green bell, hanging above Walyo's head, spinning and blooming with green light. Everyone looked at it and frowned slightly. This is too careful. The 4 top-grade magic weapons may not even be able to break through the nascent soul. It would be almost impossible for Lu Li to break through these layers of magic weapon defense with one move of the great Amitabha palm. However, it's not over yet. Hua Lu raised his hand, and a stack of colorful spiritual talismans appeared in front of him. Boom, 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 boom. The spiritual talisman was activated in an instant, burning into balls of golden light, wrapping around Hua Lu's body, overlapping and turning into layers of indestructible spiritual shields. This is not over yet. Hua Lu took out an elixir bottle, poured out a red and yellow elixir the size of a green pea, raised his head, and swallowed it directly. In an instant, the earth spirit power burst out in his body, condensing into a layer of semi-transparent earth spirit armor around his body, as thick as the earth. Then, there are the fire spirit armor, the wood spirit armor, the yin and yang spirit armor. TSK. It won't take that long for your father to put on makeup for your mother's burial. But forget it. You're going to die soon anyway. Lu Li was a little impatient, sneered, and shouted to Fang Yinli. Fang Yinli over there. Do you have any more melon seeds? Give me a bag. Oh. Fang Yinli responded, obediently took out a bag of melon seeds, and was about to throw them out. At this moment, Ling Jianshuang grabbed her and said coldly, Lu Li, if you want to eat melon seeds, you'd better survive. Also, if you die, the grudges between you and me will be wiped out, and I will come to you in the future. Burn 3 extra sticks of incense on your grave. Oh, Ling Jianshuang, don't you want me to die? Lu Li heard a hint of arrogance and smiled. Snort. Ling Jianshuang snorted coldly, pursed her lips and said nothing. It seems to be the default. Seeing this flirting scene, Hua Lu gritted his teeth in his heart. But he could only secretly bear his hatred and continue to activate the many treasures in his body. Similarly, this scene also fell into the eyes of Ji Jianyang and others in the Golden Palace bedroom. Oh, Sixth sister, are you angry? Ji Jionyang suddenly felt something and looked at the veiled sister next to her. I don't, the woman in white clothes said coldly with a soft voice. However, the beautiful woman in golden clothes could detect a hint of upset and displeasure. Well, this is trouble. At this moment, there was a bang, and the powerful blue mana shot into the sky. It's flower flow. The flower flow is on hand. The cyan mana surged and rolled, condensing boundless water vapor. And in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a monstrous sea water, with mighty, rolling waves, overwhelming mountains and oceans, and fiercely bombarded Luli. This is the Hua family's Tianhe dragon magic. The power is strong enough to blast the Shirley mountain range. However, Luli only narrowed his eyes slightly and remained motionless, allowing the boundless sea water to bombard him. Boom! Tens of thousands of hectares of sea water bombarded the land carp. Suddenly, mines formed and exploded violently. This Tianhe dragon divine art actually has such mysterious changes. Ouch! Watch out! Ji Jionyang looked anxious and exclaimed. Ji Rong on the side couldn't help clenching her snow-white fists. Bang 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 bang. A shocking explosion sounded. It's like countless Kuaishui divine thunders exploded. The Kuaishui-in thunder beads exploded with power comparable to hundreds of them. The mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. Shocked the sun and moon. The sky seemed to collapse and fall in the explosion. However, Lu Li's whole body shone with a faint golden light. It was only a thin inch, but it blocked all the exploding mines. After a while, the water vapor in the sky evaporated in the sunlight and disappeared. This is... Hua Lu was horrified and lost his voice, with a look of disbelief on his face. Is this a pure mana spirit shield? Everyone present was also stunned. How could a simple magic shield withstand such a terrifying attack? That was comparable to the perfect attack of Jin Dan. How can this be? That's it? Lu Li raised his brows with a look of disappointment on his face. If the attack you just made was 100 times or 1,000 times stronger, it would barely be able to break through my magic spirit shield. So let's do it again. If the next move is if it doesn't work, I will send you to reincarnation with your father and mother. You? Hearing this, Hua Lu was shocked, angry and frightened. Shinjue also had a fearful look on his face, and moved his lips slightly to transmit the message. Suffer death! Hua Lu roared wildly, grabbed it with his big hand, and pulled out a platinum gourd out of thin air. This platinum gourd is only the size of a palm, with strange patterns carved on it. Very delicate. The next moment, Hua Lu sprayed a mouthful of mana on the platinum gourd. Buzz! As soon as the platinum gourd's spiritual light was released, it spewed out blue sand all over the sky. Then, the blue sand rolled out of the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a huge red-blue python. It swung its body and tail, swept hundreds of feet, and with a sudden roll, it entangled the body of the land carp. This is the sky-blue sacred sand. The sky-blue sacred sand that destroys all things. There are so many of them, someone exclaimed. Hearing this, Ling Jinshuang's face changed slightly. This sky-blue sacred sand is a secret treasure in the deep sea. It has a strong power of destruction. A ball of sacred sand can easily grind a magic weapon into powder in the blink of an eye. It is very terrifying. The sky full of blue sand in front of me, let alone the golden elixir. Even if the nascent soul were standing, the flesh and blood would be rubbed away, leaving only bones. It turns out that this is what Hua Lu relies on. Click, click, click. Everyone saw the giant blue python entangled with the carp, and began to grind it like crazy. In the blink of an eye, the golden mana spirit shield became as thin as cicada wings, and was in danger. It's about to break apart. However, at this moment, all the mana from Lu Li's body spurted out. Buzz! The golden light shines like the bright sun. The expanded mana spirit shield grew to a size of 3 feet, and actually directly opened the shackles of the giant blue python made of sky blue divine sand. How is it possible? How can a golden core cultivator have such terrifying and powerful magic power? Hua Lu's face changed wildly, and he was horrified, because, at this moment, he sensed that the mana bursting out of Lu Li was 10 times more than his. Everyone present also shrank their pupils. Looking at the land carp is like looking at a monster. 10 times the mana of Hanaru? What is this concept? This is stronger than some golden elixir perfection monks. But Lu Li obviously only formed pills. Everyone was shocked, with incredible expressions on their faces. At this time, Hua Lu was completely panicked, because he could no longer think of anything that could kill land carps. Okay, It's over. At this moment, Luli shook his head and sighed. I wanted to use your strength to see how strong I am, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. In that case, you can go die. The words fell. A golden light that was enough to blind people's eyes suddenly rose into the sky, exploded, and turned into an incomparable sacred Buddha's light, covering up the light of the blazing house sun. The next moment, a supreme Buddha, with one finger pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the earth, appeared in the golden light, sitting on the 9-day bright sun. The look is solemn. I am the only one. However, this is not over yet. To the left and right of this Buddha, and in front and back, there are also many Amitabha Buddhas condensed, overlapping in hundreds or even thousands, covering the entire vast sky. The total is 1,024. Suddenly, the sky was filled with Buddhas, overlooking all living beings. Chapter 190. The Playboy embarks on the road to H.L. Dead silence. There was silence in the sky and on the earth. A dead silence. Everyone, looking at the Buddha all over the sky above the 9-day scorching sun, couldn't help but open their mouths, dumbfounded. Long Jing, Meng Yuqiu, Zhang Ruoxue, and other geniuses were even more stunned. Is this the strength of Dao Jin Dan? Is this what is called a move? Is this a move that Jin Dan monk can perform? The 3,000 Buddhist sects were also shocked into silence at this moment. Coo! In midair, Hualu looked at Amitabha Buddha in the sky through the heavy precious light, opened his mouth, and made an unconscious sound like phlegm. Obviously, he was deeply shocked. Shocked and frightened to the extreme. His pupils trembled, showing a hint of despair. If you follow this move hard, you will die. Luli, this is not a move at all. Everyone else's great Amitabha palm is just one Buddha. But you have thousands of Buddhas, and you just use thousands of palms. You are in violation. At this moment, the Shinju immortal lord in front of the palace shouted sharply. Laugh. Luli heard the sound and smiled disdainfully. Who said that one move of the great Amitabha palm can only condense one Buddha? My magic power reaches the sky and is boundless. I can condense 1,000 Buddhas with one move. So, die. The word death rang out. A big hand raised. Crash. A stack of yellow paper money flew out of Luli's hand and flew all over the sky in the wind. At the same time, the vast and solemn Buddha's voice resounded throughout the world. Thousands of Buddhas burst out with golden Buddha light, shining brightly like 1,000 wheels of bright sun. Then, thousands of Buddha's light and bright sun fell at the same time. 1,024 palms of the great Tathagata fell from the sky, shattering the sky and blasting the earth throughout the ages. Ah! Bang, bang, bang! Hualu felt the great thread between life and death, and without hesitation, while roaring, all the power of mana, flesh, soul, and spirit burned. The powerful magic power was temporarily upgraded to the late stage of the golden elixir, pushing all the magic weapons and talismans around him to the extreme. The 7-colored light shone brightly and condensed into a ball of white light, covering his entire body, especially the copper umbrella above the head, spinning rapidly, emitting thousands of water lights, covering 100 feet in radius. Immediately afterwards, balls of bright golden light as big as fists, exuding extremely terrifying energy that could destroy the world and destroy the earth, soared into the sky and met the falling Buddha palms. It's the golden pill thunder bead. There are 5 golden elixir thunder beads, as big as goose eggs. They are obviously the golden elixirs of middle-stage golden elixir monks. He actually used the self-destructing golden elixir to resist Lu Li's attack. Self-exploding golden elixir can kill 10,000 enemies and damage 8,000. But it is used extremely cleverly here. He was full of defenses, while Lu Li had no defense at all. As long as he survives the self-explosion golden elixir, he wins. Even if Lu Li doesn't die, he will be seriously injured by the golden elixir explosion. In addition, once Lu Li activates the Vajra Divine Shield defense, he will still die if he uses the second move. This flower flow is still a bit clever. However, it's too late. Before the golden elixir thunder bead exploded, those 1,024 Buddha palms were as fast as thunder and lightning. They came down in an instant and were condensed into a golden palm the size of a normal person. Suddenly, it penetrated the layers of defense and sank directly into Hualu's body. Inside, Hualu's pupils shrank and his whole body trembled. Then, the 5 golden elixir thunder beads flying into the sky, shining with golden light, suddenly dimmed. It was as if he lost control and fell straight down. Almost at the same time, the copper umbrella, the 5-colored ropa, the 3-legged golden toad, and the black tripod. The green bell shook violently. The brilliance shone violently and shook, and then dimmed in an instant. Moreover, the layers of colorful spiritual shields around him were like bubbles, bursting open layer by layer, scattering little spiritual lights flying and dissipating between the sky and the earth. Under the gaze of everyone, Hua Lu stared with eyes full of fear, fell involuntarily, and stood on the white jade square in front of the palace. Lure! With a snap, Shinjue Mortal Lord flew over and shouted with an extremely ugly expression. Dot! Hua Lu slowly opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of despair and fear, and his trembling voice shouted from his throat. Great-grandfather! Save! As soon as the voice was uttered, a ray of golden light as thin as a black hair suddenly burst out from his chest and shot out dozens of feet away. Immediately afterwards, another slender golden light penetrated diagonally from his back and rose into the sky. Puff, 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 puff. Streams of dazzling golden light shot out from all over Hua Lu's body. A total of 1,024. At first glance, Hua Lu looked like he had been pierced by thousands of golden arrows and turned into a hedgehog. The scene is shocking. Hua Lu slowly lowered his head and looked at the golden arrow on his body. With fear and despair on his face, he slowly stretched out his hand to grab the Shinjue Immortal Lord. Help! Save me! The words just started. These 1,024 golden arrows suddenly emitted a golden light. In an instant, Hua Lu's whole body turned into a golden light person, with blood vessels, bones, heart, spleen and stomach. Everything was clearly revealed. Call. A ray of breeze blew by. A piece of yellow paper money floated down in the wind, as light as fluff, and landed on his shoulder. Bang! Hua Lu's whole body exploded, exploding into thousands of golden light particles, floating around, making Shinju Xianju's pupils turn golden. Ding! A pure blue storage ring fell from the golden light, hit the white jade floor, bounced a few times, and rolled several meters away. Then, the copper umbrella, bell, cauldron, and luopa, together with the 5 golden elixirs, fell down, making jingling noises, and the spiritual light was completely dimmed. Just like that, the flow of flowers turned into little golden lights and disappeared between heaven and earth. It's like it never appeared. Both body and soul are destroyed. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't use it. Luli floated high in the sky and sighed lightly. With a big hand raised, paper money fell from the sky again. Dead silence. There was silence in the sky and on the earth. A dead silence. Everyone could not help but open their mouths, dumbfounded. He actually killed Hana Lu with one move. No matter how many layers of defenses Hua Lu activated, it was still useless. This 1000 Buddha attack is extremely powerful and has reached the level of nascent soul. Horrible. In particular, the land carp may still have some energy left. No effort was made at all. This is the scariest thing. Thinking of this, Ling Jianchuang, Long Jing, Ming Yuqiu and others were shocked to the point of losing their voices. Fang Yinli was so frightened that her jaw dislocated, looking at Ji Jianyang in the golden palace in the distance. Ji Rong's beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't help but be filled with surprise. Fairy Lan, the Star-Robed Man, Ji Longjun and many other powerful figures were also trembling in their hearts. The terror of the great Tao golden pill was beyond their imagination. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, lines of golden characters appeared in the sky water mirror. Sharp! It's so scary! 6666. I went to Hua Lu and prostituted myself. And when I came out, I won't be able to support this guy without holding on to the wall. No. Luli belongs to the demon sect. Why are we so happy and admired? Master Shuiyu, come out and see the demon Buddha. If you don't, this kid will be killed. Everybody knows. After this battle, Luli is really famous all over the world. And everyone knows it. Ah! Luli! I will kill you! At this moment, the eyes of Shinjue Immortal Lord instantly turned blood red, and he roared in the sky, exploding the paper money in the sky into extremely fine powder. Then, the divine power, accompanied by boundless killing intent and hatred, soared into the sky, and Luli was about to be completely killed. Luli's expression remained unchanged, calm and composed, as if he had something to rely on. Who dares to kill me? The leader of the Ghost Sect? At the critical moment, a figure in green robes descended from the sky and stood in front of Luli. The middle-aged man in green robes had a tall and straight figure, with a jade tree facing the wind. His aura dominated the world, and he was boundless in dominance. It is the Yiming Ghost Emperor. Chapter 191. Luli paved the way to propose marriage directly. Just now, not long after Luli broke through, he heard the message from the Yiming Ghost Emperor. That's why he dared to show up. Otherwise, he would have fled thousands of miles away and disappeared without a trace. Boom! The divine magic power of the Shinjue Immortal Lord bombarded the Yiming Ghost Emperor and turned into nothingness in an instant. Just because you are a god, you dare to kill me, the leader of the Ghost Sect. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? The Yiming Ghost Emperor spoke coldly. As he spoke, his eyebrows suddenly split open. A black sword light slashed out of the air and struck the Shinjue Immortal Lord. This sword penetrates space, transcends life and death, and travels through the past and future. It can no longer be described as simply cutting the sky, splitting the earth, and splitting the sky. The speed was so fast, and the sword light was so ferocious that it already exceeded the limitations of time and space. Reached the realm of the Supreme Realm. The 23 swords of the demon? Seeing this sword, Fairy Lan exclaimed, opened her mouth and spit out a snow-white sword light. This sword, as soon as it appeared, was stunning. It actually gives people a feeling of ethereal, sharp that splits the galaxy and cuts off time. Not good! Shinjue Xianjun also felt the threat of life and death, and his whole body flashed with blue light and disappeared out of thin air. Ding! An extremely clear voice sounded. The black and white sword lights collided and were completely eliminated. Then, the Shinjue Immortal Lord emerged from 1,000 feet high in the sky, with a 3-inch deep blood mark appearing on his forehead. The bones are visible. Even though Fairy Lan, a powerful deity, came to help, he still couldn't escape the demonic sword of the Yiming Ghost Emperor. However, before Shinjue Xianjun could breathe a sigh of relief, plop! A cold light flashed in the middle of the Shinjue Immortal Lord's right arm, and the entire palm broke off. Blood spurted out. Elixir of immortality? Bring it to you! The Yiming Ghost Emperor snorted coldly and grabbed it with his big hand. Swish! The entire severed hand was taken away out of thin air and fell into the hands of the Yiming Ghost Emperor. On the right palm, there are 3 top-quality storage rings. How come? The face of the Shinjue Immortal Lord changed drastically, and he lost his voice in shock. He was frightened and angry. The colorful spiritual light all over his body shone, and he flashed on the spot. The clone shot out in all directions, spreading across the sky. You have just a little bit of cloning skills and little skills. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? The Yiming Ghost Emperor snorted disdainfully, turned his big hand, and a pure black 7-foot magic sword appeared in his palm, exuding a strong evil aura. Enough! At this moment, Ji Longjun suddenly spoke and said solemnly and coldly, This is the palace of Mermaid Island, not your battlefield. Now, you all leave. If you dare to do anything again, don't blame me for asking the ancestors to come out of the coffin and kill you. Get rid of them all. The Yiming Ghost Emperor squinted his eyes and sensed the old monster in the golden coffin deep in the Mermaid Island. He flicked his sleeves and put away the 7-foot magic sword. His body flashed and he retreated to Lu Li's side, with a look of admiration on his face. Let's go! Lu Li, you did a good job this time, and I will be rewarded greatly when I get back. Master, please wait! Lu Li cupped his hands and said, I also want to say a few words to Senior Ji. By the way, I can borrow the elixir of immortality. Oh, okay. You originally won this elixir of immortality. The Yiming Ghost Emperor nodded, casually summoned the long jade box, threw it to Lu Li, and glanced at Shinjue Immortal Lord. Don't worry. No one can touch you as long as I am here. In just one sentence, you are so domineering. The expression of the Shinjue Immortal Lord suddenly turned cold and extremely gloomy. So, under the gaze of everyone, Lu Li held the long jade box, cupped his hands and said, Senior Ji, can you lend me a moment to speak? Good. Ji Longjun narrowed his eyes slightly, turned around, flicked his sleeves, and fell into the main hall. Lu Li took one step forward, and a gust of wind blew up, sweeping up the storage rings, golden elixirs, copper umbrellas and other magic weapons in the square, and rushed into the main hall. Everyone. Dot! This guy is still so shameless. Boom. The jade door of the main hall was closed. The spiritual light rose, and the prohibition was activated, cutting off everyone's prying eyes. It makes people curious. This Luli must be grateful to Lord Ji-Long for protecting him. But he doesn't need to give the elixir of immortality to Lord Ji-Long in return. Right? Could it be that this is to win over Mermaid Island for the Yiming Ghost Sect? Winning over the void-refining true dragon behind Mermaid Island? Say it! Get out of here after you finish speaking. Ji-Long-jun sat on the coral jade couch, leaning half of his body, with a very ugly expression on his face. If word of what happened today spreads, everyone will think that Mermaid Island is colluding with the Yiming Ghost Sect. From now on, Mermaid Island will not be able to get along well with the 10,000 Islands Alliance. What's more, if Hannah Lu dies here, Mermaid Island will definitely be angered by the 10,000 Islands Alliance. Endless trouble. The most important thing is that this guy Lu Li has poached one of his apples, which makes Ji-Long-jun, a father, feel extremely bad. Naturally, he won't look down upon him either. Therefore, he didn't even give Lu Li a straight face. Lu Li didn't waste any time. He smiled slightly, cupped his hands, and got straight to the point. My father-in-law, I'm here to propose marriage. What? Propose marriage? Ji-Long-jun's eyes widened, and he became furious. You kid has made me a duplicitous person on Mermaid Island. Yet you dare to propose marriage? If it weren't for the fact that you saved Jionyang twice, I would have slapped you into 3 pieces. Shit. Throw it into the sea, and feed it to the sharks. How dare you propose marriage? Master-in-law, you are wrong. Mermaid Island has benefited a lot from what happened today. Lu Li smiled. There's a bullshit benefit. Ji-Long-jun glared, already on the verge of being furious. Father-in-law, please give me a word. Lu Li smiled calmly and said, this has 3 advantages. First, although Mermaid Island has offended the 10,000 Islands Alliance, do they really dare to attack you? No, because the Immortal Alliance is watching from behind. As soon as the 10,000 Islands Alliance forces you, you will clamor to join the Demon Sect. In this way, the Immortal Alliance will never sit idly by, and the status of Mermaid Island will instantly rise to several levels, becoming very important in the 10,000 Islands Alliance. When the time comes, won't the wind get the wind and the rain get the rain? After a few words, the whip went inside. Ji-Long-jun's eyes suddenly lit up. The second benefit. The sharks on Mermaid Island have been killed many times, mostly by people from the Demon Sect, or by some evil monks. From today on, many people will suspect that Mermaid Island has colluded with the Yiming Ghost Sect, and with the help of the intimidating power of the Yiming Ghost Sect, those young people will definitely not dare to hunt the mermaids of Hunter Island again. Lu Li opened the 5 Elements death-destroying fan with a swish, and said while shaking it, he actually has some of the demeanor of a military strategist. I guess what you said makes sense. Ji-Long-jun pondered for a moment and snorted coldly. So, what is the third benefit? The third advantage is that it's just a matter of time. Lu Li smiled proudly. Lu Li, the chief of the Yiming Ghost Sect, the reincarnation of the Supreme Demon Buddha, a peerless evildoer, and the golden elixir of the great Tao at the age of 18. I have boundless magical power, majestic weapons, rich and handsome, extremely intelligent, and many I am as intelligent as a demon, wise and mighty, unparalleled in the world. Mr. Yu, you have found a treasure to have a son-in-law like me. Dot! When Ji-Long-jun heard this, his eyes widened and he stared at Lu Li in disbelief, speechless for a long time. He has never seen such a shameless person. It is simply thicker than the 10,000-year-old skin of our ancestors. Phew! At this time, suddenly a chuckle came from the side door of the main hall. The next moment, the beautiful woman in golden clothes walked out with graceful steps and a smile on her face. The Queen of Mermaid Island had obviously been eavesdropping. Your Majesty, just agreed to his marriage proposal. He is willing to use the elixir of immortality as a betrothal gift. He is sincere and has decent qualifications and character. The beautiful woman in golden clothes smiled gently and looked at Lu Li. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Thank you, Mother. Lu Li immediately bowed his hands. My heart is set. It seems that the way back to Mermaid Island is paved. Is this a call? It's so shameless. Ji-Long-jun looked at it. His face darkened and he said, Queen, this boy is from the Demon Sect after all. Our Mermaid Island has always been on the side of the Immortal Alliance. How can we accept a Demon Sect monster as our son-in-law? Well, Lu Li sighed softly, took a step forward, cupped his hands towards the beautiful woman in Jin Shang and said, "Mother, I'll tell you the truth. Even though I'm very prosperous now. In fact, I grew up in a demon sect. And I suffered a lot from the warmth and coldness of human beings. The world is miserable. And I have been without a father or a mother since I was a child. Because of this, when I went to Mermaid Island and saw my mother in Jeonyang, I immediately felt the warmth of home. All of this, I sincerely asked my mother to agree. My proposal. This is pitiful selling of Chiguoguo. Shameless. Ji Longjun couldn't help but snorted coldly. It turns out that Lear's life experience is so miserable. It seems that you have suffered a lot in the demon sect. Your Majesty, please agree. The beautiful woman in golden clothes turned her head and said with a gentle and loving look on her face, Queen, this guy is selling himself out. Moreover, this guy has a cruel character and is an extremely evil person. He is not a good match. Ji Longjun said angrily. Cruel character? This is not necessarily true. Your Majesty, have you ever heard of a carp killing innocent people indiscriminately? The beautiful woman in golden clothes smiled and asked. This? Ji Longjun frowned. If you think about it carefully, you really don't have it. How can Lear be a bad person if he can draw his sword to help when there is an injustice and help the weak? Your Majesty, I'd better agree to this marriage. You don't want to see your ancestors in such chaos, and eventually become disowned and bloodthirsty. A killing monster? The beautiful woman in golden clothes advised softly. Dot. Hearing this, Ji Longjun looked at the long jade box in Lu Li's hand and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he nodded coldly. Okay, Lu Li, I agree to your proposal of marriage. However, do you want to marry Jeonyang or Renjir? Jeonyang? Romer? Lu Li closed his jade fan with a snap and pondered for a moment. Then, he raised his head and asked with a smile. My father-in-law, can I want both? Marry both? Chapter 192 It's time to die. The Yimingo sect is going to betray the demon sect. Marry both. Hearing Lu Li's words, Ji Longjun's eyes slowly widened, with a look of disbelief on his face. Then, fury. Go! 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 While roaring, he flicked his big hand. Suddenly, a huge and terrifying force surged forward and was about to blast Lu Li out of the door. Your Majesty, don't be angry yet. Listen to what Lear has to say. As the beautiful woman in golden clothes said, she quickly floated over, gently rolled up her long sleeves, and then held the land carp flying toward the door and placed it on the ground. She coughed lightly and asked with a gentle expression, Lear, why are you so greedy and want to marry both of them? Because they are all my wings. Lu Li smiled calmly. The beautiful woman in golden clothes frowned. On the coral jade couch, Ji Longjun's eyes began to spit fire when he heard such a shameless answer. Ahem. Mother, look, I went to save Jeonyang, and ended up winning a top-quality spiritual fan on Skull Island. I came to Mermaid Island, and it turned out that Rongwa helped me break through the golden elixir. So, I think they are all mine. Both wings bring me good luck, so I want to marry both. Lu Li coughed lightly and explained. Ji Longjun. Dot. The beautiful woman in golden clothes. Dot. Well, am I a little shameless when I say this? Lu Li asked tentatively. Bah! It's not just shameless. It's simply shameless to the extreme. If the Yiming Ghost Emperor hadn't been outside, I would have slapped you and sent you flying into the sun. Leave quickly. If you don't leave, I can't help but want to kill you. Punch you in the face. Ji Longjun was furious. Well? The beautiful woman in golden clothes sighed softly, pulled Lu Li to the door, and said slightly reproachfully, Lear, you are really greedy. Even if mother protects you, you can only marry one. Come on. This is a marriage. Thousands of high-grade spiritual stones are part of the dowry. So you take it first. As he said that, a white jade storage ring was handed out from his sleeve. How can this be so embarrassing? Lu Li quickly declined. To be honest, he really just wanted to find a way out for himself. If Taoism, Buddhism, and Demonism can no longer stay in the future, come to Mermaid Island, where you can go boating, fishing, and surfing when you have time, and be at ease. I really haven't thought about this dowry. Lear, just take it. As you become famous and shock both the immortals and demons, you will definitely make countless enemies. You can take these spiritual stones to deal with emergencies. Also, if you can't stay in the demon sect any longer, come to Mermaid Island. Mother will protect you. The beautiful woman in golden clothes smiled gently. This was what Luli was waiting for. And he bowed his hands. Luli thanked my mother. Yeah. No need to be polite. Mom gave birth to a lot of daughters, but not a son. Now that I have you, my wish has come true. Go ahead. The beautiful woman in golden clothes thrust the storage ring into Luli's hand, her eyes full of love. I have paid homage to my mother. I have paid homage to my father-in-law. Luli bowed deeply. Then, he turned around and walked out of the palace gate. In an instant, one after another glances came over. Everyone was curious about what Luli was talking to Ji Longjun inside. Everyone, practice well. I'll be waiting for you in the void refining realm. I hope that by then, you haven't fallen yet. Ha ha ha. The next moment, Luli looked domineering, smiled proudly, then rose into the sky, and disappeared into the bright sun with the Yinming Ghost Emperor. Hateful. So arrogant. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel angry. By the way, he also contributed a large wave of anger to Luli. Ugh! That guy cultivated so fast! How can I take revenge? I still want to ask Luli to wash my feet with water. In the crowd, Fang Yinli looked in the direction of disappearance. With a frustrated face, the finger-licking roasted chicken drumstick in my hand instantly became tasteless. If this continues, in a few years, she will fall into Luli's hands, and she may really be allowed to be rounded and flattened by Luli, without the ability to resist. Long Jing, Meng Yuqiu, Zhang Ruoxua and others on the side also looked silent. It was obviously a great shock to his heart. With Luli's cultivation speed, he probably won't be able to catch up in this life. Thinking of this, several people felt a strong sense of powerlessness in their hearts. In our cultivation, we move forward unwaveringly and kill all thorns and obstacles. How can we be discouraged just because of a small setback? Inli, let's go back. Let's go back to practice. We will try to beat Luli until he is crawling all over the floor next time we see him. Ling Jianchuang's voice was sonorous, powerful and decisive. In his eyes, there was an extremely sharp fighting spirit. The whole person looks like a peerless sword that has been stored for many years and is about to be unsheathed. Not bad. Not bad. Jianchuang, your energy and spirit are highly condensed, and you have touched the essence of Kendo. It's time to take you to that ancient ruins. Fairy Lon next to her chuckled lightly. As he spoke, he kicked out his clogs-wearing feet at will. Boom! The void was directly kicked by her. Fellow Taoist Ji, let's take our leave now. Let's meet again when we have time in the future. Goodbye, Elders of the Stars. Fairy Lon bowed her hands to Lord Ji Long and the Star-Robed Man. Then, he grabbed Ling Jianchuang with one hand and Fang Yinli with the other, and stepped directly into the dark void. Buzz! The void ripples, leaving behind ripples in the space. The three of them have disappeared. Only a group of embarrassed 10,000 Islands Alliance elders and Chuanqing elders stayed where they were. Above the sea of clouds in the sky, the strong wind blows towards your face like a knife. Luli, did you give that elixir of immortality to Lord Ji Long? The Yiming Ghost Emperor asked calmly. Yes. Luli cupped his hands and replied. Why? The Yiming Ghost Emperor narrowed his eyes. For the sake of the ancestor on Mermaid Island, and for the sexual happiness of this disciple for the rest of his life. Master, did I do anything wrong? Luli answered honestly. No. You did a great job. A satisfied smile appeared on the Yiming Ghost Emperor's face. If the ancestor of Mermaid Island regains his full strength, he will be almost invincible at sea. If you give him the elixir of immortality, he will owe me a huge favor to the Yiming Ghost Sect. In the future, our Yiming Ghost Sect will move to Shannin, establish a sect on the sea, and have allies. What? Our Yiming Ghost Sect wants to move its gate to the sea? Luli felt a chill in his heart. This was really unexpected. Aren't you afraid of being surrounded and killed by the Immortal Alliance? That's right. As soon as the time comes, the Yiming Ghost Sect, will rebel from the Demon Sect and establish a sect on the sea. The time will be about a month from now. The Yiming Ghost Emperor's pair of blue eyes are extremely deep, revealing a sharp light that pierces the sky. A month? Luli was deeply shocked. This is simply a plan that cannot keep up with the changes. He had been planning hard for many years, preparing to betray the Demon Sect and escape from the 10,000 Demons Mountain. He never expected that the entire Emingo sect would be the first to secede from the demon sect. Why is this? Luli was puzzled. Once they betray the demon sect, the Emingo sect will probably immediately become a thorn in the demon sect's side and a thorn in their flesh. How can they establish a sect overseas? Moreover, the Immortal Alliance and overseas forces will never allow a demonic force to appear on the sea. You should know about the pollution of the heavens. Right. At this time, the Emingo's emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a solemn voice. Luli nodded. If you practice to the realm of refining the void and become in harmony with the way of heaven, you will be polluted by the way of heaven, and the gods and humans will decline, and your mind will be lost. That's right. In this world, the way of heaven has been polluted, like a stagnant pond. The longer you stay, the more serious the pollution becomes. Therefore, no matter how talented you are, you cannot transcend this world and ascend to immortality. You can only stay in this stagnant pond and become a monster like the ancestors of Mermaid Island, and then rot in this world. Ghost Emperor Emin glanced at Haori and said coldly, Luli fell silent. Is this the truth of the world? Even if he cultivates the golden elixir of the great Tao and has invincible qualifications, he can't escape this fate? Over the past thousands of years, countless immortals and demons have worked hard to find a way to transcend and ascend. Finally, they found it. At this time, the Emin Ghost Emperor's eyes flashed. What is it? Luli was shocked. Introduce living water. Revitalize this stagnant pond. Emin Ghost Emperor narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Living water? Where does the living water come from? Luli was stunned. Taimo Sect has a magic circle. When activated, it can open the void passage in another world and let all the demons descend. At that time, the heavenly waves from that alien world will rush in like a flood, completely destroying the corrupted and polluted heavenly ways in this world. Revitalize. The Emin Ghost Emperor revealed a shocking secret. This is also the true purpose of the war between immortals and demons. Chapter 193 Don't Ascend. Is this the real purpose of the war between immortals and demons? Luli was greatly shocked. The purpose is just to force the Taimo Sect to activate that magic circle and revitalize the heavenly law in this world. No! Can the magic array of the great demon sect really open a void passage to another world? Could this be fake news? Luli asked in surprise. No! That other world is a demon world. A demon world where all kinds of demons live. The demon gods summoned by the Taimo Sect are based on the demons of the demon world. The Emin Ghost Emperor said with great certainty. The demon realm? If the demon realm comes, won't it destroy this world? Luli was shocked and asked again. Every heaven and earth has its limit. Even if the demon world has boundless power. So what? When they come, they can at most refine themselves to perfection. The Emin Ghost Emperor sneered. Luli fell silent. This news is too shocking. He needed to take a moment to digest. Wrong! Suddenly, Luli thought of something again and looked solemn. When the heavenly ways of the devil world wash in, won't they make the heavenly ways of this world become more polluted? By then, maybe all the creatures in the world will be demonized and become human beings. Purgatory. Upon hearing this, the Emin Ghost Emperor waved his hands. Call. The wind picked up. The sea of clouds ahead rolled and surged. And two cotton-like clouds suddenly formed and rose slowly. This is the world we live in now. The Emin Ghost Emperor raised his hand and pointed. The clouds in the middle immediately condensed water vapor, forming a water mass 1 acre in size. Extremely clear. Under the sunlight, it reflects the sparkling light. The next moment, he moved his fingers horizontally, and another cloud immediately condensed into a water ball, as black as ink and as huge as a lake. Then, the Emin Ghost Emperor waved his hand casually. A stream of jet-black water shot out from the jet-black water mass, hitting the clear water mass. In an instant, the clear water mass turned extremely black, totally contaminated. But the strange thing is that soon, the black water mass slowly returned to clarity. Do you understand? The Emin Ghost Emperor took back his hand, turned around and asked. This is... Luli frowned slightly, as if he had guessed something. Purify. The Emin Ghost Emperor said coldly. This world has its own purification. As long as the heavenly law of the demon world can wash in, the heavenly law of this world will activate its own purification function and purify its own pollution. Then, with the power of refining the void, the essence and spirit will be pure and perfect. Take the final step and break the ascension passage. transcend into another world. At that time, the heavenly ways of the other world will wash down and counteract the heavenly ways of the demon world. At this point, the three worlds have been completely opened up, and the world in the middle has completely returned to normal. Everyone who refines the void can ascend. This is the 10,000-year layout of Taoism and Buddhism. Ascend. Thousands of years of layout. Another world. Lu Li was shocked again. His current mood was even more complicated than when Xiao Feng knew that his biological father was not his biological father, but died at the hands of his biological father. The amount of information was too much, and he had to take a moment to digest it. The Yiming Ghost Emperor did not urge him, but silently led Lu Li to fly forward. So, there is actually a demon world and an existence similar to the fairy world. But these two worlds are closed? This small world has become a pool of stagnant water? Is the way of heaven polluted? Lu Li quickly sorted things out and asked with a frown. That's right. The Yiming Ghost Emperor nodded somewhat unexpectedly. He thought Lu Li would have to think for a while before he could figure it out. It's actually such a routine. A bit cliché. Lu Li reacted, shook his head, frowned and said, Master, aren't Taoist and Buddhist sects afraid of what might happen? What if this world is completely polluted by the demon world? Wouldn't it be completely cold? In order to ascend, I can't control that much. The Yiming Ghost Emperor said coldly. It turns out that the leader is from the Taoist and Buddhist sects. After hearing this, Lu Li was finally sure and couldn't help but sigh. If he had known this, why would he have done so much? He would have just confessed. No! Unexpectedly, Ghost Emperor Yiming shook his head. I am not from the Taoist sect. Nor am I from the Buddhist sect. I am the descendant of Emperor Huangquan. Emperor Huangquan? Lu Li was stunned. Which supreme power is this? If you enter my underworld, you will never die in reincarnation. In the future, the Yiming Ghost sect will be renamed the Underworld Gate, and it will receive the ghosts from the 10 directions and reincarnate. The Yiming Ghost sect said, flipping his big hand, and a golden bridge suddenly appeared in his palm. The golden bridge is extremely mysterious and ancient, stained with blood, and extremely terrifying. It seems that countless gods, demons, immortals, ghosts, Buddhas, dragons and phoenixes are buried here. At one end of the golden bridge, there is a blood-colored stone tablet. On the stone tablet, 2 twisted and mysterious golden words are engraved, exuding the aura of the avenue, rising into the sky. These 2 characters are called Naiha. Like the 6-character mantra, the word Naiha is written in the original world script. On the other side of the golden bridge, a colorful whirlpool flashes, seemingly real and illusory, looming and looming, as if it runs through the past and future, suppressing eternal time and space. Ah! What a terrifying Taoist weapon! How terrifying! In his mind, the shocked voice of Jean K's milky voice sounded. This is definitely a Taoist tool. The Yiming Ghost Emperor actually has a Taoist weapon. This golden bridge is called Naiha Bridge, and it is one of the inheritances of Emperor Huangquan. Ghosts walk across this bridge, enter reincarnation, and reincarnate into all things. The Yiming Ghost Emperor was so arrogant. At that time, humans and ghosts of Huangquan's sect will coexist and become human beings. Ghosts are in charge of the reincarnation of all living beings. And I am the master of reincarnation. I will ascend to immortality and live forever. The leader is awesome. Lu Li didn't know what to say anymore, and could only give 2 thumbs up. Is this the Yiming Ghost Emperor's big plan? Lord of Reincarnation? This is to become the Ksitigarbha Buddha. Just thinking about it makes me feel domineering. However, I don't know what will come from the demon world after the Taimo sect's magic circle is activated. Therefore, it is not certain whether he will betray the demon sect after a month. At this time, the Yiming Ghost Emperor put away the Naiha bridge and said solemnly, Why did the leader say this to me? Lu Li was a little confused. You have cultivated the golden elixir of the great Tao, and you are already qualified to know this. In the future, maybe you will be the next Lord of Reincarnation. Ghost Emperor Yiming showed admiration on his face. Well, thank you for your appreciation, Master. However, I still have a question. Since you can ascend, then there should be a similar magic circle in the Taoist and Buddhist sects. Right? Lu Li asked curiously. Since the Taimo sect has a magic circle to open up the demon world and allow all demons to descend, why don't the powerful Buddhist sects directly activate their magic circle? Communicate with the fairy world? Instead, let Taimo sect open the passage to the devil world. In this case, Wouldn't it be unnecessary for eunuchs to take ginge pills? Indeed. The Evening Ghost Emperor nodded, his expression suddenly becoming solemn. However, a long time ago, the last Taoist monk who ascended suddenly returned the moment his ascension was successful, destroying all the magic circles and breaking the ascension passage. Then, leave only 4 words, and they will be destroyed between heaven and earth. What 4 words? Luli couldn't help but feel a little curious. Those 4 words are... The Evening Ghost Emperor was silent for a moment and slowly said, Don't ascend. Don't want to ascend? Luli was confused. What do you mean by not ascending? No one knows. The Evening Ghost Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Perhaps the so-called immortal world does not exist at all, and ascending means falling. Or, the legendary immortal world is the demon world, and ascension means becoming the food of all races in the demon world. Or, the immortal world is a world of the end of the Dharma. The immortals there have lost their magic power and live like mortals. No one knows. This, Luli frowned, since there is an ascended senior who left his last words, asking those who practice Taoism not to ascend. However, now, Taoism and Buddhism are doing so much just to ascend. Isn't this just idle time? Are you a little confused? It's actually very simple. Even if the road ahead is a dead end and an endless H.L., some people want to see it with their own eyes before they give up. The Evening Ghost Emperor looked at the vast sky with extremely deep blue eyes. I see. Luli nodded. Just understand. When you get to Giant Eagle Island, practice hard. 1 month later, all the tribes of the demon world will come, and the world will change drastically. No one can guess what will happen. The more strength you have, the more chance you have to save your life. The Evening Ghost Emperor reminded solemnly. Disciple knows. Luli nodded heavily, his eyes filled with amazing fighting spirit. For his Lady Honglong, for Princess Liujiu of Mermaid Island, for Ling Jianshuang, for the single beauties in the world and other people's stunning ladies, and for himself. He must work hard to cultivate and become a master of Lianqiu as soon as possible. Just as he was thinking about it, the Evening Ghost Emperor led him to fall rapidly towards the earth. A flower in front of my eyes. Luli landed on a lush mountain with his feet. Swish. 2 rays of light, 1 black and 1 white, came, and he bowed his hands. Greetings, Master. These 2 people are none other than Demon Master and Bai Jinfei. Chapter 194. The rules of fighting for marriage have been changed. Demonic Master and Bai Jinfei are not dead. Luli felt happy. It's okay. It's okay. It seems that Master Cheap and Brother Cheap are very lucky. Yeah. No courtesy. Before Luli and the others could speak, the Evening Ghost Emperor on the side waved his hand and said calmly, Now that everyone is here, I will send you to the Master-Disciple reunion. After saying that, he gently rolled up his sleeves. The world was spinning for a while. By the time Luli stood firm, the man had already reached the sky above a small lake. The lake is surrounded by a peach blossom forest, and the fragrance is moving. A gorgeous ice jade palace stands in the distance. Crash. At this time, there was a wave of waves in the water, and a large snow-white python swam out of the water. A flash of light flashed, and it transformed into a tall woman in white with towering robes. A pair of snake eyes appear gilded gold. It was the second senior sister Xing Yao Yao. Disciple pays homage to the leader, pays homage to the master. Xing Yao Yao stepped forward and bowed. Excuse me. I am still going to hunt down that divine immortal king. You masters and disciples should gather together. When the day comes for the duel, I will come in person. You can rest assured. Also, Luli, remember stay and practice well. Ghost Emperor Yiming gave a special warning. After saying that, a black light flashed all over his body, and he disappeared. Congratulations, Master. The 4 of them naturally gave it to each other. Luli felt a little sorry. The Evening Ghost Emperor ran too fast, and he still wanted to ask what the movement method of this hand was to shuttle back and forth and enter other people's caves at will. It would be good to use it for running around in the future, or for dating. If you meet the man you like and come back, you don't have to jump over the wall or hide in the closet. You can just sneak away. Junior brother, have you actually developed the golden elixir of the great Tao? At this moment, Bai Jin came over and asked in great shock. Well, senior brother, do you know? Luli nodded. Of course. Master and I stayed on Giant Eagle Island, passed through the cloud ring in the restaurant, and saw the vision of you forming pills on Mermaid Island. And your last move, Thousand Buddha Palm. TSK. It was so powerful, oh. I was so excited that I almost revealed my identity. Platinum Faye's eyes were full of envy. Even admiration. This is all due to Master's good teachings. Of course, I have to thank the leader for the Wuji Golden Pill. Otherwise, I would not have been able to form the Tao Golden Pill. Disciple. Thank you, Master. Lu Li bowed solemnly to the Demon Master. This sentence is indeed true. Without the Wuji Golden Pill, he really couldn't form the Great Tao Golden Pill. Demon Master showed admiration and said with a smile. Very good. Very good. I really did not misjudge the person on the spot. I accepted you as my true disciple among the disciples. You did not disappoint me. I am very happy to have developed the golden elixir of the Great Tao. You can now become a disciple. Suddenly, a trace of joy came over him. This real ghost demon is obviously really happy. Don't dare. Master's gaze is like a torch. If it weren't for Master, a person with a sharp eye and a discerning eye, I would have turned into a pile of lust and bones. Based on this alone, I will have to learn from Master for 10 years. Lu Li bowed humbly again. Ha. Lu Li, you are really good at talking. But there is no need to brag. You have developed the golden elixir of the Great Tao, and you are the next head of the Ghost Sect. Your status is not much different from that of a teacher. So there is no need to be so humble. The Demon Master waved his hand and said, Yes, Junior brother. You have formed the golden elixir of the Great Tao. Senior brother, with your great name, you can be said to be prominent in the Evening Ghost Sect from now on. Not to mention the great increase in reputation. Once you go back, I don't know how many senior sisters and junior sisters have thrown themselves into your arms. Hug. Bai Jinfei was also full of excitement. Well, it should be about getting ahead. Lu Li smiled and turned to look at Xing Yao. Senior sister, are you okay? Thank you for your concern. Junior brother. Thanks to you. Junior brother. My father is very polite to me. Xing Yao blinked his golden snake eyes and bowed his hands. His expression was a little less cold and arrogant. Master, my 2 junior brothers can easily be discovered here. Please enter the palace. Xing Yao said again. Okay. Let's go. The Demon Master nodded. The next moment, 4 people flew out and landed in the Ice Jade Palace in the Peach Blossom Forest. Lu Li took a closer look and saw that this palace was obviously exactly the same as the palace on Guifeng Mountain. Half made of white jade and half made of ice. After entering the palace, everyone sat down according to seniority. Lu Li looked around, a little surprised. All the tables, chairs, floors and walls are actually pink. Even the flower windows around, and the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls are decorations that some little girls like. And they are a cute style. As soon as he sat down, Xing Yao was ready to pour tea for everyone. Sister, please sit down and let me do the small things. Bai Jinfei snatched it away. Master, senior brother, how did you escape from Ice and Fire Island? I was accidentally recognized at that time, so I had to teleport away from Ice and Fire Island in a hurry. When I turned around, I still wanted to go back to find you. Lu Li took the opportunity to ask. We went to sneak attack on the moon-stealing thief, the 10th among the 40 thieves, and left Ice and Fire Island early in the morning. The real ghosts and demons behave as if nothing happened. Master is amazing. Lu Li immediately showed admiration. The moon-stealing thief is a late-stage nascent soul cultivation. The demon master has just broken through the nascent soul, and he is actually able to successfully attack in a sneak attack. He has to be convinced. Junior brother, you have harmed me. Senior brother. At this time, Bai Jinfei came to Lu Li and poured tea while complaining. Oh, senior brother, please tell me. Lu Li asked curiously. That day, Master allowed you and me to move freely. So I went to collect information on Ice and Fire Island. While I was working hard, the 10,000 Islands Alliance began to search and arrest people. I was so scared, senior brother, that I didn't even wear pants on the spot. Run away. Who knows? Thingwa Island will be sealed off. Brother, I can't even run away. Bai Jinfei said helplessly. And after? Lu Li immediately asked. Then? Later. Junior brother, I had to hand over all the spirit stones I had on my body, buy a piece with the female Taoist friend I shared the same bed with, and evade the search of the 10,000 Islands Alliance for 10 days. The price was... Oops. My kidneys hurt. As he spoke, Bai Jinfei showed pain and returned to his seat, holding his waist. TSK. It seems that Bai Jinfei lost at least hundreds of billions this time. Lu Li sighed secretly. Humph. Just in time. You can practice well here for the past half-month. Don't think about going out to find flowers and flowers. Demon Master snorted. Yes, Master. When Bai Jinfei heard this, he cupped his hands and his face became even more painful. By the way, Master, how many days will it take for this battle to attract a bride to begin? Lu Li asked. The 15th. That is, July 15th. The Demon Master looked solemn. So fast? Lu Li was stunned for a moment, then asked, what's the situation on Giant Eagle Island now? It's not good. It's a mixed bag. The Ghost Master's eyes showed a cold light. This time of martial arts competition. The owner of Giant Eagle Island is choosing a son-in-law for Yao Yao. In fact, he is looking at the strength of the immortals and demons and preparing to take sides. Therefore, the Immortal Alliance is here. There are many people from the Demon Sect, and there are also overseas forces joining in the fun, including some evil cultivators with evil intentions. Abyss Monster Clan? Aren't the people from the Monster Clan not allowed to participate? Lu Li asked in surprise. This has something to do with Yao Yao's life experience. The Demon Master hesitated to speak. Master, let me tell you. Xing Yao Yao looked cold and said slowly. My father is the owner of Giant Eagle Island, and my mother is the saint of the Snake Clan among the Abyss Monster Clan. However, the two of them only married for business interests. I was in trouble, so they sent me to the Demon Gate. Lu Li understood immediately. This second senior sister is really quite powerful. However, her life experience is indeed a bit pitiful, comparable to Fang Yinli, whose biological father does not care for her and whose stepmother does not love her. After all, the Abyss Demon Clan has always been hated by the human race, and this hybrid of the human race and the Abyss Demon Clan is even more despised. It's understandable that he was sent to the Demon Gate. Stay on Eagle Island? Not suitable. Sent to Xiamen in Buddhism? Not appropriate either. It seems a bit inhumane to place it in a bitter, cold and brutal place like the Abyss. Therefore, sending it to the Demon Sect and finding a reliable Demon Dao practitioner to raise it is the most appropriate solution. Sister Yao Yao, you can rest assured. At this time, Bai Jinfei laughed. Now, junior brother Lu has formed the Dao Jin Dan, and his magic power is boundless. He can almost walk sideways in the Jin Dan. As long as he comes on the stage, he can easily defeat any Jin Dan in the early stage. Wait until he is invincible. You will be free again, unless your father suddenly changes the rules and puts Yuan Ying in trouble. Really? Lu Li smiled proudly. With the golden elixir of the great Dao in his possession, he has this invincible self-confidence. Just as I was thinking about it, a ringtone suddenly came in. Xing Yao Yao's expression changed, and he flew out of the Ice Jade Palace. Soon, she came back. His expression became extremely cold. Yao Yao, what happened? Demon Master frowned and asked. Xing Yao Yao pursed his lips, and his golden snake eyes revealed a cold light. The maid just came to announce that the rules have been changed. Those who participate in the martial arts contest to find a bride will change from those who are under 50 years old, and in the early stages of the golden elixir to those who are 100 years old, and who have completed the golden elixir. And, regardless of race. Chapter 195. Will the exercises give birth to children? What? The rules have changed? Is it possible for people with perfect golden elixirs to participate? Is it not limited to race? Bai Jinfei stood up suddenly. His eyes widened. This. Why did he suddenly become a crow's mouth? Is the golden elixir perfect? The Demon Master looked solemn. Lu Li also frowned slightly. If it were an ordinary golden elixir, he really wouldn't be afraid. But if the golden elixir is perfect, it is not limited to race, which is a bit troublesome. If there is a genius who is a hybrid of human race and demon race, possesses the tyrannical body of a demon race, and has refined a magic power to reach the sky, coupled with a mysterious magic weapon, maybe he can be evenly matched with him. After all, he has too few magic weapons. Only a 5 elements death-destroying fan can be used. Why did the rules suddenly change? Demon Master asked with a frown. Because of junior brother Lu. Xing Yao Yao looked at Lu Li and said coldly. Junior brother appeared out of nowhere and killed the flowers of the 10,000 Islands Alliance with one move of the 1,000 Buddha Amitabha Palm, which shocked the world. Obviously, my father and mother were also frightened, so they directly temporary change of rules. Senior sister, I'm sorry. I'm too strong. If I had known this earlier, I should have only used 10% of my strength when I killed Hannah Lu just now. Lu Li apologized. Hearing his words, Bai Jinfei was a little shocked. Ye Chengli? Can you kill that flower? After all, that Hannah Lu is also a genius of the 10,000 Islands Alliance. Is he so miserable in the eyes of his junior brother? Junior brother, there is no need to apologize. Xing Yaoyao waved his hands and sat down, his expression cold and his whole body exuding a trace of evil spirit. In that case, Lu Li, you should go practice and consolidate your realm first. Other matters will be handled by the Master Council. Demon Master said coldly. This is not good. Lu Li nodded, stood up and said with a smile, Senior sister, could you please take me to a secret cultivation room? Okay, junior brother. Follow me. Xing Yaoyao's feet were bare, and he swung his slender waist, as gracefully as a snake swimming in water, and jumped out in an instant. Lu Li followed closely. After a while, the two came to an underground ice cave behind the palace. This is a huge ice cave that exudes a bit of cold air. There are mysterious magic circles engraved all around. Rich spiritual energy slowly rose from the underground ice and lingered around. Although the aura is not as good as the secret training room in the Mermaid Island Palace, it is similar to the one in Guifeng Mountain. Junior brother, this is a control token. You are practicing here. If you need anything, just call me. Xing Yaoyao handed over a jade token. Thank you, senior sister. Don't worry, senior sister. I'm here. Everything will be fine. Lu Li took the jade token and comforted him. Thank you, junior brother. Xing Yaoyao pursed his lips, bowed deeply with his hands, turned around and floated out of the ice cave. Buzz! Immediately, Lu Li activated the jade token in his hand. White spiritual light flashed, and the entire formation was activated, blocking out prying eyes from all around. At the same time, a large amount of colorful spiritual energy spurted out from under his feet. System. Without any hesitation, Lu Li sat down cross-legged and directly summoned the skill panel. Host, Land Carp. Realm, Golden Elixir level 1 2%. Yin Yang Hun Yuan Kuanping Demonic God Skill, level 21, progress 2%. Vajrathathagata Dharmakaya, 5% of the first level. Subaru Spell, level 1, 18%. Doi Tianlong Spell, 6th level, progress 5%. Instant Sword Technique, perfect. 10,000 Demonic Sword, perfection. Soul Cutting Sword, perfection. Powerful Vajra Spell, level 6, 3% progress. Pure Yang Wuji Sutra, 7th level, progress 9%. Xiaoyao Yufeng Ju, the 3rd level, progress 12%. Looking at the system panel, Lu Li couldn't help but show a look of great satisfaction on his face. More than a year ago, he was still a small chi refining level 1 person. Unexpectedly, a year later, he would have completed the Golden Elixir path and become a real person with the power to move mountains and seas. Full sense of accomplishment. Take another look at the system log records. You have survived the Golden Elixir Thunder Tribulation. You are about to condense the elixir. Failed to form the core. The refining of the Wuji Golden Pill is complete. Try forming the pill again. You begin the great intersection of Yin and Yang between heaven and earth, giving birth to a wisp of innate Yin and Yang power. You relied on the power of innate Yin and Yang to successfully form the elixir. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Golden Court realm. You subdued a one-horned and thousand-eyed demon. Snort! The godly immortal lord. This old guy is trying to prevent me from becoming enlightened. If he survives by chance, he must be killed in the future. Lu Li thought to himself. And with a flick of his hand, 3 more storage rings appeared in front of him. One is from the 7 killed tiger demons. One belongs to the real skeleton. The last one is naturally Hualyo's. It's time to count the harvest. Lu Li, let me help you. With a swipe, GK emerged from the sleeves and robe. 2 eyes as big as black sesame seeds glowed with excitement like gold coins. Don't worry. I will find the sword pill and give it to you. Lu Li smiled. Hey, Lu Li. I took that ancient sword pill and regained some strength. I can help you break the restrictions of the storage ring. Leave it to me. GK raised his thin round hands and jumped up and down. Oh, here you go. Lu Li was overjoyed when he heard this. Without saying a word, He handed over the storage rings of the 7 killed tiger demons and the skeleton master. These 2 guys are thieves who do all kinds of evil. And there must be special restrictions on the storage ring. Give me a cup of tea! Gene K raised 2 storage rings, jumped to the side, raised his little hand, and summoned the copper sword full of gaps. Then, he raised his copper sword and slashed at the storage ring, causing tinkling sparks. Seeing it working hard, Luli didn't bother him. A black hole of Hunyuan formed in his palm. He grabbed Hua Lu's storage ring and rubbed it gently. Crackling. The restrictions above were immediately broken. When his consciousness peeked inside, his eyes suddenly lit up. There were actually 400 pieces of snow-white jade the size of mahjong tiles stored inside. All are top-grade spiritual stones. As expected of a man who casually threw out 100 high-grade spiritual stones. He is so rich! Take it! Luli took out the high-grade spiritual stones with a scroll of his consciousness and transferred them to his storage ring, including the dowry. The total is 1,632 pieces of high-grade spiritual stones. Get rich. Get rich. This is definitely richer than the average nascent soul lord. Moreover, buying the lowest quality magical sword pills, 1 for each high-grade spiritual stone, and feeding it to Gene K can restore it to 1/10,000th of its strength. 1/10,000th of the strength is enough to make him truly invincible in Gene Dan. Unless the opponent also holds a Taoist weapon. It's stable now. Luli made up his mind and stored all the high-grade spiritual stones in a storage ring, preparing to go out and buy sword pills in a few days. Then, he began to look for the talismans and elixirs in the storage ring. However, I only found a few bottles of good elixirs. Not a single talisman, because Hanuri used up everything before the battle. In addition, there are some high-grade spiritual weapons, plus the 4 smashed high-grade magic weapons, which should be able to sell for more than a dozen high-grade spiritual stones. Let's see if there are any secrets. With a scroll of spiritual thought, Luli took out all the books in the storage ring, placed them on the ice, and began to look at them one by one. Black Turtle Divine Art. Spiritual Snake Fist. By Chao Jing. Long Yu Ba Huan Gong. From the beginning of refining weapons to entering the earth. 1000 Gold Alchemy Sutra. Spring in the Jade House. Female Sword Immortal. Record of Humiliation Hardcover Edition. On the Use of Fish Mouth. The last book, On the Use of Fish Mouths, has been read frequently, but it has been torn. After reading it, Luli frowned. These techniques are all very low level, and only a copy of Black Turtle Magic can be used. It is a mysterious defensive technique that is not inferior to the Zixia Sun Refining Manual. Everything else is of little use. The Tianhe Dragon Divine Art he wanted was not found. Forget it. Let's evolve the Black Turtle Magic first. Luli picked up the jade slip and put it against his forehead, scanning it quickly with his consciousness. A ding. You have learned the Black Turtle Magic. Dot. Recite Taoist scriptures silently. The system prompt sounded again with a ding sound. Congratulations to the host. Your Black Turtle Magic skill has gained great enlightenment due to listening to the Supreme Tao Sutra, and evolved into the Qian Mingsha Goddess skill. Dot. Luli was stunned for a moment. Is this the wrong direction of evolution? How to evolve into a magical skill suitable for women to practice? In shock and doubt, Luli frowned, called up the system log, and started checking the techniques. As expected, this magical skill has become a pure Yin skill suitable for women to practice. This was the first time Luli encountered such a situation. Practice or not? There don't seem to be any side effects. Practiced? Luli immediately started to use the Qian Mingsha Goddess skill. Boom! The majestic sea of mana stirred up. A buzzing sound. A piece of dark blue water immediately emerged from under Luli's skin, flowing around his body like water, condensing into turtle shields in the shape of turtle LS, covering all directions. At the same time, it began to absorb the pure Yin power around it. Just then, a ding sounded. Your pure Yang Wuji Sutra and Qian Mingxiao divine skill fell in love at first sight. And they both fell in love. The effectiveness of their cultivation increased by 100,000%. Progress plus 1%. Progress plus 1%. Is this possible? Luli was so shocked that he opened his eyes on the spot. Could it be that his skills can still give birth to children in the future? Chapter 196. The elixir gives you poison, and it belongs to me. It seems that I have to find a partner for my skills in the future. Luli looked at the system log and couldn't help but sigh. Once there is a target, the cultivation effect will be directly increased 1,000 times, which is simply astonishing. Is this the power of love? Moreover, regardless of whether they have children or not, once they are combined and evolve to become a more mysterious and powerful magical power, it will be even better. Wrong. Luli suddenly thought of something and his expression changed slightly. Will these two techniques be separated in the future? And then the effectiveness of the practice will be greatly reduced? Moreover, what kind of exercises can match the naughty kid like Vajratathagata Dharmakaya? Thinking of this, Luli felt a little headache. Luli! I cut open a storage ring! At this time, Gene-K jumped over, holding a black jade storage ring in his thin round hand, like a child who has been rewarded with a little red flower from the teacher. His face is full of pride. Not bad. Luli reached out to pick up the storage ring, touched its little head, and said with a smile, Keep working hard. I will take you out to buy 1,000 sword pills in a few days, so that you can eat enough. 1,000 sword pills. Thank you, Luli. I'll go chop down another storage ring right now. When Gene-K heard this, his sesame-sized eyes immediately swelled to the size of watermelon seeds, emitting a dazzling golden light. It jumped back, raised the copper sword full of gaps, and violently slashed at the storage ring of the skeleton master, full of energy. TSK. This doesn't count as child labor. Luli shook his head and chuckled, then looked into the storage ring in his hand. He looked happy. There are also high-grade spiritual stones here. Not much. Only 30 yuan. But it's also a small fortune. Received. Luli directly accepted these high-grade spiritual stones, and also took away more than 1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones inside. Then, the categorization began. After a cup of tea, he counted 3 medium-grade magic weapons, and 5 low-grade magic weapons, 36 bottles of elixir, 110 talismans, treasures from heaven, materials in earth, 57 kinds. There are also clothes and sundries, etc. The most important thing is that there is actually a golden elixir technique, the silver dragon transformation method of Mercury. This is also a mysterious skill comparable to the Zixia Sun refining manual. Unfortunately, it is only at the 9th level, and can only be practiced to the late stage of the golden elixir. Once practiced, the magic power turns into mercury water, which is extremely poisonous and corrupts all things. It is a poisonous skill. Being idle is also idle. Luli practiced this skill easily, then evolve again. Ding. A system prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host. Your Silver Dragon transformation of Mercury technique evolved into the Silver Mercury Poison Sutra. After listening to the Supreme Tao Sutra, nothing special happened. Luli didn't care either. This poisonous skill should be taken out by Vajratathagata Dharmakaya to defeat demons in the future, and it can be regarded as adding a little brother to Vajratathagata Dharmakaya. Later, Luli studied the elixir and talisman in his hand while swallowing spiritual energy to practice. He was going to take a few pills to improve his cultivation and achieve a breakthrough. After all, his Great Tao Golden Pill is so powerful that any pill he swallows can be absorbed directly without any side effects. So there is nothing to worry about. It can be said that as long as there is a supply of countless elixirs for improving his cultivation, he can instantly reach the golden elixir perfection. However, this is impossible. His current magic power is so powerful and pure that it is comparable to the average golden elixir perfection. Every time you break through a level of cultivation, the amount of mana required is astronomical. From the first level of someone else's golden elixir to the second level of the golden elixir, the distance is between 10,000 and 100,000. And for him, there is a terrifying gap between 1 million and 100 million. Because of this, the entire Yimingo Sect's supply of elixirs to him may not be able to help him rise to the realm of golden elixir perfection. In addition, although the elixirs taken by the nascent soul to improve the cultivation level are useful, it will be extremely difficult to break through the nascent soul in the future. And it is almost impossible to condense the nascent soul. You can only practice by yourself. Perhaps this is the trouble of Dao Jin Dan. If it is too strong, there are also disadvantages of being too strong. Luli shook his head and sighed. However, I heard that the leader of the Dao Alliance is also a Dao Jin Dan. It is necessary to ask her for advice next time I meet her. I just don't know if this woman can give advice. Luli thought to himself, then took out a special spirit beast bag and released the three-tailed fox demon. You formed a pill? As soon as the three-tailed fox demon came out, he immediately sensed the terrifying golden elixir aura on Luli's body, and was instantly frightened and screamed. 3 fiery red jade-like pupils were as wide as bells, This golden elixir aura is as strong as the perfect golden elixir. It's so scary. Isn't it just a pill? What's the fuss about? Luli said calmly. You have been practicing for only a few years. How come you have formed an elixir? Even the holy son of my Abyss clan cannot do it at such a fast speed. The three-tailed fox demon's heart was filled with billions of turbulent waves, and his face was full of disbelief. Hey, we can't generalize between people. Besides, I'm a human and you are monsters. They can't be compared at all. Stop talking and open your mouth. Luli's expression turned cold. Not angry but powerful. You? What do you want to do? The three-tailed fox demon shrank in fear and crawled to the ground. But he didn't even dare to run away. Huh? Of course I'm giving you medicine. Luli hummed softly and casually popped half of the blood-colored elixir into the fox demon's mouth. Then, he grabbed the fox demon's mouth and lifted it up, shaking it 3 times to ensure that the fox demon pill was swallowed, and then put the fox demon down. You? What medicine did you give me? The three-tailed fox demon's pupils were trembling, and his face was full of horror. I just felt a cramping pain starting to emerge in my belly. The pain was heartbreaking, and my body began to become limp and weak. What else could it be? Poison. Of course, Luli said as if nothing happened. At the same time, the physical condition of the three-tailed fox demon begins. Poison. Poison? When the three-tailed fox demon heard this, his face turned pale. He stared at Luli, gritted his teeth, and said with great grievance, Kill me! As he spoke, tears flowed from his eyes. If I had known today, she wouldn't have run out of the abyss. Oh wow! How miserable! Just as he was thinking about it, Luli grabbed the fox demon with his big hands, pinched the fox demon's neck, and explored its vital signs. It's still alive! And you shouted so powerfully. It doesn't seem to be a fatal poison, Luli murmured, and silver light suddenly appeared on his hand, wrapping the fox demon's body. The next moment, as soon as the silver light disappeared, the fox demon felt all the toxins in his body being sucked away. Then, it saw Luli casually stuffing half of the poison into his mouth, swallowing it with a gulp, and swallowed it. A ding. The system prompt sounded in Luli's mind. You took the blood poison pill. Your silver mercury poison meridian is used to refine the blood poison pill, and the cultivation effect is increased by 100%. Cultivation progress plus 1%. Huh? When Luli heard the system prompt, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, he can major in poison technique. Then, crazily swallow poison to improve your cultivation. Wouldn't this eliminate the restrictions on elixirs? Quickly ascend to the golden elixir perfection? This method works. However, the silver mercury poison technique is still a bit useless. So I need to find a more mysterious and powerful poison technique. Practice now. Luli's eyes flashed, and he grabbed a green pill that was obviously poison, scraped off a piece, and stuffed it into the fox demon's mouth. Then, he closed the fox demon's mouth and shook it several times like a wine glass. Then he let go of the fox demon. Yee! Don't shake. Can't I just eat it? The three-tailed fox demon was extremely aggrieved and on the verge of crying. Give me all the poison you have. I want to die. You. The poison is coming. Before he finished speaking, Jinkai jumped over and shouted with great excitement. 2 thin round hands held up a black jade storage ring. It is the storage ring of the real skeleton. Dot! The three-tailed fox demon rolled his eyes and fainted. Well done. Luli didn't care about it, smiled and touched Jinkai's little head, picked up the storage ring, and looked inside with his consciousness. His brows immediately wrinkled. Why? Aren't there any spiritual stones here? Jinkai jumped up to Luli's head, laid down on the jade crown, and asked with a milky voice. Well, there are some spiritual stones, but apart from the spiritual stones, there are just some sundries and nothing else. Luli activated his magic power and released all the contents of the storage ring. Crash. Suddenly, a pile of debris appeared in the ice cave. Apart from the clothing spiritual stones, they are just some scraps of natural materials and earthly treasures, which are worthless at all. Then, it was gone. There are also very few spiritual stones. Only 5 high-grade spiritual stones. It seems that this old guy's refining of the 5 elements death-destroying fan has depleted his family's fortune. Forget it. It's better than nothing. Luli tidied it up casually. and then continued to let the fox demon test the medicine. Anyway, no matter what kind of elixir it is, put it into the fox demon's mouth first, and let it try it. As a result, the fox demon wandered back and forth between life and death throughout the day. One time the poison was too strong and I almost died. Fortunately, Luli had quick eyes and quick hands, and he used the quimping demonic skill to help it suck out the toxins. Otherwise it would really have died. Fox demon, I saved your life again. How do you plan to repay me for this life-saving grace? Luli asked with a smile. However, in the eyes of the three-tailed fox demon, this smile was like a devil's grin, so terrifying that it was so frightened that its whole body began to shake, shaking like chaff. Fortunately, after this life and death crisis, Luli let it go for the time being, closed his eyes, and practiced quietly. The three-tailed fox demon secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but was extremely desperate. The days after this are miserable. It wants to blow itself up. Fox, there is a spiritual fruit here. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat it? At this time, GK inserted a green spiritual fruit into his copper sword and handed it to the fox demon. Goo 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 goo. Thunder came from the fox demon's belly. The ordinary spiritual fruit in front of me exudes an extremely attractive fragrance. There was a click, hunger overriding the thought of self-destruction. The fox demon weakly raised its head, bit down on the green spiritual fruit, and Gulu swallowed it in one gulp. Then, traces of spiritual energy, combined with the medicinal power of the various pills just now, began to spread out, washing through the demon's veins, nourishing the demon body that was torn apart by the poison. Suddenly, mana surged. The three-tailed fox demon was shocked, and its gem pupils suddenly lit up with a fiery red light. The three flaming plush tails suddenly became straight, like three antennas. A powerful aura emanated from its body. It seems to be forming a pill. Chapter 197. This technique is really sensible. Rumble. Muffled thunder sounded in the sky. When Luli heard the sound, he opened his eyes, and was stunned for a moment when he looked at the fierce fox demon that was covered in hair, and was as big as a cow. This about forming a pill? Uh-huh. GK jumped over and landed on his shoulder, his face full of excitement. Luli! Luli! This fox demon is going to form a pill. Quickly draw out a bit of its soul, and then give it a blood contract, and take this opportunity to completely conquer it. Upon hearing this, the three-tailed fox demon's pupil shrank, its body lowered, and it made a low growl like a beast. Seeing this, Luli smiled and said two words. Get down. You. The three-tailed fox demon grinned. Then, lie down on the ground obediently. Left tail. Luli smiled and said again. Suddenly, the fox demon's leftmost tail gently wrapped around and stretched out in front of Luli. Good. Luli rubbed the fiery red tail as soft as satin and said another sentence. Stick out your tongue and bark a few times. Dot! A fierce glint flashed in the three-tailed fox demon's eyes. But in the end, he stuck out his tongue obediently. Then he barked 3 times. Woof! 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 Okay. I won't take away your soul. I will let you form the elixir in full glory. Go ahead. Luli waved his hand casually. Boom. The ban on ice caves has been removed. Sizzle. The three-tailed fox demon whipped up a gust of wind, rushed out of the ice cave with a roar, and appeared in the sky. Ouch. Woof woof. The next moment, the fox demon looked up to the sky and roared. Boom. Thunderclouds immediately rolled in, covering the sky and the moon. The silver electric python flashed wildly. A storm blew across the sky, blowing the petals of peach blossoms all over the sky. Swish. Xing Yaoyao flew out from the palace and looked at the three-tailed fox demon that started to burst into flames in the sky in surprise. Senior sister, don't worry. This is the abyss demon fox I conquered. It just needs to form a pill. Luli flew out and explained. I see. Junior brother, you have to be careful. There are powerful powers from the abyss monster clan on this giant eagle island. Maybe they can sense the breath of this fox monster. Xing Yaoyao's expression became solemn, and he pinched the magic formula with both hands to activate the isolation and restraint. Okay. Luli nodded. It's a pity. He still thinks that when he encounters the enemy in the future, he will just close the door and let the fox go without taking action. By the way, Senior Sister Xing, where are Master and Senior Brother Bai? Luli asked. Master is instructing Junior Brother Bai to practice. Xing Yaoyao blinked his eyes and said coldly. Junior brother Lu. You can just call me senior sister Yao Yao from now on. There is no need to add a surname in front. Okay. Lu nodded and sighed secretly in his heart. It seems that this second senior sister is really ready to sever ties with her father. But it's no wonder. Being thrown around like a bargaining chip would make anyone sad. Boom! At this moment, a silver lightning struck down and hit the three-tailed fox demon. The fox demon began to cross the tribulation. Lu looked solemn, stopped talking, and stared closely. Naturally, he hoped that the fox demon would survive the golden elixir thunder tribulation and form a golden elixir. In this way, he will have a powerful thug in the future, plus a thick-skinned poison-testing tool demon. Moreover, this fox demon's tail is really comfortable to hold up, and Ji-Rong's golden fish tail are simply two different peak enjoyments. At this time, thousands of miles away, in another palace on Giant Eagle Island, a beautiful girl in red suddenly opened her eyes. Pupils trembled. Younger sister? She muttered two words. The next moment, the beautiful girl stood up suddenly, rushed out of the secret practice room, and with a few flashes, she came to the jade gate on the 7th floor of the palace, bowed her hands and said, Dayer, please see your ancestors. Come in. Along with an extremely soft voice, the jade door slowly opened. The beautiful girl in red walked in respectfully. Then, she saw a bright red light floating in the air, as oppressive as the sea and as terrifying as a dragon. Ancestor, der sensed her sister's aura. Please take action. Ancestor, to save her sister. The beautiful girl in red bit her knees and knelt down. A flash of red light. She turned back into a huge, red, four-tailed fox demon that was as big as a bull and crawled on the ground. Your sister? It's forming a pill. In the red light, a soft voice came out and said slowly, Yes. The four-tailed fox demon respectfully said, That's why I sensed my sister's aura and begged my ancestor to save my sister. Do you know whose hands your sister is in now? The soft voice asked. It should be Lu Li. The four-tailed fox demon's three pupils flashed with a trace of resentment. It remembers that man clearly. It's that nasty land carp. Her sister was captured in the molten underground world of Fallen Immortal Valley and Fallen Immortal Cave. Then you should also know that Lu Li formed the golden elixir of the great Tao. He is the reincarnation of the devil and Buddha. He has boundless power and can shock both immortals and demons. The voice said again, Dayer knows. But sister, the four-tailed fox demon was a little unwilling. Since Lu Li is on Giant Eagle Island, it means that the Yiming Ghost Emperor is also on Giant Eagle Island. That Ghost Emperor is so mysterious that even my ancestors are not sure I can deal with him. The voice said calmly. There was a hint of fear in his words. Der understands. I'm disturbing our ancestors. A trace of sadness flashed across the eyes of the four-tailed fox demon, and he stood up to leave. Don't worry. The Holy Sun will help you get your sister back on the day of fighting to find a bride. At this time, the ancestor said, The Holy Sun? The Holy Sun is here. Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, ancestor. The four-tailed fox demon kowtowed repeatedly. Go and practice hard. Although your sister is living a miserable life, at least she has formed a pill. Right. You don't have to worry too much. The voice of the ancestors has a mysterious power to soothe people's hearts. Yes. Der resigns. The four-tailed fox demon flashed red, turned back into human form, bowed and exited the palace. After the people left, there was a bang and the jade door closed. A murmuring voice immediately came from the red light. The golden pill of the great Tao. Suck it. Boom. The last giant pillar like silver lightning struck down. The three-tailed fox demon dripping with blood looked up to the sky and screamed, spitting out a fiery red demon pill, soaring into the sky to meet the falling silver thunder. Sizzle. The lightning exploded, and the fiery red demon pill and the three-tailed fox demon were instantly enveloped. Wait until the silver lightning disappears. The three-tailed fox demon had been electrocuted so much that its fur was scorched black, and it fell straight to the ground. Boom. It hit the big pit in the dirt and lost all breath, as if dead. The flaming red demon pill as big as a pigeon's egg also became pitted and its aura dimmed. It fell down and hit the fox demon's side. It bounced a few times and did not move. Huh? Are you dead? Lu Li floated over in one step and sighed softly. Oh, what a pity. Have a good trip. As he spoke, he raised his big hand and paper money was scattered all over the sky. Then Lu Li turned around and said, Senior sister, can you skin the fox demon? Help me peel off the skin and tail of this fox demon and make it into a mink coat and several scars. Don't waste it. Woohoo! I'm not dead yet. Before he finished speaking, the fox demon on the ground suddenly moved and shouted angrily. There was extreme anxiety in his voice, and even a bit of fear. Then, he rolled his tongue and swallowed the demon pill into his stomach. Pity! Luli shook his head, with a look of regret on his face. Senior sister Yao Yao on the side looked on, and couldn't help but look sideways. This junior brother is a real dog. Boom. At this moment, the fox demon's body erupted with an aura equal to about 0.4 flower flow. A red light that shone in the human eye emerged, instantly healing the flesh and blood that had been damaged to the bone by Lei Ji. Even more beautiful fiery red fox fur grows rapidly. And, behind it, another tail as red as flames grew out. Four-tailed fox demon. It formed a pill successfully. You actually succeeded in forming the elixir? It's not bad. I will let you try the elixirs in the future first. Senior sister, I will go back to practice first, Luli said, carrying the fox demon and flying back into the ice cave. Then, suck out the soul. Blood contract. An hour later, Luli had a black with soul card in his hand, and there was a vague connection between him and the four-tailed fox demon. From then on, the fox demon was his soul pet. This is a common method used by most monks to control spiritual beasts. Try the elixir. Luli waved his hand and threw out hundreds of medicine bottles and placed them in front of the four-tailed fox demon. Then, he changed his mind again, summoned pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and said calmly, after taking the elixir, I have to write a 5,000-word test report, including the taste, onset time, and properties of the elixir. All the medicinal materials must be written clearly. Master, I will eat any pill no matter how poisonous it is. But can you please stop writing articles? The four-tailed fox demon begged with pain on his face. No. GK. Help me watch it. Luli refused coldly. After saying that, he sat down cross-legged and began to practice the Yin-Yang Hunyuan Kuimping demon god art. Before you find the mysterious poison technique, you still have to practice this magical technique. Just like that, the ice cave became quiet. Only the four-tailed fox demon was left, holding an elixir in one paw and a writing brush in the other. With a face full of pain and hopelessness, GK was holding a magic sword, chewing on it while supervising the work. The next day, Luli was shocked and opened his eyes. Click, click, click. The frozen frust around him shattered. A clear reminder immediately sounded in my mind. After a night of hard practice, you have gained some understanding of your Yin-Yang Hunyuan Kuimping demon god technique, and the golden elixir of your cultivation has increased by 3%. Your Vajra Tathagata Dharma body, the mighty heavenly dragon Dharma, the powerful Vajra Dharma, and the one-horned eclipse thousand-eyed demon are integrated into one. Your super spell challenged many skills. You won more than you lost, and you benefited a lot. Your cultivation progress increased by 9%. The 24 swords of the demon felt a huge threat, and unwilling to be suppressed. I practiced hard all night. I gained a great understanding, and my cultivation level increased by 4%. Your Xiao Wind control technique will passively increase your cultivation level by 3% while avoiding the Sumer's spell. Not bad. All skills and cultivation levels have been improved. Luli looked satisfied. Then, he heard two more prompts. You combine the yin and yang of the pure Yang Wuji Sutra and Xianmingshao's goddess skills to greatly increase your cultivation level by 12%. In order to express my gratitude, Xianmingchu's goddess skill went out to search and found for you a good female cultivator who is suitable for Xianmingchu's goddess skill. Yo-ho! Lu Li's eyes lit up. This goddess Xianmingshao is so sensible. He actually knows how to help his master find a partner. Chapter 198 The Taoist Weapon List and the Golden Elixir List are released. In fact, Lu Li didn't want to find a partner. He already has two confidants, Ru Ji and Ji Rong. But out of curiosity, he still muttered silently. System log. System log records pop up immediately. Lu Li saw the last two records at a glance. In order to express my gratitude, Xianmingchu's goddess skill went out to search and found for you a good female cultivator who is suitable for Xianmingchu's goddess skill. The female cultivator's location, 360 miles southeast of the current location. What is your current location? Lu Li was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he picked up the jade tablet and poured a little magic power into it. Buzz. The ice jade medallion lit up with a faint white light. Junior brother, is something wrong? Senior sister Yao Yao's cold voice came from the jade sign. Sister Yao Yao, may I ask where is the place 360 miles southeast of here? Luli asked directly. It's Mu Haixian's cave island. Senior sister Yao Yao said coldly. Mu Haixian? Luli was surprised and seemed to be somewhat impressed. That's right. She is the third wife of the island owner of Giant Eagle Island, the mother of the young island owner Xingkai, a powerful person in the early stage of becoming a god. Senior sister Yao Yao's voice was so cold that there was no emotion at all. The third wife of the owner of Giant Eagle Island? Oops. This person is not interesting to deal with. Hey, that's not right. Isn't this good? The higher the other party's cultivation level, the more benefits you will get. The only disadvantage is that the other person is much older than me. Probably more than 1,000 years older. Moreover, when sending out this magic technique, it is easy to be hacked to death by Mu Haixian and the owner of Giant Eagle Island together. The risk is too great. Luli sighed helplessly and said, Thank you, senior sister. It's okay, senior sister. Suddenly, the white light of the ice jade brand dimmed. TSK. This Yanming Xiao goddess skill has good intentions. However, the effort of finding people is just a little bit poor. But I feel that I am not wrong. Mu Haixian can cultivate to the point of becoming a god. His qualifications are definitely not bad. And he is also the most suitable for practicing this magical skill. This makes perfect sense. Forget it. Give it to Ji-Rong later. Luli shook his head, turned his eyes, and looked at the four-tailed fox demon in front of him with a sad face. Why? Haven't you finished writing it yet? I thought I won't. The four-tailed fox demon raised his head, holding the brush in his paws, with a look of agony on his face. Master, please spare me. No. Luli looked solemn. I am doing this for your own good. I am going to train you to become an alchemy master. A true alchemy master should try hundreds of elixirs until death. Come. I have a few alchemy secret books here. All of them are all collected carefully. You have to learn it. And then, you can help your Fox clan refine various elixirs and take the whole Fox clan away. As he spoke, he waved his big hand, and a pile of books fell in front of the four-tailed fox demon. Take the entire Fox clan with you? These words made the four-tailed fox demon's eyes shine. Uh-huh. It was full of energy in an instant. With one swipe of its four tails, it held all the books in front of itself and scanned them at a glance. Alchemy Treasure Record by Chao Jing. Thousands of alchemy prescriptions. 2 or 3 things about alchemy. The years I became an alchemist. Alchemy from entrance to the grave. On how to make alchemy. Avoid being blown up by the alchemy cauldron. Alchemy from entry to bankruptcy. The four-tailed fox demon felt like flinching when he looked at these book titles. However, after taking a look at Jean K, who was carrying a bronze sword and staring at him with a ferocious look, he still looked at it honestly. And Luli has entered the cultivation state again. Just like that. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. Ding. Luli woke up after hearing the system prompt and slowly opened his eyes. Your Vajratathagata Dharmakaya leads the heavenly demon of Eclipse to kill demons and eliminate demons everywhere. And you have completely gained the trust of the heavenly demon. The demon of Eclipse has determined that you are the reincarnation of the demon Buddha. The demon completely surrenders. You learn the Phantom Sword. Not bad. When Luli heard the good news, he immediately beamed with joy. The Phantom Sword is the forest sword of the 24 swords of the demon. The function is very simple. With one strike of the sword, the enemy's soul is drawn into the Phantom Mirror, and then he is killed by the light of the sword without knowing the pain. This is the only heavenly demon sword technique that Luli wants to learn on his own initiative. However, this sword technique requires finding a suitable demon, which is a waste of time. Now I just use this thousand-eyed heavenly demon to practice the Phantom Demon Sword. The Vajratathagata Dharmakaya has achieved great success again immediately. Luli was secretly pleased and took another look at the system log records. All the skills were indeed ruined by Vajratathagata's Dharma body, and they went out every day to hoe the strong and help the weak. Even the newly arrived Silver Mercury Poison Sutra is no exception. Fortunately, Xiaoyao Yufengju has been lazy and has not participated. Xianming Xiao's goddess skills didn't participate either. It has been helping Luli find a good furnace. 5 days later, 2 were found. The location is quite far. Not bad. Not bad. This Xianming girl is really sensible and has a bright future. Luli praised, stood up and stretched, Crackling. An astonishing bone-bursting sound came from his body. The mana, as powerful as 100 flowers, suddenly exploded, sending out sonic booms all over the body, roaring like thunder. What happened? The four-tailed fox demon curled up and sleeping in the book suddenly jumped up and screamed. Then, shrouded in terrifying magic power, it immediately crawled to the ground. I was even more frightened in my heart. The magic power of this land carp is more powerful than some of the nascent soul demon kings in its clan. Is this still a human being? Absolutely perverted. At this moment, Luli withdrew all his magic power and transformed into an unparalleledly handsome scholar in white. He asked casually, Fox Demon, how did you do with the homework I gave you? Master, they are all here. The Fox Demon quickly brought some white papers filled with words. Luli glanced at it. The writing is okay, well detailed and organized, and the effects of the trial medicine are also clearly written. He does have some talent as an alchemist. Then you can write well here. I'll go out for a while. Luli grabbed the bottles of poison, poured them all into his mouth, raised his head, and ate them like jelly beans. Then, run the silver mercury poison meridian to swallow up all the poison's power, and improve the cultivation of the poison meridian. There was a boom. The jade door of the ice cave opens. Luli reappeared in the sunlight, and breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could find the second senior sister, a ray of white light came out. It's Platinum Fly. Junior brother. Something big happened, Bai Jinfei said excitedly. Huh? What happened? Did the leader of the Dao Alliance marry a beggar? Luli asked curiously. TSK. Junior brother. It won't do any good to read less pornographic texts. Bai Jinfei shook his head and handed over 2 pieces of white paper. This is what you really want to read, is it? Luli took it and took a look, frowning. I saw 3 vigorous and powerful golden characters written in the middle of the first piece of white paper. Taoist weapon list. Read on. Top of the list, Tian Wanrui. Holder. Leader of the Tao Alliance. Second place on the list, Brahma's treasure ship to cross the world. The holder is the 3 divine monks of Dalian Temple. Tanhua. Bridge. Holder. Fourth place, Panwu sword. Holder. Head of the Tianhe sword sect. Fifth place, demon killing knife. The holder is the master of Taimao sect. Luli was shocked when he saw it. Someone actually compiled such a list of Taoist weapons. Senior brother, who made this up? It shouldn't be made up. Right. Luli asked solemnly. This is not made up. It came from the old man Tianji, who has not been born for a long time. It is said that this old man Tianji has unlimited magical powers and can calculate everything. He knows everything. Bai Jinfei said in surprise. Old man Tianji? Which road are you on? Luli was a little convinced, especially seeing the third one. Xiao. He knew that this old man Tianji was quite capable. I don't know which path old man Tianji is on, but as soon as old man Tianji is born, he will stir up troubles between immortals and demons. Because he can sell Tianji, Bai Jinfei said with excitement on his face. Selling secrets? Luli was stunned for a moment. That's right. Heaven's secrets cannot be leaked. But you can buy the supreme secrets from this old man Tianji. Many powerful monks have bought it, and they all say it's good. The negative review rate is 0. Bai Jinfei licked his lips. So smart. Luli couldn't help but feel a little interested. Junior brother, look at the second picture quickly. At this time, Bai Jinfei urged. Good. Luli picked up the second piece of white paper and took a closer look. The second one is the golden elixir list. Top of the list, Dao Jindan, the chief of the Yiming sect. A coin-throwing madman. Luli's face suddenly darkened. Dot! Chapter 199. The lady is here. It's no wonder that Luli's face looks ugly. Once this golden elixir list comes out, everyone in the world will call him this name. Money-throwing fanatic. Moreover, if the influence of this old man Tianji is really that great, then once this golden elixir list comes out, it will directly push him to the forefront. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. Even if the person at the top of the Dao weapon list is not convinced, he does not dare to rush to the immortal palace of the Zhongzhou Dao sect to find a contest with the leader of the Dao Alliance. However, the top of the golden elixir list is only an early stage golden elixir who has just broken through the golden elixir. There will definitely be more people who are unconvinced. There will be more famous people who want to challenge him. Although Luli thought he was already enough of a prodigal, he didn't want to become more promiscuous and cause more trouble. Looking further, the second and third places are both names that I have never heard of. Second place, Jidao Golden Pill, Abyss Spirit Clan. Holy Sun, Abandoned Talent. Tanhua, Taihao Sun God Golden Pill. Tionhai Palace, Young Palace Master, Halberd God King. Then there was Ling Jinshuang. Fourth place, Shattering Void Golden Pill, the chief of Tianhe Sword Sect. Fairy Mei Shuang, Ling Jinshuang. At a glance, there are 20 in total, including Taoist Sect, Buddhist Sect, Demonic Sect, Overseas, Abyss, and all major forces. It is extremely clear. The one at the bottom is actually Fan Yinli, a foodie. 20th place, Xiantian Golden Pill, Xiantian Guan, the stupid girl. Fan Yinli. Ha ha! Stupid girl! Luli couldn't help laughing when he saw the end. You can imagine how angry Fan Yinli would be when he saw this list. That chubby fleshy face must be as angry as a hamster. Then he turned his anger into eating 3 tons of chicken legs. Junior brother, now you show up, Bai Jinfei said with envy on his face. From now on, if you run out with this face like yours, I don't know how many beauties will throw themselves into your arms, hoping that you will preach to them. Since it's so good, senior brother, I will give you my face, and you will be Luli from now on. Luli said very generously. No, no. When Bai Jinfei heard this, he was so frightened that he shook his head. I haven't developed a golden elixir. If I encounter a master of the golden elixir who comes to challenge me, I probably won't know how I will die. Yeah, it's a bit troublesome now. Luli put away the 2 pieces of paper and frowned slightly. He also wanted to take this opportunity to go out and buy some magical sword pills so that Jinkei could have a full meal. In this situation, it seems a bit dangerous to go out rashly. Walk! At this time, Bai Jinfei suddenly smiled meaningfully. Junior brother, let's go out for a walk. I've been recharging my energy for a few days, and I'm getting ready for a big fight. I heard that this giant eagle island is home to thousands of customs. Snakes, sharks, etc. Humans, healing people, tiger people, immortals, demons and Buddhas are all there. Senior brother, aren't you afraid of Master's reproach? Luli asked with a smile. Oh, it's okay. Master is practicing in seclusion. Let's buy some tiger whip, deer whip, and shark whip later to show our respect to Master. Isn't that all right? Bai Jinfei chuckled. Before he finished speaking, a cold and threatening shout came. Jinfei, are you slandering my master? Why don't you come back to practice? Is my master going to castrate you for a few days before you are willing to practice in peace? Yes, master. When Bai Jinfei heard the sound, his face fell, and he flew back to the palace dejectedly. Seeing this, Luli shook his head and prepared to go to his second senior sister Yao Yao and ask her to help him buy sword pills while he continued to practice here. The world outside is too chaotic, so it's better to just be patient. Junior brother, you came just in time. I have something to ask you. As soon as they arrived at the palace gate, senior sister Yao Yao swam out. What a coincidence. Senior sister, I also have something to ask you. But please tell me first. Luli smiled. My father asked me to get ready and go to the banquet at noon. I am alone and feel unsafe, so I would like to ask you to raid the formation for me. Yao Yao bowed solemnly. Okay. Luli pondered for a moment and asked, then do I want to show my true face? It's better to change your appearance. As soon as old man Tianji's golden elixir list comes out, you will attract the world's attention. There are too many people who have evil intentions towards you, so you'd better hide it first. I originally wanted to invite Master to go, but Master feels that his character is not suitable for showing up. Yao Yao said coldly. Huh? Why? Luli was stunned for a moment. Master has a straightforward personality, elegant and easygoing. It is easy for him to offend some powerful nascent soul lords at the banquet. In addition, Master suffered some injuries from a sneak attack on the moon-stealing thief. It is inconvenient to fight, so Master is not suitable to go. Yao Yao explained. Understood. Luli suddenly realized. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, will I be in danger? No. My father is extremely shrewd. He will probably know your identity the moment he sees you. He doesn't dare to touch you. Yao Yao said coldly. That's okay. I'll accompany senior sister for a walk later. Luli nodded. Junior brother, what do you want from me? Yao Yao asked. I would like to ask my senior sister to help me buy some magical sword pills. It doesn't have to be too high-end. Just a piece of high-grade spiritual stone will be enough, Luli said directly. Magic sword pills? Okay. How many pills do you want? Yao Yao nodded lightly. 1,000. Luli raised a finger. 8,000? Yao heard this. His golden snake eyes slightly dilated, and he frowned and said, I'm afraid I won't be able to buy such a large amount of sword pills. I have to find my brother Shinkai. Is that so? I'd better buy them in batches later. Luli pondered for a while, then shook his head. This one-time purchase of 1,000 sword pills can easily arouse suspicion. Or buy in batches. After all, the Dao weapon list was born. The whole world is staring at the 5 Taoist tools on the Taoist weapon list. If anyone notices that the golden case sword is with him, the trouble will be even greater. A Taoist weapon can suppress the destiny of a sect, enough to make some powerful gods take risks. His strength is still a bit weak. It's a crime to have a jade in your possession. Luli's eyes flashed and he asked, Senior sister, do you know that there is a mysterious poison skill for sale on Giant Eagle Island? Mysterious poison technique? Senior sister Yao Yao was stunned for a moment, and her expression became even colder. When it comes to poison skills, in the whole world, I'm afraid there is no one that can compare to the poison skills my mother practices. Your mother? Abyss Snake Clan? Luli reacted immediately. Junior brother, if you want to buy the poison skill, I can ask him later. Senior sister Yao Yao said coldly. Then I'll bother you. Senior sister. Luli bowed his hands. No trouble. Senior sister Yao Yao waved her hand. Junior brother, please come in and sit down. My father will probably send someone here soon. Good. Luli was not polite and followed the second senior sister into the hall, drinking tea and practicing at the same time. Didn't wait long. Suddenly, a person flew into the sky and landed outside the peach blossom forest. A clear voice came. Miss Xing, noon has arrived. Please come to the Condor Island for a banquet. Junior brother, let's go! Yao Yao said coldly and flew into the sky. Luli followed closely beside her. Soon, he saw that the person who came to greet him was a middle-aged woman wearing a gorgeous brocade robe, with a colorful cloud under her feet. He is still a nascent soul true lord. He is. The woman in brocade robe glanced at Luli in surprise. This young man is dressed in a white shirt, 8 feet tall, handsome, holding a jade fan in his hand, and has a scholarly air about him. He looks like a gentle scholar. Taking a closer look, on the paper fan he was shaking. One side said, elegant and easygoing, and the other side said, gentle, respectful and respectful. This is clearly a top-grade magic weapon. The aura of the golden elixir is so obscure that you can't even see through it. I am Nadgong Wei Jing, the elder Jin Dan of the Confucian Sect. Luli closed his jade fan with a snap, smiled elegantly, and cupped his hands. It turns out to be fellow Taoist Nangong from the Great Confucian Sect. Please. Although the woman in brocade robe was a little strange, she still smiled and did not continue to ask. As he spoke, the colorful clouds under his feet emitted 5 colored rays of light, which expanded several times and extended to the feet of Luli and Yao Yao. Luli did not hesitate and followed Yao Yao onto the colorful clouds. Call out. With a sharp sound that broke through the air, the 3 of them shot forward. After about half a cup of tea, the colorful rays of light descended in front of an extremely gorgeous palace. Miss Xing, fellow Taoist Nandong, here we are. The woman in brocade robes smiled slightly and put away the colorful clouds. Good. Yao Yao responded coldly and was about to leave Luli into the hall. At this moment, a golden light suddenly burst out of the palace and flew into the sky. Then a hearty laugh resounded throughout the 9 heavens. Uh-huh. Lord Jilong, the master of this island has been waiting for you for a long time. When Luli heard the sound, he looked up and saw a purple jade coral treasure ship speeding towards the horizon. On the bow of the ship is a majestic middle-aged man wearing a golden robe. On both sides of the middle-aged man, there are 2 familiar figures. Luli felt happy. His wife is here too. Chapter 200 selling a copy of Girl Goddess Gong. Although he hasn't officially worshipped her yet, Luli still believes that Ji Rong is already his wife. After all, the bride price was given. The dowry was also collected. Now that I see my wife coming, I am naturally happy. Ha ha. Master Xingdao is very thoughtful. This time, I have specially come to drink your wedding wine. Don't entertain me with some ordinary tea and wine like last time. At this time, Ji Longyuan's laughter sounded in the sky. Don't worry. Whatever you want to drink, you can just come and get it from my treasure house. Another middle-aged man laughed heartily. This is a middle-aged man with a straight face wearing a black coat, thick eyebrows and thick eyes, and a burly figure. He also has a thick beard. It gives people the feeling of being a heroic hero. This person should be Xing Fenglai, the owner of Giant Eagle Island. He led Ji Longjun and his party to fly down and landed at the entrance of the palace. Hey, Yao Yao, you're here. Let's go in together. Ji Longjun, please. The middle-aged man in black saw Yao Yao, nodded, and led Ji Longjun and others into the palace. He didn't even look at Lu Li. The same goes for Ji Longjun. However, the masked woman in white clothes following Ji Longjun noticed. She tilted her head slightly. Her surprised gaze fell on Lu Li, and she involuntarily turned her body slightly, as if she wanted to come to Lu Li. However, the next moment, she noticed senior sister Yao Yao next to Lu Li. Snort! A soft hum sounded. This masked beauty followed Ji Longjun straight into the palace. TSK. I'm jealous. When Lu Li saw it, he understood immediately, but he was not in a hurry. Then, he followed senior sister Yao Yao into the main hall, and what he saw was a group of beautiful women fluttering their long sleeves, dancing gracefully, and floating like immortals. The crisp and sweet music of silk and bamboo reaches my ears. Looking at both sides, there were actually monks sitting there. They are all young-looking handsome men and beauties. Everyone, this is the Emperor of Mermaid Island, Senior Ji. At this time, Xing Fenglai said cheerfully and introduced. Hearing the sound, everyone bowed their hands and saluted. Okay, Mr. Ji Long, we old guys can go to the back hall to chat. This place will be reserved for these young talents. Xing Fenglai laughed. Good. Ji Longjun nodded, turned to Ji Jianyang. Ji Rong said a few words, and then followed Xing Fenglai into the back hall. At this time, a maid naturally came over and led Ji Rong and the two of them to sit at a jade table in the front left corner of the hall. Interestingly, this banquet is a feast. That is, everyone is sitting on the ground, with a long jade table in front of them, filled with various spiritual fruits and mellow tea and wine. It was very much like a palace banquet in a secular dynasty. In the center farthest from the palace gate, there is a long gold and jade table, which should be the main seat, where Xing Fenglai will sit. Miss Xing, please come over here. Just as he was thinking about it, a beautiful maid came over and said respectfully, Good. Senior sister Yao Yao nodded. Then, the two of them were taken to the right front of the hall, in front of a jade table close to the main seat. Miss Xing, do you have any other instructions? The beautiful maid asked respectfully. Gone. Senior sister Yao Yao said coldly, and sat down directly behind the jade table. Lu Li also sat next to his senior sister. This scene caught the attention of many people, and all kinds of glances came over them, most of which fell on senior sister Yao Yao on the side. Some whispers were heard. At this time, an ordinary-looking young man in gold clothes led a group of people over and bowed directly to Xing Yao Yao. Xing Kai has met my sister. This person is Xing Kai, the young island owner of Giant Eagle Island, who shot the beast eggs in the fallen immortal cave. Well, brother, please be busy. Xing Yao Yao didn't seem to hate Xing Kai. He nodded coldly and responded. However, he did not stand up. This moment made several people look at him with disgust and disdain. However, Xing Kai didn't pay attention. He cupped his hands toward Xing Yao Yao Gong, then turned to Lu Li and asked, Fellow Taoist, I am Xing Kai. Do you want to ask for advice? One of the casual cultivators is Nangong Lijing. Lu Li didn't even get up. He opened his fan and smiled. Suddenly, a series of indifferent and hostile glances were directed at Lu Li, obviously feeling that he was rude. It turns out to be fellow Taoist Nangong. I'm so glad to meet you. Sister. Fellow Taoist Nangong. I'm going to entertain the distinguished guests from Mermaid Island. I'm sorry to be with you. Xing Kai was not angry. He cupped his hands and turned around to lead the people to greet Ji Rong, who was opposite. At this time, Lu Li had time to look at the young talents in the palace. Most are golden elixirs. A few have perfect foundation building. Those with perfect foundation building. The weakest ones have the mana power of 2 Li Jings, and the strongest ones have the mana power of 7 Li Jings. Obviously, these people are all geniuses from major overseas forces. As for the golden elixir cultivators, they are mixed. The weakest golden elixir layer has only 1/3 of the flower flow. But the strongest one, Gene Dan Perfect, actually has the strength of 30 flower styles. There are also 4 or 5 whose powers are obscure and unfathomable. It seems that there are also hidden dragons and crouching tigers overseas. The man in white over there is the true successor of the overseas Tontion sword sect. He has perfect golden elixir and a very powerful swordsmanship. The woman in blue in the southwest is the daughter of the leader of the Sun and Moon sect. She possesses the Sun and Moon divine wheel and has unparalleled magical power. There is that yellow-faced man. He is the young master of the overseas alchemy cauldron sect, and his alchemy skills are superb. Xing Yao Yao on the side introduced him silently. What about the 2 most popular ones? Luli waved his fan, picked up the jade cup, took a sip, and pointed at it casually. He was referring to the pair of handsome men and beauties in the front left. These 2 people were very popular and were surrounded by a crowd of people like stars over the moon. The man was about 27 or 80 years old, with a slender figure, wearing a plain white robe, with a calm temperament, handsome appearance, and perfect golden elixir cultivation. The woman is also at the perfect state of the golden elixir. She looks about 20 years old. She is wearing a dress with aqua blue patterns and clouds. Her temperament is elegant, like a ray of breeze on the sea. It gives people an ethereal and uncertain feeling that goes with the wind. These 2 people are number 12 or 18 on the golden elixir list. The male is Shui Qingping, a genius of the Tai sect, the largest overseas sect, who has developed the 5 elements Dao golden elixir. The female is Ning, the daughter of the island owner of Tianlong Island. It is said that she has the power of a half-dragon. Senior sister Yao Yao said coldly through the message. Half-dragon power? Luli was suddenly shocked. The power of a dragon refers to a power attack of 100 million kilograms, which is equal to the power of 1,000 dragons. His current physical strength is 50 dragons, under the 64 times increase of the powerful Vidra spell. It is only an attack of 32 million kilograms. It is equivalent to the power of 320 dragons. It's still far short of the half-dragon's power of 500 dragons. This woman actually has the power of half a dragon? As if sensing Luli's gaze, the woman named Ning raised her eyes and landed on Luli. Luli smiled elegantly and nodded slightly towards her. Seeing this, the woman nodded lightly in return. But there was a hint of surprise in his expression. She couldn't see through this early Gene Dan cultivator named Nangong Lijing? Still feel the slightest threat? Fellow Daoistan, I heard that your dragon elephant golden pill has been cultivated to the extreme, and you have developed the power of a half-dragon. Is it true? At this time, Shui Qingping, a handsome man from the Tai sect, came over, cupped his hands and asked with a smile. Behind him were a group of fawning monks. It's just half-dragon power. Not worth mentioning. And Ning stood up and replied elegantly. Fellow Daoistan, it is true that you are still moving forward. The clouds are calm, and the wind is calm. Admire. My dragon and tiger golden elixir is naturally not as good as Shui Daoyou's 5 elements avenue golden elixir. And Ning said calmly. TSK. These 2 are complementing each other in business and acting. Luli shook his head secretly, and was too lazy to listen. He stood up and walked straight towards Ji Rong on the opposite side. Suddenly, some eyes that were watching the show came over. Just now, many monks wanted to make friends with Ji Jionyang and Ji Rong, especially Ji Rong, the future queen of Mermaid Island. Once she is favored by a beauty, she will reach the sky in 1 step. However, they were all rejected, and Ji Rong refused directly because she felt unwell. Now that they see Luli coming forward to make friends, they are naturally gloating about Luli's misfortune, hoping to see Luli get hurt by the collision. As expected, as soon as Luli walked to their table, Ji Rong's slightly cold voice came from the veil. I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well. Please help yourself. Don't get me wrong. Fellow Taoist, I'm here to sell books. I see that fellow Taoist has an exquisite skeleton, and a spiritual light rises from the back of his head. By coincidence, I have a copy of Qian Ming Shao Goddess Skill. Here, the original price is 100 high-grade spiritual stones. It's only 69 yuan now. Would you buy it, fellow Taoist? Luli smiled, took out a handwritten secret book from his sleeve robe, and handed it over. Selling cheats? Who would buy this secret book of unknown origin? Isn't there something wrong with Nangong Lijing's brain? I'll buy. The next moment, something shocking happened. Ji Rong actually agreed. Also, The earlobes are slightly red. This scene stunned everyone. What on earth is it? Chapter 201 Old Man Tianji. A secret book, originally priced at 100 high-grade spiritual stones. The current price is 69 yuan. Excuse me, how much is the discount? The answer is 69% off. Therefore, it means the 6th princess and the 9th princess. It doesn't have any other special meaning. It was this that made Ji Rong immediately understand the identity of the man in white shirt in front of him. Amidst everyone's confused looks, Ji Rong turned to Ji Jionyang and sent a message. In an instant, Ji Jionyang's green eyes brightened, full of surprise. Then without saying anything, he stood up and pulled Lu Li to sit in the middle. This scene made the monks around him even more shocked. They looked at him with envy, jealousy, suspicion, scrutiny, and indifferent eyes. Who is this Nangong Lijing? To be able to hug each other and sit between the two stunning princesses of Mermaid Island? The next moment, they saw Ji Jionyang pouring wine for Lu Li and peeling the spiritual fruit like a maid. Extremely attentive and considerate, Ji Rong also carefully moved the spiritual fruit in front of him to Lu Li. The three of them looked so intimate. This made many young talents frown and feel sad. I never expected that the aloof and beautiful princess of Mermaid Island would be willing to accompany someone else at this moment. And that Emperor Yi and Vying would serve the same husband together. It's so heartbreaking. Jionyang, why did you get to Giant Eagle Island? Lu Li waved his fan, eating the spiritual fruit handed over by Ji Jionyang, and asked with a smile. It was invited by the master of Xing Island of Giant Eagle Island, and he is going to ask my father to help support the scene on the day of the battle for marriage 10 days later. The reward is 2 secrets from the old man Tianji. Ji Jionyang replied immediately. The voice was still soft and sweet, with a hint of sweetness. 2 secrets from old man Tianji? Could it be that the master of Xing Island has invited the legendary old man Tianji? Lu Li asked curiously. Jionyang doesn't know. My 6th sister and I came here to relax. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Lu here. I'm so happy. I didn't have time to thank Mr. Lu last time for taking you to have a good look around the mermaid. Where is the island? Ji Jionyang smiled softly, revealing the slightest hint of joy from her heart. Master Lu naturally doesn't want us to come and affect his ability to embrace the beauty. Ji Rong on the side spoke lightly, and her soft voice reached her ears. This is obviously jealousy. Senior sister Yao Yao is just my senior sister. Don't think too much. Let's read the Xian Ming Shao Goddess Kung Fu. Lu Li smiled and put the handwritten secret book into Ji Rong's hand. Huh? Is this the real secret book of Kung Fu? Ji Rong was slightly stunned. Of course it's true. It will be of great benefit to you after you complete it. Lu Li smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Ji Rong opened the secret book with hesitation. Halfway through, I realized something immediately. The earlobes were slightly red. I'll practice with you when I have time. Lu Li chuckled and said, You'd better find someone else to practice with, Ji Rong said, and put the handwritten secret book directly back into Lu Li's hand. What kind of secret book is this? Mr. Lu, can I see it? Ji Jionyang on the side was a little curious. Don't look. Upon hearing this, Ji Rong snatched the secret book back. Seeing this, Lu Li smiled secretly in his heart. Correct. He can ask Ji Longjun for a supreme poison skill. Originally, Lu Li wanted to ask for a copy directly from the Yinming Ghost Emperor. But the Yinming Ghost Emperor was elusive, and would probably not appear until 10 days later. Simply ask Ji Longjun, the father-in-law, for a copy and practice it first. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded in the hall. What's so great about Lu Li's golden elixir? Dare he call himself invincible? He's just an early-stage golden elixir that has just broken through. Lu Li looked up after hearing the sound and found that the person who spoke was a young man. This man was wearing the Tai Sect's iconic golden waterfire Taoist robe. He was a perfect foundation builder. Standing next to Xue Qingping, he was very dissatisfied. The Great Tao Golden Pill is the best in the world. It is not impossible that the Lu Li Golden Pill is invincible. At this time, the elegant daughter of the island owner of Tianlong Island shook her head in Ning. As soon as she finished speaking, a female cultivator beside her immediately echoed, Senior Sisterin is right. That day, on Mermaid Island, Lu Li moved Buddhas all over the sky, and made more than 1,000 moves with the great Amitabha palm. Which golden elixir can block it? He is not Jin Dan Invincible. Who is Jin Dan Invincible? That's because he is the reincarnation of the demon Buddha. There are bonuses for using Buddhist techniques. Besides, his opponent is only an early-stage golden elixir. Try switching to a golden elixir? The young man in Taoist robe said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a bunch of people started to echo. That's right. The opponent is too weak. That Hannah Lu is just an early-stage Jean Dan. If you beat him, you can say that you are invincible. It's too unconvincing. If it had been Senior Brother Shui, Luli would have been defeated long ago. Senior Brother Shui's 5 elements Dao Golden Pill is really powerful. Humph. Once Senior Brother Shui takes action, he will definitely beat Luli to the point where he will cry like a ghost, howl like a wolf, and run away in embarrassment. A burst of boasting immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the palace. Don't dare. If I have the chance, I would also like to learn how powerful the Great Dao Golden Elixir is. Let's see what's the difference between my 5 elements Grand Dao Golden Elixir and Lu Li's Grand Dao Golden Elixir. Although Shui Qingping is modest, but in fact, there was a hint of pride between his brows. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of being in the spotlight and surrounded by stars. Fellow Daoist Shui wants to have a sparring match with that Lu Li? I don't think so. At this time, and Ning frowned slightly. Oh, fellow Daoistan, do you think I bully the younger ones? Shui Qingping raised his eyebrows. That's not true. And Ning looked calm and shook her head slightly. I'm just afraid that fellow Daoist Shui will be beaten to death by that Lu Li. As soon as these words came out, Shui Qingping frowned and his smile condensed. Do you think my fellow Daoistan will not only lose to Lu Li in terms of strength? I will also be killed by him. Although the truth is a bit hard to hear, I really think so. That Lu Li is powerful enough to kill Nascent Soul. And Ning nodded. Behead Nascent Soul? Hearing her words, the Taoist-robed young man behind Shui Qingping couldn't help but sneer. If that Lu Li is strong enough to kill Nascent Soul, then I am also strong enough to kill the Avatar. Everyone also shook their heads in disbelief, thinking that Ning was exaggerating. What is the concept of Nascent Soul? The magic power reaches the sky, divide the sea and split the earth, shattered space, escape through the void. A person who has just broken through to the golden elixir can actually kill Nascent Soul? This is simply a fantasy. Something that is simply impossible. Unless the Nascent Soul was seriously injured and on the verge of death. It would be impossible to kill a complete Nascent Soul with the initial strength of Lu Li's Golden Pill. Fellow Daoistan, you think too highly of that Lu Li. Shui Qingping also shook his head repeatedly. Oh, really? How about we make a bet? And Ning said elegantly. Bet? Please say. Shui Qingping smiled, confident. 10 days later, during the battle to recruit a bride, that Lu Li will definitely appear. At that time, fellow Daoist Shui will go on stage to compete with him. As long as fellow Daoist Shui can survive under Lu, I will accompany fellow Daoist as many spiritual treasures as possible. If fellow Daoist Shui cannot survive, I will give him as many spiritual treasures as possible. Come on! If you lose, you only need to pay me a spiritual treasure. And Ning said calmly. This is naked contempt. Shui Qingping's expression changed, but he returned to normal instantly, and said with a confident smile, Okay. However, Shui Qingping, never take advantage of others. If Lu Li and I lose within 100 rounds, then I will make amends to endow 50 spiritual treasures. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. The starting price of Ling Bao is 100 yuan for high-grade Lingshur. 50 spiritual treasures. That is 5,000 pieces of high-grade spiritual stones. If you lose, you will lose everything. Suddenly, everyone in the hall was talking about it. These two are playing against you. Ji Rome on the side said softly. Oh? Play a game. Sister, what does this mean? When Ji Jionyang heard this, she was stunned on the spot. It's very simple. One of the two is a good guy, and the other is a bad guy. They are putting on a show. Through this bet, they are trying to raise their own reputations. It seems they have some deeper plans. Lu Li shook his fan and said with interest. Yes. The Tianlong Trading Company on Tianlong Island has both immortals and demons. Every time there is a major event in the world, the market will be opened. This time the battle for marriage has also been opened. This Ning is very scheming, and he is obviously adding fuel in jealousy. Make this even more exciting. Ji Rong said softly. Is there such a thing? Lu Li's eyes lit up. If he guessed correctly, and Ning from Tianlong Island knew his identity, and would definitely come to him and give him money to fix the match. When the time comes, will you agree or not? Lu Li fell into deep thought. Just as he was thinking about it, a rickety old man holding on to a long green bamboo pole suddenly appeared at the palace gate. A white cloth hangs from the bamboo pole. There are 4 black characters written on the front, Old Man Tianji. The wind blew gently, and the 4 words on the back were revealed to Luli. Nothing is left out. The old man was dressed in simple linen clothes. Barefooted, skinny as a stick, with age spots on his face, and a half-inch long snow-white beard. He just appeared out of thin air and stepped into the hall. Like a dying country barefoot fortune-teller, Luli's pupils shrank. Could this man be the legendary Old Man Tianji? Chapter 202 Old Man Tianji's Clever Plan. Ha ha! Old Man Tianji is here. Xing is too far away to greet you. I'm sorry. With a hearty laugh, Xing Fenglai, along with Ji Longjun and other powerful men, filed out of the back hall and greeted him. I've met Old Man Tianji. I haven't seen you for many years. Old Man Tianji. But do you still remember me? Thank you. Old Man Tianji. If it weren't for your guidance, I wouldn't be alive today. Yes. Without the guidance of Old Man Tianji, I would not be able to marry the young Taoist couple in the 36th room. Give me a son, and continue the incense. Such a great favor. Even if it is Old Man Tianji. You want me to have 3 Taoist monks from the 16th house. I also agreed. All the powerful men said hello and thank you to the rickety old man in sackcloth. Witnessing this scene, all the geniuses present were shocked. This man is Old Man Tianji. Luli also secretly marveled. This Old Man Tianji's business is so extensive. And he even gives birth to a son? That's really awesome. Fellow Taoists, you're welcome. At this time, Old Man Tianji slightly bowed his hands in return. His voice was hoarse and low, as if he had been sick for 3 days without drinking water and was weak. Old Man Tianji, please take a seat. With a smile on his face, Xing Fenglai led Old Man Tianji to the long golden and jade table at the front, and said with a bold smile, Xing always remembers that Old Man Tianji likes to drink ambergris wine, so he has already had it prepared. Come on! Come on! Liquor! As soon as the words came out, a group of beautiful women held a jar of spiritual wine and brought it to the table. Well, it is indeed ambergris wine. Master Xingdao is interested. Old Man Tianji took a deep breath, and his cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. Then, without being polite, he casually inserted the green bamboo pole beside him and sat behind the long gold and jade table. Comrades, please take your seats. The banquet is ready to begin. Xing Fenglai turned around and smiled. All the powerful men immediately sat down behind their long tables. Ji Longjun's seat is next to Ji Jionyang. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Luli sitting between Ji Jionyang and Ji Rong, with a look of surprise on his face. Then, he immediately reacted and glared at Luli. The majestic message immediately reached my ears. Luli, aren't you going back yet? Do you want to expose your identity? This father-in-law has a sharp mouth and a soft heart. Luli felt warm in his heart, stood up with a smile, and bowed deeply to his father-in-law. Under Ji Rong's reluctant eyes, he walked back to senior sister Yao Yao's table and sat down. Junior brother, you are very lucky, senior sister Yao Yao said coldly. Maybe. In fact, I don't want to. Unfortunately, I am extremely handsome, but I always attract people to like me. Luli smiled. Hearing such shameless words, Yao Yao was speechless for a moment and couldn't even speak anymore. Everyone, let's toast Old Man Tianji first. At this time, Xing Fenglai, who was sitting next to Old Man Tianji, stood up and raised his glass. When everyone heard this, they all raised their glasses and stood up to prepare a toast. Fellow Taoists, you're welcome. I'm just a fortune teller, not the leader of the Taoist League, who often walks around without shoes. I can't bear such a great gift from you. Old Man Tianji slightly raised the jade cup in his hand as a return gift. As soon as these words came out, Luli, who had doubts before, immediately confirmed it 100%. This man is Old Man Tianji, because he dared to tease the stingy woman who was the leader of the Tao League. He was not afraid of the revenge of the leader of the Tao League. He must have 2 brushes. Everyone also looked slightly sideways. Haha. It seems that Old Man Tianji has a close friendship with the leader of the Taoist Alliance. Come on. Everyone, please take a seat. The banquet has begun. Xing Fenglai smiled boldly and clapped his hands. As the words fell, someone played music and someone danced. A group of beautiful maids filed in and brought various exquisite spiritual foods to everyone's table. All are full of spiritual delicacies from mountains and seas, full of color and fragrance. Especially the first dish is a snow-white rabbit carved from crystal-clear fish meat, which is vivid and lifelike. Luli scooped up a rabbit ear with a spoon and put it into his mouth. What fresh fish! Lubricating and refreshing. It also has a hint of floral fragrance. Eating it into the mouth will make people's appetite whet their appetite, and their index fingers will move. TSK. TSK. If that foodie Fong is here, I'm afraid Fong Wan Canyon will finish his own, and then stare at other people's spiritual food with a greedy face and drool. Luli tasted it slowly and chuckled secretly. Everyone, the owner of this island is very grateful to you for being able to come all the way to attend this banquet. Xing is here to toast you all. At this time, Xing Folai toasted again. Master Xing Dao is welcome. If you come here to eat and drink, it should be our honor to the island owner. Yes. All the powerful men naturally raised their glasses in return. After exchanging pleasantries, Xing Folai put down his wine glass and sat next to Old Man Tianji. He looked around the whole place and said with a smile, "There are so many talented people from overseas in Zhongzhou today. It would be a bit boring if we just listened to music and enjoy dancing." Just in time, the owner of this island thought of a little game. Let's liven up the atmosphere, and let's get down to business. What do you think? When everyone heard this, they immediately became interested. What kind of little game is it? Master Xing Dao, please tell me. An elder from the Tai sect asked curiously. This game is also very simple. Shoot butterflies. Xing Folai smiled mysteriously and clapped his hands. Suddenly, the beautiful maid swam across the table like a fish and placed a green bamboo tube on the table. In the green bamboo tube, there are 9 3-inch long jade flying arrows. The owner of this island will release a jade butterfly later. Whoever can shoot the jade butterfly will get a huge reward. Xing Folai said and turned around. The reward is that you can ask Old Man Tianji to divine the secret for you once. Wow! As soon as these words came out, whispers resounded in the palace. Many monks immediately had their eyes burning and became excited. Rumor has it that the lowest price for asking Old Man Tianji to divine the secrets is 100 high-grade spiritual stones. The golden elixir is 500 high-grade spiritual stones. Nascent soul is 1,000. The transformation god is an astonishing 3,000 pieces of high-grade spiritual stones. Now, this Xing Folai is so generous and generous. Spending money to help others predict fortunes for free? Everyone, before the game starts, there are 2 small reminders. First, there are only 9 flying arrows on a jade table, and they will be gone after shooting. Second, Old Man Tianji can only count 9 times of Tianji in a day. Therefore, the owner of this island only 9 jade butterflies will be released. Xing Folai said, taking out a jade butterfly from his arms. Call out. Before he finished speaking, a white light shot out as fast as lightning and struck the jade butterfly in Xing Folai's palm, making a clear tinkling sound. Then, the white light bounced off and landed on the table. It's a flying arrow made of jade. Everyone. Dot! The whole place fell silent for a moment. A dead silence. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads and look at the person who shot the arrow. This is a handsome young man in a white shirt. He was shaking a jade fan in his hand. On the fan are written 5 characters with flying dragons and phoenixes: gentle, kind, respectful and respectful. There is no word shame. Huh? What's wrong? Didn't you say that Master Xing released the jade butterfly and then shot it with an arrow? That counts as a win? Now I win. Master Xing Island doesn't mean to keep his word. Right. The young man in white shirt shook his jade fan and smiled slightly. This person is Luli. Dot! Xing Folai looked deeply at Luli and said with a smile. Uh-huh. This little friend is indeed very resourceful. Very good. This first opportunity to divine the secrets is yours. Please. Thank you, Lord. However, I want to give this opportunity to others. Okay? Luli glanced at the drunken Old Man Tianji, whose eyes were dim, and suddenly laughed. Oh! Xing Folai was a little surprised and nodded. Of course. Okay. Then let's give it to the 6th princess of Human Fish Island. She is as beautiful as a fairy. I admire her so much that I am even willing to pass on the incense to her. No. I will go through fire and water. I will give her this mere opportunity to divine the secrets of heaven. Of course I am willing. Luli smiled. It seemed that those old monsters who were Yuan gods would not take action against juniors like them. So he was confident that he could win these 9 fortune-telling opportunities. This first time. Naturally, I gave it to my little lady. Upon hearing his words, Everyone present was slightly startled and couldn't help but feel surprised. Who is this person? To be so heroic and generous? What is his relationship with the sixth princess of Mermaid Island? Under everyone's gaze, Ji-Rong's earlobes turned slightly red and hot. Damn! This boy really knows how to make women happy. Ji Longjun looked at it and couldn't help but sigh secretly, and said through a message, Rong, go ahead. Since this boy gave you this opportunity, why don't you accept it? Ji-Rong responded softly, bowed to Lu Li-Ying again, then walked to the golden and jade long table, cupped his hands and said, Please ask Old Man Tianji to divine the secrets for this junior. Okay. Old Man Tianji opened his drunken and cloudy eyes and glanced at Ji-Rong. Then, he grabbed the green bamboo pole next to him and started shaking it. Wow! Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of water waves coming from the green bamboo poles. Luli! This old guy is communicating with the way of heaven. How scary! Isn't he afraid of being polluted by the way of heaven? In his mind, Jing's milky voice sounded. The words just fell. Snap! The green bamboo pole had a flash of inspiration, and a bamboo stick fell onto the table. Everyone took a closer look and saw 4 lines of poetry written in small characters on the bamboo stick. For the first time in the world, a good match is made, and the woman asks her husband to remarry. In the end, they will turn into deer arrows, and thousands of fish roe will swim in the sea. Chapter 203. How many wives does Lu Li have? Okay, it's over. Old Man Tianji picked up the bamboo stick, took a look at it, and handed it to Ji-Rong. Aw? Ji-Rong subconsciously stretched out his jade hand, took the bamboo stick, and was stunned for a moment. But this junior hasn't said anything about divination yet. Everyone was also stunned. Yes, the princess of Mermaid Island didn't say anything even though she was thinking about it. If I couldn't even figure out what the divination person was trying to calculate, this Old Man Tianji sign would have been torn down long ago. Old Man Tianji said nonchalantly. There was unrivaled confidence in his words. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be in awe. Then please ask Senior to undo the signature. Ji-Rong glanced at the bamboo stick, a little confused, and asked again. You are a fish, swimming in the sea with thousands of fish roe. Don't you understand what it means? Old Man Tianji shook his head, raised his head, and drank another glass of wine. This sentence came from Chuanyindu. After hearing this, Ji-Rong's earlobes turned red instantly, as if they were dripping blood. Thank you, Senior. She bowed deeply, turned around, and quickly returned to the table and sat down. Ji Longjun on the side looked at it and sighed helplessly. Although I don't know what his daughter wants to do with the divination, I can tell a lot about it by looking at the words in the fortune-telling. Okay, geniuses. The calculation of the first hexagram has been completed. Next, the owner of this island is going to release the second jade butterfly. Please prepare. At this moment, Island Master Xing smiled generously and raised his big hand. On the palm of my hand, there was still the green jade butterfly. It's just that the jade butterfly is covered with a circle of white light, which is obviously to prevent guys like Lu Li from making sneak attacks again. When everyone saw this, their expressions were solemn. Many people immediately took out a jade flying arrow from their quiver. Suddenly, someone was surprised. This jade arrow is very heavy. It weighs 3,000 kilograms. Everyone, there is a universe inside this jade arrow. It is refined from thousands of stones and has a mysterious magic circle engraved inside. The more magic power is poured into it, the faster the speed. In addition, the jade butterfly in the hands of this island owner has a trace of the 7-color butterflies. The soul is also extremely flexible. Xing Folai introduced. A precious stone? A stone that can only hold the magic power of the golden elixir? After everyone listened, they suddenly understood. This is a test of the magic power, vision, and luck of the Jindan geniuses present. Even popularity. If you are popular, just shout and ask others to cooperate and block the jade butterfly's flight path. Then you will naturally be able to catch it. Everyone, please pay attention. Xing Fonglai shouted loudly and raised his big hand. Buzz! The jade butterfly in his hand immediately bloomed with green light and came to life. Its wings turned into a green light and flew towards the door, as fast as lightning. Suddenly, streaks of white light shot out from everyone's hands and shot towards the green light. Suddenly lights flashed in the sky. Some people just grabbed 5 or 6 flying arrows and threw them out at once. However, The green light transformed by the jade butterfly is very flexible. It moves around, fast and slow, and even shoots back in reverse without slowing down at all, completely ignoring the laws of physics. None of the arrows thrown by the crowd in the first wave hit. Everyone. I accept it. At this moment, Shui Qingping, who was sitting next to the jade pillar on the left side of the hall, laughed and raised his hand, shooting out a ray of white light. Call out, accompanied by the sharp sound that broke through the air. The white light was extremely fast, like thunder, and shot to the green light in midair in the blink of an eye. If nothing goes wrong, the flying arrow will collide with the green light in the next moment. It has to be said that this person has clever timing and powerful magic power. He is indeed outstanding among the golden elixirs in the palace. Boom! At this critical moment, there was a loud bang. A huge ball of blue water light, carrying a white jade flying arrow, soared into the sky, slammed into Shui Qingping's flying arrow, and directly knocked the flying arrow away. Then, the blue water light surged, directly wrapped around the jade butterfly, and suddenly retracted it. The jade butterfly immediately collided with the white jade flying arrow in the blue water. What? Such a powerful magic power? Who exerted such powerful magic? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Shui Qingping's expression condensed. Extremely fearful. He poured 100% of the mana into the arrow just now, and there was no remaining power at all. Was he knocked away easily? Who is it? The next moment, everyone looked in the direction of the arrow and saw a young man in white shirt waving a jade fan. Sorry. It's me again. Luli smiled slightly, withdrew his magic power, opened his hand, and shot the jade butterflies and flying arrows in the air onto his table. This blue water light was emitted by him activating Xian Mingxiu's goddess power. Moreover, it did not explode with full force. Only 30% of the mana was used. Such powerful magic power can naturally knock away Shui Qingping's flying arrows and snatch the jade butterfly into his hands. Congratulations to this little friend. May I ask, little friend, whose surname is Gao? Which school he studied under? Xing Fingli narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. Everyone couldn't help but look at Li, the terrifying golden elixir that suddenly appeared, with surprise and curiosity on their faces. Nangong Lijing, a casual cultivator. Luli gently waved the jade fan in his hand and replied with a smile. Casual cultivator? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Then they all shook their heads in disbelief. If there were such powerful Jindan masters among the casual cultivators, then they, the Jindan masters from the big sect, could just jump into the sea and commit suicide. Ha ha. Little friend Nangong doesn't want to say it, and this island owner won't press him. Congratulations. You have another chance to divine the secrets. Xing Fengli laughed and said, Thank you, Master Xingdao. Luli closed his jade fan in a swish, turned around and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Yao Yao, please, I will give you this opportunity. Given again? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Senior sister Yao Yao couldn't help but be stunned. Fellow Taoist Yao Yao, go ahead. I can capture this flying arrow and butterfly. It's not difficult to wrap it up directly, Luli said, opening the jade fan and smiling confidently. This time, 4 black characters with flying dragons and phoenixes appeared on the jade fan, refined and easygoing. Suddenly, dozens of hostile and angry gazes were directed at Luli. How dare you say Bao Yuan? What a loud tone. Obviously, he didn't take them seriously. Feeling these gazes, Luli smiled and said nothing, just silently absorbing the surging anger and evil of the 7 emotions. And he winked at Ji Rong opposite. When Ji Rong saw it, her earlobes turned red, and she lowered her head. She was not used to flirting with Luli in public. This kid is so arrogant and arrogant every day. It can't go on like this. Sooner or later, he will be beaten to death. Won't Romer have to be left a widow? Ji Longjun looked at it. His brows twisted into figures. Senior, I ask you to divine the secrets for me. At this time, senior sister Yao Yao stood up, walked to old man Tianji's golden and jade table, and bowed her hands neatly. Good. Old man Tianji was already flushed from drinking. He shook his head and stretched out his hand several times before grabbing the green bamboo pole beside him. Then, continued shaking. Wow. There was another sound of surging water, and with a flash of green light, a bamboo stick fell out of the bamboo pole. Yao Yao was well prepared. The moment the bamboo stick fell out, he flicked his sleeve and put the bamboo stick into his sleeve robe. However, Everyone still saw the first signature. Who is the peak at the end of the ferry road? It seems that the illegitimate daughter of the Lord of Xing Island is bent on seeking immortality. Thank you, Senior Tianji. Yao bowed his hands, turned around and retreated behind the jade table, sitting down on his knees with a cold and arrogant expression. Lu Li didn't ask further. Little friend Nangong, please return the jade butterfly. At this time, Xing Fenglai smiled. Good. Lu Li smiled and raised his hand slightly, threw the jade butterfly back, and then swept around the audience. Fellow Taoists, I'm sorry. I want the third jade butterfly. There was an undeniable domineering tone in his words. When everyone heard this, they all frowned, with anger in their eyes. Immediately, some people made eye contact and communicated mentally, obviously preparing to attack Lu Li. The atmosphere in the palace became a bit tense. Everyone, please prepare, Xing Fenglai said slowly. After finishing his words, he raised his hand suddenly. The jade butterfly in his hand actually flashed out, so fast that no one could catch it. Everyone only saw the afterimages of green light flickering in the sky. Then, a sound exploded. Fortunately, the magic circle in the main hall had already been activated, absorbing the huge explosion caused by the sonic boom and the violent hurricane. And there was no messy scene. It's speeding up. Lu Li smiled half-heartedly, stretched out his hand, and pulled out a white jade flying arrow from the quiver. And powerful magic power began to pour into it. The jade arrow flashed with blue light. Everyone in the hall did not take action immediately. Instead, they frowned, emitted their consciousness, and locked onto the lightning-like jade butterfly. At this moment, Lu Li took action. Call out. A blue water light as thick as a pillar flew into the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, one after another flying arrows flashed with various lights and shot towards Lu Li's flying arrow. They want to snipe Lu Li. Just shoot down his flying arrow. Among them, the two most powerful flying arrows belonged to Xue Qingping and An Ning. Bang 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 bang. The next moment, the magic forces collided together, and there was an explosion of waves crashing on the shore and meteorites falling to the ground. The colorful dazzling light immediately exploded in midair, turning into circles of light waves that swept across and cracked the rocks. Boom! The jade butterfly was swept by the colorful light waves and suddenly paused in midair. Good chance. When everyone saw it, they were about to shoot arrows again. But at this moment, there was a bang, and Lu Li's flying arrow exploded into fragments all over the sky. One of the fragments, as small as sand, hit the jade butterfly directly. Sorry, it's still me. Lu Li shook his fan, smiled slightly, opened his hand, and caught the jade butterfly in his hand. Everyone. Dot! Many people's pupils shrank. The magic power is actually strong enough to explode thousands of stones? This GUI.is the old monster Yuaning pretending to be. Right? At this moment, Lu Li closed his jade fan with a swish and raised his hand to Old Man Tianji. Senior Tianji, I would like to ask you to calculate how many wives I will have in the future. Everyone. Dot! Chapter 204 Lu Li's nascent soul opportunity. This guy is sick. This was the first thought everyone had after hearing Lu Li's question. He actually asked himself how many wives he would have in the future. Why don't you ask yourself when you will die? This is simply unreasonable. What a waste of opportunity for Old Man Tianji to tell fortunes. Many people stared angrily. Of course, Ji Longjun, Ji Rong, and Ji Jianyang all looked curious. Huh? At this time, the Old Man Tianji behind the golden and jade table let out a startled sound, and his cloudy eyes shot out two golden lights. Staring at Lu Li, the whole person is like an awakened dragon, exuding a coercion as vast as the heavenly law. But before everyone could react, Old Man Tianji withdrew his divine power and turned back into the hunchbacked, weak and skinny old man. It turns out to be you. Old Man Tianji narrowed his eyes slightly, shook his head, and grabbed the green bamboo pole beside him with one hand. Okay, I will help you calculate it. As he spoke, he began to shake the bamboo pole. Wow! 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 This time, the sound of water surging in the green bamboo poles was heard and lasted for 10 breaths. The green light that shines out is so dazzling that it covers a radius of 1 foot. The formation is much larger than the previous two calculations. Even Old Man Tianji had a bead of sweat on his forehead. Buzz! Just when everyone was in shock, the green light shrank, condensed into a bamboo stick and fell down, hitting the chopping board of the golden jade table and bouncing twice. Everyone took a closer look and immediately saw the signature on it clearly. Is a poem. 1 piece. 2 pieces. 3 or 4 pieces. 5, 6, 7, 8 or 90 pieces. Thousands of pieces. Countless pieces. Fly into the plum blossoms, but never disappear. When everyone saw it, they looked jealous on the spot. Does this guy have thousands of wives? However, Luli frowned slightly. The first 3 sentences are very tempting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 900 million. But the last sentence of always missing makes people feel tight. Could it be that in the end, he was a lonely old man who couldn't get a wife? Senior, please sign. Luli closed his fan in a snap, cupped his hands and asked, I'm tired. I don't understand this sign. You can understand it yourself. Old man Tianji shook his head and flicked it casually. Uh-huh. The crisp bamboo stick was whisked over and landed on the table in front of Luli. All right. Luli flicked his sleeves and put away the bamboo stick, preparing to ask Yiming Ghost Emperor to help him take a look later. Ha 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 ha! At this time, Xing Fenglai laughed and praised. This little friend Nangong's magic power is extremely powerful and astonishing. It really opened the eyes of this island owner and amazed me. It seems that this 4th jade butterfly is going to happen again. It fell into his hands. While talking, he took out another jade butterfly. When all the geniuses in the hall heard this, their expressions were solemn, and their eyes were ignited with a hint of fighting intent. Snort! If this kid really wraps up 9 jade butterflies, then how can they be called geniuses? They can just jump into the sea. Everyone, get ready. Xing Fenglai sensed the change in the atmosphere in the palace, and a smile appeared on his face. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone's eyes were shining brightly, and they were using their powerful magic power to pour into the white jade flying arrows in their hands, ready to shoot out at any time. Many people stared directly at Luli. This time, even if they try their best to miss, they can't let Nandong Lijing hit Yudi again. Luli has become the target of public criticism. However, Luli still had a calm expression. He picked up a jade flying arrow in his hand and turned it slowly. Go! Xing Fenglai shouted loudly, raised his hand, and the jade butterfly flapped its wings and flew into the sky again, turning into a green light that flashed like lightning. The speed was actually 3 points faster than before. The movement trajectory is more difficult to capture. This time, Luli didn't wait long and just flicked his finger. Boom! A huge ball of blue water light, rolling like a river, carrying white jade flying arrows, like a huge ball of sky-fire meteors, blasted towards a certain part of the hall. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone did not hesitate, and arrows shot out one after another, especially Shui Qingping and a Ning. A multicolored 5-element spiritual power vortex appeared above the arrows shot by the two, even the shadow of a giant dragon. It was clear that both of them were at full strength. The next moment, a familiar scene appeared again. Circles of colorful light waves exploded in midair, shining dazzlingly, like a terrifying wave caused by a meteorite falling into the sea, sweeping away in all directions. The jade butterfly was swept away and suddenly paused in midair, revealing its traces. Boom! This time, Luli's jade flying arrow exploded again and turned into fragments, flying all over the sky. He wants to do it again! Unfortunately, there were too many flying arrows, and the mana surged like thousands of undersea undercurrents colliding together. It was so chaotic that it directly shook the fragments of the flying arrows away. Not one of them hit the jade butterfly. The jade butterfly flashed flexibly, and suddenly, colorful light waves came out and flashed behind a jade pillar. But at this moment, a flying arrow flashed with golden light, like a fleeting lightning bolt, and hit the jade butterfly with a ding sound. The timing is extremely clever. The magic power is also quite powerful. Who is it? Everyone took a closer look and suddenly discovered that the person who shot the arrow was the veiled 6th princess of Yudao, Ji Rong. Uh-huh. Congratulations. Xing Fenglai laughed loudly. I want to give this opportunity to divine mysteries to that fellow Taoist Nangong. The next moment, Ji Rong said softly. The sound passed into everyone's ears, soft and soft, as if there was a kind of magical power, which made people feel soft all over and felt in their hearts. Everyone. Ji Longjun felt bitter in his heart. Sure enough, it was the married daughter who threw the water away. How come her elbow was bent out before she went to court? Thank you so much to the sixth princess for reciprocating your love. Luli smiled and held his hands. Immediately, Luli turned around and said, Senior, this time, I would like to ask you to help me calculate where is the chance for me to break through the nascent soul. Good. Old man Tianji, whose face was red from drinking, nodded, grabbed the bamboo pole, and started shaking it. The blue light shone again. Soon, the green light suddenly disappeared, and a bamboo stick fell down. Everyone took a closer look. It was completely blank. Not a single line of signature was written. This time, not only Luli was stunned, but everyone was also stunned on the spot. Senior, what does this mean? Luli asked directly. This is the hollow hexagram of the next sign. The meaning is very simple. That is, everything is empty. Just go to sleep and don't force it. Old man Tianji looked down at the bamboo stick and shook his head. No. As soon as these words came out, everyone had different expressions. Whispers immediately sounded. There is no chance of nascent soul? Does that mean you can't break through nascent soul? In other words, he can only be trapped in Jindan for the rest of his life. Until he dies? TSK. What a pity. It's really a pity that such a powerful magic power can't break through the nascent soul. Maybe he did something that made people angry. This is God's punishment for him. A series of gloating glances came over. Slightly mocking. Xue Qingping and Ning both breathed a sigh of relief. This Nandong Lijing's powerful magic power put them all under great pressure. Now that they are fine, the man in front of them has been sentenced to death by old man Tianji. Suddenly the pressure was greatly reduced. Ji Rong, Ji Zhonyang and senior sister Yaya looked solemn. Ji Longjun also frowned slightly. However, to everyone's disappointment, Luli did not feel discouraged when he heard old man Tianji's answer, but smiled. If you don't have it, then you won't have it. If you swallow a golden elixir, my fate is up to me. If this is the case, if God doesn't give me a chance, I'll just take it myself. In his words, domineering confidence soared to the sky. Some people were in awe of this, while others were dismissive and mocking. Want to go against the grain? Dream on you. Master Xingdao, let's get started. I would like to ask old man Tianji to divine for me again. At this moment, Luli said as if nothing happened. Everyone. Dot! This guy really intends to take care of all the jade butterflies. Little friend Lu, the more you know, the more trouble you will have. Why don't you give up on the next few jade butterflies? Let other fellow Taoists get involved too. Suddenly, a voice came into my ears. It's Xing Fenglai. Luli raised his eyebrows. Xing Fenglai had obviously guessed his identity. After pondering for a while, Luli shook his fan and suddenly recited 2 lines of poetry. The plum blossoms will never be seen when they fly into them, but they will bloom with countless gold coins. 50 high-quality spiritual stones. Xing Fenglai immediately understood the meaning of the poem. However, Luli ignored it and continued to recite the poem. I am born with talents that will be useful, and I will come back after all the money I have spent. No one has asked about cultivating immortality for 100 years, and the world will know if I had more money. Dot! A trace of helplessness flashed in Xing Fenglai's eyes, and he said via voice transmission, 100 high-grade spiritual stones, plus a tutorial from old man Tianji. Uh-huh. When Luli heard this, he immediately closed his fan and put the jade arrow he just picked up back into the quiver. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Has this guy given up? Before anyone could react, Xing Fenglai suddenly said, Everyone, let's begin. Call. As he spoke, he blew a breath. A jade butterfly in the palm of his hand flapped its wings and flew out, turning into a green light and shooting out. Everyone quickly shot arrows to hit the butterfly. At this time, Luli stood up and took a step forward, rushed to the long golden and jade table, picked up the wine jar, poured a glass of wine for old man Tianji, cupped his hands and said, Senior Tianji, please give me some pointers. It's still a matter of Yuanning's chance. Hiccup gula gula. Old man Tianji burped, picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Then he narrowed his eyes and said lightly, You go to a flower house and find that there is no beautiful girl you like. What should you do? Dot. Luli was stunned on the spot when he heard this, and then subconsciously replied, Of course it's a flower building. After saying that, he realized it. Chapter 205 The era of data cultivation officially begins. Land carp have always loved fishing. However, a den often does not produce fish. He could only run to another den. The same is true for what old man Tianji said. Since the way of heaven in this world does not have the opportunity for his nascent soul, then try the way of heaven in the other world. In this way, if he wants to break through the nascent soul, he still has to wait for the time Sect to activate the magic circle, open the passage to the other world, and summon all the demons to come. It's a bit long. Lu Li shook his head, cupped his hands and said, I didn't expect that Senior Tianji is also a temperamental person. Next time I have a chance, I'll invite you to the flower house. When old man Tianji heard this, he rolled his eyes at Lu Li. Little friend Lu, the owner of this island will deliver the 100 pieces of high-grade spiritual stones to Yao Yao's island later. At this time, Xing Fenglai said, Thank you so much, Master Xingdao. Master Xingdao is really generous. Lu Li cupped his hands and thanked her, then turned around and sat down next to senior sister Yao Yao. Junior brother, why don't you take action? Is it my father who secretly forces you? Yao Yao asked with a frown. That's not true. I just made a deal with the Xing Island owner. Although it seems a bit of a loss. He is the host of this banquet, and I have to give him face no matter what. Lu Li explained with a smile. I see. Hearing this, senior sister Yao Yao nodded lightly, and did not ask any further questions. Just then, there was a ding. Someone shot Jade Butterfly. Lu Li looked up, and found that it was Xue Qingping from the Tai Sect. This guy is ranked 12th on the Golden Elixir list, which is quite good. As expected, he was also asking about Yuan Ying's opportunity. After a few breaths, the signature that old man Tianji had divined for him fell out of the bamboo pole. There are words. However, before everyone could see the words clearly on the signature, the great master of the Tai Sect took action and took away the bamboo stick. This is to prevent someone from seeing the signature and stealing the opportunity. The sect is really cautious in doing things. The next moment, Xue Qingping looked happy. Obviously after hearing the signature, he knew what his chance of breaking through the nascent soul was. When everyone saw this, they were filled with envy. Next, Xing Fenglai threw Jade Butterfly again, and Xue Qingping was very considerate and did not take action again. Coupled with the lack of Lu Li's interference, the sixth Jade Butterfly fell safely into the hands of Ning, the daughter of the island owner of Tianlong Island. Senior Tianji, I would like to ask you to do some calculations. After 10 days, there will be a battle to recruit a bride. Who will win in the battle between Daoist brother Xue and that Lu Li? And Ning, with her elegant temperament, like an orchid in an empty valley, asked softly. As soon as these words came out, everyone was surprised. Xue Qingping looked stern. Good. At this time, the old man Tianji was so drunk that he was already lying on the table. He raised his head when he heard the sound, closed his eyes, and grabbed a few handfuls at random before grabbing the green bamboo pole and starting to shake it. Wow! After a few shakes, a bamboo stick fell out of the bamboo pole. There are 2 poems written on the signature: East Wind, South Wind and Northwest Wind. Since ancient times, the East Wind has prevailed over the West Wind. The East Wind prevails over the West Wind? And Ning looked at it, and couldn't help but look puzzled. Who is the West Wind, and who is the East Wind? Ha ha! Evil has never prevailed over good since ancient times. Lu Li is an evildoer from the demon sect, and an evil way. Our Qingping from the Tai Sect is a genius from the immortal sect. So naturally I can overpower that Lu Li. This time, Qingping will definitely win. The Tai Sect elder, who had just taken action, laughed heartily. When Xue Qingping heard this, he couldn't help but smile. Some people couldn't help but start bragging. Humph! I told you a long time ago that Brother Xue will win. What is the mere golden elixir of Dao Dao? No matter how strong Lu Li is, he is only in the early stage of the golden elixir. How can he compare to senior brother Xue, who has perfected the golden elixir? Fellow Daoist Xue has become famous this time. Ha ha! Finally someone can put an end to that Lu Li's arrogance. Who was that just now? Didn't you want to bet with me? Okay, I'll bet with you. If Lu Li wins, I'll eat a whale poop on the spot. The scene instantly became lively and lively. Congratulations. And Ning's expression remained unchanged. She cupped her hands toward Xue Qingping and stopped talking. Thank you for your support. If I meet Lu Li, I will do my best and won't let you down. Xue Qingping smiled like a breeze, stood up, and cupped his hands in all directions. This guy is quite good at putting on a show. Lu Li shook his head, met Ji Rongji Jionyang's worried eyes, couldn't help but smile, and gave them a reassuring look. Joke? Will he lose? When he lost, He chopped off a hair on the spot. Besides, the feudal superstition of fortune-telling and divination is unbelievable. The old man Tianji was drunk and unconscious, so it was even more unbelievable. Ha ha. It seems that this little friend Shui will become famous all over the world. Congratulations. Next, the island owner will directly release the last 3 jade butterflies. Who will win depends on your luck and strength. Xing Folai laughed boldly and took out 3 jade butterflies. 3? Maybe you can hit one by chance this time. Upon hearing this, everyone, including the foundation building monks in the temple, became excited. Boo-hoo-hoo. Xing Folai raised his hand, and 3 green lights flew out. Suddenly, the sky was filled with colorful streams of light. Lu Li also took action. He grabbed the flying arrow from the lottery tube, and his consciousness spread out, covering the space in all directions. And he could see all the troubles. Boom! Mana exploded, and 5 streams of light shot out from his hands, exploding in the sky. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw it. Is this guy here specifically to cause trouble? In the chaotic scene, all 3 jade butterflies were hit. They were an ordinary-looking young man in gold clothes and a tall, dull man in black clothes. One of these 2 people is the young island owner of Giant Eagle Island, Xing Kai. The other is the young master of the Danding Sect. The last one was Ji Jianyang from Mermaid Island. Encouraged by her sister, she grabbed a flying arrow and shot it. She didn't expect to hit it, just to join in the fun. But the 5 explosive flying arrows shot by Lu Li directly blew Jade Butterfly onto her arrow. Not too early, not too late. Just right. Everyone couldn't help but look solemn. If it's luck, that's okay. But if everything is taken into account, it shows that this mysterious Nangong Lijing's consciousness is extremely tyrannical. Shocking. Okay, 3 little friends, please come forward. Old man Tianji will do the fortune-telling for you. Xing Fenglai smiled. Immediately, Ji Jianyang stood up timidly and walked to the golden and jade long table under the gaze of everyone. After a while, she got a bamboo stick. There are only 4 words on it. May all your wishes come true. This is obviously signed. Satisfied, Ji Jianyang returned to her place with the bamboo stick. Jianyang, what were you thinking about divination just now? Ji Longjun asked with a smile. Father, I just made a prediction for Mr. Lu. He will live a long life. Ji Jianyang's voice was gentle, and she smiled sweetly. Ji Longjun's face darkened, and he glared at Lu Li opposite him. Lu Li felt something instantly, and was confused. Did his father-in-law come here after eating firecrackers? Why is he so angry? Or is menopause advanced? Could it be that there is disharmony between husband and wife? It seems that I will have to prepare hundreds of kilograms of 10,000-year-old wolfberries for my father-in-law later. In the midst of this glare, the young island leader Xing Kai and the young sect leader of the Danding Sect both got their own bamboo sticks. Judging from the irrepressible joy in their eyes, they must both be signed. Ha ha! You all should have fun playing this little game. Right. At this time, Xing Fenglai smiled generously. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Li. If this guy hadn't disrupted the situation, they would have had a lot of fun. The Lord of Xing Island is generous and generous. He asked old man Tianji to divine the secrets for the younger generation. Naturally, they had a great time. At this time, the white-haired elder of Tai Sect said with a smile. That's right. That's right. Hidden Dragon and Crouching Tiger. Thank you for your hard work. Senior Tianji. All the powerful people could chime in with a few words to save the situation from embarrassment. Fellow Taoists, just have fun. Come, drink. Xing Fenglai laughed loudly and raised his glass to everyone. Suddenly, dance music rang in the palace. Everyone started eating and drinking. After 3 rounds of drinking, a ding, Xing Fenglai tapped the jade cup with a jade spoon, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked solemn and quieted down. This is where we get to the point. Everyone, we are currently experiencing a war between immortals and demons. There is a turbulent situation overseas. There are 40 thieves and other evil demon cultivators who are killing people and stealing goods. They do all kinds of evil and take advantage of the situation to rob. Everyone is in danger. Even the princess of Mermaid Island was almost attacked by these evil demons. Xiu's poisonous hand. A lot of goods from Xing's Giant Eagle Trading Company were also robbed. Therefore, Xing is planning to unite various overseas sects to establish a Divine Eagle Alliance to wipe out the evil heretics and restore peace overseas. Xing Fenglia's words were majestic and full of passion. Everyone looked solemn. Is this another alliance to be formed? No wonder there are no people from the 10,000 Islands Alliance today. At this moment, Xing Fenglia said again. Furthermore, the owner of this island has refined a spiritual treasure that is almost a Taoist weapon, which can communicate with the overseas countries of Zhongzhou and make the evil spirits have nowhere to hide. As he said that, he took out a ball of colorful treasure with a big palm. Immediately, a breath of great avenues spread out, filling the inside and outside of the hall. It's a Taoist weapon! It's a Taoist weapon! It doesn't seem to be the case. Jing's milky and excited voice immediately sounded in Lu Li's mind. Taoist weapon? Everyone exclaimed. Don't get me wrong. This is not a Taoist weapon. This is just a spiritual treasure called the Zimu Tong Tian Pai. It cannot launch any attacks, but it can subvert the entire world of immortality. Xing Fenglia's words were astonishing. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Subvert the entire world of immortality? Under everyone's surprised gazes, Xing Fenglia said quickly. The Zimu Tong Tian Pai is divided into the Z Tong Tian Pai and the Mother Tong Tian Pai. As long as you hold the Z Tong Tian Pai, you can be separated by hundreds of billions of miles. Communicate with another person holding the Zai card at any time. Moreover, you can also browse the mini treasure information stored on the Mother Tong Tian card through the Z Tong Tian card, and even make direct reservations and purchases. Then, Tianning Trading Company, will send someone to deliver the goods directly to your door. Lu Li. Is this going to start an era of data cultivation? Someone has traveled through time again. Chapter 206 The Abyss Demon Clan is coming. In fact, Lu Li also had such an idea after the Yunhuan appeared. Make a Skynet. After I become invincible, I can arrange flowers and jade all day long, go fishing, and read novels on Skynet. If you see an author who likes to cut off updates, Unix, or unfinished ones, just use your magical power to find the author, and then lock him up in a small dark room. Write 100,000 words a day. No food will be given until the writing is finished, and the book will not be released until it is finished. Unexpectedly, his idea was first realized by Xing Fenglai in front of him. It's just that Xing Fenglai just wants to use this to do business. He also refined a spiritual treasure that was almost a Taoist weapon. After everyone listened, they thought about it carefully and couldn't help but exclaim. Won't it mean that from now on, I can carry my voice thousands of miles without leaving home? Can I also buy treasures directly? If it were so convenient, I would no longer have to go to Tianji Pavilion to buy realistic puppets. That's right. I don't have to go to the 10,000 Demons Mountain to buy banned books. No. This is still secondary. If we can exchange cultivation experiences through this Tongtian tablet, the level of the entire world of immortal cultivation will probably be raised to a higher level. Let 100 flowers bloom. It's difficult. It's difficult. I'm afraid each family will still cherish their own things. Everyone was talking about it. Master Xingdao, you want to buy something with the help of this Tongtian card. How to solve the problem of safety? What if someone with a demonic way sets a trap to kill people and seize the treasure? At this time, a powerful god-turned-god frowned and asked, Everyone, please rest assured that the owner of this island has considered all issues thoroughly. First, this first batch of Tongtian tiles will only be sold to various sects for the time being. Secondly, every piece of Tongtian tiles are bound by mana. No one else can use it at all. Thirdly, the owner of this island has invited 9 powerful gods to join in, and Old Man Tianji is the chief worshipper. Anyone who dares to mess around will be asking for death. Xing Fenglai said with great confidence. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked solemnly and looked at Old Man Tianji. Hulyalu. Old Man Tianji was already drunk and fell on the table, snoring, just like an ordinary mortal old man. But everyone still dare not underestimate him. Moreover, with such a powerful figure who knows all the secrets of heaven, this Eagle Alliance seems to be very promising. For such a grand event, my Tai faction is naturally willing to contribute. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-haired elder of Tai Sect stood up and said solemnly, We, the Tongtian Sword Sect, and Giant Eagle Island have always been on good terms, advancing and retreating together, and this time is no exception. A woman who transformed into a god stood up with a slight smile. The next moment, a middle-aged man in golden robes said calmly, The Sun and Moon Divine Sect is willing to join the Eagle Alliance. The same goes for the Alchemy Sect. Finally, An old man in gray robe with an immortal spirit and full of medicinal fragrance spoke. Everyone was shocked when they witnessed the scene. These 4 sects are considered to be the top forces overseas. Once they unite with Giant Eagle Island, their power will expand, and they may become the largest force overseas. At this moment, Ji Longjun slowly said, I, Mermaid Island, also want to join in the fun. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Mermaid Island actually betrayed the 10,000 Islands Alliance and directly joined the Condor Alliance? So, doesn't it mean that the Divine Eagle Alliance has a void-refining true dragon as its backer? Ha ha ha! Xing! Thank you all for your love! Xing Fenglai laughed boldly, and thanked Ji Longjun and other powerful officials. This man is truly a hero. Luli nodded secretly. Once the Divine Eagle Alliance appears, I am afraid that the Immortal Alliance will not be able to overwhelm it. Nor will it be possible to force Xing Fenglai to take sides. It can be expected that the business of the Condor Alliance will get bigger and bigger. Come here. Take out the Tontian tablet, and let all fellow Taoists have a try first. At this time, Xing Fenglai clapped his hands. A group of beautiful maids filed out from the side, all holding a jade tablet about 1 foot long, half a foot wide, and 1 inch thick in their hands. The front of this jade plaque is extremely smooth. There is a sharp-eyed condor printed on the back, which is very majestic. There is also the red gold seal of the Condor Alliance in the lower left corner. After a few efforts, these jade tokens were distributed to everyone. Luli also got a piece. After weighing it, I found it was quite heavy, weighing 3,000 kilograms. Everyone, you can directly practice the binding by pouring mana into it, and then you can activate it. As Xing Fenglai said, the colorful light in his hand suddenly brightened. A circle of invisible fluctuations spread out immediately. Everyone was curious, and without saying a word, they activated their magic power and poured it into the jade tablet. Buzz! The jade sign trembled slightly, and a white light lit up on the front. When the white light disappeared, 2 clearly separated colorful portraits appeared on the jade plaque. On the left, there is a painting of a condor soaring in the blue sky. On the right is a Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. Luli looked at it and felt familiar. He raised his hand and pointed at the image of the condor on the left. Suddenly, a circle of water rippled. The condor picture disappeared, and a golden catalog appeared. They are magic weapons, elixirs, spiritual talismans, formations, exercises, natural materials and earthly treasures, and sundries. Just click on the magic weapon, and the subdivided golden catalog will appear. Swords, guns, clubs, fans, swords, halberds, axes, whips and forks. Everything is available. Then click knife casually. Suddenly, pictures appeared one after another, and all kinds of knives immediately appeared in front of their eyes. There were magic weapons, spiritual weapons, magic weapons, and spiritual treasures, which made people dazzled. If you click on it again, each magic weapon will have a detailed text introduction, including the name of the magic weapon, its weight, length, what kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures it was made from, who made it, and how many hands it had passed through. Everything is there. Every detail. The selling price is also clearly marked. Everyone in the hall became more shocked and surprised as they watched. Then exit and click on the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. What is revealed in front of everyone is also a golden text directory. 10 common senses of cultivation. How to choose exercises. Experiences of the golden elixir nascent soul overcoming tribulation. That night, I held my sister-in-law and died on the bed of my master's Taoist monk. Without any hesitation, Luli immediately clicked on the last article. I read it quickly and looked constipated. This is actually about how to avoid going crazy. At this moment, this article flashed and immediately jumped to 10 common senses of cultivation. Still shining with circles of golden light. This Xing Island master really knows how to play. When Luli saw it, he had to secretly admire him. Everyone. On the left is the treasure pavilion where you buy treasures. And on the right is the discussion platform where you can exchange your experiences. What do you think? Xing Fenglai smiled proudly. Very good. Extremely convenient. By the way, I like this spiritual treasure 7-star sword very much. Can I buy it directly now? I'll grab it. Sorry, fellow Taoist Lin. I've already bought the 7-star knife first. That's unreasonable. Old Ghost Shui. You don't follow martial ethics. Obviously, everyone was very satisfied. Ha ha. Since you are all satisfied, let's take this jade token back and play with it slowly. In 10 days, the Condor Alliance will be officially established. I hope you will support me and give me face. Xing Fenglai smiled boldly. Sure. Naturally. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly. Thank you all. Come on. Keep drinking. Keep serving food. Let's play music. Let's dance. By the way, if you want to make Taoist friends, you can directly activate the Tontian tiles and stick them together with the other party's Tontian tiles. It's very convenient. Everyone, why not give it a try? If any fellow Taoist has something important to do, you can leave in advance. You just need to inform Xing, and he will be sent to the teleportation array. Xing Fenglai was proud of the spring breeze and laughed. As soon as the words fell, the beauty danced gracefully to the sounds of nature. But no one thought much about it. They got up and started making friends everywhere. Like a kid who just got a novelty toy. Luli didn't even think about it. He stood up and scurried over to Lord Jilong, cupping his hands and saying, Senior Ji, come and make some friends? Jilong rolled his eyes at him and did not refuse. Soon, a golden human-shaped outline appeared on the Tai Chi diagram on the jade tablet. Rong, Jionyang, come! Luli turned around, came to the two of them, and handed over the jade token. Ji Rong and Ji Jionyang readily posted the jade plaque. There are 2 more golden humanoid outlines on the jade plate. Junior brother, let's go back. Before Luli and Ji Rong could say a few words, Xing Yaoyao floated over and said solemnly, What happened? Luli was stunned for a moment, then followed her gaze, and found that there was a man and a woman in the southeast corner of the hall. They are all handsome, with a pair of golden snake eyes. Rong, Jionyang, I will chat with you tonight. Luli winked at Ji Rong and the other 2, and then toward Ji Longjun. Xing Fenglai arched his hands to express his farewell. Then, he followed senior sister Yao Yao and walked out towards the main hall. As expected, the 2 men followed. After flying for hundreds of miles, the 2 people behind them suddenly accelerated and flashed over, blocking them in front of Lu and Li. These are 2 snake monsters. The golden elixir demon. The man is tall and thin, with cold eyes, while the woman has a snake-like charm. What do you mean by stopping me? Yao Yao asked coldly. He seemed to recognize these 2 people. Sister Yao Yao, don't be ignorant. At this time, the handsome snake demon said coldly, The Holy Sun thinks highly of you, so he asked you to accompany him to practice. How dare you refuse? Son? Luli raised his eyebrows, and a line of words immediately appeared in his mind. Second place, Jidao Golden Pill. Abyss Spirit Clan. Holy Sun. Abandoned Talent. The Holy Sun of the Abyss. The Abandoned Talent is on this giant eagle island? Chapter 207, Defeat the Enemy with Words. Luli was quite curious about this Holy Sun of the Abyss Spirit Clan. In that poor place in the Abyss, a supreme golden elixir was actually cultivated. He was definitely a person like a peerless genius. Stunningly talented. Unexpectedly, this person is on Giant Eagle Island. Moreover, it seems that he still wants senior sister Yao Yao to go over and accompany him to practice. Why can't I say no? At this moment, senior sister Yao Yao beside him said coldly, Snort! The female snake demon narrowed her snake eyes, revealing a cold and fierce light, and said in a hateful voice, Yao Yao, are you going to destroy my snake clan? What does the Tang snake clan have to do with me? Yao Yao still looked indifferent. Seeing her like this, the male snake demon immediately became angry, and fangs appeared in his mouth. The Abyss Demon Clan respects the spiritual clan. The Holy Sun is a peerless genius that is rare in 1,000,000 years among the spiritual clan. In this great change of heaven and earth, we will definitely be able to lead the Abyss Monster Clan out of the Abyss. If you offend the Holy Sun, let the Holy Sun punish you. The 1,000 years of hard work of our snake clan will be in vain, and we will become the lowest level of the Abyss Monster Clan again. Slave for food. It's none of my business. Get out of here. Senior sister Yao Yao uttered 6 words coldly. Mana surges all over his body, apparently ready to take action. Swish. At this moment, 2 powerful auras fell from the sky. 1 man and 1 woman. The man is in his 30s, wearing a golden robe, as cold as a snake. The woman is an old woman with white hair and sharp eyes. Both of them have nascent soul-level auras. Although there was no characteristic of the demon clan on his body, Luli could clearly sense the coercion of the demon king emanating from the 2 of them. What's wrong with you guys? It still takes so long to bring someone. The man in gold robe said coldly. Elder, Yao Yao refuses to accompany the Holy Sun to practice. The golden elixir male snake demon immediately said with his hands. What? No! Hearing this, the man in golden robe turned his head and stared at Yao Yao. His expression suddenly turned cold. Indeed. The golden elixir female snake demon glared at Yao Yao fiercely. There was a flash of jealousy in his eyes. After hearing this, the eyes of the man in gold robe and the old woman with white hair immediately darkened, and a trace of anger appeared in their eyes. Yao Yao, how dare you disobey the snake demon emperor's order? The man in gold robe asked coldly. As soon as these words came out, Yao Yao's surging mana calmed down. His expression also became a little complicated. Humph. Remember, your mother is the Tingsake demon emperor, and you have the blood of the Tingsake clan. You are the daughter of the Tingsake demon emperor, and you must bear the fate of the Tingsake clan's life and death. The white-haired old woman interjected, said, Why don't you quickly apologize to your brother and sister, and then go to practice with the Holy Sun? Yes, apologize. A trace of schadenfreude and a smug smile flashed in the golden elixir female snake demon's eyes. There is no need to apologize. As long as she is willing to accompany the Holy Sun to practice and not cause any trouble for my clan, then I will feel at ease. The golden elixir male snake demon said coldly. Dot! Yao Yao's eyes were cold and his face was covered with frost. Huh? Yao Yao, do you think our words fall on deaf ears? Have you forgotten who picked you up from the abyss and helped you save your life? Why don't you apologize quickly and follow us to the Holy Sun? Over there? If you let the Holy Sun wait impatiently, you will be a sinner of our clan. The man in gold robe reprimanded sternly. Dot! Hearing this, Yao Yao's eyes flashed with golden light. His fists clenched tightly, and his whole body began to emanate a dangerous aura like a python. Humph! With your bloodline, do you still want to fight against us? As if sensing her murderous rage, the white-haired old woman smiled disdainfully. Uh-huh. At this moment, a soft sound sounded. Luli, who had been watching the show, opened his jade fan, waved the words, elegant and easygoing, and said coldly, I want Yao Yao to apologize. Are you worthy of it? Seeing Luli suddenly interjecting, the white-haired old woman's eyes turned cold. Boy, who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of our Abyss Monster clan? I'm your father. Luli shook his fan and said 4 words with a sneer. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding space suddenly solidified. Young man is looking for death. The next moment, a huge pressure of the Demon King spread out from the white-haired old woman and suddenly enveloped her. If you, an Abyss Demon clan, dare to do something here, I will protect you from being skinned and cramped, put on the barbecue grill, and covered with cumin. Luli was calm and unafraid. You? Hearing this, the white-haired old woman's black and white pupils shrank and instantly turned into golden snake pupils, full of murderous intent. But he didn't dare to take action. Humph. No matter who you are, this is a matter for our snake clan. You'd better stand aside if you know better. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. At this time, the man in gold robe on the side said coldly, obviously a threat. My queen is your mother. Luli gently shook his jade fan and snorted disdainfully. You old guys actually force your juniors to accompany others? Why don't you go yourself? Why don't you ask your old ladies and sisters to go together? The whole family joins the battle. Serve that Holy Sun well. Maybe they can be buried together after death, and be posthumously named the best pimp in the world by that Holy Sun. You are so brave. When the man in golden robe heard this, Thunder was furious. Boy, how dare you insult us like this? Have you never died? The white-haired old woman on the side was so angry that her eyes burst into flames and her fangs were pulled out. Pieces of golden snake scales appeared on his face, showing his fierce look. Hey, you old thing. Your father and mother must be bull-headed and horse-faced. That's why you are so ugly. Stay away from me. Otherwise you will become the material for my nightmares at night. Luli shook his fan and took a step back, his face full of disgust. Phew. As soon as he said this, Yao Yao next to him laughed out loud. Then he instantly returned to being cold and arrogant. It's like an illusion. However, the woman in gold robe, the old woman with white hair, and the 2 golden elixir snake monsters in front of them could hear clearly. Yao Yao was clearly smiling. Boy, you hum. I won't argue with you. The murderous intent in the golden robe man's eyes disappeared. His gaze turned, and he said coldly, Yao Yao, your life was given by your mother. Don't you even listen to your mother's words? That I am now a disciple of the Yiming Sect, a true disciple of the Demon Lord, and not a snake demon from the Tang Snake clan, Yao Yao said with a deadpan expression. But you have the blood of the Snake clan in your body. The man in gold robe said coldly, I'll sell you. My mother. At this time, Lu Li interrupted again and said disdainfully, How do you know that the blood flowing through Yao Yao's body must be the blood of the Snake clan? Have you ever drank it? Have you tasted it? Or maybe you knocked open the coffin board of your father and mother. Did your parents tell you in a dream? I also said that you have the blood of a hybrid mule. You? Hearing this sentence, the man in golden robe became furious and couldn't hold it back any longer. Murderous. The white-haired old woman's face also changed drastically. She bared her teeth and was about to teach this bad boy a lesson. But at this moment, a majesty suddenly enveloped him. Wow! Accompanied by the sound of waves, a graceful and beautiful woman in blue walked out of the void. Her whole body surrounded by the light blue water of the sea. The fluttering clothes give people the feeling of flying up anytime and anywhere. This is Giant Eagle Island, not an abyss. What do you want to do? Do you really think that I, Mu Haixian, am asleep? Do you want to overthrow the world? The beautiful woman in blue asked coldly. The power of becoming a god. The third lady of Giant Eagle Island, Mu Haixian. Seeing this person, the man in gold robe and the old woman with white hair turned pale, and couldn't help but glared at Lu Li fiercely. If there was no such person, they would be sure to force Yao Yao to accompany the Holy Sun. But nothing can be done now. If they had known this, they would have just kidnapped Yao Yao. What? You pimps? Why don't you go away? Do you want a reward? I have a pile here. Here. I'll give it to you. Lu Li shook his jade fan, raised his hand, and threw a wad of yellow paper money towards the four men in gold robes. You? When the four men in golden robes looked at it, their chests were filled with anger, and smoke filled their orifices. Huh? Still not leaving? Too little? I still have more than 10 tons in the storage ring. All for you. Lu Li sneered disdainfully, raised his hand, and was about to scatter more paper money. Humph. Boy. Mountains and rivers meet each other. We will definitely meet again. When the man in golden robe heard this, he gritted his teeth, said a harsh word, turned around and flew away. Before leaving, the four people's eyes were cold and malicious, like poisonous snakes. Laugh. Lu Li watched the four people leaving quickly, sneered and put down his hand. Okay, you guys can go back too. At this time, the beautiful woman in blue took a deep look at the paper money flying in the sky and said coldly, The attitude doesn't seem very friendly either. It seems that Lu Li's identity has been guessed. That's right. Both immortals and demons. No one has more than 10 tons of paper money in the storage ring. Thank you very much. Lu Li bowed his hand. Then, he and Yao Yao flew into the sky and disappeared into the sea of clouds in the blink of an eye. Humph. That boy must be Lu Li. Let's go back and report to the Holy Sun. In the distant sky, watching the land carp disappear, the man in gold robes said with murderous intent. The white-haired old woman next to her also had a fierce look on her face and spat out a message. 10 days later, when the Holy Sun kills this land carp, I will drink his blood, take out his soul, and put it into a snake jar, and let him be bitten by poisonous snakes day and night, unable to survive. I can't die. After that, with a whoosh, the four of them teleported away into the distance. Boom. Soon, the four people suddenly landed under an extremely huge spiritual tree, and they all bowed. The Snake Clan asks to see the Holy Sun. Chapter 208. The ancestor of Mermaid Island arrives. Come up. A cold voice came down from the spiritual tree. Hearing the sound, the faces of the four people changed slightly, with a look of horror in their eyes. But they still flew up and entered a tree hole in the middle of the giant tree. In the cave, a huge green light shines in the sky and spins. The majestic power of vitality is like flowing water, lingering around. Under this group of green light stood two old men in green robes, both of whom were powerful gods, with fierce and cold eyes. What about Yao Yao? The cold voice sounded again, but it came from the green light. If you look closely, you will see a mysterious figure, hidden under the green light, with a blurred face. Only a pair of cold eyes without a trace of human emotion were revealed. However, The four of them could easily sense that the vitality of the spiritual tree was being frantically extracted and refined by the figures inside, turning it into their own powerful magic power, which was infinite. This is the ultimate golden elixir. Seize the vitality of all things and maximize the avenue. This mysterious man is none other than the Holy Son of the Abyss Spirit Clan. The abandoned talent. Holy Son! Yao Yao! I didn't bring him! The man in the golden robe gritted his teeth and cupped his hands. Huh? If you don't do things well, you'll be punished. The cold voice came out from the green light again, with a hint of anger. Snapped. A black lightning bolt as thick as a finger was immediately shot out from the hand of an old man in green robe, and struck the man in gold robe on the face. Ah! The man in gold robe screamed, and his face was covered with blood and flesh from the black lightning. A golden snake pupil was bleeding and almost blinded. However, he did not dare to show any anger. He just lay down on the ground quickly, and did not dare to breathe. Thank you, Holy Son, for punishing me. Tell me why I didn't bring it. Qi Tianjia's cold voice came down from high above. Someone is blocking it. That Emingo's Sect. Lu Li, who has cultivated the golden elixir of the great Tao. The man in gold robe crawled on the ground and replied through gritted teeth. Huh? Lu Li? Upon hearing this name, the green light suddenly shrank, and a tall, stern man wearing a nine-dragon golden robe fell down. Between the eyebrows, a purple sky-reaching pattern shines with a faint divine light, which is extremely mysterious. His pupils were actually of 5 colors. This is the true appearance of Qi Tianjiu. He gives people the feeling of being cold, arrogant, emotionless, and heartless, like a high-altitude god. In his eyes, all living beings are nothing but ants and dust. Yes, Holy Son, Yao's junior brother is Lu Li, and he has arrived at Giant Eagle Island. The man in golden robe lay on the ground, not daring to raise his head. The white-haired old woman on the side, as well as the golden elixir male and female snake monsters, also had faces full of fear. Lulu. Qi Tianjia narrowed his colorful eyes and said extremely coldly, Since he stopped you, you are not guilty. Get up. Thank you, Holy Son. Hearing this, the man in golden robe quickly thanked him and then stood up. However, since Yao Yao didn't bring it, I still have one less person to accompany me in my practice, so you can take my place. Qi Tianji said without emotion. His eyes turned and focused on the golden elixir female snake demon. No, don't. Please spare my life, Holy Son. The golden elixir female snake demon was so frightened that she turned pale on the spot and shook her head repeatedly. It is your supreme honor to accompany this Holy Son in practice. Saying that, Qi Tianji blinked his eyes. A ball of multicolored light immediately shot out from the pupils, struck the golden elixir female snake demon, exploded, and enveloped her whole body. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the man in gold robe, the white-haired old woman, and the male snake demon with gold elixir all showed unbearable expressions. Before they could speak, Qi Tianji said coldly, Get out. Also, reveal the news about Lu Li to the Tianwai Palace behind the 10,000 Islands Alliance. Yes. The 3 men in golden robes gritted their teeth, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave. Before leaving, he looked back at the spirit tree, with a bit of sadness in his eyes. Then, he flew away with a ruthless heart. Senior Sister Yao Yao, where did that Abyss Spirit Clan and the Holy Son's abandoned talent come from? At this time, Lu Li was flying above the 9 heavens and asked curiously. He is a monster born with down marks. Yao Yao said coldly. When you are born, there are lines between your eyebrows. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Follow its orders. You will refine your energy at 1 year old and build your foundation at 3 years old. Then you will understand the supreme divine art of the Spirit Clan. The art of refining heaven, and it will be completed at the age of 6. The ultimate golden elixir can refine all things in the world and has infinite magical power. This guy is really a monster. Lu Li couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He is indeed a monster. He regards all things as sacrifices, no matter whether they are humans or monsters. As long as there is life, he will refine everything into his own magic power. He will do his best to harvest everything. Everywhere he passes will be in a state of death. He will not be able to recover for thousands of years. Return, Yao Yao said with a solemn expression. So cruel? Lu Li narrowed his eyes slightly. Demonic monks kill people without blinking an eye, and they won't be so ruthless, because this is against the law of heaven. Abandoning Tianjiao, I'm afraid it really means betraying the way of heaven. So, if you had just accompanied him to practice, you would have been trained to the point where no bones were left. Luli asked with a frown. Yao Yao said coldly. He is currently refining the blood of the hundreds of demons in the abyss. And then the blood of all the ethnic groups in Zhongzhou and overseas. Then with the help of the forbidden techniques in the heaven refining art, he breaks through the origin of all races and condenses the most powerful blood in the records of the spirit race. The terrifying spirit god 10,000 emperors nascent soul rules and enslaves all races and is above the law of heaven. TSK. Above the heaven. Isn't this guy afraid of being killed by the thunder of heaven? Luli clicked his tongue in surprise. As soon as the words came out, he suddenly thought of it. All demons have descended and heaven is in chaos. It is estimated that the thunder tribulation will also disappear for a while. Qi Tianjiao may break through nascent soul during that time. Junior brother, please go back first. I want to be alone by the lake. Thank you very much for today. Yao Yao bowed to Luli. At this time, the two of them had flown back to the island full of peach blossoms. You're welcome. Senior sister, please do as you please. Luli smiled and waved his hand. Immediately, Yao Yao flew down to the lake and disappeared into the peach blossom forest. Luli sighed softly, shook his head, and flew to the secret training room in the ice cave behind the palace. He planned to practice for a few more days to increase his cultivation level. Owner! As soon as they entered the ice cave, the four-tailed fox demon immediately rushed over and saluted respectfully. Why? You're not lazy, are you? Luli sat down cross-legged. No. This is the pill recipe I modified based on the demon tribe's body refining pill. Please take a look at it. The four-tailed fox demon carefully handed over a piece of white paper. On the paper were written the names of various pills. Oh! Luli glanced at it in surprise. However, I can't understand it. Why did you change your gender? Weren't you unwilling to try elixirs before? Why did you suddenly improve the elixir recipe? Luli asked quietly. Luli, this vixen must want you to learn alchemy. She wants to persuade others to make alchemy. But the sky will strike. She wants to consume your spiritual stones and waste your practice time. She has ulterior motives. Let me cut off one of her tails to make a nest. Anyway, her tail will grow back after it's cut off. At this moment, Jean K jumped out and landed on Luli's shoulder, with his hands on his hips. And he made a milky sound, like a little devil. No. I just want to sleep better. It's too cold here. I can't sleep. The four-tailed fox demon trembled with fright and replied in a shaky voice. Is it? Luli stared at the three eyes of the four-tailed fox demon and asked meaningfully. Yes. It's so cold here. I feel uncomfortable staying here for a long time. The four-tailed fox demon said, flicking its flaming tail. Really? The luster of these four flame-like red tails seemed to be dimmed a bit. Okay. Do it well. Luli casually released the high-grade fire element spiritual stone. With a swipe, the four-tailed fox demon immediately rushed up, shivering all over, and shaking 3 times as if its hair was exploding. His face showed an extremely comfortable and happy look. It seems that this fox demon still has some talent for alchemy. How about buying her an alchemy furnace and some elixirs for her to refine? Luli's heart moved. So, he took out the babble tile and began to choose. Before I could choose, there was a sudden buzzing sound. The golden light of Tantian brand shines brightly. Another line of golden words emerged. A Taoist friend wants to communicate with you thousands of miles away. Do you accept it? Jirong? Luli immediately nodded, yes, and said with a smile, Young lady, you miss your husband so soon? Dot. There was silence on the other side of the Tantian pie. And then Jirong's bone-tingling, slightly ashamed and angry voice came out. I am not your little lady. TSK. I didn't expect the little lady to be so heartless and cruel. What did we do not long ago? And you forgot so quickly? You don't recognize anyone when you put on your pants. Luli sighed softly. You? Don't talk nonsense. Father! Jionyang is still beside me. Ji Rong's voice was filled with shame and anger. The next moment, Ji Longjuan's slightly angry voice sounded. Luli! Don't be complacent. Although you have paid the betrothal gift, you are still in the inspection period. If you do anything excessive, I will directly cancel the engagement. Father is so cruel and ruthless. Obviously Mr. Lu just helped us. Ji Jionyang's soft and melodious voice immediately sounded. You too. Ugh! Ji Longjun sighed helplessly. Master-in-law, what's the matter? Luli asked with a smile. That's right. Ancestor and Senior AO want to meet you, Ji Longjun said solemnly. They should be almost at your place. Chapter 209, The Supreme Poison Sutra You Can Eat. Ancestor? Boyle Sr.? That old obscene dragon? Luli couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Stood up and floated out of the ice cave. Really? There was already a 7-foot-tall young man in white clothes outside the cave. He had sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, and was extremely handsome, like a young man from a noble family. Next to the young man, there was a mysterious man covered in a black robe. Luli, your sudden visit didn't disturb your daily routine, right? The boy in white shirt smiled with interest. Of course not. Please come in. Luli smiled and shook his head. Afterwards, the three of them entered the ice cave. There was a boom. The ice cave is forbidden to rise. Luli raised his big hand and grabbed the four-tailed fox demon into the spirit beast bag, and let the two of them sit on the high-grade fire spirit stone. At this time, the mysterious man took off his black robe, revealing a shocking face. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, no hair or ears either. Nothing at all. Just a swirl of gray gas. Spin slowly. It exuded the slightest smell of decay and death. Isn't it a bit scary? It didn't scare you. The next moment, a slightly hoarse voice came from the mysterious man's belly. Senior is the ancestor of Mermaid Island? Luli asked after recovering from the shock. That's right. The faceless man nodded. I am the ancestor of Mermaid Island. Thanks to your elixir of immortality, I climbed out of the coffin and was able to walk in the world. With that said, he bowed deeply to Luli. I don't think so. I just borrowed flowers to offer to Buddha, Luli said with a smile. This immortal medicine was obtained from the immortal Lord Shinju. This is of course considered borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. Okay, Lao Ji, you don't have to be polite to this boy. After all, he is your great-great-great-great-son-in-law. The boy in white shirt beside him said with a smile. Yes, if there is something wrong with our ancestors, you might as well just say it. Luli nodded. Actually, it's nothing. Firstly, I want to thank you. Secondly, I want to take a look at you, the ancestor said slowly. Oh, what do you think of me, ancestor? Luli asked with a smile. You are very handsome, and I am quite satisfied with you. There was a kind smile in the voice of the ancestor. You are much prettier than Mr. Long. Ahem. Ancestor, I'm still here listening. The sound of Ji Longjun's cough came from the Tantian tablet placed next to him. This thing is a bit interesting. Hearing Lord Ji Long's voice, the ancestor tilted his head. His sleeves and robe slowly floated up, and a green dragon claw stretched out from inside. She grabbed the Tantian tablet and looked at it for a few times. The gray vortex on her face suddenly turned, and she nodded slowly. No wonder it's so familiar. It turns out to be something passed down from the Huangtingdao Palace. Huangtingdao Palace. When Luli heard this, his heart moved. Could it be that this Tantian tablet was not made by Xingfengli himself, but something dug out from the ruins of Huangtingdao Palace? Luli, I heard that you formed a golden elixir of great power? The ancestor put down the Babel tablet, raised his head and asked. This is all thanks to the help of the 9th princess. Without her, I would have perished and died under the scheme of the immortal Lord Shinjue. Luli smiled. TSK. This kid is so arrogant that he actually wants us to help him get rid of the immortal Lord Shinju. The old obscene dragon on the side raised his eyebrows. Was he actually seen through? Luli felt something at his heart and smiled, but did not deny it. Shinju, immortal lord? I will help you vent your anger after visiting some old friends. Even if the old guy behind Shinju, immortal lord, takes action, I will not be afraid. No one is my opponent on this sea, the ancestor said slowly. There was a strong and domineering air in his words. Luli felt relieved immediately. However, Luli, you are a member of the demon sect and have made many enemies. Even though you have developed a golden elixir of great power, you may not be able to defeat 4 people with just 2 fists. I still have some treasures at the bottom of the box. What do you want? The ancestor said something surprising. Do you think this person is here to deliver a treasure? Luli was stunned for a moment, then pondered for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, Thank you, ancestor. You're welcome. I want a copy of the Poison Path technique. Poison Sutra? The ancestor was stunned when he heard it. The old obscene dragon next to him was also a little surprised. Boy, the magic and Buddhist techniques you practice are orthodox. Why are you still practicing the Poison Sutra? Can you master it? Could it be that you want to practice a kind of magic? The strange poison that makes all the beauties in the world throw themselves into their arms? Forget it. My blood bag that melts thousands of poisons cannot even poison that bitch who is the leader of the Tao Alliance. This path is impossible. Dot! Luli was speechless. Sure enough, it was just the wrong name. Not the wrong nickname. This old obscene dragon lives up to its name. I do have a poisonous technique. At this time, a gray light flashed on the ancestor's face, and a moldy light yellow ancient book fell down. You can vaguely see the 4 words. The Book of 10,000 Poisons, written on the title page. The Book of 10,000 Poisons? Luli was vaguely impressed. This is one of the demon sects. The suppressing magic of the 10,000 Poison Sect. Back then, the supreme elder of the 10,000 Poison Sect came to Mermaid Island and unleashed his poisonous power. He wanted to capture all the mermaids on the Mermaid Island. So he crawled get out of the coffin. Kill him. Destroy the 10,000 Poison Sect. And collect this 10,000 Poison scripture, the ancestor said slowly. It turns out to be the 10,000 Poison Sect, one of the top 10 demon sects that perished 6,000 years ago. Luli suddenly realized this and felt happy. This can indeed be regarded as the supreme poison method. Moreover, this ancestor is very powerful. The escape route he found is secure. However, if you want to practice this 10,000 poison scriptures, you have to eat the poison scriptures page by page, the ancestor said again. Eat? Luli was stunned on the spot. Yes, this poison scripture is formed by the 10,000 years of poison from the 10,000 Poison Sect. If you eat it, you will learn the 10,000 poison scripture. The ancestor nodded. I see. Then I will practice later. Thank you, ancestor. Luli thanked him on the spot. You're welcome. If you want to practice the Poison Sutra, I happen to have poisons that have been accumulated for thousands of years. It may be helpful to you, the ancestor said. His face turned gray. Then, a blue, crystal clear bead fell out of the gray gas vortex. If you look closely, you will see that the inside of the bead is shining with colorful light. There is a sea of multicolored poison gas sealed inside this poison bead. If you practice the 10,000 Poisons manual and swallow it all, it should be enough for you to break through to the late nascent soul stage. There was a hint of kindness in the ancestor's voice. Thank you, ancestor. Luli was overjoyed when he heard this. And with a flick of his hand, he directly put the Poison Sutra and poison beads into the storage ring. You're welcome. The ancestor waved his hand and turned to look at the boy in white shirt. Old Ao, it's your turn. Ahem. The young man in white shirt coughed slightly. His expression became solemn, and the voice reached his ears. Luli, I want to borrow something from you. What? Luli was slightly startled. Your Tao sword. Gene K. The boy in white shirt slowly spit out 6 words. Luli's pupil shrank. His expression returned to normal instantly, and he began to pretend to be dumbfounded. Senior now, have you found the wrong person? I'm just a golden elixir. How can I have a Tao sword? Stop pretending. I've already gone to see old man Tianji and asked about it. The Tao sword golden tower is on your body. The boy in white shirt rolled his eyes. Old man Tianji? Luli frowned. He actually ignored the old man. In this case, if everyone goes to old man Tianji and asks, doesn't it mean that the whole world knows that he possesses a Taoist weapon? You don't have to worry. I have a lifelong friendship with old man Tianji. So he told me. As for other people, old man Tianji is absolutely tight-lipped. The boy in white shirt seemed to notice Luli's worry and said calmly, Dot! However, Luli still looked solemn. That drunkard old man Tianji doesn't seem to be reliable no matter how he looks at it. Luli, don't worry. I have an unparalleled reputation. I will always repay you if I borrow it. Besides, I'm just lending you the Tao sword for a little while. After I use it here, I will return it to you directly. The boy in white shirt patted his chest and said, Return as soon as you use it? Luli raised his eyebrows, still a little unconvinced. No, boy. I once rescued you from Skull Island. But you still doubt me? My sincerity and sincerity cannot be exchanged for your sincerity? The boy in white shirt was slightly sullen. Senior, I'm sorry. I don't believe that sincerity can change the sincerity. I only believe that strength can change the voice. Luli said calmly. Huh? Change your voice vigorously? Ha ha ha. After hearing this, The young man in white shirt couldn't help but laugh on the spot. Okay. Boy, you are indeed a member of the same group. Just your strong words can change your voice. I will use a supreme treasure to borrow it. How about your Dao sword once? This? Luli hesitated. At this moment, Jean K suddenly jumped out of Luli's arms, jumped onto his shoulders, raised his two thin round hands, and said in a sweet voice, "My master is Luli. How can I allow others to borrow it? Unless. Add money. Add money. Add money. Ancestor. Dot. The boy in white shirt. Dot. Luli. Dot. Chapter 210 Ambergris Fruit. The Power of 100 Dragons. Is this the Dao sword spirit? Looking at the Yahuang villain on Luli's shoulder who was shouting, "More money." The young man in white shirt frowned. "Boy, what did you teach it?" Luli smiled and replied, "It's nothing more than some principles of life such as holding the strong and supporting the weak, acting chivalrously, respecting the old and loving the young. I always feel like you. A chivalrous person who respects the old and cares for the young is not a good thing." The boy in white shirt frowned. "Senior, why don't you tell me what I will use the Dao sword for? If you don't tell me, it will be difficult for me to decide." Luli looked solemn. This is also his concern. The Golden K Taoist sword is not healed yet. If this old dragon borrows it and wears it out, no treasure compensation will be worth it. I borrowed your Dao sword to cut off the evil roots. The boy in white shirt said directly. Cut off the dirty roots? When Luli heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Senior, you are so dirty. Are you serious? Snort. The young man in white shirt snorted. That bitch from the Tao Alliance leader hit me with Tian Wang Rui, leaving a trace of the power of the Tao in my body, causing me to become neither a man nor a woman. I tried all kinds of methods, but unexpectedly, if it still can't be repaired, I'll just cut it off. In the past, I didn't cut it because I was afraid of getting revenge after being injured. But now that Lao Ji's strength has recovered and I can protect you, I naturally have to cut it off quickly, recover from my injuries, and regain my full strength as soon as possible. Luli was shocked. It turned out to be the John Hugan he imagined. Moreover, the strength of the leader of the Tao Alliance is more terrifying than imagined. It seems that if you want to grab her feet and watch, you have to practice at least 10 times the level of the void-refining old dragon to be safe. Boy, tell me, do you want to borrow it or not? The boy in white shirt said solemnly. Then it depends on what the senior gives me? Actually, I'm not very greedy. Just give me a few thousand high-grade spiritual stones, and it'll be fine. Or give me a few tons of dragon blood. Luli said casually. How many tons of dragon blood? Thousands of high-grade spiritual stones? You want to eat shit. The young man in white shirt rolled his eyes. I can give you at most 1 ambergris fruit, which can increase your power by 50. Do you want me to love you? This? Luli frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Isn't this enough? Boy, you are so greedy. Okay. In addition to ambergris, I will introduce you to a few more plump and juicy beauties with great ambitions. The boy in white shirt said cheerfully. Senior, what are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who forgets his loyalty? Senior has been kind to Mermaid Island. How can I not repay him? Come on. Take the Taoist tools. Luli was even more cheerful and took out the golden bronze sword that was full of chipped holes. In fact, he doesn't want a beautiful woman with a big heart. The main reason is that he is old-fashioned and warm-hearted and likes to help others the most. Damn! You are such a talent! The young man in white shirt shook his head helplessly and reached out to take the copper sword. The next moment, he looked solemn. Boom! Powerful and terrifying mana suddenly burst out of his body and poured into the Golden K bronze sword. At this moment, the Jean K sword spirit jumped directly onto the bronze sword, slipped and escaped directly. Jung. The bronze sword suddenly trembled, and a green-yellow sword light shot out from the tip of the sword. A full 3 feet long. The 3-foot sword glowed non-stop, becoming increasingly green and bright as it flashed, as if it was about to blind people's eyes. The next moment, wisps of avenue aura condensed from around the emerald green sword light, wrapped around the sword light, and condensed into mysterious and unusual golden runes. Then, these mysterious golden runes actually completed all the broken holes of the Golden K sword. Almost at this moment, an astonishing coercion began to spread from the Golden K bronze sword, as vast as the power of heaven. Tao Tool. The power of the Great Road. The vortex of gray energy on the face of the ancestor of Mermaid Island on the side suddenly accelerated, and he murmured 6 words. Under Lu Li's gaze, the young man in white shirt turned his sword hilt upside down and held it with both hands. The crisp sword light from the tip of the sword was aimed at his heart. Then, he gritted his teeth and thrust hard. Plop. A sword was stabbed into the chest, and the tip of the sword penetrated directly from the back. The boy in the white shirt turned pale instantly. His facial features were twisted in pain, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Quickly! Help me pull it out! This sword spirit is taking the opportunity to suck my dragon blood! Damn it! What Huang Tingdao Palace got out is indeed a magic sword!" Before he finished speaking, the ancestor's dragon claw next to him reached out and pulled hard. Phew! Golden dragon blood spurted out with the drawn sword tip. But in an instant, the golden K bronze sword spurted out an extremely green sword light, sucking all the dragon's blood onto the sword body. Then, the dragon's blood penetrated directly and disappeared without a trace. Lu Li immediately felt the satisfaction coming from GK's sword spirit. This little guy is really full of food and drink. "Senior, is it okay? Are you okay?" Lu Li asked a little worriedly. "Fine." The young man in white shirt looked pale and slumped directly on the high-grade fire element spirit stone. He waved his hand, took out a pill, and drank it directly. Soon, his face turned rosy again. It seemed that the on-the-spot castration was successful this time. Phew! Finally, the power of the avenue left by Tian Huangrui has been removed from the body. The boy in white shirt let out a long sigh, with a somewhat relaxed look on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Humph! When I recover all my strength and get another Taoist weapon, I will definitely let the leader of the Taoist Alliance taste my power." Hearing this, Lu Li disapproved and shook his head secretly. This old obscene dragon himself can't beat the leader of the Taoist League. Even if he gets a Taoist weapon, he can at most be on a par with the leader of the Taoist League. I'm afraid it's hopeless to seek revenge. "Senior, my ambergris fruit. You don't want to default on it, do you?" Lu Li smiled and stretched out his right hand. "What ambergris fruit? Your Dao sword swallowed my dragon's blood directly, and it's already worth an ambergris fruit." What was shocking was that the old dragon refining the void in front of him actually acted rogue. Lu Li was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The ancestor next to him couldn't stand it either. "Old Ao, why don't you try to save some face? You actually deceive a junior like this?" "Actually, it's okay. I'm very happy to be able to help Senior. However, if the leader of the Tao Alliance finds me and wants to borrow my Tao sword to kill a dragon's claws, horns or something, you say I'll lend it or not?" Lu Li took back his hand, with a tangled look on his face. "Ha ha!" When the old lustful dragon heard this, he immediately laughed. "Lu Li, I'm just joking with you. Come on. Come on. This is the ambergris fruit you want." As he spoke, he turned his hand over, and a golden fruit similar to a coconut appeared in his palm. There are 3 golden leaves on the fruit, exuding bursts of strange aroma. It's indeed ambergris. Lu Li took a look at the treasure pavilion of Tantian Pai. The price is 300 yuan of high-quality spiritual stones. "Thank you, Senior." Lu Li took it over without any politeness, and ate it directly into his stomach. Seeing this, the corners of Lao Yinlong's mouth twitched, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. This time not only did I lose an ambergris fruit, but I also had several kilograms of dragon blood taken away from me. It was a huge loss. "Senior, since you have to recuperate anyway, why not stay here with me? Help me refine this ambergris fruit before leaving?" At this time, Lu Li asked with a smile. "You're such a cunning kid. You actually want me to work for you for free? Come on, Lao Ji. Let's go quickly." The old lustful dragon's eyes widened, and he stood up angrily. "It's a pity. My ancestors walked slowly, and Senior Ao walked slowly." Lu Li sighed softly, stood up and gave him his hands. "Lu Li, practice well." The ancestor smiled and reassured, and then sent a message. "Also, don't let Jirong down." "Yes." Lu Li nodded solemnly. Afterwards, the old ancestor and the old lustful dragon floated out of the ice cave, escaped directly into the void, and disappeared. "Wait until they leave." Lu Li immediately returned to the ice cave and sat cross-legged in the formation. A ding. A clear system prompt sounded in my mind. "You start refining ambergris fruit." Boom. Under the wash of powerful magic power, the ambergris fruit in his belly was refined and transformed into astonishing power. which spread through the 4 meridians and 8 meridians like a flash flood. At the same time, there was a crackling sound of muscles and bones all over his body. The physical body is inflating like it is inflating at a very fast speed. Lu Li's power began to increase dramatically. Chapter 211: The Evolution of the 10,000 Poison Scriptures. I don't know how much time passed. In the ice cave. Boom, boom, boom. Drums sounded regularly. The sound was so huge that it shook the air in circles. If you listen carefully, this is the sound of a human heartbeat. The next moment, phew! A violent hurricane blew out, violently sweeping the ice smoke throughout the ice cave. It's like a terrifying giant dragon is swallowing clouds and spitting mist. If someone looks deep into the ice cave, they will see a golden giant more than 2 feet tall, standing in the center of the ice cave. The head is as big as a stone mill. The muscles all over the body are knotted and bulging. The bulging veins are entangled around the body like pythons, which is very scary. The legs are as thick as giant trees, and the arms are as thick as stone pillars. Every time he breathed in and out, his blood flowed rapidly, making the sound of rushing river water. The masculine blood exuding from his body is extremely powerful and blazing like an oven, like an active volcano that has been around for thousands of years. The blood is as powerful as a giant dragon. The whole person feels like the sky-shattering god of war from ancient mythology, full of domineering power. If I could describe it in 5 words, it would be overtake, class, big, muscle, bah. At this moment, the golden giant suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, 2 sharp golden lights shot out from his eyes. This turned out to be a pair of golden dragon eyes. The pupil is a golden vertical line, exuding a mountain-like pressure, with a trace of dragon power that shocks all creatures. If you look closely, you will see that the golden giant's skin is flowing with traces of golden light. The golden light flashes, like pieces of dragon scales, lined up in rows, covering the whole body. Incomparably magical and weird. Squeak. At this moment, a little yellow man suddenly crawled out from the back of the golden giant and stood on the giant's left shoulder. It raised its thin round hand, and a brass sword appeared. The next moment, the Yahuang villain raised his brass sword and poked the golden giant in the face. Ding. There was a crisp sound of gold and stone colliding. Land carp? The Yahuang villain tilted his head and looked at the unresponsive golden giant, his big black eyes showing some confusion. Then, he poked again. Still no response. Oops! It's not good! Big Tathagata Buddhapalm. Lu Li has died. Let's split up his storage ring and run away. Jean K screamed in surprise. At this moment, the golden giant's pupils blinked and instantly turned back into the black and white pupils of a normal person. The whole person is like a punctured balloon, rapidly deflating and shrinking. A few blinks of an eye, he turned back into an extraordinary handsome 8-foot young man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. It's Lu Li. Power.my power. Lu Li slowly raised his right hand and clenched his fist. He felt a wave as majestic as the sea. An endless power burst out immediately. Strength begins to increase. 50 dragons. 60 dragons. 80 dragons. 90 dragons. 100 dragons. The terrifying power of 100 dragons. It feels as if one punch can blow up 3,000 stars. What about Hanaru? I want to kill 100 of them. Oh! Hua Lu has been beaten to death by me. Lu Li's eyes burst out with a domineering attitude that scorned the world and arrogated all realms. He only felt that his power was enough to subdue the dragon, capture the phoenix, and even capture the sun and the moon. The power of 100 dragons, coupled with the blessing of the powerful Vajra spell, reached an astonishing attack of 64 million kilograms. Already more than half a dragon's power. Even the defenses of some spirit treasures can be easily broken. If the nascent soul cultivator was attacked by him sneakily and hit with a punch, his body would still explode into blood mist on the spot. Then pinch your own flesh. It's very soft. But actually it's very hard. I'm afraid even a high-grade magic weapon can't be broken. Even the golden elixir self-explosion couldn't damage a single hair on his head. Now the golden elixir is truly invincible. Lu Li licked his lips. Ambitious. Lu Li, I thought you were dead just now. I was ready to take out paper money and scatter it on you to see you off. I hope you're okay. At this time, Jean K jumped up, his little face full of happiness. I'm fine. Don't worry. I'll help you buy sword pills now to regain your strength. Lu Li calmed down his energy and regained his composure. Then, pick up the Tantian tablet and directly communicate with Ji Rong Qianli. Hearing his request, Ji Yong agreed without saying a word. He didn't even ask him why he bought so many sword pills. Even the money was paid for him first. This reminded Lu Li of what a woman named Zhang said. The fastest way to a woman's heart is, "Okay, I've bought the sword pills for you. When Giant Eagle Trading Company delivers the goods later, I'll ask Jionyang to secretly deliver the sword pills to you." Ji Rong's soft and gentle voice came from the Tantian Pai. "Little lady, why don't you just send it over? I have raised a fox that can swallow steel nails. You can send Jianwan here, just in time to stay and take a look. Besides, if you ask Jionyang to come over, aren't you afraid that the sheep will fall into the tiger's mouth?" Lu Li sent out an invitation. A faint, subtle hum sounded. Lu Li couldn't help but smile. "Then I'll just wait for good luck." "Pooh!" Ji Rong spat. Then, with a buzzing sound, the aura on the Tantian card dimmed. The voice transmission from Qianli was interrupted. "Ha ha! Kinmaru! Kinmaru!" At this time, Jean K's eyes were glowing green, rolling on the ground, jumping around, and doing somersaults. Lu Li didn't care about it. He turned his hand over and found a yellowed and moldy secret book in his palm. The Book of All Poisons. This is the supreme suppression method of one Sect, with a total of 30 levels. After cultivating to the depths, the second nascent soul was refined and turned into a 10,000 poisonous body. Wherever it passed, it turned into a poisonous field with a radius of 10,000 miles. And no grass could grow. Everything dies. This poisonous skill is very powerful. The only drawback is that you have to eat the secret book to practice. In other words, in the entire 10,000 poison sect, only the leader can practice. However, Lu Carp has a system. Boom. Mana moves. The dense demonic energy immediately erupted from the palm, condensed into a big hand, and carefully opened the first page of the Book of 10,000 Poisons. On it are mysterious and strange poisonous insect marks. Snakes, insects, scorpions, centipedes. There are also traces of colorful poisonous gas. Under the shroud of colorful poisonous gas, these mysterious poisonous insect marks seem to come alive. Maybe, even if you are alive, you may not be sure. Lu Li looked at it page by page. After a cup of tea, he finally turned to the last page of the 10,000 Poisons manual. Ding. A crisp ding immediately rang in my mind. "You have learned the 10,000 Poisons scripture. Current state, first level, progress 1%. Without hesitation, Lu Li directly began to recite the Tao Sutra silently. "The Tao can be Tao, but it is not Tao. It can be named, but it is very famous." Just finished reading. The system prompts with a ding sound. "Congratulations to the host. Your 10,000 Poison Sutra evolved into the Immortal Poison Sutra because of your great enlightenment after listening to the Supreme Tao Sutra." Afterwards, the system prompts of ding 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 sounded again. "Your Immortal Poison Sutra feels that your physical body is very weak and is quite dissatisfied with you. The effectiveness of your cultivation has been reduced by 100%. The Sutra of Immortal Poison is ready to challenge other techniques. It took one look at your Kuimping demonic skill and walked away with disdain. Your Immortal Poison Sutra thought Vajratathagata Dharmakaya was a fool and walked away with disdain. The Poison Sutra of Immortality looked at the Chunyang Wuji Sutra and Xianming Xiao's goddess skills that were crooked together with disgust. And I became even more disdainful. Your Immortal Poison Sutra also looks down upon the powerful Diamond Dharma, the mighty Heavenly Dragon Dharma, and the Sumra Dharma. You think they are just three mindless bastards, and you don't care. The Immortal Poison Sutra is also very dissatisfied with the method you are practicing. The effect of your practice has been reduced by 10,000%. TSK. After Lu Li heard this, he raised his eyebrows. This Immortal Poison Sutra looks very proud. How could you actually look down on his physical body and magic skills? Just as I was thinking. Ding 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 ding. For Chris' system prompt sounded in my mind again. The Sutra of Immortal Poison has offended everyone. Under the instigation of the 24 swords of the demon, the Sutra of Immortal Poison was beaten 100 times by various techniques. In order to heal your wounds, the Immortal Poison Sutra has swallowed up your Silver Mercury Sutra, and your cultivation progress will be plus 60%. After being severely bullied, the Immortal Poison Sutra was extremely unwilling to accept it. He secretly worked hard to practice, and the effectiveness of his practice increased by 100,000%. Very good. When Lu Li saw it, He felt happy and shouted directly. Jean K! Luli! What's the matter? Jean K flashed over and floated in front of his eyes, asking extremely well. Tell the Tathagata Buddha Palm that I don't like the new Immortal Poison Sutra. You let the Tathagata Buddha Palm have no time to beat it. Luli ordered. No problem. I'll go talk to the great Tathagata Buddha Palm right now. Jink's milk sounds like milk. After saying that, he flashed on the spot and disappeared. Then, next, practice. Luli's eyes were shining brightly. 10 days later, we will fight for marriage and sweep the world. Saying that, tear it apart. He tore off a page of the 10,000 poison scripture, wrapped it in a braised chicken leg, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Click, click. Eat in a few bites. It feels like eating live centipedes grilled over charcoal. Crunchy and crunchy. Ding sound. You have taken a page of the 10,000 poisons manual, and your training effect has increased by 1,000,000%. Progress plus 1%. Progress plus 1%. Progress plus 1%. Chapter 212 The 6-Character Seal of Collapse of Heaven. 10 days later. Holyulu. A snoring sound came from the ice cave. Luli opened his eyes when he heard the sound, and saw a pile of colorful sword pills in the corner, and Jean K was lying on top of him, snoring. My belly is bulging. It looks really cute. Suddenly, with a flick of his little hand, it grabbed a sword pill and stuffed it into its mouth, gnawing on it, a happy smile on his face. He didn't open his eyes the whole time. These sword pills were naturally sent by Ji Rong. As the saying goes, a drop of water's kindness is repaid by a spring. After Ji Rong sent the sword pills, Luli gave her 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones and paid her back several billion. In this way, his relationship with Ji Rong became more deeply rooted. The only trouble is that I don't know how to explain it to Ru Ji when I return to 10,000 Demons Mountain. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a ding. A crisp system prompt rang in my mind. Congratulations to the host. Your Immortal Poison Sutra has broken through to the 3rd level. You have learned the 10,000 poisons imprisoning Heaven Palm. In an instant, countless enlightenments emerged out of thin air, washed over him, and merged into Luli's sea of consciousness. Luli looked happy. After eating the entire 10,000 poison scripture, the Immortal Poison Scripture finally broke through to the 3rd level. He also cultivated a powerful spell. 10,000 poisons imprisoning Heavenly Palm. With one palm strike, the sky and the earth are imprisoned, leaving people with nowhere to escape. Okay. It will be more convenient to arrest people in the future. Luli nodded with satisfaction. Take another look at the system panel. All the skills have been greatly improved. The one who has improved the most is naturally Vajrata Thagata Dharmakaya. It carries the Summer spell, the mighty heavenly dragon spell, and the powerful Vajra spell all day long to go out and do chivalry, slaying demons and demons. And its cultivation has broken through to the 2nd level. Current state, 2nd level, progress 15%. The power is increased by 3 points. Then, it's time to get out of the closet. Luli's eyes flashed. He stood up, stretched, and his whole body immediately began to crackle with bones. Every sound of bones was transmitted into the air through the vibration of flesh and muscles, forming a terrifying sonic boom, causing hurricanes to explode in the ice cave. This is the terrifying body with the power of 100 dragons. Hey, what's wrong? Is there an earthquake? Jean K was startled, jumped up, opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing all the sword pills into his stomach. Jean K, let's go! Luli made a sound. Are you going to slay demons again? Great! When Jean K heard this, his eyes as big as black sesame seeds immediately bloomed with golden light, which shot over and got into Luli's sleeves. The speed is almost the same as nascent soul's teleportation. Obviously, this sword has absorbed the hard blood of the void-refining true dragon. Coupled with the swallowing of hundreds of sword pills, it has restored 1/10,000th of its strength. Even a 3-year-old child can cut Jean Dan at will with this Dao sword. Boom. The ice cave prohibits falling. Luli floated out of the ice gate in one step, and saw the light of day again. Junior brother, you are finally out of seclusion. Suddenly, a ray of white light came. It was by Jean Fei, with a smile on his face. If you don't come out of seclusion, I'm afraid senior sister Yao Yao will really be married off. The martial arts contest hasn't started yet. Right? Luli asked with a smile. Of course not. Now the master of Xing Island is preparing to establish his Eagle Alliance. And then, he will start fighting to find a bride in the afternoon. Master has already accompanied senior sister Yao Yao, leaving me here to wait for you. Hey, junior brother. You body. Bai Jinfei suddenly sounded surprised. My physical body? What's wrong? Luli looked calm. Junior brother. The pressure your body gives me is as strong as the great demon king. So strong. TSK. It seems that junior brother you have had another adventure recently. Your physical body and blood have become even stronger. Bai Jinfei was amazed and full of envy. Senior brother, your eyesight is indeed amazing. My physical body has indeed become a little stronger. Luli smiled. More than just a little bit. Junior brother, your body can subdue demon women. Junior brother, I often compete with those demon women in bed, and I am defeated every time. But it's okay. Last time I was in the black market, shopkeeper number 68 chose Xian Tian Guan Supreme True Method. Tian Gang Jingqi Divine Art. When I reach the 3rd level, I will let those demon women have a taste of the power they can't extricate themselves from. Bai Jinfei laughed evilly. Hey. Tian Gang Jingqi magical power? After hearing his words, Luli immediately remembered. He also chose a magic skill at that time. It's the 6-character seal of the 6th Zen sect. I forgot. Luli slapped his forehead and immediately took out a jade slip from the storage ring. Just as I was getting ready to learn, the sound of dang came from afar. A full 9 bells rang. Immediately afterwards, Xing Felia's generous laughter came from far away from the sky. The Condor Alliance is officially established from today. Xing, thank you for your support. Bang bang. As soon as he finished speaking, countless bright fireworks rose up in the sky thousands of miles away, exploding suddenly and covering the sky. The entire Eagle Island begins to celebrate. It's a pity that we missed this grand and lively opening. I heard that the most beautiful woman in Buddhism, Master Shuiyu, was also present. We didn't get to see the 2nd most beautiful woman in the world. Junior brother, our visit to Giant Eagle Island was in vain. Bai Jinfei looked at the fireworks in the sky and sighed with regret. Master Shuiyu? Then we should go and take a look. Senior brother, let's go! Luli held the jade slip and flew into the sky with one step. Bai Jinfei raised his black sword light and chased after him, solemnly saying, Junior brother, don't fly so high. It's dangerous. Huh? What's so dangerous about this? Luli was stunned for a moment. You don't know. In the past 10 days, a demon appeared. His whereabouts are uncertain. He appears and disappears mysteriously, and he specifically intercepts people on the road. Some cultivators were flying in the sky, and suddenly a huge golden palm fell from the sky, flattening the person and destroying him. He died without knowing how he died. It's very terrifying. Bai Jinfei held up a glass cloud cover and covered his head with fear on his face. Luli fell silent. This should be what Vajratatthagata Dharmakaya and the others do. Unexpectedly, he actually became famous. Is there anyone who can find this devil? Luli asked nonchalantly while flying. Without. Bai Jinfei shook his head. There was a lot of discussion on the forum on the Tontian Pai. Some said it was the 40 thieves. Some said it was a powerful master of the demon sect. And some said that the golden light palm is very similar to your junior brother's great Amiibo palm. So junior brother, it's the murderer behind the scenes. I'm in retreat. These people are really good at guessing. Luli smiled disdainfully, but his heart suddenly trembled. It seems that we have to let Vajratatthagata and the others restrain themselves for a few days, and then come out to kill the demons after returning to the demon gate. But let's learn the 6-character seal. First, without hesitation, Luli flew and looked into the jade slip with his consciousness. Ding. A system prompt sounded. You have learned the 6-character seal. Then, recite the Heart Sutra silently. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your 6-character Dharma seal evolved into the 6-character Celestial seal because of listening to the Supreme Buddhist Sutra. Immediately afterwards, there were 3 clear ding sounds. Your 6-character Heaven-bending Dharma seal and the Vajratatthagata Dharma body fit perfectly. Do you want to combine? Note, after the skills are combined, one of the skills disappears, and the level of cultivation remains unchanged. Chapter 213 Luli becomes a Buddha. Yes. Luli didn't hesitate and said yes directly. Ding sound. The combination of your 6-word collapse, Heaven Dharma seal, and Vajratathagata Dharmakaya was successful. At this moment, with a snap, the ranking of Vajratathagata's body rushed to the top of the skill panel, becoming the strongest among all the skills once again. Boom! At this moment, the sea of consciousness was shaken. A statue of the Supreme Buddha with 4 heads and 8 arms suddenly tilted up and burst into immeasurable golden light, like a god sitting in the depths of the universe, eternal and immortal, suppressing the eternal world. When the Supreme Buddha's Dharma appeared, the 6-character mantra immediately flashed out and stuck to the Buddha's chest. It was directly imprinted on it and embedded in the Buddha's body. It blends together perfectly. Sensing the drastic change in the sea of consciousness, Lu Li's expression was shocked and his figure suddenly stopped. 2 more Buddha heads. Moreover, one of the 2 extra Buddha heads is the 6th patriarch of the 6th Zen sect, Jinru Buddha. The Dharma is sacred. The eyes are slightly open, and the wisdom is profound. The other Buddha head turned out to be Lu Li's own face. He has become a Buddha, fusion with the great Tathagata Buddha, the great formless Buddha, and the 6th patriarch true Buddha to form the head of Vajratathagata Dharmakaya. 2 Buddha arms also grew. The 2 extra golden arms of the Buddha hold the golden Bodhi tree in one hand and hold the pure Dharma seal in the other, which is very wonderful. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? The platinum flying sword in front circled with light and flew back to Dao Lu Li's side. It's okay. I just thought of something. Let's go to the competition site. Then again, where will the competition be held? Lu Li's expression returned to normal, and he asked with a smile. Because the contestants participating in this martial arts competition to recruit a bride are all Jin Den masters. So it will be held at sea. Let's go faster. After Bai Jinfei finished speaking, he couldn't wait to shoot out. At sea? Lu Li raised his brows, took a step forward, followed by Jinfei, and galloped towards the eastern sky. After a stick of incense, the vast ocean, as calm as a lake, appeared before our eyes. However, at this time, the sea was filled with huge crowds of people. They are all monks. In the distant sea, under the sunlight, there is a 9-story fairy palace floating in the sea. It is magnificent and magnificent, reaching the sky and the sun. As soon as he got close, an extremely noisy voice immediately poured into his ears. 100 middle-grade spiritual stones. Please give me a sign to enter the Sea Immortal Palace. What's going on? It's past noon and the battle for marriage hasn't started yet? I think the final winner will be the Halberd God King of Tianwai Palace. It is rumored that Lu Li and his senior sister Yao Yao have been secretly engaged for life. And they are already secretly married? Is it true? It's true. The night they made a private decision, I hid under the bed and listened, hearing all kinds of nonsense words. Lu Li frowned. Junior brother, hurry up. Let's go to the Sea Fairy Palace. Bai Jinfei greeted from the front. As he said that, he threw a gold-plated jade plaque and directly activated the magic power. Call out. A golden rainbow bridge suddenly shot out from the Sea Fairy Palace in the distance, crossed the sky, came down, and enveloped Bai Jinfei. The next moment, the golden light rainbow bridge shrank and swept Bai Jinfei away directly, throwing him into the Sea Fairy Palace. Seeing this scene, the monks on the sea suddenly became commotion. A female cultivator with great ambition shouted, This young man, I am willing to be your sandbag for 3 nights and let you do whatever you want. Please take me into the fairy palace with you. Lu Li heard the sound and glanced at her face. His expression immediately returned to calm. Without saying a word, he grabbed the jade token and poured a little magic power into it. Boom! The golden rainbow bridge fell from the sky, wrapped around his body, and pulled hard. After a familiar spin, Lu Li fell down and appeared in a huge luxurious palace. Lu Li, you are finally out of seclusion. The demon master floated over and looked Lu Li up and down. Hey, Lu Li, have you taken some heavenly materials and earthly treasures to enhance your body? I have met master. Yes. Lu Li bowed his hand. That's good. The demon master's eyes showed a cold light. When the Halberd God King from Tianwai Palace appears, you can go down directly and smash his face. If you have a chance, kill him directly. Tianwai Palace, King Halberd God. When Lu Li heard this person again, he couldn't help but be surprised. Junior brother, you don't know that this Halberd God King of the Tianwai Palace is very arrogant. He threatened to chop you into pieces and chop your master into pigeons and bury him in a manure pit. He eats grains and reincarnation food every day. It's simply ridiculous. Act recklessly. Bai Jinfei also showed murderous intent. To be so arrogant. Okay. Master. Don't worry. I will definitely smash his face. But, where does this guy come from? Which sect of Tianwai Palace is it that I have never heard of? Lu Li was a little confused. Tianwai Palace is rumored to be a mysterious cultivating family in Tianwai Tian. The Hua family of the 10,000 Islands Alliance is just a collateral branch of them. Humph! If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't take action, I would have stabbed him to death with a mace, then put his ashes on his mother's tombstone. The blood-stained eyes of the real demon revealed a cold murderous intent. It looked like he was really angry. It turns out to be the force behind the 10,000 Islands Alliance. No wonder. Lu Li suddenly realized. Hannah Lu from the 10,000 Islands Alliance died in his hands. And now it is only right that the Halberd God King jumps out to avenge him. I just don't know how much this Halberd God King weighs. I looked around and didn't see Senior Sister Yao Yao. Master, where is Senior Sister Yao Yao? Bai Jinfei asked doubtfully. Yao Yao is at her mother's place and won't be back until later. Wait, that sea is where the powerful golden elixir will fight. The demon master pointed casually. Lu Li flashed and came to the balcony of the palace, overlooking the clear blue sea. A small island more than 10 miles away immediately came into view. This is a dragon-shaped island. There are many figures on the sea in the distance. Countless monks flew into the sky and formed a human wall thousands of feet high and thousands of miles long along the coastline, all waiting for the competition to begin. Lu Li narrowed his eyes slightly and shot out a sharp light. With so many people, we can gather another wave of the power of the 7 emotions. In addition, Qi Tianjiao, Halberd God King, I hope you won't let me down. At this time, in another level of palace in the Immortal Palace, Yao Yao, dressed in white, stands in the middle of the hall. To the left and right in front is the great golden elixir demon of the Tangxi clan, the Yuaning Demon King. Everyone stared at Yao Yao in the hall with cold expressions and anger. At the front, there is a beautiful woman wearing a colorful brocade dress. She has a charming appearance, a plump figure, and a juicy figure. Every move he makes exudes the power to captivate the soul and enchant all sentient beings. He was actually a demon king at the level of the god. Humph. Yao Yao, it's your honor and the honor of the snake family to be appreciated by the Holy Sun. You don't know how to praise, and you offend the Holy Sun. You simply don't know what's good and what's good. The man in gold robe shouted coldly. That's right. Now that the Holy Sun is willing to become a Taoist companion with you regardless of past grudges, do you still want to toast him without having to drink the wine as a penalty? The white-haired old woman on the other side scolded sternly. As the two spoke, the big demon kings around them began to accuse. Some of them even tried to persuade Yao Yao to be a Taoist companion of the Holy Sun for the sake of the overall situation and the Tangxi clan. In this regard, Yao Yao remained unmoved, standing proudly with a cold face. Yao Yao, are you really not willing to become the Taoist companion of the Holy Sun? At this moment, the beautiful woman in front of her opened her sandalwood mouth lightly, and her voice was soft and soft to the bone, confounding all living beings. Hearing the sound, Yao raised his moth head and said 3 words decisively. I don't want to. Before he finished speaking, an extremely cold voice suddenly sounded. I'm afraid it's not up to you. Everyone followed the sound and saw the tall Holy Sun, wearing a 9-dragon golden robe, walking into the palace. Between the eyebrows, a purple sky-reaching pattern shines with a faint divine light, frightening the group of monsters. There were 2 old men in green robes following behind. Yao Yao's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 214 Tianwai Palace Halberd God King. The Holy Son of the Abyss Monster Tribe. Abandon the genius. As soon as this person appears, he gives off a cold, arrogant, emotionless feeling. It's like the Emperor of Heaven sitting in the clouds, looking down at all living beings like ants in the dust. Moreover, this person also exuded a frightening aura. It's like a Hun Yuan black hole, madly devouring the spiritual energy around it. All things are alive, giving people a terrifying feeling of life passing away. Qi Tianju came with his hands behind his back, walking like a dragon or a tiger, with a purple sky-reaching pattern between his eyebrows shining brightly, full of pressure. Son! All the demon kings and great demons in the hall took a look and quickly bowed and saluted. Even the god-transforming demon emperor in front stood up from the jade chair, nodded slightly, and gave up his position with a smile. Dot! Yao Yao looked at it with an increasingly cold expression. There was even a hint of doubt. She didn't understand why a holy son who was in the Golden Elixir realm, could surpass the God-transforming Demon Emperor. And even the God-transforming Demon Emperor had to give up his seat. The only conclusion. This Abyss Monster Clan are all madmen. Yao Yao. I can always get whatever I want. You can't escape the palm of my hand. The abandoned Tianju Demon Jin Dao sat in the jade chair, looking down at Yao Yao from above. The arrogant expression revealed invincible confidence. Dot! Yao Yao remained silent. Here, she was alone. And the best resistance was silence. Otherwise, the Demon King next to her, who had long disliked her, would slap her and take it out on her. Are you still looking forward to your junior brother, Luli? When Qi Tianjiao saw that she was silent, he looked coldly and scornfully. This time, the Holy Sun, have already won the battle for marriage. Although your junior brother Luli has cultivated the Great Dao Golden Pill, he is still too weak. His Grand Dao Golden Pill, destined to be destroyed and swallowed by this Holy Sun's ultimate Golden Pill. And you will become my Holy Sun's Taoist companion, with nowhere to escape. Dot! A trace of disdain flashed in Yao Yao's eyes. Although she had not been with Luli for a short time, she had great confidence in that junior brother. The Holy Sun is talking to you, but you don't reply. Are you so contemptuous? At this moment, a Golden Elixir male snake demon next to him shouted angrily, stepped forward, and was about to slap Yao Yao's face with his big palm. Roll. Qi Tianju took one look and blinked his colorful eyes. Swish. 2 rays of multicolored pupils shot out, hitting the Golden Elixir male snake demon's chest, piercing directly through the chest, and making 2 fist-sized holes. Ah! Suddenly, the Golden Elixir male snake demon fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Strangely, a trace of green light condensed around the big hole in his chest, taking root directly in his body, and beginning to extract the demonic power of flesh and blood from his body. Just a few breaths. This Golden Elixir male snake demon was sluggish, and as thin as skin and bones. Shocking. What a powerful and weird pupil technique. Yao Yao was shocked when she saw this scene. At this moment, the charming woman on the side said in a crisp voice, Yao Yao, you will be a member of the Holy Sun anyway. Sooner or later, you might as well follow the Holy Sun and become his Taoist companion. Hearing these words, Yao Yao felt cold in his heart. She slowly raised her head, her eyes extremely firm and indifferent. Even if I cut off the flesh and bones to return to my mother, all the demon blood will be shed. I will not be this person's Taoist companion. The voice is cold, powerful, and resounding. Qi Tianjiao narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. You are so ignorant of good and evil? Okay, this Holy Sun wants to get you. As he spoke, he raised his big hand and spread his fingers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A stream of green light as thin as blue silk flashed out, about to wrap around Yao Yao's body. At the same time, the huge pressure of the gods has been radiated from the 2 old men in green robes beside Qi Tianjiao, suppressing them like mountains. The 10 directions of space are as solid as iron. Enough. Suddenly, a majestic voice sounded, shattered the solidified space. The next moment, Xing Fenglai, wearing a black cloak, flew in and landed next to Yao Yao, saying coldly, Qi Tianjiao, this island owner is only doing business with you Abyss Monster Clan, not selling girls to you. Yao Yao, let's go! After that, he turned around and left. Yao Yao looked indifferent, turned around and left without looking back. Only Qi Tianjiao and others were left with cold faces. Thank you very much. Yao Yao followed Xing Fenglai as he walked in the jade corridor of the Immortal Palace, and finally said thank you. No need to thank you. Xing Fenglai walked in front, and a message came over. I have not fulfilled my responsibilities as a father, and I cannot give up the business of the Abyss Monster Clan because of the Condor Alliance. The only thing I can do is to help you find a proud son of heaven. I hope he can protect you. Dot! Yao Yao was silent. Soon, she followed Xing Fenglai to the top floor of the Immortal Palace. Immediately, one after another glances came over. Alliance of 10,000 Islands. Mermaid Island, Tontian Sword Sect, Sun Moon Divine Sect, Danding Sect, Tai Sect, Kina Sword Sect, Xiantian Temple, Feixian Temple, Dalian Temple. Powerful monks from all major forces, as well as talented elites, gathered here. Ha ha! I kept you guys waiting for a long time. Xing Fenglai clasped his fists at everyone and smiled boldly. Naturally, no one would care. Many eyes fell on Yao Yao. Is this woman Xingfenglia's illegitimate daughter? A hybrid of human race and demon race? Lu Li's senior sister? The protagonist of today's competition to find a bride? Under everyone's gaze, Xingfenglia led Yao Yao to the jade railing at the edge of the top floor of the Immortal Palace. A big move. The people nearby immediately rang the Lingbao bell hanging under the golden eaves. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. The extremely clear bell resounded through the sea of clouds. Fellow Taoists, Mr. Xing is choosing a good son-in-law for his beloved daughter today. Anyone who is under 100 years old and has not exceeded the realm of perfect golden elixir can come to participate in the martial arts competition to recruit a bride. When the bright moon rises in the sky, who can suppress the heroes? On that dragon island, Hung Dao is the son-in-law of my husband, Xing Mao, and he will be given a dowry of 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones, a spiritual treasure, and a copy of the supreme magic formula. Xingfenglia shouted loudly, which spread thousands of miles. Boom. When these words spread, the entire sea immediately boiled. 8,000 high-grade spiritual stones? And spiritual treasures? Supreme magic formula? As expected of the Lord of Qingdao. Feng Qi. TSK. 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 I wonder who can become the first genius under the nascent soul and win the beauty. Who else can it be? Of course, it's those peerless geniuses on the golden elixir list. I guess it's the coin-throwing maniac who developed the golden elixir of the great Tao. Lu Li. Impossible. Lu Li has just formed the elixir. So how can he be the opponent of those perfect golden elixirs? My guess is that he is the holy son of the abyss. The Qi Tianjiao. I think it's the halberd god king of Tianwai Palace. Chongya. For the sake of spiritual stones and treasures, the slave family will only like women from now on. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rays of colorful light flew towards the dragon-shaped island above the sea. Hiss. Rhyme. Rhyme. At this moment, the sound of neighing horses resounded between heaven and earth, accompanied by a roaring sound. A blazing ball of house sun, burning with golden divine fire, suddenly shot out from the 7th floor of the Immortal Palace. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky, dragging its long tail and hitting the dragon-shaped island. Roll. Only a disdainful snort was heard coming from the scorching sun. The next moment, thousands of golden flames burst out like rain, shooting towards the monks in all directions. The temperature rose by 1,000 degrees in an instant. Not good. What kind of strange fire is this? It's so scary. Can even my top-grade magic weapon melt? As everyone exclaimed, they quickly dodged and retreated. Ah! A monk who was in the early stage of the golden elixir could not dodge and let out a scream. His precious clothes burned instantly, and his whole body burned into a golden fireball. Before he fell into the sea, his whole body was burned to ashes, and he died on the spot. Then, the golden flame suddenly shrank, wrapped around the remaining golden elixir, and flew out, blasting into the scorching sun of divine fire. Bang! The divine fire sun exploded, revealing a huge golden chariot. This is a huge battlefield that seems to be made of gold. It is 5 feet long and 3 feet high. It is pulled by 5 golden horses in front. On the golden car seat, there is a shirtless young man with his left leg crossed and sharp features, wearing only a pair of black trousers. He leaned against the chariot with his chin in one hand. He looked extremely arrogant and looked down upon the world. Behind him were 5 golden magic weapons. They are the golden spear, the golden halberd, the golden spear, the golden sword, and the golden stick. He held the golden elixir and spoke coldly. I am the king of halberd god of Tianwai Palace. Lu Li, come out quickly and die. Chapter 215. Buddha covers the sky. It's the halberd god king of Tianwai Palace. He showed up. What a terrifying spiritual fire. Everyone stared at the naked man on the golden chariot with shocked expressions. At this moment, a voice of grief and indignation rang out. Wow, brother, you died so tragically. I will avenge you. As he spoke, a white-haired golden elixir old man in the distance roared angrily and raised his hands. Call out! A snow-white flying knife shot out of the air, turned into a silver lightning, and headed towards the halberd god king from a distance to kill him. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. The halberd god king didn't even raise his eyes, and said coldly with disdain. Then, with a flick of a finger, whoosh, a golden flame shot out from his hand, arriving first and hitting the silver flying knife. Sizzle! I saw a burst of white smoke rising, and the silver flying knife was directly melted by the golden flames, burning into white smoke out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, with a bang, the golden flame transformed into a huge firebird, fluttering its wings and pounced towards the old man of Jindan. The attack hasn't come yet. The clothes, eyebrows, and hair of the golden elixir old man immediately burned. If he was hit, he would probably end up like his apprentice. Fellow Daoist Ji, your killing spirit is too strong. At the critical moment, a clear voice sounded. A red gold sword light swept across the sky, fell from the sky with a sharp slash, and directly killed the firebird, exploding into sparks all over the sky. Then, a man in white robes, about 27 or 18 years old, floated down. He has a slender figure, calm temperament, handsome appearance, and perfect golden elixir cultivation. It is none other than the genius of Tai Sect, Shui Qingping, ranked 12th on the list of golden elixirs. The genius who has refined the golden elixir of the 5 elements. Seeing Shui Qingping appear, all the monks present were shocked. Unexpectedly, the masters on the golden elixir list would face each other so quickly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without hesitation, the others flew away one after another, leaving the sky above the dragon-shaped island to these 2 powerful Jin and Daoist beings. Thank you Dao Yu Shui for your life-saving grace. The golden elixir old man bowed deeply, and had to leave with regret. Shui Qingping. On the golden chariot, the halberd god king narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Shui Qingping, and curled his lips with disdain. Go back. For the sake of the leader of the Tai Sect, I won't kill you. Fellow Daoist Ji, you and I are both geniuses on the golden elixir list. Are you too arrogant to not take me seriously? Shui Qingping looked unhappy and frowned slightly. It's ridiculous. There are 3, 6 or 9 levels on the golden elixir list. You are just a 5 elements Dao golden elixir. I don't take it seriously at all. If you replace it with Lu Li's Dao Jin elixir, it's almost the same. The halberd god king said arrogantly and disdainfully. In this case, I have no choice but to ask fellow Taoist Ji for advice. Shui Qingping's face turned cold. The next moment, he raised his hands, and powerful mana spurted out from his sleeves, condensing into 5 5-color dragons, connected end to end, forming a 5-dragon and 5-element formation between them, and then fell towards the halberd god king's cover. Little tricks. The halberd god king dismissed it, and struck out with a palm from the air. Boom! The boundless golden flames, as if the sky fire were venting wildly, filled half of the sky in an instant, and turned into a golden sea of fire. Then, a sea of fire rose into the sky and burned onto the 5 dragons and 5 elements formation. Ho 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 ho! There was only a wail that shook the sky, and the 5 dragons and 5 elements formation was burned on the spot and turned into nothingness. Then, the sea of fire swept across the sky, like a huge wave, rushing towards Shui Qingping. The terrifying flames burned the rivers and boiled the seas. The sea surface within a 10-mile radius was boiling. The water bubbles and mist rises gurglingly. I don't know how many sea fish have been cooked, and their corpses are floating in the sea. The Taihao divine fire from the sky! Shui Qingping's pupils shrank, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. He flicked his sleeves and robes, and a 5-colored light ball flew out, hanging above his head, spinning and magnifying rapidly. This is a colorful cauldron. The body of the tripod is engraved with the 4 true dragons of Qilong, Suzaku, Xuanwu and White Tiger, and the lid of the tripod is engraved with the sacred beast Qilin. The aura of the best magic weapon emanates immediately. This is his natal magic weapon, the 5-element spirit cauldron, which transforms the 5 elements in the world and controls the 5 elements in the world. Buzz! I saw the big cauldron let out a trembling sound and soared into the sky. The lid of the cauldron opened, bursting out with colorful light. During the rotation, a strong suction force was generated, pulling the sea of golden fire all over the sky and into the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, the sea of fire filled the sky like a dragon sucking water, and was sucked into the cauldron. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Tai Sect on the top floor of the Immortal Palace immediately cheered. You want to take away my Taihao divine fire with this little trick? However, at this moment, the halberd god king on the golden chariot sneered disdainfully, and pinched the spell with his big hand. Rumble! Rumble! The colorful cauldron immediately began to tremble violently. It seemed like there was a giant dragon struggling inside, trying to get out. Not good! Shui Qingping's expression changed drastically, and all his magic power was circulating, trying to control the 5-element spirit cauldron. But It's too late. There was a loud bang. Like the scorching sun exploding. The lid of the big cauldron was shaken open. Then, a ball of gilded scorching sun, as big as a watermelon, slowly rose from the cauldron, violently rotating, and scattered thousands of golden flames in all directions. Sparkling fire and flowing gold. This is a terrifying high temperature reaching 30,000 degrees. Go! Blast! At this time, the halberd god king curled his lips and spit out 2 words. Call out. This ball of gilded scorching sun burst out with a loud bang. It hit Xingping with lightning speed and exploded with a bang. In an instant, a blazing light like a nuclear explosion shone between heaven and earth. This power is as powerful as the explosion of 10 golden elixir thunder beads. Not good! A god incarnation power from the Tai sect exclaimed. His body flashed. He teleported to the center of the scorching sun explosion, and he touched it with his big hand. All the bright aftermath of the explosion was erased. Reveal a person. His clothes were in tatters. His face was charred. His hair was scattered. His body was covered in flesh and blood. His energy was weak, and he was already unconscious. The monks present took a closer look and vaguely recognized Xingping. Instantly, there were exclamations everywhere. Xingping was seriously injured with just 1 move. Impossible. The gap on the golden elixir list is so big? What kind of magic formula does this halberd god king practice? It's actually as powerful as nascent soul? Horrible! Taoism, Buddhism, and overseas islands were all shocked by the scene before them. Humph! You win! The powerful man from the Tai sect had an ugly expression on his face. After saying a word, he turned around and disappeared, going to help Xingping heal his injuries. At this moment, the halberd god king, still with 1 foot raised and 1 hand supporting his chin, looked contemptuous of the world, said coldly, Lu Li, come out quickly and die. You killed Hana Lu from the 10,000 Islands Alliance. Now it's time to pay for it with your life. The sound echoed throughout the sky. Hearing this, Ji Rong frowned slightly on the top floor of the Immortal Palace, looking worried. Yao Yao also looked solemn. On another level, Yang Su from the Tai sect was hiding in the crowd with a smug grin on his face. Good. This halberd god king is getting stronger. The more likely it is that the land carp will be killed by him. At the same time, the powerful powers of immortals and demons also witnessed everything happening in the fairy palace on the sea through the cloud ring, especially in the Yiminggo sect's residence in Juxian City. Madame Honglong, the great demon King Jintian, and Elder Changle looked solemnly, staring intently at the water mirror in midair. The mood is very complicated. He hopes that Lu Li will appear and strengthen the Go sect's prestige. But he also doesn't want Lu Li to appear. After all, this halberd god king is too powerful. At this moment, a burst of ridicule rang out. Ha ha ha! What kind of person is the number 1 on the golden elixir list? Isn't he a coward? Courageless bandit. The reincarnation of the bullshit demon Buddha. Go back and eat dog poop. Ha ha ha. This group of people who were laughing so hard were all monks from the 10,000 Islands Alliance. They thought Lu Li didn't dare to come out, so they naturally took this opportunity to ridicule him. Both the immortal and the demon were silent. Could it be that the guy who has always been arrogant has really become a coward? Boom! At this moment, a disdainful voice resounded between heaven and earth. King Halberd God, just because you want to see me? You don't deserve it. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful golden light suddenly burst out from the first floor of the Immortal Palace, rising into the sky and piercing through the layers of clouds. Then, the golden light suddenly exploded and spread. The sea of clouds in the sky was completely wiped out and dissipated. Everyone looked up and saw a sacred and solemn 100-foot golden Buddha, condensed in the 9 heavens. The great sun behind his head shines brightly on the Supreme Buddha, blooming with immeasurable golden Buddha light, covering 10 heavens and 9 earths, overlooking all living beings. Buddha's light shines across the world instantly. Everyone took a closer look and saw that there were 6 huge Buddhist mantras arranged vertically on the Buddha's chest, which was mysterious and mysterious. The next moment, the 6-character mantra was revealed. The vast and ethereal Buddha sound sounded. The Buddha's light is shining with golden light. Then, 8 huge arms of the Buddha, dozens of feet long, appeared behind the Buddha like lotus flowers blooming. At the same time, the Buddha's head turned, revealing the faces of 4 Buddhas. Great Tathagata Buddha, Great Formless Buddha. The 6th Patriarch is truly like a Buddha. And Land Carp. Chapter 216 Your golden magic weapon is good. Is the sixth patriarch really like the Buddha? Land carp? Land carp. Seeing the 100-foot-long Buddha in the sky, the 3,000 Buddhist disciples were completely shocked. Amida Ininyang! This is Jinru Buddha, the sixth patriarch of the sixth Zen sect? Did I read it correctly? Luli! Luli! How dare Luli stand alongside the Buddha? Why does he dare to stand alongside the Buddha? I'm like, this guy has become a Buddha? What's going on? The Supreme Buddha is actually fused with Luli, the reincarnated demon Buddha? Master Shuiyu! Master Shuiyu! Come out quickly! Come out and see the Buddha! Hey, Huiwu, you old bald ass. You are actually trying to steal Master Shuiyu from Lao Na again? In the six-story palace of Immortal Palace, a woman covered in plain white nun's robes, shining with golden Buddha light, stood by the window, looking at the Buddha with 4 heads and 8 arms in the sky. And her body was slightly shocked. There was a banging sound outside the door. It was those idle bald donkeys who were banging on the door. This woman is the legendary second most beautiful woman in the world. Master Shuiyu. Master, what is going on? The Supreme Buddha is actually fused with Luli, the reincarnated demon Buddha? Next to Master Shuiyu, little Nanyu looked up at the sky with extremely shocked eyes. He is the reincarnated Buddha. Those 3 bald men at Dalian Temple lied. Master Shuiyu spoke slowly. The voice is light and soft, like the sound of nature. Ah? Miayu was shocked. Just when the immortals and demons were shocked, Lu Li's voice resounded through the sky again. King Halberd God, if you want to see me, you must defeat my Dharma body first. Otherwise, your father and I will not see you. As soon as these words came out, the world was shocked. Dharmakaya? This is actually the Dharmakaya condensed by Lu Li? The Dharmakaya outside the body that can only be refined by the powerful nascent soul? How on earth did he do it? Humph. Pretending to be a ghost? Look at me breaking your body. The Halberd God King looked cold and raised his big hand. Boom. The terrifying Taihao, divine fire immediately condensed in the palm of his hand, and once again condensed into a gilded scorching sun. The next moment, the Halberd God King waved his hand. The gilded scorching sun rotated violently, hitting the sun as quickly as a comet, and blasted towards the 100-foot-long golden body of the Buddha above the 9 heavens. It was so powerful that it destroyed mountains and cities. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the gilded sun hit the Buddha's chest and exploded violently. The intense light shines on the sky and the earth again. The golden flame swept across like a dragon, twisting around the Buddha's Dharma, and in the blink of an eye, the Buddha was burned into a big fireball. But at this moment, the 4-faced Buddha suddenly turned around. Lu Li's side was filled with evil energy. He opened his mouth suddenly. Take a puff. All the flames were actually sucked directly into the Buddha's stomach. Then, he vomited violently. Boom! A ball of skyfire scorching sun, like a meteorite falling into the sea, like 9 sky silver thunder, crashing down towards the Halberd God King. When the Halberd God King saw this, his pupils shrank. Without any hesitation, he suddenly sat upright, flicked his big hand, and once again threw out a ball of Taihao divine fire, rising into the sky. Bang bang. 2 balls of Taihao divine fire exploded in the sky, turning into golden flames that filled the sky and scattered in all directions. At this moment, the 4-faced Buddha suddenly turned around again. This time, it was the great Tathagata Buddha with one finger pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the earth. With a solemn look, I am the only one. Behind the Buddha, golden light shines and rises into the sky. The next moment, the great Amitabha Buddhas condensed in the 9 heavens, overlapping each other, hundreds or thousands, covering the entire vast sky. The total is 1,024. For a time, the sky was filled with Buddhas, overlooking all living beings. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel insignificant and fearful. Great Amitabha Palm? The Halberd God King narrowed his eyes and reached back with his big hand. The golden spear inserted into the golden chariot flew over and landed in his hand. The law is the law. Immediately afterwards, 5 golden war horses started running wildly, pulling the Halberd God dynasty into the sky. Boom boom boom. The sky is full of Buddha palms, soaring into the sky and falling. Sun God King, gather my divine body, burn the sky and crack the earth, and make all things surrender. The Halberd God King roared wildly. Boom. Infinite golden flames erupted from his body, condensing into a 10-foot-tall golden flame giant. The golden spear he held in his hand trembled and became 20 foot long. Then, as the spear trembled, it shot out countless flaming golden lights into the sky, turning into fire dragons that filled the sky and soared into the sky. Bang, 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 bang. The Buddha's palm and the fire dragon exploded in the sky. The intense flaming Buddha light shines between the heaven and the earth, concussing circles of sonic booms and exploding the sky. Sun and moon. A violent wind swept across the sky and the earth. Boom! Before anyone could see the fighting situation clearly, there was a loud bang and an explosion. The golden chariot, accompanied by the giant golden horse, was slammed down by the giant palm of the Buddha and flew into the sea. Bang! In an instant, a huge 5,000-foot-long palm print was blasted out of the sea. The sea water around the palm print rose directly to a height of 100 feet. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, water columns hundreds of feet high exploded around the Buddha's palm prints, setting off huge waves that surged in all directions. A tsunami thousands of feet high is formed. The scene was terrifying, as if dozens of golden elixirs had exploded themselves. The power of one palm is so terrifying. This is still a nascent soul-level attack. Taoism, Buddhism and demonic sect. Everyone was shocked, especially Yang Su. His pupils trembled and his hands and feet became cold when he witnessed this scene. The disciples of the 10,000 Islands Alliance, who were still feeling proud just now, were like ducks that had their necks strangled, unable to quack. Ah! At this moment, a roar came from the bottom of the sea. 5 golden giant horses, pulling the halberd god king burning with Taihao divine fire, soared into the sky again. Taihao divine fire! Gather the god king! Immortal! Fight against the devil! On top of the golden chariot, the halberd god king roared again. Rumble! Rumble! Flames as white as milk suddenly spurted out from the golden chariot, condensed on his body, and covered his whole body. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 20-foot-tall pure white flame war god king. There is a huge vertical eye on his forehead. There are 3 giant arms behind him. The breath is comparable to the early stage of nascent soul. The next moment, the pure white flame war god grabbed the golden spear, golden halberd, golden spear, golden sword, and golden stick in his hand. The law is the law. The golden horses pulled the chariot, soared into the sky again, and blasted towards the Buddha's body in the 9 heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The Buddha's light shone brightly, and the Buddha's palms all over the sky came down again. This time, the gigantic god king incarnated as the halberd god king danced with 5 golden magic weapons, stabbing, chopping, picking, cutting, and sweeping, creating a golden light that filled the sky. During the round dance, it roared like thunder, with great strength, and the flames burned the 8 wastelands. It actually smashed and exploded all the Buddha palms in the sky, explodes into Buddha light that fills the sky, then burn it directly. At this moment, the halberd god king was like the ancient god of war reborn, invincible and invincible. Witnessing this scene, all the powerful men on the top floor of the immortal palace looked solemn. This supreme magic technique used by the halberd god king is so mysterious that it can restrain the divine shield in the world. I am afraid that not a single golden Denver cultivator in Buddhism can stop it. What's more, it's just a Dharmakaya outside the body. Although the external body is strong, it is only the external body after all. No matter how much magic power you have, it cannot withstand the fierce attack of the halberd god king. In the water mirror, lines of gold characters also emerged. It seems that Lu Li's Dharma body has been bitten through. I don't think so. The flaming golden body of this halberd god king is only 20 feet long, while Lu Li's Buddha Dharma body is over 100 feet tall. If the attack is hit, it can at most be regarded as Wutong's acupuncture. Really, Lu Li's Buddha is a bit big, and its attack is very fierce. The halberd god king probably won't even be able to block it. Seeing that the halberd god king was about to rush in front of the Buddha, at this moment, the Buddha's head suddenly turned. This time, it is the extremely profound 6th Patriarch Shenru Buddha looking down on all living beings. 6 giant arms behind him suddenly picked up the mysterious seal. OM. Well, and I. Bah. Mum. Hum. As the Dharma seal was pinched, the 6-character mantra on his chest lit up one by one. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. The 6 giant Buddha arms suddenly extended and blasted out. There was a sound like a mirror breaking in the space. The sky seems to have been shattered. Ding, 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 ding. 5 clear sounds. The 5 Buddha seals hit the golden spear, golden halberd, golden spear, golden sword, and golden stick with incomparable precision, and were directly knocked away. Then, the final blow violently hit the chest of the porcelain white flame god king. There was a pop. The halberd god king was directly knocked out, with a look of horror in his pupils. In the chest, the ribs were cracked. Boundless pain surged into my heart. A fishy sweet smell emerged from the throat. The next moment, Lu Li's faint voice resounded throughout the world. Your golden magic weapon is good. But it's mine now. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 Buddha palms reached out with bare hands and caught the flying golden magic weapon in their hands. Suddenly, the golden Buddha with 4 heads and 8 arms was covered with weapons. With angry eyes, full of demonic aura, and a fierce look, just like the rebirth of the ancient demon Buddha. Chapter 217. The 6 seals merge into one. The sky and the earth collapse. Hoo ho ho! The wind howled. The halberd god king is falling rapidly towards the sea. Severe pain surged throughout his body. An extremely majestic and tyrannical force that shattered the sky and shattered the earth was wreaking havoc on his limbs, destroying flesh and bones and turning them into extremely fine blood foam. 3 more breaths and his whole body would turn into a ball of plasma. The law is the law. At this moment, 5 golden horses dragged the golden chariot, circled in midair, galloped over, and caught him. Boom! Gilded flames erupted from the chariot and instantly enveloped the halberd god king. In the blink of an eye, the halberd god king was reborn from the flames and all his injuries were restored. How could it be? How could this guy's body be so powerful? The halberd god king stood on the flaming golden chariot, looking at the Buddha's body in the 9 heavens, with no trace of arrogance on his face. Only horror, heart palpitations, not willing to give in, anger. With his divine king Dharma body, he thought he was invincible in Jindan. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even break Lu Li's Dharma body. The weapons were also taken away. He was almost killed by a Buddha seal. Could it be that, after he was born, he would be defeated by Lu Li, and not even be able to see Lu Li's true body? Boom! At this time, above the 9 heavens, the Buddha's Dharma body suddenly ignited with red flames, sweeping across his body, wrapping up the 5 golden magic weapons, and burning them fiercely. The imprint of divine consciousness inside was completely annihilated. At this point, the 5 golden magic weapons no longer belonged to the halberd god king. The face of the halberd god king instantly became extremely ugly. King Halberd God, you are right. There are 3, 6 and 9 levels on the golden pill ranking. Although your Taihao God's Sun golden pill is powerful, it is a pity that in my eyes, it is not vulnerable at all. At this time, the Buddha's Dharmakaya slowly opened his mouth, and his voice was so loud that it spread throughout the world. Return the original words. This is a halberd in the face of the God King in front of the immortals and demons. The halberd God King's face was gloomy and iron black. His eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, Lu Li, you just won 1 move. Don't be proud. Golden chariot, merge into me. Transform. The words fell with a bang. The entire golden chariot, together with the 5 golden horses, exploded suddenly and turned into golden light that filled the sky, spinning rapidly around the halberd god king. In the blink of an eye, golden light adhered to his body, forming a mighty golden armor. The battle armor was made of pure gold, covering the entire body of the halberd god king, with only 2 cold eyes exposed. Behind his back, there is a pair of 3-foot-long golden wings. Boom! The golden Taihao divine fire burned again. The whole person, like the real Taihao flame god of war, burned through the 8 wastelands, and his aura actually reached the real nascent soul level. This golden chariot actually has such mysterious changes. Forcibly improve your strength. The people present could not help but become shocked and excited. There's something good to watch now. The next moment, the god king of halberd shook his big hand, and a golden trident more than 3 feet long appeared in his hand. He raised his hand, pointed at the supreme Buddha, and said coldly, Lu Li, my true strength is now. Suffer death. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden flame wings behind him suddenly flapped. Whoosh! The whole person was like a golden lightning that rolled back into the sky, teleporting, appearing in front of the 4-sided Buddha, holding a golden trident in both hands, which turned into a golden light and suddenly struck down. This split was like a god splitting a mountain. Another example is Pangu opening the sky. Extremely fast. The power reaches the astonishing half-dragon power. Strong and unforgettable. When only one sound of the sky bell was heard. The golden trident struck at one of the golden arms of the four-faced Buddha and pulled it. Just like cutting tofu with a sharp blade, it actually cut off the Buddha's giant arm. Immediately afterwards, the golden flame spread from the golden trident, wrapped around the Buddha's giant arm, and exploded suddenly. Boom! This giant arm of the Buddha exploded into a sky filled with Buddha light. Huh? OM! Well, the four-faced Buddha Dharmakaya let out a startled sound, and the two huge arms of the Buddha pinched out the 6-character heaven-breaking Dharma seal. The remaining 5 big hands, dancing with the golden magic weapon, rushed towards the halberd god king. However, before the attack could roar, the halberd god king flapped his wings, and his body turned into an afterimage and disappeared, suddenly appearing above the head of the Buddha's body. Puff! 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 The golden trident shook out thousands of golden lights, like fire and meteors pouring down from the sky, and instantly hit the heads of the 4 Buddhas. Dang dang dang. During the continuous blast of the heavenly bell, 3 of the Buddha's heads were chopped off and exploded. 5 more giant arms of the Buddha were cut off. The halberd god king launched a violent and earth-shattering offensive, and was about to explode the Buddha's Dharma body in an instant. This is his true strength. Seeing that the Buddha's body was at a disadvantage, the monks from the 10,000 Islands Alliance cheered up again. Ha ha ha! Beat! 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 Beat up the land carp! Let this guy be arrogant again! Humph! Do you really think that Senior Brother G, the halberd god who is second on the golden elixir list, has this level of strength? Senior Brother G is invincible in the world! Blow up the head of the land carp! Before he finished speaking, amid the sonic boom of the hurricane that filled the sky, the Supreme Buddha's Dharma body suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. The spiritual energy within 100 miles radius was instantly absorbed by the Buddha. The law body is also restored to its original state. Immortal. The monks from the 10,000 Islands Alliance, who had just become excited, were stunned. Luli, even if you have infinite magic power, I can blow up your body on the spot. At this moment, the halberd god king suddenly roared wildly. Zheng! Only a clear cry was heard that resounded throughout the world. Flames burst out all over his body, and he shot up into the sky. The flames burned more and more fiercely, and finally turned into an extremely huge gilded sun at an altitude of 90,000 feet. Then, the gilded scorching sun fell down, turning into an extremely shining red gold crystal light that seemed to pierce the sky and the earth, crashing towards the Buddha's body. This is an attack that the halberd god king activated his entire body's magic power, combined with his armor's divine power. This attack has suddenly reached the power of the mid-stage nascent soul. Boom! Like golden lightning, red gold crystal light bombarded the Buddha. Phew! The momentum is overwhelming. The 4-faced Buddha was actually split in half. The red gold flame burned in the middle of the Buddha, instantly burning the split Buddha into 2 big fireballs. With a sizzling sound like a barbecue, the Buddha was burned to pieces by the flames and fell into the sea piece by piece. Then, the fragments of the Buddha turned into little golden lights and dissipated in the air. Completely disappeared. Only 5 golden magic weapons were left, floating in the air. The golden Buddha was finally destroyed. Witnessing this scene, the top floor of the immortal palace burst into cheers. The halberd god king also breathed a sigh of relief and opened his hand to take a picture. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Golden spears, golden sticks, golden guns, golden halberds, and golden knives flew towards him and were inserted into his back, blending together perfectly. This is the complete form of Taihao Flame, god of war. The next moment, the halberd god king held the golden trident, looked at the immortal palace on the sea, and said proudly, Luli, come out quickly and die. The words came out. He felt something was wrong, because, on the top floor of the immortal palace, those powerful gods all had solemn expressions. Suddenly, the halberd god king seemed to hear some voice transmission, and his pupils shrank. Before he could make any move, wisps of crimson flames emerged from the tips of the 5 golden magic weapons he had withdrawn. With a swish, the red gold flames condensed together, turned suddenly, and turned into a ball of black demonic energy. The next moment, a little golden light bloomed in the black demonic energy. It's a golden swastika. Then, boundless spiritual energy surged in, and a 1,000-foot-long golden Buddha with 4 heads and 8 arms pitched up amidst the rapidly rotating swastika characters, covering the sky and the sun, with mighty and angry eyes, and a solemn look, overlooking the ant-like halberd God King. Tao gives rise to demons. Demon gives birth to Buddha. Buddha is immortal. All these changes happen in a matter of billions of seconds. Not good. The halberd God King's expression changed drastically, and he flapped his flaming golden wings to dodge. But it's too late. At the moment when the Buddha was reborn in the demonic aura, 6 giant arms behind him were already raised high, pinching out the mysterious Dharma seal. OM! Well, and I, Ba, Mom, As the Dharma seal was pinched, the 6 character mantras on the Buddha's chest were illuminated one by one, emitting supreme mysterious power and blessing the Buddha's Dharma. Then, the 6 character heaven-bending Dharma seal merged into one. Strike hard. This move also reaches the power of the mid-stage nascent soul. Boom! The sky really cracked. It turned into fragments of the blue sky and collapsed. Chapter 218 Golden Chariot? Get you. A golden elixir monk cracked the sky? Of course, this is not true. It's just an incomparably powerful force that compresses the air in the 9 heavens to the extreme, condensing it into a boundless steel plate of air. The mysterious Buddha seal that covered the sky and the sun struck down. And what was shattered was this air steel plate. In the eyes of everyone, the sky collapsed. Next moment, the shattered sky, the exploding halberd God King, and the flames and golden feathers flying all over the sky suddenly bloomed in the sky. The halberd God King was like a meteorite falling into the sea, fiercely shooting towards the sea. Halfway through the path, a long trail of blood spit out. The whole person was covered in golden light. This is the golden flame that the life-saving talisman automatically activates and burns. However, under the combined attack of the 6 character heaven-bending seal, they all exploded into dots of golden light. King Halberd God, with your level, you still want to see me? Maybe in the next life. Lu Li's faint voice resounded throughout the world again. Boom! The head of the 4-faced Buddha suddenly spun. This time, it was Lu Li's face, full of demonic energy. He controlled a Buddha's giant arm and raised it suddenly. In the palm of his hand, colorful flames spurted out. The flames were alive and were poisonous insects. Snakes, centipedes, toads, spiders. Countless poisonous insect flames condensed into a colorful poisonous palm that covered the sky and the sun. And it was pressed down suddenly. Boom! The big palm fell down and appeared on the face of the halberd God King, who was about to fall into the sea. But it had shrunk into a normal-sized palm. Although it is small, it gives people a feeling of being imprisoned and having nowhere to escape. There was a snap. The poisonous palm slapped the halberd God King directly on the face and blasted him into the sea. Boom! It was like 10 thunderbolts exploding from the sky. The entire sea was directly sunken into a hemispherical depression with a radius of thousands of feet and a depth of 100 feet. Then, the huge waves exploded. A ray of flame light flew out from the sea fairy palace, rushed into the sea, directly separated the seawater, and rolled up a figure flying into the sky. Awe! In the flame divine light, the halberd God King roared in agony. Everyone couldn't help but take a closer look, and their pupils shrank. I saw that the face of the halberd God King had turned into a mess. A ball of colorful energy covered it, condensing into centipedes, strange insects, wildly devouring and biting his face, biting his eyes, nose, and mouth to bits, revealing bloody flesh and blood. Shocking and terrifying. What's even more frightening is that the halberd God King seems to be ignorant of pain, scratching his face desperately until one of his own faces is in tatters. The bones are also exposed. He even wanted to gouge out his own eyes. At this moment, a burly man in golden clothes appeared out of thin air beside King Halberd God. With a flip of his hand, he grabbed a pill and stuffed it directly into King Halberd King's mouth. Then, he opened his 5 fingers and scratched the Lord Halberd King's face. A ball of colorful poison gas was caught out of thin air by him. Boom! The golden flames burned, and the colorful poisonous gas was directly burned out and turned into nothingness. Ho ho ho! The halberd God King also woke up from the severe pain, gasping for air. His facial features twisted, and stared fiercely at the Buddha in the sky. However, the Buddha's Dharma body ignored him. Its 8 giant arms suddenly extended hundreds of feet, and with a single grab, they grabbed a pair of golden wings, fragments of golden armor, and other golden magic weapons. Bang! These golden fragments fused together, and flames rose into the sky. A mighty golden chariot reappeared. The law is the law. The 5 golden war horses raised their 4 hooves and charged fiercely, about to fly back to the halberd god king. Golden chariot? Bring it to you! At this time, the Buddha's Dharmakaya let out a domineering cold shout. The 8 giant arms of the Buddha grabbed them out of thin air, dragged them to the 5 golden horses, and then pulled them hard and fished them out. The entire golden chariot was snatched out of thin air and slapped into the mouth of the Buddha. Eat it on the spot! In an instant, the mental connection between the halberd god king and the golden chariot was completely severed. Luli! You actually took away my god king's chariot! Poof! The halberd god king felt pain in his soul, and he opened his mouth and spurted out another mouthful of blood. Obviously, this is his magic weapon. A strange scene appeared. The blood he spurted out was not bright red, but 5 colors. As soon as it was spit out, it turned into balls of colorful poisonous gas. From the rolling and squirming process, poisonous snakes, poisonous scorpions, poisonous centipedes, and other strange poisonous substances emerged and surged towards him. Come on. It's very scary. The extremely itchy pain surged into my heart again. It makes people feel heartbroken and makes them want to scratch their faces and gouge out their eyes. Ah! The halberd god king couldn't help but scream again, his facial features distorted, ferocious and ugly. Witnessing this strange scene, there was deathly silence in the sky and on earth. Then, there were exclamations. This is the 10,000 poison palm of the 10,000 poison sect. This fellow Luli actually practiced the 10,000 poison manual of the 10,000 poison sect. It's over. This halberd god king is over. No one can detoxify the poison of the 10,000 poisons manual except myself. King halberd god lost. Incredible. The third one on the golden elixir list can't even defeat one of Luli's dharma bodies. How strong is this Luli? Invincible. Luli is truly invincible. Junior brother Lu is awesome. No matter it was the mighty power of the immortal palace on the sea, the monks watching the battle on the distant coast, or the immortals and demons thousands of miles away, they couldn't help but be shocked and speechless at this moment. A dharma body, so tyrannical, is simply terrifying. What is even more shocking are the many techniques Luli has practiced. Whether it is the 6-character seal that was just displayed, or the 10,000 poison master of the 10,000 poison sect, they have all been cultivated to a quite profound level. This is simply subversive of people's imagination, because Luli had only been practicing for more than a year. Where did he get so much time to practice the technique? Is the reincarnated demon Buddha really that powerful? Call. On the top floor of the Sea Palace, Ji Jionyang and Ji Ron looked at each other, letting out a long sigh of relief and smiling. Ji Longjun on the side also secretly marveled in his heart. This kid is really strong beyond expectations. Not far away, senior sister Yao Yao had a hint of joy in her eyes. In the palace, Demon Master and Bai Jinfei laughed with great joy. Isn't this halberd god king crazy? Now disfigured. See how crazy he is? At the same time, on another floor of the immortal palace, by the window, Master Shuiyu spoke slowly. Her voice was like the sound of nature. And Duing went out. Miyu, do you want to get married? Ah? Miyu on the side was shocked by Lu Li's power, and was stunned on the spot when she heard the sound. I want you to be Lu Li's concubine. Help him in his cultivation, and take him back to Shuiyu Temple. From now on, you will be the master of Shuiyu Temple. Master Shuiyu said lightly with golden Buddha light all over her body. Exclamation point. When Miyu heard this, her petite face immediately turned red with embarrassment. She clasped her hands together and replied through a voice transmission. Master, all I want is to serve the Buddha. This opportunity should be given to other seniors, uncles and sisters, or to Master. From now on, Master won't have to go to the medicine garden to pick loofahs and cucumbers. Miyu, you are so filial. There was a hint of relief in Master Shuiyu's voice. At this moment, a cold shout resounded throughout the world. Luli, quickly remove all the poisonous chi from King Jigod's body. Otherwise, Tianwai Palace will never let you go. It was the burly man in golden robe. This man is a powerful person who can transform into gods. He gives a cold shout and is unparalleled in his power. Lu Li's body was instantly filled with cracks. Snort! Faced with such a threat, Lu Li's disdainful voice sounded again between heaven and earth. This halberd god king is seeking death for insulting my master. This 10,000 poisonous chi is just a small punishment for him. If you want me to detoxify him, you can cut off one of your arms. From now on, when you see me, You will count out 3 times and call me daddy, and I will let him go. Or, let his mother come and watch the sunrise with me. That's fine too. Everyone. Dot. This land carp is still so shameless. Chapter 219. Luli will always be number 1 in the world. Luli, how dare you insult my mother? The halberd god king had a ferocious face as he gritted his teeth and uttered a sentence. Luli sneered disdainfully and immediately said, My master, the true lord of demons, is wise, mighty, elegant, easygoing, and extremely intelligent. How can I allow you to insult me casually? As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. If you insult my master, I will insult your mother. Isn't that reasonable? The immortals and demons said. Dot. Is the demon real person elegant and easygoing? You are telling lies with your damn eyes open. Hearing Luli's words, the halberd god king gritted his back molars, and was so angry that he didn't know how to refute. The point is, the golden chariot has been taken away. The body was also infected with the poisonous chi, which caused severe pain and itching. He no longer has the courage to challenge Luli. Get out! At this time, Luli's cold voice sounded again. King Ji God, you are already defeated by me. You can't even defeat my Dharma body, and you are no longer qualified to challenge me. If you want to defeat me, go back to your father's grave. If you cry in your grave for a few days, maybe your father will teach you the supreme secret in your dream. You? The halberd god king was furious. His anger instantly consumed his sanity, and he was about to rush out again. If you keep the green hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. However, the burly golden-robed man on the side pressed the shoulders of the halberd god king and said coldly through the voice, No one can win forever. This Luli will definitely fall down one day. When that day comes, let's take revenge again. Good. The halberd god king gritted his steel teeth and nodded in humiliation. Then, he stared at Luli Dharma body fiercely, then followed the burly man in golden robes into the sky and disappeared under the 9-day sun. He should be rushing to heal his wounds and get rid of the poison. At this point, there is only one Dharmakaya Buddha in the sky and on the earth, standing majestic among the sea of clouds. Boom! It raised its hand, and the golden chariot shot out and blasted towards the fairy palace on the sea. Someone is ready to take away this mysterious magic weapon of Tianwai Palace. However, when I thought about it, it was not worth offending a reincarnated demon Buddha who practiced the 10,000 poison scripture for a magic weapon. The next moment, in the palace on the first floor of the immortal palace, a demonic palm suddenly stretched out and grabbed the golden chariot. Obviously a land carp. Just then, there was a roar. The Buddha from the 9 heavens descended and slammed onto the dragon-shaped island in the sea. The Buddhas were surrounded by Buddhas, looking domineering and arrogant. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce myself again. Shan Luli, chief of the Yinming Sect. I'm not here to participate in a martial arts competition to find a bride. I'm here to make friends through martial arts. And I'm ready to beat you all to death. I hope all fellow Taoists can learn more from me. Also, although every Jindan master has different levels of magic power, I, Luli, always number 1 in the world. If anyone refuses to accept it, feel free to come and die. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. The immortals and demons were also extremely shocked. This guy is too arrogant. This is in the eyes of a genius who doesn't care about immortality and demonism at all. Junior brother, you are really awesome. You dare to say such arrogant things. In the palace, Bai Jinfei couldn't help but give 2 thumbs up when he heard Luli's words. He was completely convinced. Even the demon master on the side showed admiration. Not bad. Luli, what you said is very good. You are so domineering. I appreciate it very much. My teacher, just when you are in danger in the future and someone wants to hit you, please don't reveal your name as a teacher. I'm afraid of being implicated by you. Luli had nothing to say. At this moment, a large wave of 7 emotional anger surged into his mind. Prick up your ears and listen. Voices of jealousy and dissatisfaction immediately reached my ears. Huh? It's just a win. Always number 1 in the world. How crazy. Is there no one out there who will teach this kid a lesson and let him know what it means that there is a world outside the sky and there is someone outside the world? Where are those masters in the Immortal Alliance who are hiding dragons and crouching tigers? It seems that we can only hope for the Holy Son of the Abyss, who is second on the Golden Elixir list. Although the Holy Son of the Abyss is not a human race, for some reason, I really hope that the abandoned genius will beat up Lu Li. Obviously, Lu Li's excessive arrogance has aroused public outrage and made the geniuses of various factions present very unconvinced. But no one dared to go up. Seeing the horror of Lu Li's body, no matter how brave the monk is, he would not dare to go out and die, because Lu Li really dares to kill him. We can only hope that the Holy Son of the Abyss will show up. Abandoning Tianjiao? Lu Li's eyes narrowed slightly. With a sharp cold light, his big Vajra fist is already so thirsty. At the same time, in another palace, Qi Tianjiu sat in the jade chair, looking at the Buddha's body reflected in the water mirror in midair. His expression slightly solemn. Holy Son, how sure are you? On the side, the charming and beautiful woman asked in a soft voice. 90%. Qi Tianjiao's expression was cold and emotionless. Although Lu Li's Buddha Dharmakaya is powerful, it consumes a lot of mana. As soon as I appear on the stage and activate the divine pattern to command the aura within 100 miles, he will have no aura to use. The body of law is broken. The Holy Son doesn't want to swallow his golden elixir, so he can go further? The charming and beautiful woman smiled seductively. There's no rush. There aren't enough people. A cold light flashed in Qi Tianjiao's colorful eyes. Lu Li is the chief disciple of the Yiming Ghost Sect. He is protected by the Yiming Ghost Emperor, together with the old Void Refining Dragon from Mermaid Island. He still needs 2 Void Refining Masters. The Holy Son is wise. The charming and beautiful woman immediately understood. This Holy Son wanted to wait for everyone to gather, and then directly swallow Lu Li's golden elixir to avoid being interrupted. At this time, the man in nascent soul gold robe on the side asked doubtfully, Holy Son, if you directly swallowed the Lu Li golden pill, aren't you afraid of the Yiming Ghost Sect's revenge? Idiot! Lu Li is a man of the devil, and everyone will kill him. What is the Yiming Ghost Sect afraid of? Are you still afraid that the Buddhist and Taoist sects will join forces with the Yiming Ghost Sect to take revenge? The extremely beautiful woman turned around and scolded. The man in gold robe thought about it and nodded. This is indeed the truth. Lu Li was so evil that if he died, it would be very satisfying. Just as he was thinking about it, an old man in green robes appeared out of thin air and said in a deep voice, Holy Son, the old monster Lianqiu in the Tianwai Palace has been contacted. As soon as you take action to kill Lu Li, they will take action to stop him. The man who rescued Lu Li. Good. Qi Tianjiu stood up suddenly and said coldly, Today is the time when I, Qi Tianjiao, will revive the sacred power of the Abyss Monster Clan. Let's use the blood of this Lu Li as a sacrifice. Come here. Get the holy weapon. Yes. The 2 old men in green robes looked solemn. Hearing this, the extremely beautiful woman stepped aside, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. At this time, 1 stick of incense has passed. Still no one has appeared to challenge Lu Li's Dharma body. On the top floor of the fairy palace on the sea, Xing Fenglai glanced at the burning clouds in the sky, then glanced at the Buddha's Dharmakaya on the dragon-shaped island. His expression still calm. This Lu Li is probably going to win. At this time, a powerful god from the Tai sect could not help but exclaimed, Humph! The world is still undecided. It's too early to determine the outcome. A god from the 10,000 Islands Alliance snorted coldly. Really? Master Xingdao, waiting like this is not an option. Let's end it as soon as possible. We can also enjoy the wedding wine. Ha ha! The Tai sect's powerful god turned around and smiled. This is fine. Xing Fenglai nodded, and when he spoke, his voice spread thousands of miles. After 1 stick of incense, if no one challenges me, then Xing's son-in-law will be. Wait! Before he finished speaking, a cold and ruthless voice resounded throughout the world. Such a Taoist companion can only be me, the holy son of the spiritual tribe, the abandoned talent. I am the real #1 in the golden elixir. Chapter 220. Everyone here is. I am the real #1 in the golden elixir. Accompanied by a cold voice. In the sky, a man wearing a 9-dragon golden robe suddenly appeared, standing with his hands behind his back. He looks to be about 27 or 80 years old. Tall, with a cold and fair face. There is a purple line between his eyebrows that shines with a faint divine light, which is extremely mysterious. The eyes are strangely colorful. In the blink of an eye, it gives people a cold and arrogant feeling, like a god in the clouds. Is this the Holy Son of the Abyss Spirit Clan? The abandoned talent? Almost in an instant, the consciousness of everyone present was directed towards Qi Tianjiao. So strong, This man's magic power is actually 3 points stronger than the halberd god king just now. At least 80 flower streams. I don't know who will win, and who will lose when the Supreme Buddha fights between him and Lu Li. At this moment, Chi Tianju said coldly, Lu Li, your Buddha Dharmakaya is good. However, you don't know how terrifying it is to be the real #1 golden elixir. The words fell. The purple sky-reaching pattern between the eyebrows shines with divine light, illuminating the heaven and earth. Within 100 miles, spiritual energy suddenly solidified. Then, traces of green light emerged from his body, condensed into a big green light palm, and shot out fiercely, hitting the Buddha's Dharma body on the dragon-shaped island from a distance. This palm has no power, but it is extremely fast. The Buddha's Dharmakaya, which was so close to Lu Li, had no time to form seals to fight back. Boom! The big palm of green light directly hit the head of the Buddha's Dharmakaya. The loud ringing of a bell shattered the Buddha's entire body. Then, the ferocious magic power suddenly burst out, directly slamming the Buddha's Dharma body into the small island. Bang! The island exploded. The water column of the sea shook up thousands of feet. Then, the big palm of green light suddenly grabbed hold, as fierce as a real dragon tearing the sky, and actually tore a 3-inch deep crack in the head of the Buddha's Dharmakaya. Bang! A Buddha's head was caught and exploded, transformed into little golden Buddha light, flying around. The strange thing is that the green light palm directly absorbed the golden Buddha light, became even more dazzling, drove straight down, and slammed into the Buddha. There was a shocking explosion. This Buddha's body was shattered by a palm and exploded into golden Buddha light that filled the sky. Is this the strength of Chi Tianju? Witnessing this scene, the entire audience was shocked and dumbfounded. Shui Qingping, the Tai Sect genius who went back to heal his wounds, and the halberd god king who was exorcising the poison, could not help but feel trembling in their hearts and stirred up huge waves. There is such a big gap in strength on the golden elixir list? That invincible Buddha was shattered by the palm of the abandoned Tianjiao? The Abyss Spirit Clan, the heaven-bearing divine pattern, where the Great Avenue is, commands the spiritual energy. Is this the Spirit Clan's heaven-bearing pattern? In the palace, Miyu stood by the window and asked in shock. The power of this Tantian pattern is comparable to that of a magical treasure. The Abyss Spirit Clan's Skybetter pattern is indeed powerful, but this power comes at a price. If there is not enough spiritual energy to support it, it will backfire on one's body. This abandoned Tianjiao's magic power is so powerful, and he has pushed the Skybetter pattern to this point. It seems that it always devours the vitality of all things. Master Shuiyu, whose whole body was shining with golden light, said calmly, Amitabha, can the reincarnated Buddha win? Miyu asked with some worry. In this world, there are 2 golden elixir people who can definitely beat Chi Tianjiao. Master Shuiyu said slowly, Ling Jianshuang and Fang Yinli. Ah, senior sister Ling, junior sister Fang? Little nun Miyu was stunned. That's right. Ling Jianshuang and Fang Yinli are the key figures in this calamity. They are practicing in the ruins. Once they practice, they will suppress the abandoned Tianjiao. Master Shuiyu nodded slightly. I see. Miyu nodded and asked, What about this reincarnated Buddha? Master Shuiyu was too silent. No answer. Little nun Miyu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the reincarnated Buddha will die here? Father! Will Lu Li be okay? On the top floor of the Sea Palace, Ji Rong came to Ji Longjun and asked in a crisp voice. On the side, Ji Jianyang's face was also full of worry. Don't worry. That guy is so thick-skinned that even nascent soul can't break it. It'll be fine. Ji Longjun comforted him helplessly. But there was also a trace of solemnity emerging in my heart. This abandoned genius is very weird. There was something about this person that made him feel afraid. It is probably the legendary sacred weapon of the Eldar. Lu Li, this abandoned Tianju is a bit weird. How sure are you? At the same time, the demon master's expression was slightly condensed, and he asked in a deep voice. Bai Jinfei on the side also looked solemn. Chi Tianju smashed Lu Li's Buddha's golden body with one palm. It was simply terrifying. Master, please don't worry. Let him be strong as long as he is strong. Lu Li smiled calmly. Then, he took one step forward, and his figure appeared between heaven and earth. It's out! It's out! The coin-throwing maniac is out. It's a land carp. He finally showed up. Which one of him or Chi Tianju can win the beauty? Suddenly, thousands of eyes swept over and fell on Lu Li. Jealousy and anger, indifference and hostility. hatred and disgust, admiration and obsessive worship. Not all. The power of various 7 emotions surged, gathered like a tide, and washed away in Lu Li's sea of consciousness. Lu Li, do you know how thick the sky is now? Above the 9 heavens, Qi Tianju still had his hands behind his back, his expression cold and ruthless, as if a high-altitude god was looking down at the insects and ants in the soil. This sentence made many people look gloating. Although Lu Li is strong and tyrannical, after all, he has only been practicing for more than a year, and his foundation accumulation is too weak. Now he meets Qi Tianjiao, who has stronger magic power than him, and his main skills are restrained by Qi Tianjia's sky-reaching pattern. What does he win with? We can't win! At the Yimingo Sect station, the great demon King Zhentian looked at the abandoned Tianju in midair and frowned. Madame Hanlong, who was sitting across the round table, also frowned slightly. Under her air-gazing technique, Qi Tianjia's energy was indeed much stronger than that of Lu Li. Zhentian, great demon king, how about we make another bet? Just bet on a spiritual treasure. At this time, Elder Changle on the other side smiled and said, No. The great demon King Zhentian seemed to have thought of something terrifying. He quickly raised his hand and drank a bowl of wine. I believe this kid can win. At this moment, in the water mirror, snap, 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 Lu Li stood in the air and suddenly clapped his palms. While clapping his palms, he praised, Not bad. Not bad. Your heavenly pattern is indeed good. Your magic power is indeed powerful. But, at this moment, he suddenly changed the subject. Your strength is nothing more than this. Huh? Do you dare to despise me? Qi Tianjiao's colorful eyes narrowed slightly. His whole body began to exude an astonishing pressure. Wisps of murderous intent pervaded the world. Hey, don't get me wrong. Lu Li put down his hand, looked calm, looked around the audience, and said calmly, I, Lu Li, have always treated everyone equally. I didn't look down on you. I meant that all the Jin Dan present are trash in front of me. Among the golden elixirs, I, Lu Li, will always be number 1 in the world. Chapter 221. Actually, I am a physical practitioner. Wow. This sentence caused an uproar. Countless angry gazes, like sharp arrow-tipped spears, pierced Lu Li's body hard. Lu Li was calm and composed, absorbing the anger of the 7 emotions to his heart's content. In that case, let me see how many moves you can hold me up. Qi Tianjiao's eyes were cold and a little angry. The words fell. An astonishing green light began to shine all over his body. He slowly raised his big palm, and the green light condensed. Then he flicked his big hand, and the green light turned into a big palm, swept across the sky, and hit Lu Li. The huge mana seems to have reached the level of the early nascent soul, enough to push thousands of miles across mountains and seas. This is a palm that even the golden body of Buddha cannot withstand. When Lu Li failed to dodge, the big palm of green light suddenly hit his body, emitting a dazzling golden light and letting out a loud roar that shook the sky. It's like thunder striking the heavenly bell. A sonic boom visible to the naked eye, rolled up into a hurricane, suddenly rose into the sky. Lu Li was pushed horizontally by this palm for more than 10 miles before he could stop. But, unscathed. That's it? Lu Li casually smashed the green palm in front of him and asked as if nothing had happened. He looked a little disappointed. Qi Tianjia's pupils shrank slightly. Your indestructible body has actually been refined to a level comparable to a spiritual treasure? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked again. Golden elixir cultivates a spiritual treasure level body? So scary. Just when everyone was shocked, Lu Li shot continuously, flashed a few times, swept across the sky, and headed straight towards Qi Tianju. You slapped me just now. Now it's your turn to receive my punch. While he was talking, the man came on the wind and appeared 1 foot in front of Qi Tianju. The slender pale golden palms were clenched into fists and punched out with a fierce punch. On the fist, the powerful Vajra Arhat appears with golden light, and the Vajra's angry eyes subdue demons. This punch was extremely ferocious, reaching the power of 320 dragons. It has the power to blast mountains and split cities. It's like defeating me with just 320 dragons? What a wishful thinking. A cold light flashed in Qi Tianjia's colorful eyes. Likewise, he raised his white palm, clenched it into a fist, and punched it out. Boom! This punch actually gave people the force of breaking the pillars of heaven and exploding stars. The space around the fist was slightly distorted, and ripples of space appeared. This power has obviously reached the power of 500 dragons. That is the terrifying half-dragon power. This is the supreme boxing technique of the Spirit Clan. Spiritual Emperor breaking the sky pillar. Unparalleled domineering. Fist to fist. Witnessing this scene, many people shook their heads and sighed. The power of 320 dragons versus the power of half a dragon? Isn't this seeking death? If they really wanted to fight, Lu Li's arms would be blown out, and half of his body would be exploded into blood mist. Die, boy! A cold light flashed in Qi Tianju's eyes. The divine pattern between the eyebrows lit up, commanding the spiritual energy from all directions, giving Lu Li no chance to activate his magic power and summon the golden body of Vajra. However, the moment the two fists came into contact, it was as if the thunderous voice of the Buddha suddenly sounded. Mighty Vajra! Great Buddhas! World-honored Ksitigarbha! Prajna Bama! Powerful Vajra mantra. 64 times increase. Boom! On the back of Lu Li's palm, the Dharma image of Vajra Arhat emits golden Buddha light, which is dazzling, an incomparably majestic force, like a river of stars in the sky, bursts out of the embankment, as fierce as a thunderbolt, majestic and unstoppable. Huh? This kid hides his strength? Qi Tianjiao seemed to have noticed something and wanted to move away. But it's too late. Fists connected. When? Only a clear bell was heard. In the space where the fists met, white light and golden light shone. And with a click, a crack in the space appeared, spreading hundreds of feet in an instant. It was like a huge spider web between Lu Li and Qi Tianjiu. How can it be? Qi Tianjiu's face changed, and he exclaimed. He could no longer maintain his calm expression, and the green light all over his body immediately shone and enveloped his whole body. Boom! The next moment, there was a muffled sound of gods beating hammers and drums. Lu Li's pale gold fist was so fierce that it shattered the cracks in the space and hit Qi Tianjiu's snow-white fist directly, and the majestic and ferocious power poured down. With a bang, the body-protecting green light was directly hit and exploded, breaking into little golden lights. Before Qi Tianjiu could retreat, Lu Li's other golden fist rose from the left side of his waist, like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, or like a white rainbow penetrating the sun. It struck violently and hit Qi Tianjiu's right face. Puff! A spiritual talisman appeared out of thin air, blooming with a faint blue light. Trying to resist it, however, the fist was extremely fierce and tough, and it drove in, smashed the magic talisman hard, and hit Qi Tianjiu in the face. There was a loud sonic boom. Qi Tianjiu was blown away, spinning in the air, flying backwards for 20 miles, and smashed into the sea, causing huge waves hundreds of feet high. In midair, several bloody teeth were swept up into the sky by the strong fist wind. In an instant, there was deathly silence in the sky and on the ground. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded, and their minds went blank. This can't be true. Can it? The Demon Clan, which has always been tyrannical with its physical body, was actually knocked away with a punch? In the palace, the gold-robed man of the Tan Snake Clan, the white-haired old woman, and other snake monsters could not help but widen their eyes, almost making the snake's eyes pop out. The expressions of the two old men in green robes were frozen. The extremely beautiful woman was holding a teapot and pouring tea for the two of them. However, the tea overflowed and burned her hands without any notice. In another palace, the halberd god king, who had just taken a sip of medicine, was shocked and spat out a mouthful of medicine. Cough, 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 cough. He choked, then continued to spurt blood. But he didn't feel any pain at all. He just stared in disbelief at the godlike Lu Li in the sky in the sunlight, with a trace of fear in his heart. Is this Lu Li's true strength? The immortals and demons were also extremely shocked. A golden elixir monk actually launched a terrifying attack power that exceeded the power of half a dragon, and almost exploded the space? Is this guy still a human? With such a powerful flesh and blood. This guy is actually the body of a demon clan. Horrible! Under the monk's extremely shocked and disbelieving gaze, Lu Li retracted his fist, flicked the corner of his shirt, and smiled proudly. I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you just now. But I am not actually a Dharma practitioner. I am actually a physical practitioner. Boom. In the sea, a water column rose into the sky, revealing the face of Qi Tianjiu. Half of his face had been dented. Half a row of teeth were knocked out. Land carp. His eyes had turned blood red, and he gritted his teeth and spit out 2 words. The aura of murderous, brutal, violent, ferocious, and bloodthirsty monsters emanated from him. He is angry. However, at this moment, Luli smiled slightly at him, flicked his hands, and threw 5 golden elixir thunder beats. Burst! Boom, boom, boom! The golden elixir thunder beat exploded with a bang. Almost at the same time, thousands of invisible 6-winged golden cicada demons flew out of Luli's sleeves and covered the world in all directions, condensing into masses of golden moons. 3,000 moon sword formation. Chapter 222. The mouth is poisonous. Boom! The golden elixir thunder beat exploded. A terrifying golden thunder mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Thunder and lightning are raging, destroying the world. Cut! In the sky, Luli waved his hand gently and uttered 1 word. The sword formation suddenly started to move. 3,000 golden moons fell silently, and while spinning, they emitted thousands of terrifying sword threads and strangled towards the center of the explosion. There is a huge green canopy, rising like the crown of a 10,000-year-old sacred tree, covering and protecting the figure of Qi Tianjiu. Kill him while he's sick. Luli makes a seal with 1 hand and spits thunder sounds from his mouth. The mighty heavenly dragon. The great magic spell. World-honored Xidagarba. Prajna Baba Coax. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. 600-foot giant dragons, like diamonds and glazed glass, flew into the sky from his back, roared out, and charged towards him with the power of divine power that could tear the heaven and earth apart. Buzz! 3 rays of golden light suddenly shot up from Luli's back into the sky and exploded 10,000 feet in the air. 3 golden Buddhas emerged one by one. Great Tathagata Buddha. Great Formless Buddha. The 6th Patriarch is truly like a Buddha. The next moment, the 3 golden Buddhas burst into immeasurable golden light. They all raised their hands and launched a powerful move towards the center of the explosion. The palm of the great Tathagata Buddha. The palm of the great Formless Buddha. The 6-word collapse heaven seal. The next moment, Luli flipped his hand, and a 5-color jade fan appeared in his palm. The boundless magic power is like a dam bursting, pouring into it. Buzz! The 5-color jade fan suddenly emitted 5-color light and became as huge as a house. One by one, the evil ghosts emerged and let out soul-stirring screams. Then, Luli waved his fan violently. Call out! All the resentful souls and ghosts merged with the 5-color light and flew out, forming a huge mountain-like skull in the middle of the road. It opened its ferocious mouth and swept across the sky. It was as fast as thunder and lightning, shooting loudly and biting through the air. Coming to kill! This is a complete set of attacks for Luli. Everyone was shocked. With this set, I'm afraid even if nascent soul is hit in the early stage, he will be seriously injured. Bang 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 bang. All kinds of terrorist attacks were blasted down, and an extremely bright light burst out in the sky. Circles of milky white air, like tidal waves, condensed around the green canopy and spread out. This is a sonic boom. A sonic boom visible to the naked eye rose into the sky, rolling out a Category 20 hurricane that wreaked havoc between heaven and earth. Ah! Only Qi Tianjiu roared. Bang! The green canopy exploded and shattered into green light that filled the sky, annihilating all attacks and sonic boom airflow. Qi Tianjiu's figure was also revealed. At this time, his eyes became extremely blood red. 9 golden dragons wrap around his body to protect him. He was actually unscathed. It's just that the Qi machine is a little weak. Obviously, in the wave of terrorist attacks just now, Qi Tianjiu defended desperately and lost a lot of mana. Huh? It's okay. He deserves to be second on the golden elixir list. He has some skills. Thousands of feet away, Luli was a little surprised. Die! Qi Tianjia's body was full of murderous intent, and his eyes blinked. Swish! 2 colorful beams of light suddenly shot out from his eyes, so fast that no one could catch the trajectory. Already more than 3 times the speed of sound. At this moment, Qi Tianjiu's spot flickered, as if teleporting, and the person appeared above Luli's head. He clapped his palms down, and green light shot out, like a pillar of heaven, directly hitting Luli's body. A strange aura immediately filled the world. Everyone felt the overbearing greed in the green light that devoured the vitality of all things. There is no way to avoid the land carp. Want to suck me dry? Just you? It would be better if it were your mother. However, Luli sneered. Boom! Under the skin, dense demonic energy burst out, forming a huge ink-colored demonic cloud, suddenly covering his body. Phew, phew. The 5-colored light beam emitted by the pupil technique, together with the green light beam, blasted straight down, shot into the black magic cloud, and disappeared. Like a mud cow entering the sea, it disappeared without a trace. The Spirit Emperor appears and enters my divine body. Seeing that the attack was fruitless, Qi Tianju concentrated his murderous intent, took out a strange seal with his hands, and gave a sharp shout. Buzz! An extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. A huge phantom of the God Emperor appeared on him out of thin air. This is a God Emperor with human body and animal head. On his head are golden double horns, which are curved in a spiral. The animal head is as ferocious as a tiger and leopard, with fangs like snakes and pythons, and a dark green vertical eye between its eyebrows. He has an extremely burly body and holds a bone hammer in one hand. He looks like a demon god. Very appalling. As soon as the phantom of the God Emperor appeared, it immediately merged into Qi Tianju's body. Boom! The realm of Qi Tianju actually broke through the golden elixir and reached the early stage of nascent soul at this moment. No! Another breakthrough in realm. He actually reached the middle stage of nascent soul. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Qi Tianju thrust out his palms, and green light spurted out from his sleeves, like a boundless sea, slamming into the black demonic cloud around Lu Li. The next moment, the green light was as rich as water, flowing turbulently, condensing into a huge vortex of green light, violently crushing the magic cloud, and began to swallow it up. This abandoned Tianju really wanted to suck Lu Li dry on the spot. Visible to the naked eye, the black magic cloud began to become thinner. Lu Li's figure vaguely emerged. Suddenly, the whole place was in commotion. This abandoned Tianju is so fierce! It's incredible! The demon god's protection from the Abyss Spirit Clan can actually be integrated into one's own body and improved to 2 great realms? I'm afraid it won't last long. Ha ha ha! Even if it only takes 30 breaths. That's enough. Lu Li is dead. Yes, even if Lu Li is a great golden elixir, no matter how powerful his magic power is, it can't be compared to the abandoned Tianju, who fused the power of the demon god and temporarily broke through to the middle stage of nascent soul. Humph! Who told him to be so arrogant and arrogant? Have a good death. Selling coffins, tombstones, wreaths, shrouds, paper money, ingots, candles. The scene in front of them was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. I originally thought that Qi Tianju would die under Lu Li's violent bombing. Unexpectedly, the situation reversed in an instant. Qi Tianju directly launched his ultimate move, intending to suck Lu Li's life into his body and swallow his golden elixir. Lu Li was at a disadvantage. As expected, the black demonic cloud rolled violently, condensing into black and white whales, devouring and biting wildly, but still could not break through the green light vortex. The next moment, the Vajradharmakaya with 4 heads and 8 arms appeared, blasting various ferocious attacks in all directions. But still no use. Immediately afterwards, the mighty dragon flew into the sky, but was severely twisted by the vortex of green light, torn into little golden lights, and directly destroyed. Lu Li seemed to have no choice. He could only desperately activate the Quimping Demon God art, stimulate the demonic energy, and resist the erosion of the green light vortex. The abandoned Tianju in the middle stage of nascent soul has boundless magic power, and he can activate the strange and secret techniques of the Abyss Spirit Clan, making him invincible. If this continues, within 50 breaths, his magic power will definitely be exhausted. Then, the vitality of the physical body was swallowed up by the green light, and the body disappeared. Suddenly, Ji Rong, Ji Jianyang, and Ji Longjun looked solemn, their eyes full of worry. Yao Yao, the demon master, Bai Jinfei raised his heart and looked nervous. Mrs. Honglong, the great demon King Jintian, and Elder Changel, who were far away in the evening ghost sect, frowned and felt uneasy when they saw that the situation was not optimistic. Is Lu Li really going to lose? And life is in danger? Master, the reincarnated Buddha is in danger. Take action to save people. Beside the palace window, the little nun Miyu looked anxious. Someone is secretly watching. If I take action, I'm afraid it will lead to a siege and obstruction. Master Shuiyu stood by the window, as calm as an immortal, and her voice sounded like nature. Master has so many admirers. Why should we be afraid? Miyu asked doubtfully. I'm not afraid as a teacher. However, as soon as I take action, Those people who have nothing to do will immediately take action. That means the Immortal Sect and Tao Sect have officially declared war on the Abyss Monster Clan. Master Shuayu said calmly. Master is so awesome. When Yu heard this, she explained and frowned. But the reincarnated Buddha. Don't worry. Master, let me tell you a little story. Master Shuayu said eloquently. In the past, Zhang San and Wang Wu were neighbors. Wang Wu often took advantage of Zhang San's outings to hang out with Zhang San's wife. Later, Zhang San discovered this incident accidentally. In order to retaliate against Wang Wu, he secretly bought some arsenic and drank it every day. At home, half a month later, Wang Wu deliberately left home in a high profile. As expected, Wang Wu couldn't help it and climbed on the wall again. In the end, Wang Wu died on the bed of Zhang San's house. Before he died, he said 4 words without hesitation. What do you think he said? A blush appeared on Miao Yun's face, and she shook her head. Disciple can't guess. Is it turning back and finding the right shore? Master Shuayu smiled slightly and did not answer. Chapter 223 Fusion. Transform. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, the green light vortex was as big as a lake, rotating violently, obliterating and swallowing crazily. The black magic cloud can't hold on any longer. Only a thin foot is left. Lu Li's figure is extremely clear. It was obvious that Lu Carp's mana was almost exhausted. Wait until the mana is exhausted. The green light was twisting and grinding on Lu Li's body, and his whole body would probably be sucked into his body in an instant. Even the golden elixir would be taken away and swallowed by the abandoned genius. By this time, Lu Li had already tried various techniques. Vajra Tathagata Dharmakaya, Daogang Pure Yang Flame, Yin and Yang Han Yuan Black Hole, 10,000 Poisons Imprisoning Heavenly Palm, Powerful Vajra, Mighty Heavenly Dragon, Sumer God King's Curse. Even the 24 swords of the demon were activated. However, this strange green light vortex still cannot be broken. He was restrained by this strange green light. There is no way to escape. Moreover, the spiritual energy within 100 miles radius was immobilized by Qi Tianjia's heavenly pattern, and could not be used by Lu Li at all. Lu Li's magic power is becoming less and less. Almost exhausted, because he has been sucked away by the green light vortex of the mana of 90 flower streams. No matter how strong his Dao Jin Dan is, he will only have the mana of more than 100 flower streams at most. Lu Li is already on the verge of death. Ha ha ha. Lu Li finally met his match. Die to death. Yang Su, who was hiding in the corner of the palace, smiled ecstatically. The laughter was full of schadenfreude and the heartfelt feeling of revenge. Humph. What a pity. Lu Li died in the hands of this abandoned Tianju. But that's okay. Once Lu Li dies, the God King's chariot will be lost and recovered. However, if the third form of the God King's chariot was activated just now, say maybe I can kill the landcarp. In another palace, the halberd God King showed a fierce look. He touched his ugly, pitted and ulcerated face, and the murderous intent in his eyes was solid. The power of refining the void in the Tianwai Palace is ready. Be ready to block at any time. Today, no one wants to rescue Lu Li. Lu Li dared to take his magic weapon and ruin his appearance. He must die. Not bad. At this moment, Lu Li's clear voice suddenly resounded throughout the world. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were attracted. In the black magic cloud that was only 3 feet thick, Lu Li still looked calm and composed. Clasping his hands behind his back, he said calmly, Qi Tianjiao, you are indeed my opponent. Unfortunately, you fell into the trap. Fell into a trap? Qi Tianjiao's eyes were blood red. His magic power was overwhelming, and he said coldly and ruthlessly, you want to say that you have practiced the 10,000 poisons manual. Your magic power is poisonous, and I have sucked your magic power, and I have been poisoned? Huh? You actually know? Lu Li's expression condensed. How come I can't figure out this little trick? My ultimate golden elixir, the ultimate avenue, and the combination of the spiritual emperor. I don't care about any poison. Die! Qi Tianji rubbed his big hands violently. Boom! The boundless whirlpool of green light suddenly split into upper and lower parts, condensing into a huge boundless jasper millstone stained with mottled blood. It's so ancient that it blocks out the sky and the sun. The landcarp was caught in the middle. Stay put. The holy artifact of the spirit race. The chaos divine mill that destroys the way of heaven. In the palace, The extremely beautiful woman, the demon emperor of the Tang Snake clan, murmured a word. This is the spiritual treasure closest to a Taoist weapon in the world. In an instant, the whole place was shocked, and there was a dead silence. Click, click, click. Under the horrified gazes of the immortal and the demon, the jasper millstone began to rotate, making a dull sound. Between heaven and earth, it seemed as if the space was shattered. It seems that the laws of the Great Avenue have collapsed. Two extremely ancient, blood-stained jasper millstones were sharply grinding, one against the other. Boom! Lu Li's last 3-foot demon cloud was directly obliterated by the Chaos God's mill, exploded into demonic energy that filled the sky, and was annihilated between the millstones, turning into nothingness. There is no resistance at all. Buzz! The Dharmakaya of Vajratathagata emerged again. Click! The indestructible Buddha's Dharma body could not hold even a single breath under this terrifying millstone. Explode directly. Lu Li is really going to die. At this moment, all the monks in the immortal palace on the sea, immortals and demons, Taoism and Buddhism couldn't help but hold their breath and stared intently at the center of the battlefield. In the void, the aura surged, and someone was already preparing to take action. You want to wipe out my golden elixir? Just swallow my great golden elixir? Between the horror of life and death, Lu Li suddenly smiled flatly. My Dao Jin Dan is a bit big and poisonous. I'm afraid you can't swallow it. Qi Tianju was stunned. Then, his limbs suddenly became weak and weak. A dizzy feeling suddenly came to mind. Thoughts are momentarily sluggish. Mana also suddenly went out of control. How is this going? Poisoned? I am wearing 7 or 8 poison-proof treasures on my body. How could I be poisoned? Qi Tianju was shocked and doubtful. Suddenly, he thought of something and was shocked. Could it be that Lu Li's magic power is fused with the poison of heaven? In these billions of moments, a flaw appears. The jade millstone that was about to grind the land carp suddenly became stuck. Take advantage of this gap. As soon as Lu Li's magic power moved, his body was like a kuimping flying in the wind, soaring up to 90,000 miles, and directly escaped from the imprisonment of the jade millstone. Xiao Yifeng Ju. Boom! Thousands of miles of spiritual energy was sucked out at this moment. A fierce hurricane rises into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Lu Li had disappeared into the hurricane that obscured the clouds and sun. At this time, Qi Tianjia's various treasures were activated, temporarily suppressing the toxins in his body. And he woke up, just about to activate the mill to kill Lu Li. It is a pity that Lu Li is no longer visible in the sky and on the earth. There was only the sound of a horse neighing, floating among the sea of clouds. Not good! Qi Tianju stirred up a storm in his heart. Sorry, I have to send you back to the west. Behind him, a plain voice suddenly sounded and reached Qi Tianju's ears. The words just fell. Qi Tianju's eyes flashed. Under the bright sun, he saw the shadow of a monster appearing on the sea, growing infinitely taller. A billowing heat wave came from behind. I saw a golden armored giant wearing golden battle armor, waving 3-foot-long golden wings, looking mighty and mighty, appearing behind Qi Tianjiao. The whole body was burning with red Dao Gang pure yang flames. There are 14 terrifying giant arms all over the body. Among them, 6 are giant flame arms, holding golden spears, golden knives, golden sticks, golden spears, golden tridents, and golden halberds. The other horoscope is the giant arms of Buddha, or holding the 6-character seal, or hold up the Buddha's palm. The whole person is like the flaming Buddha king who came to the world from the ancient Buddhist kingdom. The Vajra has angry eyes and a fierce spirit, and is about to burn the 8 wastelands and destroy the world. The breath is extremely majestic. It actually reached the perfect level of golden elixir. However, compared to Qi Tianjia's mid-nascent soul stage just now, his momentum is not inferior at all. At this moment, the entire audience was shocked again. No! Come and save people! In the immortal palace on the sea, the expressions of the 2 green-robed old men from the spirit clan changed drastically, and they exclaimed in surprise. But it's too late. Boom! Daogang flame soared into the sky. Buddha's giant arms launched a terrifying attack that filled the sky, instantly drowning Qi Tianjia's figure. Chapter 224. Explode with one kick. Boom! 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 The sky is filled with Buddha's palm seals. Various golden magic weapon attacks. It sloped down like a violent storm, hit Qi Tianjia hard. Qi Tianjia's body exploded with green light, and he flew out like a cannonball, shooting for dozens of miles, and crashing into the sea. Halfway through the path, a trail of blood was left. The flame wings flapped violently. Lu Li transformed into a streak of golden light and pursued it, like a skyfire meteorite, slamming into the sea. Bang! The sea exploded into a crater more than 10 miles in size. Huge waves of thousands of feet rose into the sky, accompanied by the corpses of countless sea fish. Lu Li has caught up with Qi Tianjiu. Without saying a word, the Buddha behind him raised his 8 arms high and pinched out the 6-character Dharma seal of Bengtian. The two merged into one, and together with the great Tathagata Buddha's palm and the great no-face palm, he suddenly slapped it out. At the same time, the golden spear is like Venus hitting the sun. The golden sword cuts off the sun and the moon. The golden halberd split the mountains and cracked the ground. The long golden stick sweeps across the mountains. The golden spear exploded 3,000 stars. The golden trident thrust straight out, piercing the black hole in the void, and pierced the sky-reaching pattern between Qi Tianjiu's eyebrows. Ah! The demon god protects you! Qi Tianjiu felt the great terror between life and death, and roared, directly activating the blood protection in his body. The phantom of the spirit emperor, with an animal head and human body, appeared again. Boom! The heaven-destroying attacks all bombarded the spirit emperor's shadow. Poof! Even though he was protected by the demon god, Qi Tianjiu was still injured by the majestic and fierce attack. His internal organs were shattered and his bones were broken. A mouthful of blood spurted out again. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, Qi Tianjiu's body exploded with golden flames, burning countless talismans. His figure suddenly flashed and disappeared out of thin air in front of Lu Li. Hidden. Want to escape? It's too late. 10,000 poisons imprisoning heavenly palm. Lu Li seemed to have expected it. With a big move of his hand, he sensed the direction in which the 7 emotion sphere was coming, and slapped it upward with his palm. This time, the 10,000 poison hands were very small when they flew out, but in an instant, they grew into a giant hand 3,000 feet long. Bang! In the sky, a golden-robed figure was shot directly, stumbling, and suddenly spitting out another mouthful of blood. And there was a trace of poison seeping into his body. That feeling of out-of-control mana, weakness in limbs, and dizziness resurfaced. The poison of heaven. This is the mutated poison produced by Lu Li after absorbing and refining the poison bead of the Mermaid Island ancestor. It was also Lu Li's trump card for his comeback just now. The ancestor of Mermaid Island was polluted by the way of heaven, and his body had accumulated toxins for thousands of years. It was not something that a golden elixir could withstand. Naturally, Qi Tianjiu couldn't bear it. So when he sucked away the poisonous mana from Lu Li, he was naturally tricked. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Lu Li flapped his flame wings again and appeared in front of Qi Tianjiu, as if teleporting. The sky is filled with Buddha palms, various golden magic weapons, together with his terrifying diamond fist that surpassed the power of a half-dragon. It hit Qi Tianjiu in an instant. Every attack carries mutated poison. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, Qi Tianjiu was like a sandbag, letting Lu Li attack him wildly. Just a moment. The 9-dragon golden robe of Qi Tianjiu let out a wail and exploded into pieces of dust that filled the sky. Then, there's his breastplate, 7-star belt, inner armor. All the defensive treasures and talismans were completely shattered under the terrifying attack. There is no strength to resist. My whole body immediately turned red. Humph. Your toothpick is as short and thin as Grandma Roan's needle. You still want to be my senior sister's Taoist companion? In the next life. Lu Li snorted disdainfully and punched out like a dragon, hitting Qi Tianjiu's left and right waist. Puff! Qi Tianjiu's kidneys were shattered into plasma, with a look of great resentment on his face. Before he could use his magic power to escape, he suddenly vomited out a large mouthful of blood. The whole person was like a dead dog, being blown away for more than dozens of miles, drawing a perfect parabola, and falling towards the sea. However, this time, Lu Li did not pursue him. Has Lu Li run out of mana? Under everyone's shocked and suspicious gazes, there was a bang, and Lu Li's whole body burned with flames, and the pair of flame wings suddenly moved forward and connected together. Then, the wings become a bow. The golden trident becomes a string. The golden sword, golden spear, golden stick, and golden halberd merged into a giant gilt arrow in the flames, as thick as a stone pillar. A huge flame bow was formed in this way. How is it possible that his magic power is so powerful that he can inspire the final form of the golden chariot? The sun shooting bow? The halberd god king witnessed this scene, and was shocked and lost his voice. Then, he saw Lu Li's 8 giant Buddha arms, together with the 5 flame god arms, tightly grasping the golden flame giant bow, and pulled it fiercely. Draw the bow like the full moon. The momentum is domineering and arrogant, brutal and brutal, yet it is majestic and majestic, towering over the sky and the earth, like a war god Zhuan. Boom! There was a loud thunder in the sky. A sonic boom visible to the naked eye exploded in front of Lu Li. The giant sword turned into golden light, shot out of the sky, shot through the fiery red clouds all over the sky, and shot out with a domineering power that penetrated 3,000 suns, moons and stars. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It felt like this thing was shooting towards him, and his soul was instantly suffocated, as if it was split in two. Bang! The golden light hit the abandoned Tianjiu, who had just stabilized his figure. Like a target. Without hesitation, it pierced directly through his chest and passed through. Puff! Qi Tianjiu seemed to be struck by lightning. His whole body trembled. The blood-colored eyes widened instantly, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. A huge hole the size of a watermelon has appeared in his chest. Blood spurted out like water was leaking. The sky and the earth fell into deathly silence again. Qi Tianjiu, who is second on the golden elixir list, also lost. Even if he inspired the spirit clan's holy weapon, he would still be defeated by Lu Li. Land carp. Really invincible. I surrender. Without any hesitation, Qi Tianjiu took out a pill and floated it, raised his head, gritted his teeth, and uttered 3 words with great reluctance. There was infinite resentment and unwillingness in his eyes. One bad move. He only lost 1 move. If he guessed that Lu Li's magic power was poisonous, then the person who was seriously injured now was Lu Li. However, if you lose, you lose. He could only surrender to Lu Li. However, as long as he regains his strength and breaks through the spirit clan divine heart, Lu Li will be the one who dies. When the time comes, he will cut Lu Li into pieces. Moreover, Lu Li is such a monster. There are countless people from Taoist, Buddhist and demonic sects who want him dead. Maybe one day Lu Li would die in the hands of other powerful men, and there would be no need for him to take revenge. I'm sorry. I won't accept your surrender. Unless you die. However, Lu Li sneered. The words just fell. Take 1 step with the wind. The person appeared above Qi Tianjiu's head. Then, step down. Tread the mountains and rivers to pieces. Step on the head of Qi Tianjiu. Boom. There was an explosion. The head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white things flew all over the sky. Then, huge force surged down. The body exploded inch by inch. In the sky, a ball of bright blood exploded. With incomparable eyes, the abandoned Tianjiu died on the spot. Only a palm-sized jasper millstone remained. A verdant storage ring. There is also a goose egg-sized green golden elixir floating in the air. On top of the golden elixir is the soul of Qi Tianjiu, with a frightened look on his face. There was a dead silence in the whole place, and there was no sound. Chapter 225 Golden Elixir? Get you. Qi Tianjiu lost. His body was crushed by Lu Li's kick. Only the storage ring, the golden elixir of the divine soul, and the sacred weapon of the Abyss Spirit Clan were left behind. No one expected it. The Qi Tianjiu who came out of nowhere could lose so quickly. He was defeated in less than a quarter of an hour. The next moment, commotion broke out in the sky and on the ground, setting off waves of frenzy. Qi Tianjiu loses. No way. That abandoned Tianjiu sacrificed the Abyss Spirit Clan's holy weapon. But he also lost? It's a pity that I missed the move and fell into the trap. Third on the golden elixir list, and lost to Lu Li for the 2nd time in a row. After today, Lu Li is equal to the invincible golden elixir. TSK. TSK. It seems that he is the final winner of today's martial arts competition. I'm India's Lu Li. Invincible in the world. Unparalleled in martial arts. Number 1 in the world. Friend Lu Dao. Are you in need of a wife? If you are willing, I will divorce my husband and father immediately and marry you. The foundation building elixir monk of both immortal and demon paths was completely shocked. They knew Lu Li was very strong, but they didn't expect Lu Li to be so strong. Just after breaking through the golden elixir, he defeated the halberd god king and Qi Tianjiu, who had perfected the golden elixir one after another, easily and effortlessly. It's simply terrifying. The top floor of the Sea Fairy Palace. Shui Qingping and Ning and all the other proud men were silent. The monks from the 10,000 Islands Alliance had earth-colored faces and were horrified. Yang Su, who was hiding among the crowd, was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder trembled, and his face turned pale. The power of Lu Li was beyond his imagination. At this time, if he faced Lu Li, he would probably be crushed to death by Lu Li with just one finger. So amazing! Unprecedented golden elixir! If Lu Li is allowed to break through to the perfection of the golden elixir, what amazing strength will he have? The great powers of the major overseas forces could not help but marvel. Ji Longjun of Mermaid Island couldn't help but smile and murmur, "This boy is really surprising." Huh? No. Lu Li won the contest to recruit a bride. And that was Xing Felia's son-in-law. We will go to the wedding hall to get married later. In this case, wouldn't his daughter become Lu Li's concubine? Why? It was obviously his daughter who came first. Looking at Romer, Jionyang and Ji Longjun, who were overjoyed on the side. They started to get anxious. Lu Li! You? How dare you destroy my body? At this moment, an angry scream resounded through the sky. Killing intent soared into the sky. The spirit of Qi Tianju is full of anger, resentment, and murderous intent, and is as ferocious as a 10,000-year-old ghost. His soul was almost solidified. If you take a step further, you can merge with the golden elixir and form a nascent soul. Therefore, the divine thoughts he sent out were also very powerful. They were as huge as the thunder of a bell in the sky and spread for miles. There was also a strong wind in the sky. Why are you yelling so loudly? I will not only destroy your physical body, but also destroy your soul and send you to reincarnation. Lu Li's expression turned cold, and he made a secret buzz. A ray of golden light rose into the sky, forming a Buddha with 4 heads and 8 arms on the 9 heavens. Then, the Buddha's big palms all over the sky descended from the sky, heading towards Qi Tianju. Qi Tianju's face instantly turned pale. With the state of his soul, he couldn't withstand such a terrifying Buddha's palm. You dare! At this moment, an old man in green robes appeared in the sky. With a flick of his sleeves, boundless magic power swept out and annihilated the Buddha's palms all over the sky. It is the power of transforming gods. In the dark, there seemed to be an invisible wave rushing towards Lu Li. Phew! At this moment, a black sword light slashed out of the air and struck the green-robed old man. This sword penetrates space, transcending life and death, as if traveling from the past to the future. It is unparalleled in mysteries. It has exceeded the limits of time and space. Ah! Only a scream was heard, and the old man in green robe was immediately split in half by the black sword light. Then the physical body and soul collapsed inch by inch. It turned into wisps of black smoke and spread across the sky in the wind. The next moment, a middle-aged man in a green robe walked out of the void and stood beside Lu Li. He was dressed in a green robe, facing the jade tree in the wind, holding a 5-foot black sharpened sword, looking arrogantly at the world. Dare you attack me, the chief of the Yiming Ghost Sect? Do you really think that I don't exist? The Yiming Ghost Emperor. The whole place was in dead silence. The angry Abyss Spirit Tribe and Monster Tribe instantly fell into the ice cellar. The passion to rush out and avenge the Holy Sun immediately cooled down. At this time, in the void, an old man as thin as a bamboo pole, with a white face and no beard, emerged, and said in a deep voice, Yiming Ghost Emperor, Lu Li has already won. You still want to kill a demon emperor of my spirit clan. Why don't you just let it go? It's pointless. Fight to the death. After all, you are members of the demon sect and will be punished by everyone. If you stay here for a long time, you will be besieged by the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect sooner or later. It is better to retreat. This person is clearly an old monster refining the void. There is also a sky-reaching pattern between the eyebrows, which is golden and shines with a faint divine light. Let's give it up. Okay. Hearing the white-faced old man's words, Yiming Ghost Emperor's eyes turned cold. You dig out your mother and send her to my bed, and I will let you go. You? The white-faced old man's eyes were wide open. He never expected that the Yiming Ghost Emperor would be so tough and not even afraid of Taoism and Buddhism. Lu Li, let's do it, the Yiming Ghost Emperor said coldly. Good. Lu Li said nothing and made a big move. Call out. A giant arrow of golden light pierced through the colorful clouds and fell from the sky. The next moment, Lu Li's 13 flaming Buddha arms drew their bowstrings again, aiming at Qi Tianjiao. You dare? Seeing this, the white-faced old man was furious. He opened his mouth and spat out countless golden mysterious spells that covered the sky and the sun. They flew around and finally condensed into an altar of golden light. Boom! The golden altar fell from the sky and suppressed it fiercely. This time, the sky really collapsed. The 8 Wastelands universe and the Sandu Avenue will all crumble under this golden altar. The heaven-suppressing temple of the Spirit Clan? The Yinming Ghost Emperor squinted his eyes and looked slightly condensed. In the sleeve robe, an ancient golden bridge shines with golden light and is about to fly out. Humph! Who dares to touch my son-in-law from Mermaid Island? At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, the void surged like a tidal wave. A huge and boundless colorful mermaid tail appeared out of thin air and swept out. Boom! The colorful mermaid's tail swept over the golden light altar and directly exploded the golden light altar, shattering into golden light that filled the sky. Ancestor of Mermaid Island? You have recovered your strength? The white-faced old man was horrified and lost his voice. In the same way, the immortals and demons shook again. The ancestor of Mermaid Island actually regained his strength and climbed out of the coffin? Lu Li also became the son-in-law of Mermaid Island? At this time, the giant arrow of golden light shot by Lu Li penetrated the clouds and sun, and already hit Qi Tianjiao. Ah! Holy weapon! Get up! Qi Tianjiao's face was full of horror. He screamed strangely, and suddenly got into the golden elixir. The golden elixir rotates violently, emitting powerful magic power, urging the jade millstone to rotate violently. When the giant arrow of golden light shot with a bang, but was directly deflected by the rotating jasper millstone. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the spirit of the abandoned genius sacrificed the jade millstone, turned into a green light, and fled thousands of miles away. Little tricks. Lu Li's face was as cold as iron. He raised his big hand and made a weak grab in front of him. Boom! The sky shook, and the poisonous hand appeared out of thin air, flew out in the air, grabbed the jade millstone that flew out, and then exploded violently. There was a loud bang. The big hand of 10,000 poisons exploded into a 10-acre cloud of colorful poison, directly covering the green millstone. Then, Lu Li stepped forward on the wind, and the dark demonic energy surged into the sky. In an instant, it condensed into a giant Kuan of thousands of feet, opened its mouth to swallow the sky and eclipse the sun, and bit it down fiercely. He wants to devour all the golden elixirs, souls, and holy weapons of the abandoned genius. Ah! Qi Tianjiao let out a wild cry of dissatisfaction and resentment. Then, the soul merged with the holy weapon, and the golden elixir mana suddenly exploded. With a bang, it turned into a green thread, and escaped from death the moment the giant Kuan closed its mouth. Immediately after a ton, the void rippled, and the green thread was about to rush into the void and escape. Want to leave? Phantom Demon Sword! Kill! Lu Li's eyes turned cold, and he pinched the magic formula suddenly. A sword of magic light slashed out suddenly. An erotic one-horned and thousand-eyed heavenly demon appeared like a ghost and crashed into the green light thread. Ah! Only an excruciating scream of agony was heard. Ripples spread out in the void. The abandoned genius and his sacred weapon escaped into the void and disappeared. But a solitary Jidao golden pill was left floating in the air. The spirit of Qi Tianjiao was taken away by the holy weapon. However, he was struck by the phantom demon sword, and was left with an extremely golden elixir that he had cultivated for many years. Humph! You've offended Lu Li, and you still want to escape? At this time, a fierce and cute voice sounded in his mind. Lu Li, please wait here for a moment, and I will help you eliminate the roots. The words fell. An invisible wave spread quietly. Lu Li was so determined that he grabbed it with his big hand and took away the golden elixir and the storage ring and put them into his bag. Chapter 226 The First Person of Golden Pill. Qi Tianjiao is dead. But not completely dead. He had one soul left and escaped. But it's almost like death. If a monk loses his golden elixir, and his entire cultivation is reduced to nothing, leaving only his soul, he can only practice as a ghost and start practicing all over again. But what's the use? Not to mention that cultivating a path as a ghost is going against heaven. Even though Qi Tianjiao is unparalleled in talent, Lu Li is stronger than him. By the time Qi Tianjiao had cultivated the golden elixir, Lu Li had probably cultivated it to the point of nascent soul perfection. After this battle, Lu Li became the knot of his life. Inner demon. If you don't kill Lu Li, And if you don't understand the idea of abandoning Tianjiao, you will never be able to survive the Golden Elixir Thunder Tribulation and form the Golden Elixir unique to Ghost Cultivators. How else could he take revenge? It can be said that Qi Tianjiu is dead. Ah! Boy! Hand over that Golden Elixir quickly! At this time, seeing Lu Li take away the Golden Elixir and storage ring of the abandoned Tianjiao, the white-faced old monster of the Spirit Clan, with his eyes cracked, roared loudly. Hearing this, Lu Li turned around and raised his right hand indifferently, clenching it into a fist. Then, he thrust out his middle finger. I'll give it to you, mother. You? When the white-faced old man saw this, he felt extremely humiliated. The veins on his forehead were beating wildly, and he was about to go crazy. However, at this moment, a terrifying sword intent was locked between his eyebrows. The demonic sword in the Yiming Ghost Emperor's hand slowly raised. At the same time, in the void, the sound of waves swept across, and an astonishing aura enveloped the 10 days and 9 places, ready to blast out at any time. Okay. Yiming Ghost Sect. Mermaid Island. The Abyss Demon Clan, will settle this debt with you sooner or later. The white-faced old man gritted his back teeth and said a harsh word. Then, it escaped directly into the void and disappeared. He actually ran away. Humph! You bastard! Lu Li! Go ahead. The Yiming Ghost Emperor snorted disdainfully, put away the 5-foot magic sword, took one step, and landed on the top floor of the Sea Immortal Palace, showing his richness and elegance. When all the overseas great men looked at it, they all had stern expressions on their faces. This demon sect Ghost Emperor is sitting here, obviously trying to help Lu Li hold up the show. Isn't he afraid that the powerful Immortal Alliance will attack him? Everyone has different thoughts, but no one dared to ask for advice from the Yiming Ghost Emperor's 23 swords. Who else is dissatisfied? At this moment, Lu Li's plain voice came down from above the 9 heavens. Everyone looked up. Lu Li was seen wearing a golden flame battle armor, holding a golden trident, and behind him were 13 giant Buddha flame arms holding golden magic weapons. The demonic energy and Buddha light flames lingering around him, like the rebirth of an ancient demon god. His expression was even more stern and overbearing, with murderous intent icy cold. It seems like they haven't killed enough yet. The timid person couldn't help but shudder when he saw it. In an instant, there was silence in the sky and on the earth. No one dares to play. Once you get on the field, you're going to die. Moreover, Lu Li made it very clear when he introduced himself that he was not here to participate in a martial arts competition to find a bride, but to make friends with martial arts and prepare to kill his opponents. Now the second and third players on the Golden Elixir list have been defeated by Lu Li. One was disfigured, seriously injured and on the verge of death. A physical body was shattered. The Golden Elixir was taken away, leaving only a soul. Cultivation is ruined. Who would dare to end up with such a horrific and miserable fate? In an instant, the unprecedented 7 emotions of fear surged like an infinite sea, washing into Lu Li's sea of consciousness. Alliance of 10,000 islands. Aren't you very dissatisfied with me? A demonic monster? Why don't you send someone to avenge Hannah Lu? At this time, Lu Li turned his eyes and asked coldly. The sound penetrated the clouds and cracked the rocks, swept across the sky, and reached the top of the sea palace. When the monks from the 10,000 Islands Alliance heard this, they dared to get angry, but did not dare to speak. No one answered. That white-robed man who looks very similar to Hannah Lu is 8 feet 3 inches tall. Yes, that's you. Come up and fight me. If you can survive 3 rounds with me, I'll chop my head off. Come down and be a chamber pot for you. Lu Li raised his hand and pointed. Uh-huh. Everyone's eyes glanced at the man in white robes. Suddenly, the man in white robe turned pale, and a look of panic appeared in his eyes. The other Jindan monks quickly lowered their heads, afraid of being spotted by a land carp. Lu Li, we are convinced. No one in our 10,000 Islands Alliance is your opponent. At this moment, an old woman from the 10,000 Islands Alliance spoke coldly. She had to speak. If Lu Li continues to attack them one by one like this, I am afraid that the Taoist hearts of the geniuses in the 10,000 Islands Alliance will be shattered by Lu Li, leaving a psychological shadow. When everyone heard the old woman's words, their expressions condensed and their hearts were shocked. One of the 3 major overseas forces was actually subdued by Lu Li alone? Very good. Lu Li smiled coldly and turned his eyes again. Kina Sword Sect. That young man in white shirt. I remember your surname is Jean. Your senior brother, Shi Jinglong, died in my hands. Now, you have broken through the golden elixir. Why don't you come up and avenge him? With a snap, everyone looked at the man named Jean, pointed by Lu Li. You? The man named Jean gritted his teeth and became extremely angry. Before he could speak, a woman in white clothes and a golden elixir next to her raised her head and said coldly, Lu Li, you are amazing. Our Tianhe sword sect has temporarily subdued you. Where's Xiantianguan? I want to try how powerful Xiantianguan spells are. Lu Li continued to glance over. A Taoist nun in Xiantian temple flicked her white silk whisk and said calmly, Immeasurable heavenly lord. Lu Li, your golden elixir is the best. I, Xiantian temple, am convinced. You might as well look for Lingwang Mountain. Those guys were the most aggressive just now. Old Taoist nun, you are such a dog. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful spirit transformation master from Lingwang Mountain immediately said, Lu Li, you are awesome. We, the Jin Dan disciples from Lingwang Mountain, will not compete with you for this beauty. Great Confucian Sect Meng Yuqiu, One Fa Sect Zhang Ruoxu, Xingchen Palace Long Jing. You three come up together to play with me? Lu Li glanced around again and saw three acquaintances. When the three of them heard this, their expressions darkened. There was a bit of bitterness in my heart. I thought that at the beginning, they could compete with Lu Li in the fallen immortal cave, but they didn't expect that within a few months, they were not even qualified to stand in front of Lu Li. Lu Li now has the blessing of the golden chariot of the Tianhe Palace, and his cultivation level has been temporarily upgraded to golden core perfection. Fighting alone, no one is his opponent. Even a group fight can't defeat him. This guy is too fast. How about you each send 10 people up? The 10 major immortal sects. That's 100. If I lose, I will wash my hands in the golden basin from now on. Lu Li suddenly said again. There was an invincible confidence in his words. He wants to hit 100 golden elixirs? So arrogant. Haoxing is so rampant. Everyone in the Immortal Alliance was extremely angry. But no one is stupid. If he really sent out 100 golden elixirs, it would be easy to say he would win. What if we lose? The morale of the Immortal Alliance dropped sharply. Moreover, the golden basin that Lu Li mentioned about washing his hands might really just be a golden basin to wash his hands with. So the Immortal Sect was completely silent. Ha ha ha! The top 10 Immortal Sects are as talented as the Christian car crossing the river? It's nothing more than that. Lu Li laughed wildly, arrogantly. Who else is dissatisfied? No one answered. There was silence in the sky and on the earth. When the immortals and demons witnessed this scene, they couldn't help but be deeply shocked. Although he doesn't want to admit it, Lu Li alone can conquer the world's golden elixir. The number 1 golden elixir. True to its name. Good. At this moment, Xing Fenglia's bold laughter resounded through the sky. The stars are dimming. The bright moon is rising into the sky. The time has come. Congratulations. Lu Li, from now on, you will be my Xing son-in-law. Now, let's start the marriage ceremony. Chapter 227, The Friendship Between Jinlan and Lanzhao. Now, let's start the marriage ceremony. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. Following Xing Fenglia's roar of laughter, the bell rang. Then, the extremely festive sound of swana and gong sounded one after another. Bang 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 bang. I don't know who set off the fireworks, and they exploded in the starry sky at night, turning into thousands of fireworks that filled the entire sea. The cool sea breeze blows in, sweeping away the heat and bringing you the slightest refreshment. I'd like to invite Mr. Lu. At this time, 2 beautiful maids flew up and bowed respectfully. As he spoke, he raised his sleeves and robe, and the red cloth flew out, like a long rainbow, stretching for dozens of miles and falling to the top of the sea palace. Lu Li stepped on the red cloth, followed by 2 beautiful maids, and flew out along the red cloth. Soon, his feet set foot on the fairy palace on the sea again. Suddenly, looks of awe, fear, jealousy, envy, indifference, and hatred came over him. Who would have thought that Lu Li would sweep through the 2nd and 3rd places on the golden elixir list with his invincible attitude, becoming the number 1 golden elixir in the world. Also the youngest Jin Dan. His name is enough to be remembered in the annals of immortals and demons forever. Dear guests, the wedding banquet is about to begin. Please go back to the 3rd floor to prepare for the wedding banquet. Eat wine and dance. Come, take Mr. Lu and Yao Yao to dress up and prepare to get married. Xing Fengli laughed and cupped his hands in all directions. Suddenly, several meaningful glances came over him. It's Lord Ji Long and Sisters Ji Rong. Master Xingdao, wait! At this moment, Lu Li suddenly shouted. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. What else is this guy going to do? Under the attention of everyone, Lu Li smiled calmly. There is no need to go to the church to get married. Lu Li, already have someone I love. In addition, senior sister Yao Yao and I have no relationship between men and women. But we do respect each other and love each other. I would like to ask Master Xingdao to help me change the marriage ceremony to me and my senior sister. We are brothers and sisters with different surnames. We are friends of Ji Lan. This. Xing Feng was stunned for a moment. Everyone present was also slightly stunned. Don't you even want a beautiful woman to throw you into your arms? Looking at Xing Yao again. It seems that he is not surprised. It seems that this pair of senior sisters and junior brothers have already made an agreement. On the other side, Ji Longjun and Ji Rong felt relieved when they heard this. Are we sworn brothers and sisters of the opposite sex? Naturally. This island owner has no objection. Yao Yao, what about you? Xing Fenglai turned around and asked. I would like to become a brother and sister with different surnames and become friends with my junior brother. Yao Yao nodded lightly. The worry between his brows finally dissipated. The eyes looking at Lu Li were also filled with tenderness and gratitude. Good. Xing Fenglai smiled boldly, cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoists, if you are free, you might as well come to the sworn homage banquet of the island owner's daughter and have a good drink. Please. Humph. Don't drink this wine. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the god transformation power of the 10,000 Islands Alliance snorted coldly, picked up the person and flew away directly. Master Xingdao takes his leave. Goodbye. Free shipping. Soon. Another group of monks said goodbye and left directly. These forces are either close to the 10,000 Islands Alliance or have enmity with Lu Li. So naturally they will not stay. Yang Su also took the opportunity to sneak away. If you don't leave, you may not be able to leave if you are discovered by Lu Li or the Yiming Ghost Emperor. Before leaving, Yang Su stared at Lu Li with hatred and murderous intent. Snort. Go back to the 10,000 Demons Mountain. Wait for that magic circle to be opened. And all the demons will come. We, the Taimo sect, will unify the demon sect. Let's see how long you can remain arrogant. When the time comes, Lu Li, just wait for death. Lu Li seemed to sense something and looked up at the direction where Yang Su disappeared. The man in black shirt just now looked familiar. Judging from the way he shook his butt and left, he looked very much like Yang Su. That weakling. What's wrong? At this time, the Evening Ghost Emperor walked up to Lu Li and noticed something strange about him. It's nothing. Thank you, Master, for the rescue. Lu Li bowed his hands and thanked him. No need to be polite. Besides, don't worry. Although Shinju Immortal Lord is not dead, he is almost dead, Evening Ghost Emperor said calmly. As soon as these words came out, everyone around was shocked. Especially the great masters of Tai Sect, Tontian Sword Sect, Sun Moon Divine Sect and other major overseas sects couldn't help but slow down and stay away from the evil god Yiming Ghost Emperor. Just like that, a large group of people returned to the huge palace on the 3rd floor. Ghost Emperor, please take a seat. Xing Fenglai smiled politely. This huge palace was originally arranged as a wedding hall. Now it has been temporarily changed. Although the red candles and emblems have been removed, 2 large coral chairs are still left in the front and center. Good. Yiming Ghost Emperor didn't refuse and sat down directly with a golden sword. Immediately, Xing Fenglai also sat on another big coral chair, cupped his hands and said with a smile, Dear guests, please take a seat. Xing's daughter, Yao Yao, and the chief of the Yiming Ghost sect have become siblings with different surnames. They can be regarded as brothers. It's a happy event. You might as well bear witness. All the guests also sat down at separate tables. At this time, Demon Master and Bai Jinfei also appeared. The two held their heads high and smiled. There is still a hint of pride between the eyebrows. This time Lu Li defeated the Halberd God King, abandoned the genius, and shocked the golden elixir masters in the world. His reputation increased and his majesty was fully displayed. They were naturally very happy and proud of it. Come here. Serve tea. No. Wine. Bring the incense-burning spring that the island owner has buried for 3,000 years. Island Master Xing laughed loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, A group of beauties came out, holding jars of fine wine, and distributed them to various tables in the hall. The strong aroma of wine immediately filled the air. On the table in front, the copper stove has been placed. Mr. Lu, Miss Yao Yao, this is the sandalwood used for sworn vows. At this time, the beautiful maids each brought 3 sticks of incense and handed them to Lu and Li. Lu Li Yao Yao, you can start our sworn vows. Xing Fenglai stroked his beard and said with a smile, Good. Lu Li looked solemn, turned to senior sister Yao Yao and said, Senior sister, I, Lu Li, sincerely wish to become a close friend of you. A brother and sister with different surnames. From now on, you are my sister, and I will let your brother. I wonder if my sister is willing. I do. Yao Yao nodded the moss head lightly. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said 3 words sonorously and forcefully. When Lu Li heard this, he also smiled. Okay. The emperor and heaven are above, and the sun and moon can be used to judge. I, Lu Li, Yao Yao, Yao Yao. I would like to be with senior sister Yao Yao. I would like to be with junior brother Lu Li. The two looked at each other and smiled, and said in unison, We have become friends of Qin Lan, brothers and sisters with different surnames. From now on, we will share blessings and share hardships. I swear to God, and I dare not violate it. After saying that, he turned towards the incense burner, held the lit sandalwood, and bowed deeply. 2 thanks. 3 bows. 8 obeisances. Done. After 8 bows, Lu Li and the 2 bowed deeply to the Yinming Ghost Emperor and Xing Fenglai. Then, they all stepped forward and inserted the sandalwood into the incense burner. At this point, the 2 looked at each other. Lu Li smiled and called out, Sister Yao Yao. Lu. Brother. Yao Yao showed a smile and called out, It still feels a little strange. The mood is also quite complicated. Who would have thought that his junior brother a year ago would become his younger brother in the blink of an eye? However, it's good to have this little junior brother. Otherwise, she would have been devoured by the abandoned genius and turned into a withered skeleton. The only question now is how to repay this junior brother in the future? Not bad. The real ghost demon on the side looked at it, quite pleased. Although Lu Li and Yao Yao cannot become Taoist couples, it is not bad to become siblings with different surnames. From now on, his disciples will help each other, respect and love each other, and live in harmony. It's like a family that loves each other. How nice. Chapter 228 Another Father. Ha ha. Here comes the wine. At this moment, Xing Fenglai laughed boldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful maid brought wine and delivered it to Xing Fenglai, Yinming Ghost Emperor, Lu Li, and Yao Yao. Yinming Ghost Emperor. Please. Fellow Taoists. Please. Xing Fenglai stood up and raised his glass in toast. Please. Ha ha. Congratulations. Congratulations. Long live friendship. The guests who stayed were also very considerate. While toasting in return, they also said a few words of congratulations. Lu Li did not lose face or act strangely because of his status as a demon sect. Immediately, the guests and hosts were enjoying themselves. The atmosphere was harmonious. Lu Li also drank the wine in the bowl. So long. Soft entrance. Thin throat. After entering the abdomen, it erupts like a raging fire with full stamina. The aroma of wine is rich and refreshing. It is indeed a fine wine. After drinking, Lu Li seemed to be still satisfied. He nodded and smiled at the beautiful maid next to him, gesturing for her to refill his big bowl with wine. The beautiful maid immediately understood, holding the white jade wine jar, tilting it gently, and helped Lu Li fill up the wine. Thanks! Lu Li smiled at her, then stepped forward, held up the big bowl, and shouted at Xing Fenglai, My foster father, please accept Lu Li's respect. A loud shout was like a thunderous explosion, shocking the entire hall. The whole place was dead silent. Puff. Xing Fenglai just drank the imported wine and squirted it out. His pupils widened, especially the third lady of Giant Eagle Island, Mu Haixin, and her son, the young island master Xing Kai, looked confused and shocked. In the blink of an eye, there is an extra brother? Adopted father? The next moment, Xing Fenglai came back to his senses and looked at Lu Li in surprise. That's right. Senior sister Yao Yao is my sister now, and you are Yao Yao's father. Therefore, it is reasonable for me to respectfully call you adopted father, Lu Li said solemnly. Xing Fenglai was speechless for a moment. Soon, This profound God-forming master came back to his senses, laughed and said, "That's right. Little friend Lu. You are now Yao Yao's younger brother with a different surname. It's okay to call Xing a certain foster father." I secretly cried out in my heart. He already guessed what would happen next. Lu Li, this shameless guy, will definitely use his name to cause trouble. This is trouble. Father, you are so heroic and righteous that you have created the Eagle Alliance and created the Tontian tablet. Your merits are immeasurable. I admire you so much. From now on, you are my foster father. Come on, let me toast you. I wish you a toast. You will live forever. Earn countless spiritual stones. Have great luck. Pick up spiritual treasures when you walk. Practice any supreme method without any bottleneck. And marry a few more wives. Lu Li held the jade bowl and congratulated in a clear voice. Spiritual stone? Ling Bao? The supreme secret? Xing Folai keenly caught the key point, and immediately laughed and interrupted. Ha ha! Lu Li, you are unparalleled in talent, and amazing talent. You are a genius that has never been born in thousands of years. You can be Xing's adopted son. Xing very happy. Someone is here. After that, he waved. A beautiful maid immediately walked to him holding a jade plate. Yupan Mountain is covered with a piece of red cloth, but there are still 7 colored precious lights emanating through the red cloth. Xing Folai directly opened the red cloth and said with a smile, Lu Li, you and Yao Yao are brothers and sisters with different surnames. The owner of this island doesn't have any gifts for you. There are 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones here, and a spiritual treasure. A book of supreme magic. Just think of it as a congratulatory gift for your friendship. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately became curious and looked intently. I saw a snow-white storage ring placed on the jade plate. A 3-inch long ice silver needle. There is also a secret book of exercises with a light blue title page. There is no name in the secret book. It's actually the Ice Phoenix Immortal's Ice Jade Soul Needle. This spiritual treasure is the treasure that monks who practice ice magic spells dream of. Someone exclaimed and immediately recognized the origin of the silver needle. Obviously, this is prepared for Yao Yao. Thank you, foster father. Lu Li bowed solemnly, took the jade plate, rolled up his sleeves, and put away the things. He said in a sonorous voice, Please rest assured, foster father. Although I am a member of the demon sect, from now on, I will also be a god. Being a member of the Eagle Alliance will definitely make the Eagle Alliance rise overseas. Punch and kick the 10,000 Islands Alliance. Cough, 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 cough. Upon hearing this, Xing Folai coughed a few times and interrupted. Lu Li, it happens that this island owner also has a treasure on his body, called the Ghost Spirit Pearl, which condenses countless ghost energy. It should be able to assist you in your cultivation, so I will give it to you too. As he spoke, he turned his hand over and took out a dark, black pearl-like bead and handed it over. Thank you, foster father. Lu Li took it neatly, raised the wine bowl, and said in greeting, I have a glass of wine for my adoptive father. Okay, come, fellow Taoists. Come and eat and drink as much as you like. Xing Folai nodded and laughed. I couldn't help but curse Lu Li secretly in my heart. Little fox. What a big appetite. Immediately, the banquet continued. Xing Folai exchanged pleasantries with the Yiming Ghost Emperor. Lu Li, on the other hand, sat at another table with Yao Yao, Demon Master, and Bai Jinfei. Lu brother, thank you very much this time. Let me toast you. As soon as Yao Yao took his seat, he poured a glass of wine for Lu Li. Sister Yao Yao, you don't have to be polite. From now on, your business is my business, and your money is my money. Oh, I'm sorry. The last sentence is easy to say. Come on, drink. Lu Liqing laughed and raised his glass in return. The two looked at each other again, smiled, and drank the wine in one gulp. The demon master looked on and nodded with relief. It's really good to kiss on top of each other. With this relationship, he can come to Giant Eagle Island to enjoy the autumn breeze in the future. TSK. TSK. Junior brother Lu. You are young and promising. Famous all over the world. Ranked first on the Golden Elixir list. Suppressing the world's geniuses. What is waiting for you is a sea of stars. No, junior brother. You are so handsome. I am afraid that what is waiting for you is not a sea of stars. The sea of stars, but the taste of a sea. Brother, I am sour. Come and give you a drink. Bai Jinfei's face was full of envy, and he raised his glass in toast. Ha ha. Senior brother. You are wrong. Among those sitting here, in terms of being young and promising, famous all over the world, and unparalleled in handsomeness, how can I compare to the master back then? What's more, without the master, there would be no me. Lu Li. Today, this cup. Naturally respect the master first. Lu Li throws a rainbow fart. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Master Gimo laughed heartily. Lu Li, your flattery stinks. But my master smells very good, and I like it very much. Come, let us master and disciple have a drink. Immediately, the four masters and disciples raised their glasses happily, and drank it all in one gulp. Just finished a glass of wine. Shui Qingping from the Tai Sect came over and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Lu, is something wrong? Lu Li raised his head and asked. Although I don't admire your character, I admire your ability. Thank you for defeating the halberd god king for me. I'll give you a toast. Shui Qingping took a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. You're welcome. The halberd god king is a piece of rubbish and vulnerable. I don't take it seriously at all. Lu Li also raised his glass and took a sip, and said with a smile, however, your qualifications are still good. Work hard and practice seriously. If you have the opportunity to practice to my level in another 30 to 50 years, work harder. Well, hearing this, Shui Qingping blushed and felt very embarrassed. The words I wanted to say got stuck in my throat, and I couldn't say them out. On the other side, the daughter of the owner of tea on Long Island, and Ning, who was about to come over, turned around in an instant and returned to her seat. There were also some overseas geniuses who wanted to come over and make friends. But they were frightened and were frightened back to their original positions. Friend Lu Dao, please eat slowly. Shui Qingping smiled awkwardly, turned around and left quickly. Oh, people nowadays are so thin-skinned that they can't even make a joke. Lu Li shook his head and sighed helplessly. Hearing the sound, everyone in the palace looked sideways. This guy is really shameless, trying to manipulate other people's mentality and calling them thin-skinned. Junior brother, the smell of the sea is coming. At this moment, Bai Jinfei glanced at him with a look that any man would understand. Lu Li turned his head when he heard the sound, and saw a pretty little nun in plain clothes floating over. He clasped his hands together and bowed softly. Fellow Taoist Lu, Master and I and Master Shui would like to invite you to sit in meditation and discuss Taoism. This little nun is one of the 10 immortals. Miayu? Chapter 229, meeting the Taoist Alliance leader again. Master Shui? As soon as these 4 words rang out, the hall suddenly fell silent. Swish, swish, swish. One after another glances came over. All of them were extremely curious. Master Shui actually wants to invite Lu Li to meditate and discuss Taoism? Could it be that you want to convert him? Master Shui? Sitting in meditation and discussing Taoism? Lu Li raised his eyebrows, feeling startled and suspicious. Could this be a trap? What if he just met someone later and was immediately captured by Master Shui and taken to Shui nunnery in the Buddhist kingdom, locked up, and converted Buddhist scriptures to himself every day? Huh? It seems good to think about it this way. While Lu Li was pondering, he couldn't help but look at the Yiming Ghost Emperor sitting in the main seat. Go ahead. The Yiming Ghost Emperor pondered for a moment, nodded, and sent a message. However, don't look closely at her face. The voice was somewhat solemn. Okay. Please lead the way. After hearing the Yiming Ghost Emperor's words, Lu Li no longer worried, stood up and said, Master, Sister Yao Yao, Senior Brother Bai, you eat first. I'll be back soon. Friend Lu Dao, please come here. Little Nun Niao Yu clasped her hands together and said softly. Then, he turned around and started leading the way. Lu Li followed her and gave them a reassuring look when he passed by Ji Rong. Just like that, Lu Li left the hall, bypassing several jade corridors, walking up to the first floor, walking through another jade corridor, and finally entering a simple and elegant palace, like a Zen room. As soon as he entered, a tall and exquisite woman in a moon-white nun's robe shining with golden Buddha light was standing by the window, extremely conspicuous. Master, fellow Taoist Lu is here. Little Nun Niayu bowed to the woman in robes by the window and said softly, The woman in moon-white robe responded. The sound is like the sound of nature, the music of fairy palace. When you hear it, it is light and sweet, and it is extremely comfortable. It was as if all the depression, worry, Anxiety and pain in my heart disappeared in an instant. So amazing. Then, she turned around. Her face was also surrounded by golden Buddha light, and her face could not be seen clearly. Luli remembered the Yiming Ghost Emperor's instructions, glanced at it, and immediately looked away without looking carefully. There was a boom. The palace door is closed. The golden Buddha light lingers like water, flowing on the wall, blocking out all prying eyes. Fellow Taoist Lu, please sit down. The little nun Niu floated out in one step, came to a short jade table that was 6 feet long and 3 feet wide, and said in a clear voice, on the jade table, there is a 3-legged copper stove with animal ears. There are wisps of sandalwood fragrance floating inside, making people feel extremely peaceful. Good. Luli flashed his figure, came to the table, sat down directly on the floor, and asked straight to the point. Senior, is Master Shuiyu of Shuiyu Temple the second most beautiful woman in the world? I don't know what kind of meditation you want to do, or what you want to talk about when you invite me here. Senior. Road? There's no rush. We're not here yet. Master Shuiyu floated over and sat on the ground opposite Luli. No one is there. Luli was stunned for a moment and asked, excuse me, who else is there? And I, accompanied by an extremely lazy voice. A snow-white, jade-like, flawless and exquisite right foot stepped out of the void. Then, the void rippled, and a stunning woman in a red phoenix robe walked out of the void with graceful steps. In an instant, the yin and yang Hunyuan Kuanping demonic magic in Lu Li's body went crazy. Riot! He couldn't help but want to pounce on the stunning woman in front of him and hug her. Integrate it into your own body. In my bones. This woman is the leader of the Tao Alliance. Lu Li had a stern look on his face, and quickly activated the golden elixir of the great Tao, activating the 6-character mantra in the sea of consciousness, and suppressed the rioting Kuanping demonic divine art. Boy, long time no see. The leader of the Tao Alliance smiled at Lu Li. It's like the bright moon rising from the dark clouds and illuminating the whole world. Lu Li couldn't help but feel excited. Kuanping's demon power, which had just been suppressed, started to riot again. This woman is a devil. Lu Li hurriedly recited the Heart Sutra silently and lowered his eyes. The next moment, in his peripheral vision, he saw the leader of the Taoist Alliance leaning forward and lying on the other side of the long table. With his feet raised, Lu Li couldn't help but take a look. Under the yellow light of the palace lantern, I saw the jade feet very close at hand, as white as agar-agar snow jade, shining with crystal clear light, which was really beautiful. It's like a jade sculpture that makes people want to play with it. At this time, the leader of the Tao Alliance held his chin with one hand and said leisurely, Shuiyu, let's get started. Good. Master Shuiyu's face was still full of golden Buddha light, and her expression could not be seen clearly. She nodded, raised her sleeves, and gently brushed the table. There are 3 more things on the table. A string of gold and jade beads. A piece of emerald jade. There was also an ordinary, thin silver knife. This is... Lu Li glanced at it and frowned slightly. Vaguely, he seemed to sense something was wrong. Donor Lu, you should know that the demon world is coming, right? Master Shuiyu's voice was like the sound of nature, floating in my ears. No, a little bit. Lu Li's expression returned to calmness, and he glanced at the leader of the Tao Alliance. He glanced at the little nun Niu on the side again. This always feels like falling into a spider hole. Not good. At this time, Master Shuiyu said slowly, the devil world has come, and the world has changed greatly. It is very likely that the devil will disappear, and all living beings will be in ruins. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Taoism and Buddhism must clear out all unstable variables in advance and kill all the unstable variables. All potential threats. Senior, what you mean is, I am an unstable variable? Potentially dangerous? Lu Li narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes and no. Master Shuiyu said nonsense. What does it mean? Lu Li asked directly. You are so evil. In less than 2 years of practice, you have reached the top of the golden core and are invincible. Therefore, I suspect that you are not human. The leader of the Tao Alliance on the side said calmly. The leader is joking. I'm not a human being? Then what else can I be? Lu Li asked rhetorically. You may be the reincarnation of a demon from outside the realm. You may be the reincarnation of the Buddha. You may also be the reincarnation of the Taoist ancestor. Or even, you may be the incarnation of the heavenly way from another world. The leader of the Tao Alliance glanced at him with his beautiful eyes. For a moment, Lu felt as if he had been stripped naked and looked through. There is a string of Buddhist beads here, and inside there is an authentic Buddhist Dharma. On another jade page, there is also an authentic Taoist Dharma recorded. These two Dharma are the power of the poor nun and the leader of the Taoist Alliance to condense the heavenly laws. Self-created, profound, and mysterious, which cannot be understood by the demons from outside the world or the incarnations of heaven from other worlds. Master Shuiyu said softly. Lu frowned. You two seniors, do you want me to understand these two laws? That's right. If you can understand one of them, you can prove your identity. Master Shuiyu nodded slightly. Then what if you can't comprehend it? Lu immediately asked. Can't you comprehend it? The leader of the Tao Alliance smiled softly and glanced at the silver knife on the jade table. If you can't comprehend it, then I will personally cut off your spiritual roots on the spot, and then take you back to the Tianxian Palace, and let you serve me for the rest of your life and help you. I'll pinch my feet for the rest of my life. Lu was speechless. Cut off the spiritual roots? Pinch your feet? I'll give you a hard time. Maybe it's okay to go to Shuiyu Temple to grow cucumbers and loofahs. Master Shuiyu suddenly interrupted. Growing cucumbers and loofahs? Lu glanced at Miaoyu, whose face was slightly blushing, and felt a little uneasy in his heart. It feels like it's more dangerous to go to Shuiyuan. Chapter 230 Showdown. I am the reincarnated Buddha. Master Shuiyu, leader of the Taoist Alliance. This is unfair. Just because I'm handsome and outstanding, you doubt my identity? Lu was silent for a moment and then asked. As soon as these words came out, the palace fell into an eerie silence. The leader of the Tao Alliance, Master Shuiyu, and Miaoyu all looked sideways. This guy is so thick-skinned. Donor Lu, the fairness you want, in front of all the people and billions of creatures in the world. I'm sorry. The poor nun and the Alliance leader can't afford it. Master Shuiyu suddenly put his hands together and bowed. When Lu heard this, he was stunned for a moment. There is actually some truth to this sentence. So, hurry up. You only have one time to burn incense. Little nun, light the incense. The leader of the Taoist League looked over with a smile. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Yes. The little nun Miaoyu turned her hand. A slender sandalwood stick appeared in her palm, and blew lightly. Sandalwood is lit directly. Then, insert it into the copper furnace. Master Shuiyu waved her hand lightly, and the breeze blew up the string of gold and jade Buddha beads and the jade leaf in front of Lu. There are a total of 108 gold and jade beads. Each piece is round and crystal clear, only the size of a lychee core. In the innermost part of the beads, a faint golden light shines, and a golden swastika is slowly rotating. After carefully sensing it, a vast, mighty aura of the great avenue came to my face, shocking my soul. Look at the jade page again. On it are engraved strange characters that are twisted like dragons. Phoenixes, kunping, clouds, thunders, tigers and leopards, flowers, birds, trees and insects, just like living creatures. From time to time, there would be a slight flash of white light on the text. Obviously, they are not ordinary divine objects. Master Shuiyu, leader of the Tao Alliance, do you really want to doubt my identity? Lu glanced at the Buddhist beads and jade pages, frowned and asked. Certainly. The leader of the Tao Alliance gently wrapped his jade fingers around his ears and black hair, and said lazily, If you are the reincarnation of the demon from outside the territory, you will definitely stand on the side of the demon gate and make trouble. If you are the incarnation of the heaven from another world, it is very likely that you will grow up. The way of heaven will swallow up this world, so we have to guard against it. All right. When Lu heard this, he sighed helplessly. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect that what I got in exchange was your doubts, alienation, and targeting. It seems that I can't hide it anymore. Yes, I am the reincarnated Buddha. The last 4 words are spoken with sonorous force. Each word is striking and striking. The leader of the Taoist Alliance and Master Shuiyu were both shocked. I'm sorry. I can't tell. The leader of the Tao Alliance took a deep look at Lu and shook his head slightly. I think you are more like a reincarnated sex demon. Daughter Lu, you said you are the reincarnated Buddha? Could it be that you have understood the secrets in the Buddhist beads? There was a hint of doubt in Master Shuiyu's heavenly voice. The little nun Niu standing next to her also cast a curious look. Certainly, Luli said nonchalantly. The magic formula in this Buddha bead is a Buddhist magical power. Make a great wish to heaven and earth. If you can make the vow, your magic power will skyrocket and your realm will soar. It is possible to soar directly from refining chi to transforming into a god. It is indeed a first-rate and supreme method. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Master Shuiyu's body shone with golden light, and the surrounding space was shaken. The majestic and vast aura immediately spread from her body. In an instant, she seemed to turn into a giant beast that swallowed the stars. With every move she made, she could break the space of stars and fly away. At this moment, the leader of the Tao Alliance on the side flashed and came behind Master Shuiyu. He flipped his jade hand, and a jade rui emerged. Then, he hit Master Shuiyu hard on the head. A ding. The exploding golden light suddenly shattered and turned into tiny bits of golden light that dissipated. Call. Immediately afterwards, the strong wind whipped up, like a giant dragon drawing water, and all the golden light surged back, merged into Master Shuiyu's body, and disappeared. The hall became a mess. Luli was still sitting firmly at the other end of the long jade table. On the other side, Master Shuiyu's face was still covered with golden light, and her expression could not be seen clearly. However, the leader of the Tao Alliance and the little nun Miaoyu all stared at Luli in disbelief with their beautiful eyes widened. That look was exactly like Duan Yanqing's expression when he saw his biological son Duan Yu. Amitabha! The next moment, Master Shuiyu stood up, clasped her hands towards Luli, chanted a Buddha's name, and bowed deeply. I pay my respects to the Buddha. The poor nun pays homage to the Buddha. Amitabha! Little nun Miaoyu hurriedly joined her hands and paid her respects. Amitabha! You're welcome. Master Shuiyu, are you okay? Luli clasped his hands in return and asked with concern. Thank you, Mr. Fo, for your concern. The nun is fine. He's just a little excited. Shuiyu Master put his hands together and replied. The voice was full of respect. This guy is really a Buddhist? However, I always feel that he doesn't look like a Buddhist. The leader of the Tao Alliance on the side tilted his head, with doubts in his beautiful eyes. However, the contempt for Luli has quietly disappeared. Maybe it's because Buddha hasn't awakened the memory of his past life yet, Master Shuiyu said with his hands together. That's right. When I was reincarnated, I went through the mystery in the womb and lost my Buddha mind. So I don't look like a son of Buddha now. Amitabha. Luli clasped his hands together, with a look of compassion on his face, and nodded with a smile. He actually looks a bit like a Buddha. I see. Master Shuiyu nodded slightly. The little nun Miaoyu on the side also nodded suddenly. You are a Buddhist. Then why did you go to the Demon Gate? The leader of the Taoist Alliance flashed and suddenly came closer. The crystal light in his eyes flickered, as if he was spying on Luli's thoughts. Luli smiled slightly and asked, You guess? When the leader of the Tao Alliance heard this, he immediately rolled his eyes. Don't guess. Since you are the reincarnated Buddha, you should first help Shuiyu purify the heavenly pollution on the soul. Huh? Heavenly pollution? Luli was stunned for a moment. Yes, Lord Buddha. Master, her cultivation level is too high. She has merged with the way of heaven and been greatly polluted by the way of heaven. Her appearance has become quite strange. Once anyone sees her peerless appearance, they will distort their mind and fall in love with the Master. My dear, I am becoming more and more obsessed. Because of this, Master has always covered his face with Buddha's light and dared not show it to others. Please help Master to remove the pollution of heaven. The wonderful little nun said quickly. So that's it. No wonder all the great masters of the immortal sect acted like they had never seen a woman before. Licking Master Shuiyu crazily, Luli understood clearly in his heart and shook his head. I'm sorry. My cultivation level is too low and I can't purify the pollution of heaven. Forgive me for being unable to help. It doesn't matter, Master Shuiyu said respectfully. When the Buddha comes into the world, I am the Buddha. Sooner or later, the pollution of heaven will recede. By the way, does the Buddha need help from a poor nun? Amitabha. Hearing this, Luli looked solemn and replied directly. I want the spirit stone. Lots and lots of spiritual stones. Also, I want Buddhist techniques. The more mysterious and advanced the Buddhist technique, the more powerful it is. Also, if possible, I would like to go to Shuiyu and to practice for a few days. and ask some senior sisters from Shuiyuan to help me practice and challenge my weaknesses. In this way, maybe I can find my lost Buddha heart. Chapter 231. The wife is married. Leader of the Taoist Alliance. Dot. Master Shuiyu. Dot. Miyu. Dot. The three of them were silent after hearing Lu Li's request. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly. He looked at Lu Li with a very complicated look. That feeling was like hearing that a great Confucian sage was actually picking up ashes secretly. I started to doubt my life. Reincarnated Buddha? That's it? Am I asking too much? Lu Li was stunned for a moment. Not too much. The leader of the Tao Alliance smiled lightly. It's just that I just want to use Tian Wangri to crack your head open and see what's inside. If you have any other requests, just ask. This is the threat of Chiguagua. Gone. Lu Li replied simply and neatly. It seems that Buddha has really lost his fundamental nature. Master Shuiyu sighed softly. It's a pity that all the expenses for poor nuns when they go out have to be paid for by someone else. The spiritual stones from Shuiyu Temple are not brought with them. The most mysterious and profound Dharma secrets that Buddhists want. They are all in the Sutra Hall of Shuiyu Nunnery. Then, please invite the Buddhist disciples to go back to Shuiyu Nunnery with me. He can't leave. But at this moment, the leader of the Tao Alliance frowned slightly. Outside the door, the clear voice of the Yiming Ghost Emperor came in. Master Shuiyu, was it your aura that exploded just now? Where is Lu Li, the chief of the Yiming Ghost Sect? Apparently, it was because Master Shuiyu was too excited just now and alerted the Yiming Ghost Emperor. The Yiming Ghost Emperor came directly to the door. Well, it seems that I can't go to Shuiyuan. I have to go back to the magic gate again. Lu Li sighed helplessly in his heart. But then I thought about it. Just go back. Take Mrs. Honglong out. And then run to Shuiyuan. If that doesn't work, you can just run to Mermaid Island. A buzzing sound. At this time, Master Shuiyu waved his hand and removed the palace restrictions. The Yiming Ghost Emperor held a 5-foot magic sword in one hand and walked proudly into the palace. His pupils shrank. Leader of the Tao Alliance? Yiming Ghost Emperor, have you found a Taoist artifact? The leader of the Tao Alliance narrowed his beautiful eyes. She seemed to sense the Taoist weapon on the Yiming Ghost Emperor in an instant. That's right. I did find a Taoist artifact. The Yiming Ghost Emperor looked at Lu Li with a pair of blue eyes showing a sharp cold light. Lu Li, are you okay? What can happen to this kid? Are you afraid that we will eat him? However, we have seen this kid's qualifications, and they are indeed good. Yiming Ghost Emperor, how about you sell him to me? The leader of the Tao Alliance smiled sweetly. Amitabha, I, Shuiyu Temple, also want to buy this donor Lu. He has a great cause and effect with my Buddha. Ghost Emperor Yiming, please give me a price. Master Shuiyu clasped her hands together and said, Oh, if I don't sell it, are you ready to rob it? The Yiming Ghost Emperor said coldly. A hint of evil energy immediately emanated from him. In the other sleeve of the robe, the ancient and mysterious golden light began to shine, and the divine power of the Taoist weapon spread all around. Shocking all things, the atmosphere in the palace immediately became tense and tense. At this moment, Lu Li flashed and floated behind the Yiming Ghost Emperor. He said calmly, Master, it's nothing serious. It's just that the two of them thought I was the reincarnated Buddha and wanted to use the spirit stone. They even sold their beauty to seduce me into Taoism and Buddhism. However, they didn't expect that I would be completely unmoved by the Yiming Ghost Sect. Selling beauty? Leader of the Taoist Alliance. Dot. Master Shuiyu. Dot. Miyu. Dot. The three of them couldn't help but have some doubts. Is this guy who lies so easily really the reincarnated Buddha? Why does it feel so unreliable? Before they could speak, the Yiming Ghost Emperor grabbed Lu Li with his big hand, turned around, and disappeared out of thin air. Master, will the reincarnated Buddha be fine if he stays in the 10,000 Demons Mountain? As soon as she saw Lu Li disappear, Miyu immediately asked worriedly, Amitabha, if I don't go to HL, who will? The reincarnated Buddha reincarnated in the Demon Gate, perhaps to kill demons with his own body and resist the demonic calamity. Perhaps it is for this reason that the three bald heads in Dalian Temple lied and slandered the Buddha. The son is the reincarnated demon Buddha. Master Shuiyu said solemnly. I see. When Miyu heard this, she couldn't help but respect Lu Li. Buddha is really a fearless, compassionate, and persevering person. Shuiyu, there are still 5 days before the evil calamity is about to come. You should go back and let the 3 old guys from the Lane Temple prepare. At this time, the leader of the Tao Alliance suddenly said, "Good." Master Shuyu clasped her hands together and bowed solemnly. "Here comes the leader of the Taoist Alliance. Hey, why should we be so polite between you and me?" The leader of the Tao Alliance shook his head and sighed, then stepped into the void and disappeared. Devil Calamity, Buddha's son. Master Shuyu looked at the place where the leader of the Tao Alliance disappeared and murmured, "I hope that the Buddha is safe and sound. Otherwise, once the Buddha dies, one will fade away and the other will grow, and the devil's arrogance will dominate the world. I am afraid that I will really have no choice but to hide in the future. I've been growing radishes all day in Shuiyuan." At this time, Lu Li had returned to his previous palace. Fortunately, those 2 women didn't plant any weird spells on you. On the side, the blue jade eyes of the Evening Ghost Emperor blinked, and the golden crystal light in his eyes dimmed. Hearing these words, Demon Master Yao Yao and Bai Jinfei also breathed a sigh of relief. They also sensed that vast aura just now, but he didn't take it seriously. However, when they saw the Evening Ghost Emperor directly summoning the magic sword and disappearing, they knew something was wrong with Lu Li. Now that they see Lu Li safe and sound, they are all relieved. "Lu Li, go say goodbye to Lord Jilong at the door. I will take you back to Juxian City later. Soon, great changes will come to the world," the Evening Ghost Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. Hearing this, Lu Li felt a chill in his heart, cupped his hands, and walked out of the palace. Outside the palace gate, Ji Longjun led Ji Rong, and Ji Jianyang had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that Lu Li was unharmed, the worries on the 3 people's faces disappeared. "Thank you, my father-in-law, for your concern." Lu Li cupped his hands and thanked him. "No need to be polite." Ji Longjun waved his hand. "As long as you're fine, go and have a chat with Ronger." After saying that, he led the reluctant Ji Jianyang away. Lu Li and Ji Rong were left behind. Lu Li was not polite and took Ji Rong away directly to the end of the white jade corridor. Looking up, the stars are shining brightly. A golden moon hangs high above the stars, and the soft moonlight hangs down, spreading all over the sea. The world was quiet and peaceful. "You thought, were you okay just now?" Ji Rong asked in a crisp voice. "How could something happen to me? It's just that Master Shuyu saw that I have deep Buddhist roots and wanted to drag me to Shuyu Temple. However, I remember you, little lady, so naturally I won't agree." Lu Li smiled. "You thought I am not your wife. The person you said you just wanted to marry your senior sister just now is that your heart belongs to someone else. That person is not me." Ji Rong was a little embarrassed at first, then sighed and asked. There was a hint of acetic acid in the voice. Lu Li did not answer directly, but asked with a smile, "Little lady, do you know what I hope to do in this life?" Ji Rong was stunned for a moment. Lu Li smiled and replied, "I have no other hope in this life. I only hope that I can have more women. Then, have more children with these women. To put it simply, the wife becomes a wench and the child becomes a coward. And you, I hope, are one of them." When Ji Rong heard this, her delicate body trembled. After a long time, she gritted her teeth and uttered 5 words. "You are so shameless." Chapter 232, The Best Gift for a Woman. Being called shameless. There are 3 general reactions of land carps. If the other person is a stranger and can be beaten, just scold him back. By the way, give friendly greetings to the other party's 3 relatives and 6 ethnic groups. If you can't beat the opponent, then take a small note first. When you become invincible in the future, you can settle the score again. Of course, if the other party is a beautiful woman and has a one-day relationship with you, then use the secret technique, glib tongue. After 307 seconds of glib talk, Lu Li turned around and left. He also took something away. A token that can directly enter the palace of Mermaid Island. This is what Ji Rong gave him. At the same time, Lu Li also left a promise. Go to Mermaid Island at least once every 3 months. Except for retreats. Just like that, Lu Li left. Disappeared without a trace. I don't know how much time passed. Juxian City. Above the Yimingo's Sect's headquarters. Boom. The void breaks. The figure of the Yiming Ghost Emperor emerged. Then, there are the real ghosts. Lu Li, Yao Yao, and Bai Jinfei. Swish, swish, swish. 3 streams of light came out and worshipped in unison. Greetings, Master! These 3 people are none other than Madame Honglong, Elder Changel, and the great demon King Jintian. Ghost Emperor Yiming nodded and ordered. Elder Changle, please quickly recall the disciples in Juxian City to strengthen the defense of the station. Yes, Elder Changle replied solemnly. Luli, practice well and don't go out in the next few days. Ghost Emperor Yiming turned around and warned. I will obey the orders of the leader. Luli had a stern look on his face and held his hands in response. You can rest assured that the Supreme Elder will come to take charge soon. So don't worry, Yiming Ghost Emperor said calmly. After saying that, he turned around and walked directly into the void. Congratulations, Master! Everyone bowed to see each other off. As soon as they left, Elder Changle straightened up, stroking a foot of his white beard, and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Brother Lu, you are truly a genius in the world. You can break through the pill formation so quickly. Moreover, once the pill formation, you have defeated the King of Halberds on the Golden Elixir list one after another. And you are the number one in the Golden Elixir ranking. And you are so famous in the 3 realms. Ha ha! The laughter was overwhelming and full of joy. This Yuanying elder, who has been friends with Lu Li for many years, seems to be really happy for Lu Li. On the side, Mrs. Honglong smiled lightly but said nothing. His eyes were fixed on Lu Li, as gentle as water. Lu Li smiled and said modestly, Elder Changle, no, Brother Lu, you are exaggerating. This is just a little bit of false fame. Snort. The great demon King Zintian groaned in jealousy. The narcissus doesn't bloom. It's just pretending to be garlic. The voice was full of sourness. As soon as these words came out, the ghost demon next to him was unhappy. Great demon King Jintian, where is the yin yang bullshit you, a yin yang person, are talking about? Master, don't be angry. Come on. Let's eat a few bunches of stinky tofu to calm down. Bai Jinfei quickly persuaded. At the same time, he took out the stinky tofu that had been stored for more than a month from the storage ring. You? Ugh! The great demon king's eyes widened, and he was about to get angry. But when he saw the stinky tofu, his face turned pale. He turned around and disappeared. Ha ha! This guy who was eating and drinking is gone! Come on! Let's have a good drink first. We won't come back until we get drunk. Elder Changle laughed happily. Immediately, he and Lu Li fell down. The entire Ghost Sect station was in an uproar instantly. The chief senior brother is back. Streams of light flew towards them, and the crowd was in a commotion. Hello, senior brother. Eldest brother is mighty. The golden elixir is the best in the world. Eldest brother will rule the world for generations to come. Elder brother, how do you practice so fast and become so powerful? Can you teach me? Humph. Of course, it's because senior brother is handsome and extremely talented. Senior brother, don't you think so? Do you want to eat? I'll feed you. Elder brother, I am Chiao Sanmu. Do you remember me? I have a sister who has admired you for a long time. She wants to look at the moon with you tonight and talk about life ideals. All the foundation building disciples were enthusiastic and excited, with admiration on their faces. Some senior and junior sisters even had their eyes shining with admiration, as if they regarded Lu Li as a god descending to earth. In less than 2 years, he formed the golden elixir, swept through the world's heroes, suppressed the 2 geniuses of immortals and demons, and reached the top of the golden elixir list, making him invincible in the world. What is this if not God? Obviously, this senior brother, who is about to live forever, must be the next head of the Ghost Sect. If you don't fawn over now, when will you wait? Even some of the Jin Dan Yuanying elders, who came after hearing the news, were willing to lower their posture and open their mouths to please. How is it appropriate to make such a noise? Seeing this, Elder Changle said solemnly. When everyone heard this, they fell silent. Lu Li smiled and cupped his hands and said, Thank you all for your kindness. I just came back and haven't eaten yet. I will rest for a day or 2 before I can join in the fun with you. After hearing what he said, everyone naturally resigned and stopped disturbing. But there are still some nascent soul elders who stayed. Everyone then entered the banquet. TSK. TSK. Brother Lu. Now your reputation in the Ghost Sect has surpassed that of many elders. I am afraid that even I am not as good as you. As soon as Elder Changle sat down, he clicked his tongue and said something strange. Don't dare. My reputation is just fleeting. Come on. Elders, let me toast you. Lu Li stood up and saluted. Ha ha. We should respect you. Because of this incident, the Yiming Ghost Sect's prestige has greatly increased. and it has jumped to the second place in the top 10 demon sections. Even the Tianjua demon sect has been suppressed. When I walked out, I felt twice as powerful save face. Come on, elders, let's give Chief Lu a drink. Elder Changle raised his glass and said with a hearty smile. Upon hearing this, all the nascent souls nodded in understanding and raised their glasses to each other. The banquet started in a friendly and harmonious atmosphere. It was harmonious and lively. In addition to complimenting Lu Li, everyone also complimented Master Guillemot for his sharp eyesight, which made Master Guillemot overjoyed and drank heartily. Madame Honglong kept looking at her gently, her eyes watery, and didn't say much. Just like that, after eating and drinking for half an hour, suddenly, at the entrance of the banquet hall, a white-haired old man more than 2 meters tall, wearing a necklace of human skulls, dressed in black robes, and with fierce eyes, like a man-eating giant bear, appeared. Elder Guardian. When everyone saw it, they quickly stood up to greet him. The leader sent me to take charge of the Ghost Sect's headquarters. The Guardian Elder's voice was as deep as a bell, and he nodded lightly. You guys drink first. Chief Lu, come with me. Huh? Okay. Elders, excuse me for now. Madame Honglong, Master, Sister Yao Yao, Brother Luo, Brother Bai, please drink slowly. Lu Li stood up, cupped his hands and apologized. Then, fly out. With a flash of his body, he returned to his temple of Yama. The Guardian Elder followed closely. He waved his hand gently, and a piece of white light rose into the sky, forming a barrier and covering 100 feet in radius. Boy, you are so awesome. You actually formed the golden elixir of the great Tao. I was wrong at first. The elder protecting the scriptures looked Lu Li up and down, his face filled with wonder. This is indeed an unprecedented achievement. If he had figured it out at the beginning, he would have felt comfortable accepting Lu Li as his disciple and passing on the mantle. It's a pity that I misjudged it. It's just a golden elixir of the great Tao. Not worth mentioning. I have to thank you, Elder Guardian. Without your 2 techniques, I'm afraid I wouldn't be where I am today. Lu Li smiled modestly and bowed his hands in thanks. Ha ha ha! The elder who protected the sutra laughed loudly when he heard this, waved his hand and said, No need to thank you. You have also done me a favor. Now, I still want to ask you a question. Oh, Elder, please ask. Lu Li looked solemn. The elder protecting the scriptures rubbed his hands. A trace of shyness flashed across his face. Then, he asked, I have a friend who is in love with his old lover again. I want to give her a gift. What do you think would be a good gift? Chapter 233 Mrs. Honglong's betrothal gift. A gift for an old flame? Lu Li was stunned when he heard this, then smiled and congratulated. Congratulations, Elder! The toad has eaten the swan meat. Nonsense! The elder who protected the sutra blushed. You said you are my friend. Friend? I understand. Lu Li showed a knowing look, nodded and asked with a smile. Then again, Elder, does your friend's old lover have a husband now? No. The Guardian Elder shook his head. No, that would be difficult. If there is, just give me an emerald tiara. Lu Li muttered. Are you kidding me? Kid? I'm planning to give that old lover a gift. The Elder of the Guardian said with a glare. Ha ha. Just a joke. Lu Li smiled and asked, Does the Elder's old lover have any children? It seems not. The Elder who protected the scriptures thought for a moment and shook his head. Since you don't have a husband and children, then just give whatever you want between husband and wife, such as bracelets, shackles, belly bands, jade bananas and copper radishes. As long as you are willing to package it carefully, women will usually like it. Lu Li replied casually. These are the experiences he summarized in his previous life. Boy, are you going to punish me? How can a decent woman like such messy things? Besides, do you want me to give you these things because you want to break up my marriage? The Guardian Elder gave Lu Li a blank look. He turns out to be a serious person. A good woman. Lu Li suddenly understood, nodded, and said with a smile, In that case, it's okay for the Elder to give you some hostas. Earrings, rings, bracelets, necklaces, etc. Or some belly bands, underwear, and belts. Vulgar. The Elder who protects the scriptures uttered a word angrily. So demanding? Lu Li frowned. Elder, you are a bit difficult to deal with. I have to go back and think about it. Humph. You kid is really like a hawk when you see a rabbit. Okay, If you give me a satisfactory answer, I will give you a top-grade spirit ghost. The elder of the Sutra Protector snorted softly. As he spoke, he grabbed a human skull with his big hand. A golden light immediately shot out from inside. Luli took a closer look and saw a double-winged ghost tiger emitting golden light inside. It showed its teeth and claws, and was extremely fierce. It's a top-grade spirit ghost. This should fetch a lot of money. When Luli saw it, his eyes brightened slightly, and his head immediately started to spin. What did you think of it? After half a cup of tea, the guardian elder asked impatiently. Let me think about it again. Luli twisted his chin and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, the flawless jade feet of the leader of the Tao Alliance last night appeared in his mind, and his eyes brightened. Yes. Oh, you said? When the elder who protected the sutra heard this, he was shocked and asked quickly. Send me a pair of shoes that the beauty likes and that you also like. Elder, Luli replied. Shoes? That's it? The elder who protected the scriptures frowned when he heard Luli's answer. Besides, what's the use of my liking? Of course it works. It can accelerate and increase critical hits. Luli smiled mysteriously. Elder, as long as you add 8 words when giving me shoes, I will make sure that my old lover likes them. Oh, which 8 characters? The elder's curiosity was immediately aroused. It's very simple. Luli smiled calmly and said, These 8 words are the soles of your shoes are turned upward, and your magic power is boundless. The white-haired old man was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Then, his eyes flashed. Boy, you are really a genius. No wonder you are the best in the world of golden elixir. I am convinced. After saying that, he waved his hand and threw out the spirit ghost from the human skull. Boom! Along with a sonic boom that soared into the sky. People had disappeared, probably going to buy shoes. TSK. TSK. This elder is really infatuated. Luli shook his head, took out a black pearl, threw it out, and hit the high-grade spirit ghost that was flying into the sky and trying to escape. Buzz! The black pearl's light flashed, and the ghost tiger was included in it. This is the ghost spirit bead said by Xingfeng Lai. There is boundless ghost energy inside. It is just suitable for raising high-grade spirit ghosts, and can also be used to practice the ghost sect's netherworld ghost eyes, coupled with the 9-eye ghost bead given by Elder Changle. The netherworld ghost eye should be able to be cultivated in about 2 months. Just as he was thinking about it, a light blue shadow floated over. It's Mrs. Honglong. Under the moonlight, the beauty is like a fairy, and like the lady walking out of the painting. Dignified, elegant, soft and moving. Luli, the elder protecting the scriptures didn't make things difficult for you, right? Mrs. Honglong floated down and asked with a gentle smile. Of course not. The elder also gave me a high-grade spirit ghost. Come, madam. Sit on the roof. I will tell you about my thrilling experience overseas. Luli showed the ghost spirit bead in his hand and extended an invitation. Good. Mrs. Honglong nodded slightly. Immediately, the 2 figures floated up and sat on the main ridge of the golden tiles of the Temple of Hell. The Milky Way hangs overhead. The stars in the sky seemed within reach. Luli played with the ghost spirit bead, looked at the 3 huge golden moons on the galaxy, and began to tell the story of his overseas trip. Mrs. Honglong turned her body slightly. Her eyes were softer than the moonlight, like autumn waves in the lake, and listened quietly. This lecture lasted about 3/4 of an hour. As long as you're okay. After listening, Mrs. Honglong still looked gentle and spoke slowly. Madam, I went out for a trip, lost my virginity, and got a new wife, and became the son-in-law of Mermaid Island. Don't you blame me? Aren't you angry? Luli asked tentatively. He was a little panicked. After all, Mrs. Honglong promised to stay safe before leaving. Between life and death, the situation is forced. How can I blame you? Mrs. Honglong smiled and said softly. Hearing this, Luli's heart warmed up, and he bowed his hands and said, Madam is so magnanimous. If I can marry Madam, I will really have no regrets in this life. You want to marry me? Mrs. Honglong asked with a half-smile. Of course. Luli answered simply and neatly. My betrothal gift is not cheap. Mrs. Honglong smiled meaningfully. Ma'am, just say so. Luli Hao Chi Dao. He now has more than 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. He will count the harvest later. It should be enough. The Princess of Mermaid Island wants 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. So I don't want a lot. Just 10,000. Mrs. Honglong said with a smile. 10,000? 10 times? Luli was shocked. How long will it take to save enough? What? You don't want to? If you don't want to, I'll find someone else. After Mrs. Honglong finished speaking, she pretended to get up. Yes, of course I do. Luli immediately agreed, grabbing Madame Honglong's sleeves and pulling her into her arms. Mrs. Honglong fell gently. Before he fell into his arms, his whole body bounced back like a spring. This made Luli happy. Some doubts again. Is Mrs. Honglong teasing him? At this moment, Mrs. Honglong frowned slightly, shook her head and said with a smile, Go and wash up. You? Smell of her perfume. Chapter 234 The Supreme Technique Created by the Leader of the Tao Alliance. Mrs. Honglong flew away with a smile on her face. Luli was helpless. He actually made such a stupid mistake. It seems that when I come back from visiting Mermaid Island in the future, I have to use the Tao Gang flames to burn myself back and forth and burn out all the breath. There was no other way. So Luli had no choice but to wash up by himself. Later, he used the Tontian Pai to report peace to Ji Rong. By the way, I teased Ji Jionyang, my sister-in-law. Immediately afterwards, Luli returned to the secret cultivation room of Yen Temple, sat down cross-legged, and began to count his harvest. The biggest gain is naturally a sacred weapon, the Eldar sacred artifact, the Chaos God's Mill. Luli raised his big hand, and on his palm, an exquisite jasper millstone floated up and down, emitting a faint aura. The jasper millstone is similar to a child's hand, divided into upper and lower parts. It's like two jade rings stacked on top of each other, about 6 centimeters in diameter, 1 inch thick, crystal clear, like ice jade. There are various golden mysterious words imprinted on it, which are extremely small, like snakes, birds, fish and insects, and also like oracle bones. Extremely mysterious. This holy weapon was naturally brought back by Jean K, just when Luli was using his glib tongue on Ji Rong. Hey. Luli, you don't know how dangerous it is. I don't know how many old monsters secretly made a move to snatch this holy weapon. But I am still the one better. Simulate the soul breath of the abandoned genius. Let this holy weapon be sent automatically come to your door. I'm awesome. On the side, the little man Yao Huang and Jean K had their hands on their hips, and their voice sounded a bit proud. There was a proud look on his face that said, Come and praise me. Not bad. Jean K, you are so awesome. Luli smiled and nodded in approval. At the same time, he flipped his other hand, took out a large handful of sword pills, and handed it to Jean K. When Jean K saw it, he immediately jumped over, grabbed a sword pill, chewed it, and said with a proud smile, Jia! 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 Those old monsters were fighting around, and when they found the holy weapon, they ran away with me. He must be so angry that he vomits blood. Where is the abandoned genius? Luli looked at the Jade Divine Milk carefully and asked casually, I don't know. It seems that he was rescued by an old monster. But it's okay. The guy only has one soul left and turned into a ghost cultivator. He was born to be restrained by the powerful Tianlong spell. When I meet him next time, I will use the mighty Tianlong spell to sneak attack him and kill him. Jean K chewed the sword pill and hummed. This is a bit uncomfortable. When Luli heard this, he immediately shook his head. It's dangerous to come here rashly. Therefore, next time you meet him, let all the skills be used directly. Let the pure Yang Wuji Sutra finish, and burn him to death. Make sure he can't be reincarnated. That's it. No problem. Jean K agreed immediately. Then again, why doesn't this holy weapon respond? Luli held the jade millstone and asked with a frown. He just tried to activate the mana to activate the sacred instrument. But the mana was poured into the jade millstone, and there was no reaction at all. Do you want a blood sacrifice? Humph. The weapon spirit here is very stubborn. Has it not surrendered yet? Jean K chewed the sword pill and snorted coldly. Is there actually a weapon spirit here? Luli was stunned for a moment before reacting. This sacred weapon is a spiritual treasure, almost a Taoist weapon, and it is normal to give birth to a weapon spirit. This is a bit troublesome. Luli frowned secretly. If you want to use a spiritual treasure for your own use, you must rely on extremely powerful magic to practice the spiritual treasure and gain the approval of the weapon spirit. But he is still just a golden elixir. Although the magic power is extremely powerful and as strong as the nascent soul, It is not the real nascent soul after all. Moreover, this spiritual treasure is a sacred weapon of the Spirit Clan. It is probably not the magic power produced by the Spirit Clan's divine skills, and it will not recognize it. Luli, don't worry. I'll go back and take the big Tathagata Buddha's palm and beat it for 10 days and a half. Let it know how powerful you are, and it will naturally surrender to you after a while. Jinkei jumped over, grabbed a sword pill, and said while eating it, "Is this okay?" Luli was delighted when he heard this. Then, he was stunned for a moment, looking a little weird. Why does he feel like he's become the villain? The Golden Tower, the Vajratathagata Dharma Body, the Yin Yang Hun Yuan Kuanping Demon Divine Art, and the 24 Heavenly Demon Swords are his ferocious subordinates. He kills people, seizes treasures, robs, and does all kinds of evil. Luli shook his head and smiled. How can this be? He is a good man. GK and other skills are all about slaying demons and doing justice. And they just collect a little reward as a reserve fund to support justice. Besides, this holy weapon has been with a person like Qi Tianjiao, who has committed many evil things. Now that it has fallen into his hands, it means he has turned from darkness to light. If it is not used for oneself, then it is stubborn. When GK and Vajratathagata teach it, they are transforming it and teaching it to be good. This is a great merit. So, GK, you and the great Tathagata Buddha Palm must increase your efforts when persuading the spirit of this sacred weapon to do good, Luli said solemnly. No problem. Keep it on me. I will make it kind. Jink's milk sounds like milk. That's good. Luli nodded and suddenly remembered something. By the way, don't forget about the new Immortal Poison Sutra. Beat it 3 times every day at regular times to make it practice harder. Hey. Don't worry. Ouch. Ouch. GK beat his chest with 2 thin round hands and howled like a gorilla. Seeing this, Luli shook his head and chuckled, took out a jade box, and put the spiritual artifact in it. Then, swish, swish, the jade box was filled with sealing talismans and put into the storage ring. Then next, this is it! Luli's eyes flashed with golden light, and he waved his hand. There are 2 more things in front of me. A string of gold and jade beads. A piece of emerald jade. This was exactly what the Tao Alliance leader Nan Yang and Master Shuiyu tried to test him last night. He has already learned the secrets on the golden and jade Buddha beads. It's called the Great Dharma of Cultivating Buddhism. It has also evolved using the Heart Sutra. Now this technique is called the Great Wish-Making Technique. This is the first class and supreme method of Buddhism. It is possible to make great aspirations and vows, and the infinite power of heaven and earth will be added to your body, and your realm will soar directly, and it is possible to ascend instantly. For example, make a big ambition that everyone is like an immortal. Once realized, mortals can directly become the masters of the heavens. But this is impossible. How could a mortal make everyone in the world become immortals through cultivation? Luli also thought of a big ambition. A world without thieves. However, he did not send it out, because his strength is too weak. Just a golden elixir. If you want to make the world free of thieves, I'm afraid you have to be an immortal to do it. This is embarrassing. If you want to cultivate quickly, you have to make big aspirations. And if you want to make vows, you have to have big magic power. If you want to have big magic power, you have to make big aspirations first, and then make vows. If you want to make a vow, you need great power. It's a dead loop. As a result, this skill can only be shelved. But there is another skill that can be practiced. Luli's eyes fell on the jadeite page. It records a supreme bodybuilding technique created by the leader of the Taoist Alliance. Star Body Strengthening Technique. Introduce the immeasurable starlight from the sky into the body. Open up millions of acupoints in the physical body, and condense the small universe of heaven and earth in the physical body. From then on, heaven and man become one. The power of magic is boundless. The lifespan is as long as that of heaven, and immortality is achieved. This is indeed the supreme dharma. After Luli learned it, he didn't show it, and the reason was very simple. That woman who is the leader of the Tao Alliance has a weird temperament. I still want to cut off his spiritual roots. Very dangerous. Once he spoke out, he would probably be arrested by the leader of the Taoist Alliance and forced to serve that woman. Therefore, Luli had secretly and only told Master Shuiyu about the great vision of Buddha cultivation method created by Master Shuiyu, but did not tell about the star body forging technique. Now it's time to evolve with Tao Jing. Luli's eyes flashed, and he began to recite the Taoist scripture silently. The Tao can be Tao, but it is very Tao. And the name can be named, but it is very famous. Ding. As I read the last word, a clear system prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host. Your star body training technique has gained great enlightenment due to listening to the Supreme Taoist Sutra and evolved into the Stars Transformation Sutra. Chapter 235, Counting the Harvest. Another ambergris fruit. The stars transform into gods. Luli was shocked when he heard this. Afterwards, 2 system prompts of ding ding sounded again. The God-transforming scripture of the stars has examined your physical body and is quite satisfied. The training effect has been increased by 100%. The Chuanqingshan Transformation Sutra glanced at the many techniques that were being mixed together, frowned, and felt unhappy. And the effectiveness of the practice was reduced by 100%. And then gone. Luli took another closer look. It is indeed gone. How is this going? Is it another arrogant magic formula like the Immortal Poison Sutra? It doesn't feel like it either. Just as I was thinking about it, the system prompted 3 ding-ding-ding sounds. Vajratathagata Dharmakaya is very interested in the newly arrived star transformation scripture and wants to learn from it. The star transformation god scripture has been avoided due to the disturbance of Vajratathagata's dharma body. The star transformation sutra is in an irritable mood, and the cultivation effect is reduced by 1000%. Luli listened, frowned, turned around and said, Jean K, help me go and see the new star transformation scripture. Are there new thugs? Jink's 2 black sesame eyes lit up. Uh-huh. It disappears into thin air. After a while, it suddenly appeared from the shoulder again and shook its head. This new guy is very shy and avoids seeing people. Wrong. Luli immediately denied it. If the star god realm has a shy character, it will not be irritable, but fearful. This dot should be a social fear technique. Forget it. Don't bother it. Luli shook his head, opened his hand and grabbed the control token, pouring mana into it. Rumble. The prohibition of the Temple of Hell inspires. The secret training room immediately revealed a huge skylight. The 9-day golden moon and the dazzling galaxy poured down a waterfall of bright starry moonlight, illuminating the entire secret cultivation room. Luli sat cross-legged in the spirit-gathering array, adjusted his breathing, and then began to silently recite the mantra of the Star Transformation Sutra and practice breathing and breathing. A magical scene appeared. The brilliance of the stars and moon all around was like flowing water, being sucked into his mouth and nose. Then, this icy cold moonlight star power sank into the Dantian Z mansion, traveled around the meridians of the sky, and finally, under the transformation of the golden elixir, turned into the power of the star god and merged into the soul of the sea of consciousness. Instantly the spirit was shaken. I feel as if I am being recharged and full of energy. Not bad. Luli looked satisfied. After practicing this technique for 1 night, the added soul power is enough to sustain him without sleeping for 30 days. That means practicing 1 day to recharge for a month. Lasting enough. A ding. At this time, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Your Star Transformation Sutra absorbs the essence of the stars and the moon, making you feel happy, and the cultivation effect is increased by 100%. That's it? Luli opened his eyes and frowned. This is a powerful technique with only 10 levels. The first level begins to train the soul and infinitely improve the consciousness. On the second level, a starlight glazed treasure body can be condensed, giving a person unparalleled defense, infinite divine power, and endless magic power. Very powerful. But just by simply absorbing the brilliance of the stars and moon to practice. I'm afraid it will take years of the monkey and horse and moon to advance to the second level. Moreover, this is a skill for social fear. It is not feasible to let Vajratathagata practice with him. Correct. This should increase the speed of cultivation. Suddenly, Luli thought of something, and with a flick of his hand, he took off his clothes. The whole person is bathed in the moonlight in the most natural posture. Ding. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Because you are fully exposed to the essence of the stars and the moon. The stars transform into gods with great energy, and the cultivation effect is increased by 100% again. Progress plus 1%. Sure enough, this technique is the same as the Zixia Sun refining manual. Taking off your clothes is also the correct posture for practicing this technique. It is a pity that the pure Yang Wuji True Sutra evolved from the Zixia Sun refining scripture, and the Xian Mingxiao goddess skill were ignored by each other. This makes Luli feel a bit regretful. How great would it be if the three of them worked together to triple the speed of cultivation? Never mind. Keep counting the treasures. Luli flicked his hand, and three more things appeared in front of him. A verdant storage ring. A green golden elixir the size of a goose egg. There is also a secret book of exercises with a light blue title page. The green storage ring and the golden elixir were both discovered by Qi Tianjiao. The light blue secret book was given by Xing Fenlai. Jin K, I leave this storage ring to you. Luli picked up the storage ring and handed it out. No problem. Jin K took it and placed it on a stone platform. Then, it took out the copper sword full of gaps and started clinking at the storage ring. Luli picked up the light blue skill secret book. When I opened the title page and took a look, I saw 4 golden words. Yin and Yang water magical power. Luli continued to browse quickly. Soon, he finished reading. The look is a little weird. This is an authentic joint cultivation method, which is very complete and requires a man and a woman to practice together. The more connected one's mind is, the faster one can practice. To the end of practice, Yin and Yang become one, and you can break through to become a god. Obviously, Xing Fenlai prepared this for Yao Yao and her Taoist companions. Those who can practice to the point of becoming gods are all supreme skills. Xing Fenlai was generous. Luli pondered for a moment and decided to show this technique to Madame Honglong. This is not because he wants to do that, but mainly because he wants to help Madame Honglong practice and break through to the state of becoming a god. Then in turn, Madame Honglong helped him practice. Isn't this beautiful? However, we still have to discuss it with Sister Yao Yao. By the way, give the Ice Jade Soul Needle to Senior Sister Yao Yao. Correct. They also want to divide the 1,000 pieces of high-grade spirit stones. Half for each person. And Senior Sister Yao Yao should have no objection. Thinking of this, Luli sighed softly, left in a hurry. If he were allowed to stay on Giant Eagle Island for a few more days, he would definitely be able to break through again with his numerous techniques to subjugate demons and eliminate demons. By the way, I also asked Vajratatthagata Dharmakaya to get a few more storage rings to supplement the family income. System. Thinking of this, Luli called silently and brought up the skill panel. Realm, Golden Elixir Level 1, 82%. Yin Yang Hun Yuan Kuinping Demonic Divine Art, Level 21, 82% progress. Vajratatthagata Dharmakaya, 75% of the first level. Sumeru Mantra, Level 1, 90%. Great Powerful Heavenly Dragon Spell, Level 6, 66% progress. Powerful Vajra Spell, Level 6, 71% progress. Sutra of Immortal Poison, Level 3, 21%. Pure Yang Wuji Sutra, 9th level, progress 12%. Starry God Transformation Scripture, Level 1, progress 1%. Phantom Sword, progress 33%. Xian Mingshao's Goddess Skill, Level 4, progress 55%. Xiaoyao Yufengju, the 3rd level, 44% progress. Very good. The progress of cultivation has greatly increased. In a few days, he will be able to break through to the 2nd level of the Golden Core. Moreover, Qinyang Wuji Sutra, who is passionately in love, is practicing really fast, and is almost reaching perfection. Once you have perfected your cultivation, you can learn a 9-dragon flame formation, which is very powerful. Luli couldn't help but look forward to it. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a crisp sound. Jean K flashed over, twisting the green storage ring in his thin round hands, and smiled. Luli! Look! I've cut open the restriction inside. Luli couldn't help but feel happy when he heard this, and looked inside with his spiritual consciousness. Eyes are shining brightly. Not only are there many high-grade spiritual stones here, but there is also something very familiar. Golden Coconut. Ambergris. Chapter 236 Demonic Gate. Luli took out the ambergris fruit without saying a word. The heavy golden divine fruit immediately fell on his hand. Exudes the slightest fragrance. Luli spurted out a mouthful of mana, condensed into blue water, and circled around the ambergris fruit 3 times to wash away the aura above. Then, without peeling the skin, he opened his mouth and took a bite. Phew! Delicious juice spurted out. Juicy, sweet and refreshing. There is also a strange aroma like cantaloupe mixed with spicy strips. Very tempting. Luli moved his index finger and ate the ambergris fruit in 3 mouthfuls. Rumble. The golden elixir in his belly started to rotate, and the boundless magic power washed over the divine fruit like a sea, refining it into tiny bits of medicinal power to strengthen his body. A ding. You took ambergris. It is expected that the refining will be completed after half a cup of tea. Almost at the same time, Lu Li's physical strength began to soar. 104 dragons. 112 dragons. 120 dragons. 125 dragons. Then, it stopped rising. Huh? The potency of this second ambergris fruit has been reduced so much? The physical strength has only increased by half? Lu Li was surprised. He clenched his fists, feeling the power surging in his body like a sea, and looked slightly happy. The power of 125 dragons. Under the 64 times increase of the powerful Vajra mantra. That is a power of 80 million kilograms. The power of 100 million to break the void is not far away. 100 million power. That is the power of one dragon. He has cultivated 100 million powers in Jin Dan, which is simply unprecedented and unprecedented. When the time comes, chasing after nascent soul and beating him up won't be a problem. Lu Li was somewhat looking forward to it. Then, with a scroll of his spiritual consciousness, he cleared out all the high-grade spiritual stones inside and piled them into the large formation. A total of 236 high-grade spiritual stones. The holy son of the spirit tribe? That's it? Lu Li was a little disdainful, but after thinking about it, he was relieved. In that bitter cold place of the abyss, someone with hundreds of high-grade spiritual stones on his body can be regarded as a powerful person. Qi Tianjiao must be extremely distressed after losing so many high-grade spiritual stones. In addition, the Eldar sacred weapon was also lost. This feeling is like my own wife absconding with money, running to the enemy, working as a slave, and letting others play with her. Qi Tianjiao must be so angry that he will vomit blood and his soul will burst. Want to practice and seek revenge on him? Dream on. Thinking of this, Lu Li felt relieved and began to count his wealth. A total of 2,003 high-grade spiritual stones. I turned around and gave 500 yuan to senior sister Yao Yao. Therefore, his current net worth is only 1,503 high-quality spirit stones. Buzz. Just when Lu Li tapped the spirit stone, suddenly, a green cold light emerged from the storage ring. It's a green blood sword. As soon as the green and bloody flying sword came out, it shot like lightning, was as flexible as a snake, and was very strange and flexible. It flew into the sky, trying to escape. Hey! Yeah! Where can I escape? Jin K jumped up, raised the copper sword in his hand high, and slashed at the flying sword. A ding. Sparks flashed. The flying sword was cut down directly. Lu Li flicked his sleeves, condensed his demonic energy into his big hand, and grabbed it in his hand. The flying sword was trapped in the demonic energy, still darting left and right, like a dragon struggling. Very ferocious. It's actually almost the same as the 5 elements death-destroying fan. They are all the best magic weapons. If you look closely, you will see that this green blood sword is branded with the Spirit Clan's sky-reaching pattern, exuding a savage, brutal, and bloodthirsty aura. It's obviously a murderous sword. Humph. He's the same thing as Qi Tianjiao. But if he falls into my hands, please surrender obediently. Lu Li snorted coldly, and demonic energy spurted out from his palm. Rumble. Rumble. Incomparably powerful mana was forcefully poured into the blue blood sword, penetrating every part inside, filling every formation to its full capacity. Then, as soon as the demonic energy washed away, Qi Tianjiao's spiritual brand was refined and erased. In this way, the fierce sword took the shape of a land carp. Be obedient and be played with by him. Lu Li played with the jade blood sword that was as cold as ice, and with another scroll of his spiritual consciousness, he took out the elixirs, talismans, books, and treasures from the storage ring. Start counting them one by one. It has to be said that although Qi Tianjiao is the son of the Holy Sun, he is not very rich and does not even have a 10,000-year elixir, not to mention the best sword pills. GK was very unhappy. He decided that the next time he saw Qi Tianjiao, he would first slash Qi Tianjiao with a few swords to vent his anger. Fox Demon, let's get to work. At this time, Lu Li waved his hand and released the four-tailed fox demon in the special spirit beast bag. Yes, master. The four-tailed fox demon responded with great respect, took out a pen and paper, drew the pill bottles in front of him, and began to test the pills and write a report, just like a well-behaved and sensible little maid. TSK, TSK, Golden K, Fox Demon, Vajra Tathagata Dharmakaya, and many other techniques. I have a lot of things to raise. By the way, there is also a high-grade spirit ghost. Luli counted the pets around him and felt like a father. In his previous life, he was lonely and had an orange cat for comfort and entertainment. Not physically. Now, more are raised. Fortunately, whether it is the Golden K, the Fox Demon, or the Vajratathagata Dharmakaya, etc., they are all very sensible. You don't have to shovel your own shit. And you won't suddenly jump on your chest from a high place and murder yourself. You can also help yourself fight. Subsidize household expenses. Much better than the ugly orange cat I had before. While Luli was thinking, he picked up the secret book on the ground and began to look through it one by one. Then, sit directly on the wax. These secret books are written in the secret script of the Eldar and cannot be read at all. And it's also incomplete. After reading it, there was no hint of successful cultivation. Happy for nothing. Luli still wanted to practice the supreme secret technique of the spirit clan. But he could only give up now. Finally, he picked up the Jidao golden pill and fell into deep thought. If this golden elixir is sold, it will definitely fetch a good price. But Doc can't sell it. Maybe it was bought back by the spirit clan? I would rather blow it up than sell it. So, Luli took out a jade box, put the Jidao golden pill in it, covered it with sealing talismans, and kept it. Next, start practicing. Luli closed his eyes, concentrated, and began to breathe in the light of the sun, moon, stars, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Hoo ho ho. The spiritual energy within 100 miles radius was absorbed by him in an instant, forming a hurricane. A strange scene appeared. The surrounding starlight seemed to be sucked in, forming a funnel-shaped whirlpool of moonlight and starlight 1,000 feet high, wrapping Luli's body. Very mysterious. In Luli's mind, there was also a clear sound of ding ding ding. Your star transformation scripture has swallowed up a large amount of moonlight and starlight, making you feel extremely happy, and your cultivation effect increased by 1,000%. Progress plus 1%. At this moment, 10,000 Demons Mountain, the forbidden area of Taimao Sect. The blood is overwhelming. An extremely huge blood-colored portal stood between the sky and the earth, emitting a coquettish blood light that reflected the sky in a bloody color. A terrifying aura came from the bloody portal, as if a supreme monster was sealed inside, about to be born and destroy the world. If you look closely, you will see that the bloody portal is branded with 72 vicious demon gods. The bloodlight lingered, as if he had come to life. These are the 72 demon gods enshrined by the Taimao Sect. This is a demon portal, thousands of feet away. A dozen figures with strong auras floated. Yang Su was actually among them. At the front, there is a burly middle-aged man wearing a black cloak, a demon robe, and a demonic aura. He is holding a 30-foot-long bloody sword. The aura of the Taoist weapon emanated from the bloody sword. This is the Taoist weapon of the Taimao Sect, the demon-slaying sword. This middle-aged man is the leader of the Taimao Sect. Yang Su looked at the leader of the Taimao Sect and then at the demon god portal, with incomparable resentment and hatred in his eyes. Land Carp. As soon as the demon door opens, all demons descend. Let me see how you die. Chapter 237 Yang Su's Super Evolution. Sect Master, the time has come. I do not know how long it has been. Under the bloody portal, a voice that was as cold as frost and sounded like a machine. The speaker was a beautiful middle-aged woman with white hair and a terrifying aura. He is a great master of void refining. This person is the deputy sect leader of Taimao Sect. Enchantress. Hearing the sound, everyone looked solemn and looked at the burly middle-aged man in front of them. The master of the Taimao Sect. Are you all ready? The leader of the Taimao Sect held a demon-slaying knife in his hand, his eyes sharp and menacing, and he asked in a solemn voice, Ready! The dozen or so people all had excited expressions on their faces and answered with cupped hands. Once the ancient magic array is opened, it will connect to the supreme demon world, and all demons will descend and sweep across the immortal world. When the time comes, it will be the devil's turn to dominate this world. Then, let's begin! At this time, the leader of Taimao Sect said coldly and waved his hand. Call out. The 30-foot-long blood-colored demon-slaying knife flew out and turned into a streak of blood that split the sky, slashing at the demon god's portal in front of it. Just stick it in. Without any hesitation, the Lianqiu and god-transforming powers present all mobilized their magic power without any reservation, and struck the demon god's portal with a bang. Yang Su, please step aside first. When the magic array opens, I'm afraid there will be a boundless tide of vitality coming. If you are not careful, you will be blasted by the tide of vitality. Master Timor reminded. Yes, Master. When Yangsu heard this, he quickly held his hands and stepped away from him. Boom! Under his gaze, he saw the demon god's portal absorbing vast amounts of mana, getting bigger and higher, as if it was about to pierce the sky. Above the portal, blood shines brightly, like water, reflecting the stars in the sky, and the golden moon turns blood red. The 72 demon gods worshipped seem to come to life. The scales and horns are ferocious, roaring to the sky. It seems as if he can break free from the shackles of the demonic god's portal at any time, wreaking havoc on the world and destroying all living beings. The scene was extremely weird and terrifying. In this way, more than a dozen powerful figures crazily activated their magic power and poured it into the demon god's gate. A full day and night. Yangsu looked extremely solemn. He saw the Sect Master, Deputy Sect Master, and a group of Supreme Elders taking a bunch of elixirs. But there was still no big change at the demon gate in front of him. It's just that the blood is thick and thick, as if it's solidified. The demon-slaying knife that sank into the demon god's portal seemed to have really disappeared. Sect Master, is there anything in this magic circle that has not been repaired? Why hasn't it responded yet? If this continues, I'm afraid I will damage the root cause. At this time, a short old man in green robe looked pale and asked with a frown. The breath also becomes weak. There is no trace of the power of the perfect God. The same goes for other great powers. The magic formation before them was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much magic power they poured into it, there was no reaction at all. No need to rush. The leader of the Timor sect remained calm and said in a cold voice, This world has been disconnected from the demon realm for too long. The sea has changed and the space has changed. It will take some time to find the supreme demon realm in the dark again. Continue to stimulate mana and activate it. Demon-slaying knife. Looking for the demon world. Good. The short old man in green robe laughed strangely. When the demon world is opened and all the demons descend, the leader of the alliance will not be able to surrender obediently. When the time comes. Cuckoo. After saying that, mana surged and blasted into the demon god's portal. Other powerful people also showed their eyes and activated their magic power again. In this way, 2 days and 2 nights passed. It's a pity that the demon god's portal still hasn't changed. It's just that the terrifying blood light emitted is thicker, like jelly, covering thousands of miles in radius. The space becomes more solid. How could this happen? Did it fail? Yangsu's face showed a trace of despair. In front, the master of the Timor sect, the deputy sect master, the spirit demon, the master Timor, and other powerful officials all looked as if they were on the verge of collapse. Obviously, this group of powerful mana has been exhausted and its foundation has been damaged. If the leader of the Tao Alliance suddenly appeared here, he would probably wipe out the entire Timor sect. There is no problem with the demon formation. Has the supreme demon world collapsed? No longer exists? Otherwise, how could the demon-slaying sword sweep through the void of all realms and not find the demon world? The deputy sect leader, the enchantress, gritted her teeth and looked extremely gloomy. Will not. The leader of the Timor sect remained calm, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, and he pinched out a strange magic formula with his hands. Buzz. The world shook. Circles of space ripples swayed in the void. Immediately afterwards, a man wearing a bronze yiksha mask led 10 powerful figures out of the air. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Qin. It seems things are not going well. The man in the bronze yiksha mask laughed. The voice is clear and powerful. This man is the leader of the Tianjua demon sect. Stop talking nonsense. According to the previous agreement, after the magic disaster comes, you will account for 1/3 of the world. The leader of the Timor sect said coldly. Good. The leader of Tianjua demon sect nodded readily. Boom. The next moment, these powerful people burst out with powerful magic power, as vast as the sun and the moon, and slammed into the demon god's portal in front of them. The demon portal is bright with blood. Seeing this, the leader of the Timor sect and others gritted their teeth and once again activated their magic power to infuse the demon god portal. As expected, a mutation has occurred. Boom! The huge sound was like a thunderclap beating a drum in the sky, or like a demon's low voice, resounding throughout the heaven and earth. Everyone felt their hearts suddenly tighten. It's like being held by death. An unprecedented terrifying aura quietly spread out from the demon god's portal. shrouding everyone's hearts. It's as if there is a supreme being in the dark, looking across billions of time and space, watching everyone. It's the breath of the supreme demon. Found it! The supreme devil has been found. Ha ha ha! Finally found it! Sensing this terrifying aura that destroyed the world, the powerful people present did not have a trace of panic. Instead, they were ecstatic and shouted excitedly. This means that the demon-slaying knife, a Taoist weapon passed down from the demon realm, has finally sensed the coordinates of the supreme demon realm. Everyone, activate your magic power together. Recall the demon-slaying knife. Use it as a positioning mark for the demon god in the supreme demon world, so that the demon god can open the void channel and come here. The head of Time Sect's eyes shot up to the sky, and he shouted loudly. Good! Without saying a word, everyone burst out with supreme magic power again, and blasted into the demon god's gate. Buzz buzz buzz. The bloody light from the demon god's gate swirled violently, forming a vortex as large as 100 acres. And a 30-foot-long sword slowly retreated from it. At this time, the 72 demon gods on the demon god's portal also sensed something, roared crazily, and rushed into the whirlpool of blood and light. The next moment, an even more terrifying aura descended and enveloped everyone's soul. Breathtaking. It's like being suppressed by heaven. Something seemed to be coming out of the demon god's portal. Such pressure is comparable to 10 times that of the leader of the Tao Alliance. He is definitely the demon god of the supreme demon world. The deputy leader of Time Sect, Enchantress, was shocked and ecstatic. Once this demon god comes, he will definitely be able to sweep the world. Thinking of this, all the demon masters became even more excited. They violently activated their magic power and pulled out the demon-slaying knives. Plop. The demon-slaying knife was finally pulled out. Boom. The moment the demon-slaying knife exited the whirlpool of blood, a majestic torrent of blood suddenly washed out from the demon god's portal, like a galaxy pouring down, instantly covering a radius of thousands of miles. It's the demonic essence of the supreme demonic world. Quick! Swallow and refine it! The leader of the Time Sect shouted in surprise. Immediately, a group of great masters used various heaven-devouring and earth-devouring magic secrets and began to devour these bloody demonic elements. Boom! 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 For trembling sound suddenly sounded. It emanates from the 4 old monsters who transformed themselves into gods. They devoured these demonic elements and actually broke through the bottleneck and were promoted to void refining. Seeing this, Yangsu no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and swallowed a drop of blood-colored magic energy. Boom! The demonic element entered his belly, like a bright sun exploding. Incomparably majestic, pure, and ferocious demonic energy washed through his limbs and bones, and finally poured into the purple mansion of Dantian and into his golden elixir. The realm soared violently at this moment. The early stage of the golden elixir. The middle stage of the golden elixir. The late stage of the golden elixir. The perfection of the golden elixir. In the blink of an eye, Yangsu broke through directly from the early stage of the golden elixir to the perfection of the golden elixir. Moreover, the golden elixir undergoes a mysterious mutation and becomes extremely powerful, with vast and endless power, stronger than the fusion of 200 flower streams. Ha 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 ha! Yangsu couldn't help laughing ecstatically, with a ferocious face and murderous intent. Luli! I don't believe it. You won't die this time. If you don't die, I will give my mother to you. Chapter 238 System Update. No one expected it. A drop of demonic energy from the demon world can actually make a person soar directly to the golden elixir perfection. Yangsu was overjoyed. Ecstasy, with the murderous intention in his heart soaring to the sky. Without any hesitation, he would once again swallow a drop of demonic element and directly break through the nascent soul. Yangsu! That's enough. At this time, Master Timol floated over, landed next to him, and shouted, with your body, if you swallow a little more demonic energy, your body will explode and die. It's better to stabilize the foundation first. Yes! Yangsu looked stern and immediately raised his hand in response. When he looked up, he saw a bloody vortex spinning violently in front of him. But there was no demonic element erupting out. Look at the demonic powers around. There are 8 gods in total who have broken through and refining the void. The Sect Master and Deputy Sect Master both directly broke through to the perfection of void refining. The momentum is more than 10 times more terrifying than before. Welcome to the Supreme Demon God. At this moment, the leader of the Time Sect looked solemn and bowed solemnly to the demon god's portal in front of him. The words fell. The bloody vortex suddenly exploded. Countless demonic shadows roared out from inside, flying all over the sky. Very terrifying. It's like the gates of Hell are opening. Immediately afterwards, in the depths of the demon god's portal, amid the shining blood, a black spot slowly emerged, looming and extremely distant, as if separated by billions of layers of time and space. However, the terrifying aura emanating from it became even more frightening, like a god or a mountain, suppressing the wilderness in all directions. In front of this supreme aura, all the great masters of void refining feel as insignificant as ants and dust. The next moment, a powerful spiritual thought suddenly sounded in everyone's sea of consciousness. 72 demon gods? Are you disciples of my god and demon sect? God and demon sect? It turns out that the Taimao sect is the inherited sect of the demon world god and demon sect. Supreme demon ancestor, please come! Sweep the immortal way and dominate the world. The leader of the Taimao sect looked respectful and bowed solemnly. Supreme demon ancestor? The mysterious existence sounded again. Although I am not the supreme demon ancestor, once I come to this world, the sky will collapse and the earth will be destroyed, and the world will be shattered. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Taimao sect and others were stunned. Was their work in vain? However, at this time, the supreme being said again. However, in 3 days, the void passage will be stable, and the demon envoys of the god and demon sect will come. You should be prepared to welcome them. The words fell. The terrifying aura slowly receded. Yes! The leader of the Taimao sect and others were overjoyed and extremely respectful. So they handed over their hands. This time we win for sure. From now on, this world will be dominated by the devil. Yang Su not only clenched his fists, but his eyes flashed with hatred and coldness. As cold as a poisonous snake. Lu Li, enjoy the last 3 days. After 3 days, what awaits you will be eternal torture. Feixian Mountain. In the Huangni Taoist temple, the red-nosed old Taoist sat cross-legged on the straw mat with his eyes closed tightly. Suddenly, a magical scene appeared. His gray hair turned as black as ink. Sagging skin also becomes beautiful. His appearance is also undergoing drastic changes. Just 3 blinks of an eye, the master of the Feixian temple has transformed from a dirty, sour old man into a young man who is as handsome as the wind and as elegant as the wind. His sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes are like the jade master on the road. The way of heaven.is alive. He slowly opened his eyes, and a ray of light shot out of his eyes. Then, the owner of Feixian temple slowly lowered his head, unzipped his pants and took a look, and couldn't help but smile. My old friend is also alive. The words just fell. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was like a wave, causing the Huangni Taoist temple to tremble violently. The statue of Taozu on the altar was also shaking violently. Outside the door, the 2 little Taoist boys looked at each other as they listened to the maniacal laughter, but did not mind their own business. Maybe the viewer was drunk again and was acting crazy. Soon, the laughter died down. In the Taoist temple, a water mirror emerged, reflecting a woman in a red phoenix robe with black hair like clouds and a stunning appearance. She stood on the edge of the cliff, with her hands behind her hands, looking at the endless sea of clouds ahead. There is a jade ruby pinned to her waist. Above the head, a series of terrifying, heaven-destroying yin-yang thunder catastrophes struck down, hitting the stunningly beautiful woman, all blending into it, and disappeared. This woman is the leader of the Tao Alliance. TSK. 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 Leader, look at you. Even with the back of your head, you are amazingly beautiful. The owner of Feixian temple couldn't help but sigh in admiration. In the water mirror, the leader of the Tao Alliance did not look back, but simply said, Are you back? Hearing this, the master of Feixian temple was stunned for a moment, then smiled calmly and nodded. Came back. Not only me, but others. The old licker from the Tianhe sword sect, the sultry man from the Star Palace, the old guy from the back mountain of Lingwang Mountain who plays iron all day long, and the idiot from the Great Confucian sect who writes about Liu Bei every day. Women, and the woman who grows vegetables every day in Shuiyu Temple. I feel that they are all back. Then you start. I have completed the tribulation. The leader of the Taoist Alliance waved his jade hand gently. Boom. The thunderclouds in the void were destroyed by her, and disappeared completely. In an instant, The aura on her body became extremely vast and profound, giving people a divine feeling like heaven. Is this the legendary realm of transcending tribulation? The owner of Phaeacian Temple was amazed. Since the pollution of heaven, all monks can only practice to the realm of refining the void. Because, taking one step further, that is the realm of integration. Need to merge with the way of heaven. But it will also be completely polluted by the way of heaven. Now, the passage to the demon realm is opened, and the extremely powerful aura of the demon realm's heavenly Tao rushes in, revitalizing the stagnant heavenly Tao in this world. Breakthrough and integration. No longer limited. Even breaking through and transcending the tribulation beyond integration is not a problem. But he didn't expect that the qualifications of the leader of the Tao Alliance would be so terrifying. He had already understood the level of transcending tribulation in Linshu. Don't waste time. We only have 3 days. The voice of the leader of the Tao Alliance is no longer lazy, but has a hint of solemnity. 3 days? The master of Phaeacian Temple suddenly smiled. That's enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and struck a blow with his palm, directly smashing the statue of Daozu on the altar. Boom! The Taoist statue exploded, revealing a mahogany sword inside. Tao Ancestor bless you! If I am still alive in 3 days, I will find 10,000 beauties for your reincarnation. Let you take care of thousands of beauties once again, and ascend immediately. The master of Phaeacian Temple bowed to the blown-up clay statue. Then, he reached out and took out the peachwood sword inside. A gentle wave. Phew! The Huangyi Taoist temple was directly cut in half by the soaring sword energy. Then, endless thunder and calamity poured down. At this moment, the residents of the Yimingo sect. A ding. A clear system prompt sounded in Lu Li's mind. New Tian Dao addition detected. The system begins to merge. Fusion in progress. Fusion failed. Lu Li suddenly woke up. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled out the system panel to check. His expression suddenly became extremely solemn. Because, on the system panel, all the skills are missing. Instead, the screen was filled with a stream of green data, flickering and refreshing. What happened? Could it be that the system failed to integrate the new way of heaven and is about to collapse? Lu Li was shocked and confused. At this time, there was another clear ding. System fusion failed. Start analyzing the cause. Analysis completed. The system will be updated soon. Chapter 239 updated. New function. System update? Lu Li was stunned on the spot when he heard the clear reminder in his mind. Will this system be updated? Lu Li was shocked. Is the system he designed so advanced? However, let's first check if Vajratatthagata Dharmakaya and the others are okay. GK? Lu Li shouted. Exist! The golden palace suddenly emerged from the void. Where are the great Tathagata Buddha palms? Where are they now? Lu Li asked while staring at the data stream on the system screen. They seem to be asleep. Even if I tell them not to wake up. How strange. Are they okay? GK asked in a milky voice. It's okay. I'll wake up in a moment. Lu Li smiled. Now, he could only comfort GK in this way. And comfort himself by the way. Although the skills you practice will not be lost. The Vajratatthagata Dharma body has added a lot of fun to your boring and monotonous practice days. It can also subsidize household expenses. The land carp has long regarded them as its own children. Naturally, I don't want to lose them. Just as I was thinking about it, a ding sounded in my mind. The system starts updating. As the system prompt sounded, the green data stream that filled the screen disappeared instantly. Becomes a blank. Then, a Tai Chi black and white fish picture emerged. Under this Tai Chi diagram, there is also a green progress bar. It is slowly moving to the right. When Lu Li saw it, he became energetic and waited quietly for the progress bar to finish climbing. That's all. A cup of tea passed. The green progress bar finally climbed to the far right, and then rushed towards the last tiny gap. Ding! A voice like the sounds of nature sounded in my mind. The system has been updated. As soon as he finished speaking, the black and white picture of Tai Chi disappeared. The familiar system skill panel appeared in front of me again. Call. Lu Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. There is no problem with the system update. It's just odd what was updated. Lu Li looked left and right, but he felt that the light on the system screen had become softer and not as dazzling as before. Just updated this? It shouldn't be. Lu Li studied the system interface carefully, but still didn't find anything special. I called up the system log to check, and there were no new changes. This simply renewed the loneliness. Lu shook his head and prepared to shut down the system. Just then, there was a ding. A big yellow exclamation mark suddenly appeared behind the Yin Yang Hun Yuan Kun Peng demonic god art. In Luli's eyes, it's like this. Yin Yang Hun Yuan Kun Peng demonic divine art. Level 21, 82% progress. Luli took a look. So familiar. There is a mission. Without any hesitation, Luli immediately reached out and clicked on the yellow exclamation mark. The scene suddenly changed. A black and white Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram emerged. Above, sitting cross-legged, is a golden humanoid silhouette. With the whole body, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys, blood orifices and veins, and the dantian and purple palace clearly revealed. If you look closely, you will see that there are a bunch of little people inside this golden humanoid body. All of them are as big as sesame seeds and colorful. These colorful little people are wandering around inside the golden humanoid body. Could it be that this person is me? These colorful little people are the skills I practice? Luli glanced around and immediately found one of the black and white sesame little people. On top of it, there is a yellow exclamation mark, which is very conspicuous. Luli touched it lightly. There was a ding, and a clear system prompt sounded. The Yin Yang Hun Yuan Kunping demon god art has sensed the existence of the supreme demonic element, and is ready to go out and devour it. I strongly request your consent. Do you agree? Supreme demonic essence? Or a strong request? Interesting. Luli looked at it, pondered for a moment, nodded and said, Go ahead. Help me find some high-grade spirit ghosts on the way back. As soon as he finished speaking, this black and white sesame little man cupped his hands towards him, flashed on the spot, and disappeared. It's actually true. Fun and interesting. Luli couldn't help but laugh. This technique turns you into a villain, and you can still understand your own words. In the future, you no longer need Jinkei to communicate, which is easier and more convenient. Just as he was thinking about it, these villains suddenly gathered around and beat a colorful villain crazily. Luli glanced at the time. Oh! Noon has arrived. The Vajratatthagata Dharmakaya began to beat the Immortal Poison Sutra and urged the practice of the Immortal Poison Sutra. As expected, after the group of villains dispersed, there was a ding, and a system prompt rang in my mind. I was severely bullied by the Poison Sutra of Immortality. I was extremely unwilling to accept it and began to practice hard in secret. The effectiveness of my practice increased by 100,000%. Progress plus 1%. Not bad. When Luli heard this, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Although this update of the system only adds one function, it's not bad. Just then, swish, 2 yellow exclamation marks suddenly appeared, floating on the heads of a colorful little man and a red little man. The colorful villain is the Sutra of Immortality and Poison. The red villain. Luli took a look and saw that it should be the Pure Yang Wuji Sutra. First click on the colorful little man. Ding sound. I'm a little hungry after practicing the Immortal Poison Sutra, and I want to swallow the poison. Is it highly toxic? Luli raised his eyebrows, and without hesitation, he took out the colorful poison bee given by the ancestor of Mermaid Island, refined a ray of poisonous energy, and sent it to the left kidney where the colorful villain was. Suck slip. It can be clearly seen that the colorful villain directly absorbed this wisp of poisonous gas. There was a ding. The Poison Sutra of Immortality swallowed the poison, and I was satisfied. I felt very happy, and the cultivation effect increased by 1,000%. That's how it's used. Luli suddenly realized. This is to wait for the skills to trigger events, and then meet the needs of the skills to speed up their practice. This reminded Luli of the electronic toy cat he had as a child. Quite interesting. Click again on the yellow exclamation point above the red little man's head. Ding sound. The breakthrough of the Pure Yang Wuji Sutra is imminent, and I am eager for more intense fire spiritual power and more dual cultivation techniques. Dot! When Luli saw it, he was stunned on the spot. I really can't tell. Chunyang Wuji Jinjing, this guy turned out to be a scumbag. It's not enough to have Xian Ming's goddess. You actually want more ladies? Have a future. Luli secretly praised him, sat down directly on the high-grade fire element spiritual stone, and began to use his kung fu to absorb the spiritual energy of the spirit stone. At the same time, he ordered, Fox Demon, go find that Elder Changle and help me get a water element. An ice element. Go back quickly. Yes, Master. The Fox Demon responded respectfully. Then, he slipped out of the secret cultivation room, left the Temple of Hell, and went to find Elder Changle. In the past few days, Lu Li has been practicing in the Temple of Hell. That supreme double cultivation technique was also given to Madame Honglong. Mrs. Honglong accepted it. The 500 pieces of high-grade spiritual stones, the replica of the supreme dual cultivation technique, and the Ice Jade Soul Needle were also given to Senior Sister Yao Yao. It's a pity that Senior Sister Yao Yao only took the Ice Jade Soul Needle, the supreme magic technique, but not the Spirit Stone. He also said, "Nowadays, you and I are siblings, and we should support each other. You give me a hand, and I help you a few. It's just a spiritual stone. Brother Lu, you can just keep it. Why bother sharing it with each other?" This warmed Lu Li's heart, so he shamelessly collected all the spiritual stones. Ding ding ding. At this moment, Jinke began to work. It raised its brass sword and began to slash at the Eldar's sacred weapon. The Chaos Gods grind, causing sparks to shoot out. Lu Li glanced at it without paying attention, and was ready to see if the system had any new functions. At this moment, Jinke suddenly stopped, turned around and said excitedly, Lu Li, this guy gave in. Chapter 240 The Spirit Emperor's Clone. The sacred weapon spirit surrendered? Lu Li was shocked when he heard this, and immediately asked, "Really? This weapon spirit has surrendered?" Jia. Jinke put away the brass sword, put his hands on his hips, and said with a proud smile, "This guy was unconvinced at first. His bones are very hard, but he has been beaten several times by the palms of me and the great Tathagata Buddha in the past few days, and he is afraid of being beaten. Good." Lu Li looked happy, opened his hand, and took the jade millstone over. Without hesitation, mana was poured into it. Buzz! The jade millstone trembled slightly, seeming to resist the entry of Lu Li's magic power. However, Lu Li's mana rushed straight into the deepest part of the sacred weapon without giving the weapon spirit a chance to react. Rumble! Rumble! The boundless mana was like a torrent, sweeping through the great formation of the holy weapon and beginning to erase the imprint of divine consciousness within it. However, there are many sacred weapon arrays. There are at least 30 million of them. There are also many divine consciousness imprints inside, some strong and some weak. Weakness is the mark left by Qi Tianjiu. The powerful ones are left behind by the great masters of the Spirit Clan, including Nascent Soul, Transformation God, and even Lin Qiu, although it is just a trace of divine consciousness. However, Lu Li still had an extremely difficult time erasing it, just like a foolish old man moving a mountain. This won't work. A trace of the spiritual brand of the void refining power needs to be washed away with great force. It takes a cup of tea to wipe it away. There are 30 million magic circles in this holy weapon that is almost a Taoist weapon. I don't know where to clear it. Years and months. That's right. Find help. Lu Li suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. System. He directly summoned the system technique interface, summoned the yin and yang diagram of the humanoid silhouette just now, and shouted directly, "Vidra Tathagata Dharma Body. Mighty Heavenly Dragon Spell. Powerful Vidra Spell. Sumeru Spell. Instant Sword Technique. 10,000 Demon Swords. All come to help." As soon as he finished speaking, the colorful little figures on the golden man rushed over and disappeared out of thin air. Soon, Lu Li felt that the brand of divine consciousness in the sacred vessel was being quickly removed. "Lu Li, your 10,000 demon sword is so powerful." Tens of thousands of six-winged golden cicada demons surged up and wiped out a trace of divine consciousness in just a few seconds. Jinke on the side exclaimed, "It seems that I will have to practice more supreme exercises in the future. Whatever I have to practice, at least I have a lot of helpers when I work. Even if you can't help, you can still go out and search for elixirs. A treasure of heaven and earth." Lu Li secretly made up his mind and asked, "Jinke, please help me ask. Does this holy weapon spirit know the supreme magic of the Spirit Clan?" "Good." The golden tower swished away, bringing up a gust of wind and rushing into the jade millstone. Soon, it popped out and shook its head. "This little guy has an IQ of only 3 or 4 years old. He doesn't even know what the supreme magic formula is, and he can't remember it clearly. Is this so?" Lu Li frowned slightly. "However, it can do you a favor, as long as you don't hit it in the future," Jinke said again. "What's the deal?" Lu Li couldn't help but feel a little interested. "It can help you refine the golden elixir of Qi Tianjiao, and refine the vitality of all things that has not been refined inside into life force," Jinke replied. "Oh, life force? Luli raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment. Life force is lifespan. Any healing elixir contains more or less some life force. The more life force there is, the more advanced the elixir is. The Jinwu pills and Wuji golden pills that were once refined contain extremely terrifying life force. Generally speaking, the golden elixir is at most 600 years old. However, Luli refined Jinwu 1 Wuji golden pill and absorbed a large amount of life energy. His current lifespan should be more than 1,000 years old. Can refining the ultimate golden elixir increase lifespan? That's fine. Luli no longer hesitated, turned his hand, and a jade box appeared, covered with sealing talismans. After removing the sealing talisman, a green golden elixir the size of a goose egg emerged. It is the ultimate golden elixir of Qi Tianju. Immediately afterwards, Luli picked up the Jidao golden elixir, placed it on the jade millstone, and said, "Let it try." "Good." GK nodded and poked the jade millstone. "Hey, do you hear me? Let's get started." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the jasper millstone began to rotate. The upper part of the jasper grinding wheel rotates clockwise, and the lower part rotates counterclockwise. Wisps of green light begin to shine, shrouding the Jidao golden pill. After a while, a wisp of extremely green smoke, like running water, flowed out from the middle of the jasper millstone. Luli immediately felt an astonishing surge of vitality coming towards his face. "GK, is there no problem with this trace of life force?" Luli asked immediately. "No problem. It's pure life force." GK nodded with a sweet voice. That being the case, Luli took a big gulp and inhaled a wisp of green water smoke into his belly. A ding. "You have refined a bit of life force. Your longevity has increased slightly." "Good. This should be the vitality left by Qi Tianjiao's brutal devouring and refining of all things. But now it is easier for him." Luli nodded secretly. Phew. At this moment, there was a sound like air leakage. The Jidao golden pill actually cracked. Wisps of green liquid seeped out from inside, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into green silk threads, like living snakes, spreading and lengthening, winding towards the land carp. It seems like it wants to devour him. "Is this the life seed of the Abyss Spirit Clan?" When Luli saw it, he couldn't help but be surprised. The reproduction method of the Abyss Eldar is very strange. One is normal reproduction, and the other is a highly integrated fusion of essence, energy and spirit before death, condensing into an Eldar life seed. Then, the seeds are parasitized on another host, sucking out life nutrients. When the host dies, a new spiritual race will be born, strange and evil. "Want to parasitize me?" Luli sneered, just about to activate the Daogang flames to directly burn out the stretched green tentacle threads. But at this moment, the Immortal Poison Sutra seemed to sense something. Boom! The Immortal Poison Sutra starts to operate automatically. Luli was a little surprised and decided to sit back and watch. The next moment, these green tentacle threads wrapped around the land carp. Puff! Balls of colorful energy spurted out from under the skin, wrapping all the green tentacle threads. In an instant, all the green silk tentacles withered, and died. A ding! A crisp system prompt rang in my mind. "Your Immortal Poison Sutra swallows the avatar of the Abyss Spiritual Clan Spiritual Emperor and is completely refined. Your cultivation level will increase greatly, and your progress will increase by 30%. Congratulations to the host. The Immortal Poison Sutra has broken through to the 4th level." Luli couldn't help being surprised and delighted. What is surprising is that there is something terrifying hidden in the golden elixir of this abandoned genius. It is the clone of the Spirit Emperor of the Abyss Spirit Clan. Fortunately, it was not refined casually. Fortunately, the Immortal Poison Sutra actually restrains the Abyss Spirit Clan innately, and after devouring and refining it, its cultivation level can greatly increase. At the same time, Luli also felt that his mana began to surge. He is about to break through.